The year 22. Late August. Opening day at Mode University. As one of the top 10 universities in Huaxia, countless favored children of heaven were gathered at the school gate at this time. There were senior sisters dressed up gorgeously and wearing cool clothes in summer. There were proud rich young men native to Modu who were dropped off by their parents in luxury cars. There were also students from other places who were alone, dragging their luggage. In front of the gates of the top institution, all kinds of people were gathered, making it bustling and extraordinary. High school is the last relatively simple time in life, while university is a complex miniature society. At this moment, Wen Qian, a sophomore member of the student union receiving new students at the school gate, was wearing a little light makeup, making her appearance even more outstanding. The tight-fitting light gray small shirt and jeans exposing her fair long legs made Wen Qian's charm even more dazzling. Feeling the gazes from around her, Wen Qian couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. She liked being the center of attention. Qian, look quickly. There is a student driving a Porsche 718. Looking at the license plate, it's also a local Modu plate. Another ordinary-looking girl from the student union beside her was staring foolishly at the luxury car. Among the girls, the good-looking sister in black stockings also watched quietly. A Porsche 718 costs at least 600,000 to 800,000. The family condition of driving this car can't be bad. That girl was ready to make a move, just waiting for the rich young man to get out of the car to receive him, under the pretense of bringing newcomers to familiarize themselves with the university environment. When Qian's gaze also subconsciously looked towards the Porsche sports car. If for nothing else, she was just curious about what the classmate driving the Porsche looked like. There were also college students driving luxury cars at Modu University, but compared to Modu University's huge student base, those who could drive Porsches were very few in the school. Now some girls in the school are just looking for high-quality junior schoolmates. There were quite a lot of luxury cars at the school entrance. Cars like BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi are very common in Modu. The Porsche 718 that suddenly appeared among the BMWs, Mercedes, and Otis was applicably noble. Some people only recognize brands when they look at cars. Anyway, the Porsche brand is just nobler than BMW and Mercedes and Audi. 3 or 4 girls who considered themselves good-looking were having active thoughts, thinking about whether to get to know the classmate driving the Porsche 718. Lai Yuangi got out of the Porsche very proudly. As someone who drives a sports car to school, he had an inexplicable sense of pride in his bones. Lei Yuangui looked around. Driving a Porsche was still cool. Seeing a few senior sisters with good looks, he struck a pose in front of the car, feeling refreshed. Just waiting for the senior sisters to come to ask for contact information. Especially there was a girl, she was really good looking. Crash! A violent noise. An extra large suitcase hit the front of the Porsche. Entering the school gate of Modu University is an uphill road. The suitcase, which was full and weighed at least 30 caddies, rolled down from a high place. The huge impact caused a small dent in the Porsche. Oh my! Which bastard's box is this? Lei Yuangi's eyes were bloodshot and he shouted angrily. This car was a second-hand Porsche sports car bought by his family after he got to Modu University and spent a long time pestering his father at home. He usually treasured it very much. Touching the steering wheel of the Porsche, he felt that his life had reached its peak. Now, before he even got a girl, his car was damaged by someone. Lei Yuangi's anger was overflowing. Dent the Porsche, how much will you have to pay? Alas, this girl is really too unlucky. The car owner looks ferocious. He won't hit people, will he? Touching up the paint on a Porsche is not cheap. I guess she still has to pay some money. The surrounding parents and registering students witnessed it and said one after another. Many registering students also stopped to watch this accident. At the very center of this storm, the owner of the suitcase, Yun Weiwei, lowered her head, trying to cover her face with her hair as much as possible. Inside the black eyeglass frames, tears were welling up. She caused trouble. The box made a dent in the car. Someone in the village bought a 4-wheeled car. It seems to be over 100,000. For a car worth over 100,000 hitting a hole, should probably pay a few thousand yuan, Yun Weiwei thought silently in her heart. She was number 1 in the whole county in the college entrance examination. The government rewarded her with 10,000 yuan. After deducting the tuition fee, she should still have a few thousand yuan left. It should be enough to pay. I didn't do it on purpose. The money for repairing the car, I'll pay you. Yun Weiwei lowered her head and said softly. Pay? Mine is a Porsche 718. The naked car costs over 700,000. With options, it's almost $1 million. Can you, a poor outsider, afford to pay? Lei Yuangi roared angrily. Let your parents sell the house and pay for my car repair. Boom! It was like a hammer hitting Yun Weiwei's brain. She felt like the sky was about to fall. A car worth millions? How can I afford to pay this? Yun Weiwei stood on the spot helplessly. Her head was dizzy, and she felt she was doomed. Hearing this, some parents who were dropping off their children for registration also pitied this unlucky girl, and someone spoke up. At every turn, making people sell their house. You should at least go to force to assess the damage first. Yeah, I don't think the accident is a big deal, just a dent. It shouldn't come to selling the house. Hearing this, Li Yuangi became angrier. His mouth ran like a train, and he said randomly, "What do you understand? This is a new car I just bought a month ago. Does the depreciation fee of the car need to be compensated? My travel expenses when the car is broken, compensation for mental distress, and so on. I'm telling you, you have to pay me at least 100,000 yuan." Yun Weiwei didn't understand about car insurance claims and the like. Hearing that she had to pay 100,000 yuan, she buried her head even lower. She tried hard to hold back, but the tears still overflowed from her eyes unproductively. To pay 100,000 yuan. She simply didn't have much money. Pay him the over 10,000 yuan in the card first, and then slowly pay him back by working for the rest. I'll pay you over 10,000 yuan first. Can I work and slowly pay you back the rest? 10,000 yuan? It's not even enough for the small change. Call your parents to raise money, Li Yuangi said sharply. He was inexplicably delighted in his heart. It seemed that he could knock a large sum of money out of her, and this money could also serve as his startup fund for picking up girls in university. Li Yuangi looked at Yun Weiwei, who buried her head and did not make a sound, and he said loudly, "Did you hear what I said? Let your parents pay." Yun Weiwei, with her head lowered, shoulders trembling slightly, said nothing. "Call your parents and let them come." "What are you pretending to be pitiful for? Speak up, are you mute? If you can't afford to pay, let your parents come to pay. It's perfectly justified." Yun Weiwei's body went even lower, with low self-esteem into the dust. She really wanted to say she had no parents anymore, but she just couldn't open her mouth. She didn't want to sell her misery. Now, she is really so helpless. Roar, roar, roar. A roar of a mechanical raptor came from far to near. P.S. Written up to 1.2 million words. Underwent a major text revision. Dots within parentheses meant revision. A red supercar looking even more dazzling under the sun. Its cool appearance, combined with an extremely high-profile engine roar, had everyone's attention locked on this fiery red supercar. The emblem is a golden prancing horse. A top-tier world-class supercar, a Ferrari. The arrogant Li Yuangi was also drawn in by the cool and prestigious Ferrari, his eyes filled with envy. This was the luxury car he had always dreamed of. By comparison, his own eighth-hand Porsche was nothing more than industrial scrap. As the Ferrari approached from a distance, people soon realized it was something special. Oh my god, what am I seeing? A multi-million-dollar supercar on wheels? One of the top 10 mythical cars, the Ferrari LaFerrari. The aristocrat among Ferraris. The Ferrari that holds its value best. The second-hand price of a LaFerrari is actually higher than a brand new one now. You're telling me some celebrity drove a LaFerrari for 2 years and made a 5 million profit just by reselling it? Isn't that infuriating? The crowd stared in envy, their eyes following the Ferrari as it passed. Like a giant shark, the Ferrari pulled up to the entrance of the Magic City University. The butterfly doors on the driver's side rose slowly, and Gu Wenqing stepped out. Just as he was driving the Ferrari with one hand earlier, he had already seen a crowd surrounding a Porsche. Gu Wenqing walked over, took one look, and immediately grasped the situation. He looked at the angry Li Yuangi and the terrified, pale-faced Yun Weiwei and understood exactly what was going on. According to the bystanders, the Porsche owner was demanding an outrageous compensation of 100,000. Gu Wenqing glanced at the car. It was a 4 or 5-year-old model, and the Porsche only had a small dent and some scratched paint. For this, he wants 100,000. Before Gu Wenqing could speak, the head-hanging Yun Weiwei mustered the courage to say, "Please don't ask my parents for money. I can work part-time to pay you back." Hearing this, Li Yuangi grew even more furious. He felt a surge of inexplicable jealousy Gu Wenqing for driving a LaFerrari, stealing his spotlight, being so rich and looking so handsome. Thinking about all this only made him angrier. "Work to pay me back. How long do you expect me to wait? 3 years, 5 years, or 10? Poor people always have so many excuses. If you can't pay, just bring your parents here. Why act tough? I want the full compensation today. I won't wait a single extra day." Li Yuangi's loud outburst stirred resentment among the people around him. That insult, calling her poor, he had almost incited public anger. Many ordinary passers-by frowned, thinking Li Yuangi was spewing filth, acting as if he owned the sky just because he was driving a Porsche. Gu Wenqing looked around the crowd, then fixed his eyes on Li Yuangi and spoke slowly. "Is this car really yours?" Facing Gu Wenqing, who drove a multi-million-dollar luxury car, Li Yuangi was honestly terrified deep down. But under everyone's gaze, he couldn't afford to look. "What business is it of yours?" Li Yuangi replied weakly. Afterward, he looked at the cowering Yun Weiwei and took all his anger out on her, snarling, "Why are you hiding? Everyone saw you scratch the car. Why are you playing the innocent victim? Pay me now, my time is precious." With that, Li Yuangi reached out to grab Yun Weiwei, wanting to teach this mousy girl a lesson. Gu Wenqing pushed Li Yuangi's hand away and said coldly, "You have the nerve to ask for 100,000 for an old Porsche 718. You aren't afraid of biting your own tongue off. With his lie exposed, Li Yuangui acted like a wolf stepped on its tail and barked. Who told you this is an old model? This is a brand new car I bought just a month ago. Out of respect for you, brother, I won't give her a hard time. Give me 150,000 and we'll call it even. Li Yuangui put on a pained expression as if he were taking a loss, but he was secretly delighted inside. Found a sucker. Since the guy drove a multi-million-dollar car, he decided to just add another 50,000 to the compensation. Fine, but for a 5 or 6-year-old Porsche with just a small bump, it's not worth that much. Gu Wenqing picked up a brick and smashed the front bumper of the Porsche to pieces with force. Gu Wenqing looked at his handiwork and smiled. That's 150,000 value. You've gone too far. Exactly. I'm bullying you. What are you going to do about it? What a joke. Or is it only allowed for you to bully others? Just you wait. I'm going to call the... If you have any issues, feel free to take them up with my lawyer. Gu Wenqing didn't wait for Li Yuangui to finish. He interrupted him and slapped his lawyer's business card onto Li Yuangui's chest. He left the rest of the matter entirely to his lawyer. Money gives you confidence. With billions in assets in his bank account, let alone a second-hand Porsche, Gu Wenqing wouldn't even blink at 10 or 100 of them. So cool, he's so manly. I feel so safe, mom, in love. Love at first sight. I'm in love. Handsome, rich, and kind-hearted. What kind of hidden gem is this guy? The girls around were all swooning, their admiration for Gu Wenqing hitting the max. Who could say no to a righteous, kind, and wealthy, handsome young man? Wen Qian was also eyeing Gu Wenqing repeatedly. His white shirt and black slacks looked simple, but the fabric was definitely not ordinary. It was clearly from a custom luxury brand. The white shirt combined with Gu Wenqing's handsome features. He's oozing with youthful charm. It's a pity that Face isn't starring in a movie as the school heartthrob. Wen Qian sighed silently in her heart. Qiantian, my Prince Charming has arrived. I'm in love, the girl in silk stockings said. Wen Qian rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, don't you think you're falling in love a bit too fast? Humph, mind your own business. I think this freshman is just my type, so bossy and domineering. He's like a real-life CEO from those dramas. Hey student, what's your major? Our school is huge and hard to navigate. After you register, let me escort you to your dorm. Don't listen to her, Xiaong Xiao. Let me escort the freshman instead. No, I'll do it. I'll do it. The surrounding boys holding their admission notices were on the verge of tears. Why were the ones greeting them always men? While all the pretty upperclassmen were fighting to greet Gu Wenqing in his Ferrari, that they sighed in their hearts. Being rich really does make a difference. Looking at Gu Wenqing under the warm reception of the senior girl in black stockings, she not only took the initiative to carry his suitcase, but also bought him a bottle of sparkling water nearby. At this moment, all the boys registering at the main gate envied Gu Wenqing to the extreme. The gap was simply too huge. Other people at 18 driving a multi-million supercar with one hand. And for them at 18, those from better families were local Shanghainese dropped off by their family's modest car, while those slightly worse off relied on buses and subways. On their very first day of college, everyone felt the disparity. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as working mules. The existence of someone driving a multi-million supercar was just too overwhelming. After Gu Wenqing and the senior girl in black stockings left, everyone snapped back to reality and started talking. So badass, that's a real man. By comparison, some people are just pathetic. Can you even compare them? One is a noble young master, and the other is a nouveau rich who just struck it rich. Bah! What the hell is he showing off a Porsche for? Truly a disgrace to Shanghainese. The crowd discussed animatedly one after another. Hearing the chatter around him, Li Yuangui wanted the ground to swallow him up. He had thoroughly humiliated himself this time. Just a moment ago, he was showing off in his Porsche, and several pretty senior girls were even getting ready to ask for his contact info. But who could have thought that the accident would happen so fast? His Porsche was wrecked, and the senior girl in black stockings who was originally his had walked off with Gu Wenqing. Whether it was looks, height, physique, or the sports car he drove, Gu Wenqing completely crushed him in every aspect. Simply put, the two of them were not on the same level at all. Being pointed at and gossiped about, Li Yuangui's face turned pale, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. This isn't over, Li Yuangui said, glaring fiercely at Yin Wei. Afterward, he hurriedly got into his car to lay low for a while. Just then, someone knocked on his car window. Hello, I am Mr. Gu's lawyer. Damn it, means he won't be able to take advantage of the situation at all. Looking at the man in a suit and tie outside the car, Li Yuangui knew his little trick to scam more money was impossible now. Host has unlocked the new title, Hero Saving the Beauty. 1 billion reward money has been made. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Invincible. On the way to the dorms with the senior girl in black stockings, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Gu Wenqing's mind. Ignoring the senior girl in black stockings who kept hitting on him, Gu Wenqing immediately checked the skill Invincible. Invincible comprehensively strengthens the host's body, providing multiple optimizations to the host's bones, flesh, strength, and resistance to impacts. After feeling a tremor run through his body, Gu Wenking felt incredibly refreshed. His slightly flabby little belly had transformed into perfect 8-pack abs. Not only that, he could intuitively feel that his strength had multiplied several times. If he were to fight ordinary people now, he could easily take on 100 single-handedly. System, you are truly awesome. As for the system's rules for unlocking new titles, Gu Wenking hadn't completely figured them out yet. He didn't know if it was random, as this was only his second time unlocking a title. The first time he unlocked a title was when he received his admission letter from Magic City University, unlocking the title Noble Son from a humble family. The system's first reward had been extremely generous. It rewarded him with 10 billion RMB, along with that multi-million luxury car, the Ferrari LaFerrari. This instantly turned the penniless Gu Wenking into a multi-billionaire. It seems that good people to get rewarded. A casual act often bears unexpected fruit. He simply couldn't bear to see the impoverished Yun Weiwei getting bullied and lent a hand, but he never expected to accidentally unlock the title Hero Saving the Beauty. To be honest, the senior girl in black stockings was truly considerate in her service. Upon arriving at the freshman dormitory, she made Gu Wenking's bed right in front of the other 3 new male roommates. After making the bed, she took out the clothes from his suitcase one by one. Seeing that Gu Wenking's clothes were wrinkled, she carefully smoothed them out, then neatly folded all of them and placed them into the wardrobe. Standing behind her, Gu Wenking admired the curvaceous figure of the senior girl in black stockings as she moved. To be honest, the senior girl's figure was absolutely top tier. Black stockings, a tight apricot-colored short skirt, and a pair of little white shoes. 2 different styles, sexy charm and youthful playfulness, were perfectly displayed on the senior girl. Amidst the mature sexiness, there was a trace of youthful vitality. Fair skin, a slender waist, and outstanding looks. Is this college life? Pretty senior girls are indeed quite nice. Gu Wenking was filled with anticipation for his future college life. He watched the senior girl busying herself for him while he just drank his sparkling water without lifting a finger. As for what the senior girl in black stockings was after, Gu Wenking knew exactly what was up. For this kind of materialistic girl, back when he was a poor student, Gu Wenking would have definitely despised her. But now that he possessed tens of billions in assets, he didn't exactly hate this kind of gold-digging girl, though he didn't like her either. Anyway, it was a mutual exchange where everyone got what they wanted. As long as nobody loses out, it's fine. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. The boy who once slayed the dragon eventually becomes the evil dragon. We all eventually become the kind of person we once hated the most. Inside the dorm, the other 3 roommates stared dumbfounded at this utterly ridiculous scene, feeling as if their worldviews had been destroyed. Damn it, a goddess-level girl making a bed and organizing clothes for a guy. This was something they couldn't even dare to dream of in the past. Now happening right beside them in real life, they couldn't believe it at all. It was ridiculously absurd. In today's society where men outnumber women, any guy who finds a goddess-level partner like this would treat her like a precious treasure. Who would order her around like a nanny, having her fold blankets and clothes? To make such a beautiful and moving goddess so obedient, this new roommate's pickup skills are way too impressive. The 3 of them whispered softly not far away in the dorm. Do you think they are boyfriend and girlfriend? Definitely not. I saw the girl at the school gate. She seems to be a senior welcoming new students. Oh my god, that's incredible. How long has it been since registration? It took less than half a day to get a senior girl to be so proactive. This is just too amazing. A role model for our generation. If I could find such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Having finished her tasks, the senior girl in black stockings had a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, looking fragrant and dewy. Wang Yanran felt a little sense of anticipation in her heart, thinking that since she had worked so hard to tidy up, the junior would definitely praise her and then take the initiative to ask for contact information. At the staircase, Wang Yanran looked up at the 180 cm tall Gu Wenking, her eyes revealing her anticipation. Gu Wenking merely smiled faintly. Thank you, senior. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free next time. After saying that, Gu Wenking was about to go back and get to know his new roommates. Ah, that's it? Wang Yanran looked full of disappointment. No sincerity at all. He even talked about treating me to a meal, but he didn't even get my contact info. How the hell is he going to treat me? Junior, let's add WeChat. I can be your tour guide in Magic City, Wang Yanran said. The corners of Gu Wenking's mouth curled up. Little trickster, still trying to play hard to get with me. As soon as he stepped into the dorm, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed directly on Gu Wenking. Good grief, were they looking to become his apprentices? The room had 4 people, with the standard layout of beds on top and desks below. The 3 of them were easy tidying up their things by their own beds. One was a tall, sturdy boy with dark skin. Another was thin and wore glasses with a smile on his lips. What made it unsightly was that his smile always carried a hint of sleaziness. The last one was a trendy boy who had gotten his hair styled right after the college entrance exam, sporting yellow, fluffy hair and wearing designer brands, currently using his latest model Apple phone to let his family know he had arrived safely. Not bad, brother. You managed to snag that pretty senior without even making a sound, and you've got her acting so obedient. Teach us how you did it. The tall, dark-skinned boy spoke in a thick, rural-accented Mandarin. I can't teach you that, we're just friends, Gu Wenqing answered truthfully. How could he teach them? Unless you can also drive a Ferrari with one hand. You're being humble, brother. The senior has been running around for you for so long, she definitely has feelings for you. In a few days, you two might just become a couple. The four of them exchanged words and started to make small talk. The trendy boy was named Huang Zicheng, a local from Shanghai. The tall, dark-skinned one was Zhao Tao from the countryside, and he always spoke with a bit of an accent. The other thin guy who wore glasses and looked sleazy whenever he smiled was named Zhang Xiaohong. Zhao Tao heard the name, grinned, and said, "Why does that name sound like a girl's?" Huang Zicheng burst into laughter too, while Zhang Xiaohong didn't care at all, claiming that it was called being unique. Everyone introduced themselves, and the four of them finally got to know each other for real. As the three chatted, Huang Zicheng, who was holding his phone, suddenly cursed. Damn, this scumbag has really lost all face for men. He showed his phone to the other three. A bystander had posted the Porsche compensation incident on the Shanghai University campus forum. Porsche 718 Jr.'s arrogant remarks. The poor always cause trouble, demanding sky-high compensation from a girl. Porsche 718 driver acts arrogantly, forces a girl to sell her house to pay up. Shocking, freshman drives a multi-million Ferrari, plays the hero to save a beauty. Well smashed, it would be even more satisfying if the whole Porsche were smashed to bits. Diving deep into the information of the Porsche 718 owner, Li Yuangui, begging for the contact info of my Ferrari god. The incident that happened at the school gate today had gone viral on the campus network. As a result, the parties involved, Gu Wenqing and Li Yuangui, became famous on campus. The difference was that Li Yuangui was met with nothing but criticism, with everyone online blasting him. My god, a 10 million Ferrari sports car, that is just way too badass, Zhao Tao said, looking shocked. If I could drive a sports car like that, picking up girls would be a piece of cake, Zhang Xiaohong sighed decorously. Huang Zicheng, a Shanghai native, also looked envious. Although his family was well off, let alone a 10 million level sports car, his folks wouldn't even buy him a $1 million luxury car. That is the gap. A rich kid who can afford a 20 million Ferrari must have a family worth at least over $1 billion. You're thinking too small, your perspective is too narrow, it could even be tens of billions. Comparing people only makes one frustrated. With that much money, the family must be into real estate, healthcare, or something similar. After everyone finished expressing their envy, they suddenly noticed Gu Wenqing just sitting on his bed, not joining the conversation. Zhao Tao grinned and asked, "Old Gu, what do you think that rich kid who drives a 10 million sports car does for a living?" "Maybe he's just an ordinary person," Gu Wenqing answered. Before he got his system, his family back in the county was indeed quite ordinary. Haha, old Gu, you're really funny. They all laughed, having no idea that the owner of the Ferrari LaFerrari they were discussing was right in front of them. Gu Wenqing couldn't be bothered to reveal his identity. They would find out for themselves later. Gu Wenqing didn't plan on living in the dorm for long either. Although Shanghai's housing prices were despair-inducing for Gu Wenqing, who was worth tens of billions, it was no pressure at all. As long as he liked it, there was no residential complex he couldn't afford. Thompson Riviera, known as the #1 luxury apartment in Shanghai, he could buy it if he wanted to, 1 unit, or if that's not enough, 10 units. Any money was the one thing he didn't lack. Once he bought a place, Gu Wenqing would move out. Dorm 3-2, the girls. Only Wen Qian and Wang Yanren were in the 4-person room. The two of them had been receiving freshmen all day, working up a sweat and feeling exhausted. At this point, they had both showered and were lying on their respective beds. Wen Qian hesitated for a long while before finally gathering the courage to ask, "Did you get the junior's WeChat?" Once my beauty trap was deployed, he naturally surrendered obediently, Wang Yanren said, wrinkling her small nose triumphantly. Never mind. Wen Qian originally wanted to ask for the junior's WeChat, but decided it wasn't appropriate and gave up. 10 days. I'll definitely take the junior down within 10 days, Wang Yanren said, kicking her long, fair legs. She couldn't keep him waiting. Time waits for no. The junior was not bad-looking and was incredibly rich. She was afraid that if time dragged on, things might change. If he ended up with some other vixen, she would have nowhere to cry. Wen Qian warned her not to be too ambitious and end up with nothing. Wang Yanren, however, didn't care at all. She wasn't stupid. How could she lose out? She opened WeChat, snapped a photo, edited a message, and sent it to the junior. Gu Wenqing was discussing where to have dinner with his 3 roommates. Since they had gathered from all corners of the country, tonight would certainly involve plenty of drinking. Gu Wenqing's phone pinned, but he didn't pay any attention to it, continuing to chat with Zhao Tao and the others. Huang Zicheng suddenly said, "Can we bring our partners to dinner tonight? If so, I'll bring my girlfriend." Oh my god, I couldn't tell, Huang Zicheng, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. You betrayed us too. How are the two of us singles supposed to handle this? Zhao Tao shouted. Keep it low-key. If the conditions allow, ask her to bring her roommates along, and you guys can seize the opportunity yourselves. Huang Zicheng laughed. Gu Wenqing listened to them banter for a while, then remembered his Ferrari was still parked at the school gate. To drive the car onto campus, he had to go to the security office to register it. Gu Wenqing greeted the three of them headed out of the dorm. Scorching summer. Cicadas were calling out summer from this. Gu Wenqing loved summer the most. Summer meant less fabric. All sorts of short skirts and long, beautiful legs. It was dazzling. Even without the status boost of his Ferrari, the handsome Gu Wenqing still drew many eyes from female students as he walked across the campus. Thump. Oops. A girl's gasp of surprise. Gu Wenqing only felt a soft collision and caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. Before he could react, the girl who had accidentally bumped into him had already rushed out of his embrace. Chen Youngshu, you also got into Mode University? Gu Wenqing was a little surprised. He never expected to run into an acquaintance while going to college thousands of miles away from home. Chen Youngshu was dressed in a JK uniform, featuring a white sailor shirt with a light blue bow tie at the collar that stretched tightly across her full chest, and a light blue plaid skirt. The white ankle socks reaching her calves perfectly accentuated her fair, tender legs. How do you know me, may I ask who you are? Chen Youngshu asked in confusion. She had no memory at all of the somewhat handsome guy standing in front of her. I'm also from Yuyang First High School, Gu Wenqing smiled faintly. She was the undisputed campus belle of Yuyang First High School back then, and number of boys who liked her both inside and outside the school was countless. Meanwhile, he was just an ordinary, poor student in high school, so it was perfectly normal that Chen Youngshu didn't know him. Their only previous interaction was during a PE class that both their classes shared, where they played badminton together. Gu Wenqing thought the campus belle would have some impression of him. It seemed he was overthinking it. Gu Wenqing didn't say anything more and directly walked away. So what if she's the campus belle? With a net worth of tens of billions, there was no way he would be a simp. Youngshu, who was that guy just now? Behind the campus belle, a guy with rather pale skin, resembling a Korean-style pretty boy, stepped forward and asked. This guy was Chu Boen, who was a high school classmate of campus belle Chen and a well-known rich kid from Yuyang First High School. He had pursued campus belle Chen for 3 whole years, and upon learning that she was going to apply to Modu University, he eagerly filled in Modu University as his choice too. As soon as he came out, he saw a guy taller and bigger than himself hitting on his goddess, making him feel a bit jealous. An alumni from high school, Chen Youngshu said. Hearing this, a trace of darkness flashed through Chu Boen's eyes. His first thought was that someone else, just like him, had applied to the same university to continue pursuing campus belle Chen. But nerve! Who in Yuyang First High School didn't know that Chen Youngshu was his designated girlfriend? Chu Boen thought to himself, if I get the chance, I definitely have to teach that kid a lesson. Chen Youngshu originally didn't want to agree to eat with him. However, her parents and Chu Boen's parents were old family friends. It wouldn't look good to keep rejecting him, so she finally gave in to Chu Boen's relentless pestering. Deep down, she was extremely annoyed by Chu Boen, but out of courtesy, she didn't show it too obviously. The two walked out of the school gates one after the other. Chu Boen recognized Gu Wenqing at a glance. It was him just now. Chu Boen sneered inwardly but pretended to be very gentlemanly in front of campus belle Chen. Hey classmate, Youngshu mentioned that you're also from Yuyang First High School? He didn't notice the look of disgust on campus belle Chen's face when she heard him call her Youngshu. Yes, Gu Wenqing said. Are you waiting for a car here? I happen to have a BMW 5 Series. If it's on the way, I can give you a ride, Chu Boen said pretentiously. He said the words I have a BMW 5 Series especially loudly, making sure that people nearby could hear him. Feeling everyone's shock, his expression gradually became smug and he continued. Don't be shy. We're all from the same hometown, so we should help each other out. Riding in a BMW is definitely more comfortable than squeezing onto a bus or subway. Finishing his words, Chu Boen's face was written all over with pride and a desire to show off. He took out his BMW key and pressed it, and the lights of the BMW 5 Series parked by the road flashed. The surrounding college students were all shocked. Being able to afford a BMW 5 Series in college, although not comparable to a Ferrari, was still pretty badass to ordinary people. They looked at Chu Boen with faces full of envy. No wonder he looked average, yet the girl beside him was stunningly beautiful. Enjoying everyone's envious and jealous expressions, Chu Boen felt incredibly proud of himself. He had regained the thrill of showing off back in high school. Showing off on the first day of college felt really awesome. Oh no thanks, Gu Wenqing shook his head and refused. The other party's words were full of hidden motives. On the surface, it seemed like a kind offer for a ride, but secretly, he was just showing off and trying to put him down. Treating Gu Wenqing as a background prop, as a stepping stone for his showboating. My BMW 5 Series cost me over $500,000 to buy. You probably haven't ridden in such an expensive car before, so you can experience it. Chu Boen's face was full of arrogance. Q and us are simply not from the same world, yet you still want to pursue Chen Youngshu. That's just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. I have my own car. What car? Aren't you afraid of getting a heat stroke riding a shared bicycle on such a hot day? Chu Bohan sneered slightly. Gu Wenking strode forward and the fiery red Ferrari lit up dazzlingly. The crowd watching the tens of millions sports car not far away realized the owner had arrived and had to scatter to make way. I've never ridden in a BMW 5 Series. I never ride in cars worth less than 5 million, Gu Wenking said as he walked. Gu Wenking opened the butterfly doors, leaned down and got in. With a vroom, the engine sounded like a beast howling, proclaiming its top-tier power. In an instant, the air turned completely quiet. 3 seconds later, a clamor erupted. Oh my god, the Ferrari owner is so young. A LaFerrari worth over 20 million, it's so enviable. He's simply at the pinnacle of life. Everyone looked at the cool LaFerrari with boundless envy, wishing they could replace Gu Wenking to experience the charm of driving a multi-million-dollar supercar. Witnessing his rival driving a Ferrari sports car with his own eyes, Chu Bohan felt like he had just swallowed a rat dropping. His face turned extremely ugly. He had been ruthlessly crushed. Just now, he was showing off in front of Gu Wenking, desperately flaunting his $500,000 BMW. Belittling Gu Wenking for not being able to afford a ride in a $500,000 BMW. Who would have thought the slap in the face would come so fast, with Gu Wenking actually driving a Ferrari supercar worth over 20 million? In front of a tens of millions level Ferrari, a $500,000 BMW 5 Series couldn't even compare to one of the Ferrari's wheels. It wasn't that Gu Wenking couldn't afford a $500,000 BMW, it was that he simply looked down on such a low-end car. At this moment, Chu Bohan was embarrassed to the extreme, feeling utterly disgraced right in front of Campus Bell Chen. He had finally managed to ask Campus Bell Chen out, but unfortunately, this meal wasn't going to happen. Taking advantage of everyone's attention still being on the Ferrari, he slinked away in shame. In the car, Gu Wenking originally just intended to register his vehicle for entering the school, never expecting that he would half-willingly end up showing off. Since that was the case, he might as well take a drive around Modu to get familiar with the new environment. Vroom. The engine roared to life, and the car shot into traffic like lightning. On the road, seeing this brand new Ferrari without license plates, the veteran drivers all lost their road rage, terrified of accidentally bumping into the luxury car. During the drive, Gu Wenking received a call from his mom. After asking him some questions about his enrollment, she told Gu Wenking to visit his uncle's house when he had time. Among all of Gu Wenking's relatives, the most successful one in business was none other than his uncle.
Uncle's career was flourishing. He married a woman native to Shanghai and had a daughter. Over the past 10 years, my uncle's family would occasionally return to Yueyang for Chinese New Year. My impression was that my aunt and cousin always looked arrogant, looking down on Gu Wenking's family from the bottom of their hearts. If his mother didn't call, Gu Wenking would absolutely not go to his uncle's house. He felt annoyed just thinking about that mother and daughter's eye-rolling in contempt. Pay respects, my ass. Now that I have money, I'm going to live freely, Gu Wenking said in his heart. Shanghai University, girls' dorm room 3. Wang Yanran was waiting for a reply, almost falling asleep, and still hadn't seen the junior ignore her. She felt wronged in her heart. This was different from before. In the past, those rich second-generation kids or boys would reply to her messages instantly, while she would act cold and indifferent. Often, she would send one sentence, and the simp on the other side would reply with a long string of chat records. The result, today it failed in front of the junior. The roles were reversed. She had sent a full 20 or 30 messages, but the junior hadn't sent a single reply. Most importantly, she even sacrificed her looks and took a few photos. Even she felt the photos were very suggestive and hormone-inducing. Could the junior be with another woman? A sense of crisis rushed to her heart. No, she couldn't just sit and wait for death. Wang Yanran bit her lips slightly, resolved, and clicked on the voice call. On the other side, Gu Wenking was comfortably enjoying the happiness brought by the supercar when his phone rang. Gu Wenking said, "Hello, is something up?" When facing a manipulative woman, one must gain the upper hand, otherwise the other party will become increasingly pretentious. "Junior, I know a super delicious restaurant in Shanghai. Let's go eat together, okay?" Wang Yanran's gentle voice came from the phone. "Okay, wait for me at the school gate." Gu Wenking happened not to have eaten lunch yet, and hearing her say it, he was indeed a bit hungry, so he agreed. Yay! Wang Yanran was delighted in her heart not to have been rejected by Gu Wenking. Her pale face was covered in a smile. That smile was identical to the smiles those simp boys got after receiving her reply. Commonly known as the simp's mysterious smile. The person involved couldn't realize it. When Qian, her roommate, saw it clearly and sighed in her heart, even the department beauty Wang Yanran couldn't escape becoming a simp. If the boys pursuing her saw this scene, they would probably go crazy, right? Wen Qian and Wang Yanran are known as the two golden flowers of the Shanghai University dance department, called the dance department beauties by the boys in the forum. Their soft figures and long legs don't know how many male compatriots they've charmed. After Gu Wenqing picked up the voice call, he found dozens of unread messages on WeChat. Do you like it, Junior? Image. You can take this used pair from today for your collection, Junior. I have many styles of socks, Senior can show you. Attached photos, a dozen or so various self-portraits. Various colored silks. Enchantress. Damn it. How am I supposed to resist this? Gu Wenqing felt a burst of heat in his heart. Being at the peak age of energy, it was a time of curiosity about the opposite sex and loving to explore new things. Encountering these suggestive and tempting selfie pictures, who could resist? I'll let you be smug for a while. There will be time for you to cry later. Gu Wenqing suppressed his desire, stepped on the gas, and the Ferrari rushed towards the direction of Shanghai University. For beautiful women delivered to his doorstep, Gu Wenqing stated he would not refuse. Now his card has 11 billion deposits. Living freely is his true intention. Happiness is the most important thing. What is a man's happiness? A large amount of money, career success, and beautiful women throwing themselves at him. Gu Wenqing replied directly, wear them. The main entrance of Shanghai University. Cars coming and going like water. At this time, Wang Yanran was standing at the intersection of the main road with her bag. Her slightly curly long hair was down, her already correct features were wearing delicate makeup, with light pink eyeshadow and lipstick, plus a little bit of blush, making her look very innocent and desirable. The light brown slim small top highlighted her upper body curve, revealing a charming little waist, long slender legs wearing a light-colored mini skirt, and the pale long legs also had checkered fishnet socks attached. Her sexy dress made the opposite sex passing by unable to help but watch her, as expected of a dance student. Wang Yanran's figure and appearance are definitely among the top tier. Wang Yanran was very mature early on, knowing her high beauty value, also knowing what she wanted. She never concealed her desire for money. But her requirements were also surprisingly high. She had added many rich second-generation kids' WeChat, but had not been involved in any romantic rumors with any of them. At this moment, a Maserati stopped next to Wang Yanran. Wang Yanran, it's so hot, don't stand there. Come sit in my car for a while. Where are you going? I'll take you. The boy driving the Maserati is named Du Ziteng, a senior at Shanghai University, and also a relatively famous rich second-generation kid. Du Ziteng is most enthusiastic about picking up girls. With the Maserati, he has dated many girlfriends, only recently broke up, and is currently single. The more he looked at Wang Yanran, the more beautiful she seemed. Discovering the person was Du Ziteng. Wang Yanran's calm face changed slightly. She had a very bad impression of Du Ziteng, who spread his love everywhere. She didn't speak, directly moving to the side to wait. Du Ziteng wasn't angry either, instead laughing, he drove the car in front of Wang Yan again. My family opened a high-end restaurant nearby. If you have time today, would you do me the honor of having a meal together? Du Ziteng said with a bit of showing off. He displayed his financial power, striving to take down Wang Yanran today, which would also be enough for him to brag about in school for countless times. Sorry, I have an appointment. Also, I have no time today, no time tomorrow, and no time in the future. Go find someone else. Wang Yanran, with a cold face, rejected pitiless. Being rejected twice, Du Ziteng felt very angry in his heart. He cursed in his heart, that whole school knows you're a gold digger, what are you pretending for? An appointment? I know all the wealthy rich kids at Shanghai University. Which one is the one you're dating? Du Ziteng's tone had a hint of envy. Damn it, such a stunner was actually beaten to it by someone else. Wang Yanran looked indifferent, not wanting to pay attention to him. Why don't you dare to say his name? Is it because he's not as rich as me and his car isn't as good as mine, so you're embarrassed to say? Du Ziteng misunderstood, thinking Wang Yanran was finding it hard to speak because the conditions of her date were not as good as his. He said with a proud look, it doesn't matter if the conditions of the date are a bit bad. After all, a student like me who drives $1 million Maserati sports car in university is very, very rare. There's no need to compare others with me. Wang Yanran curled her lips, feeling this fly buzzing around her was annoying to death. Why hasn't White Horse Jr. come yet? I specifically wore what he liked. A red Ferrari is speeding over from the distance. Holy crap, that's a Ferrari LaFerrari. Sitting in his car, Du Zaiting became incredibly excited upon seeing the Ferrari and let out an instant scream. That is so insanely. Du Zaiting was a car enthusiast by nature, and his favorite supercar brand was Ferrari. At this moment, Du Zaiting, driving a $1 million Maserati, looked on with eyes full of envy, dying of jealousy toward the owner of the LaFerrari. Then he watched in a daze as Wang Yanran climbed into the passenger seat of the Ferrari. He was stunned, especially when he remembered how he had been showing off in front of Wang Yanran just moments ago. Doesn't he have less money than me and his car isn't as good as mine? Recalling those two sentences now, Du Zaiting wanted to slap himself twice. Damn it, I'm just driving an entry-level sports car, and I actually tried to compare wealth and cars with someone driving a top-tier multi-million-dollar supercar. Was my brain broken? In that instant, everything suddenly clicked for Du Zaiting. No wonder Wang Yanran wouldn't even spare him a glance. She had found a super-rich young gentleman. Seeing the woman he had his eyes on get into someone else's car, Du Zaiting looked at the departing shadow of the Ferrari with a face ashen with despair. Ding. Host has unlocked a new title, Snatcher of Desires. Reward, one high-end Western restaurant. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, one-handed supercar driving. One-handed supercar driving significantly improves the host's supercar driving ability and track experience, granting the host the skills of a professional racing driver. Critical hit reward, a special leopard pattern license plate for the Magic City. All items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, so the host may use them with peace of mind. As soon as the system's prompt ended, Gu Wenqing was stunned. So unlocking titles doesn't just reward money and skills but also shops and license plates? Maybe there will be more unexpected rewards in the future. This one-handed supercar skill is quite flashy for showing off, especially suitable for flirting with girls. Just imagine, drifting with one hand while taking S-curves at high speed. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Combined with a supercar, this skill would probably drive a girl to the absolute peak of excitement. A vast amount of driving experience flooded into Gu Wenqing's mind, and his driving skills were greatly enhanced. What a shame, he was in the city, where there were strict speed limits. He had all this skill but nowhere to showcase it. Sigh. Gu Wenqing sighed, his hand landing disappointed on Wang Yanran's smooth, fishnet-stockinged legs in the passenger seat. She really is a dancer, the texture feels amazing. You're so bad, Wang Yanran blushed and reached out to slap his wandering hand away. How come? You were such a tease online, making me boil with heat, but now that we've met, why are you acting shy? Gu Wenqing said while driving. It's all moving too fast, I'm scared, Wang Yanran said weakly. Gu Wenqing frowned. If you're scared, then behave. Stop sending me those risque photos every day if you're only going to light the fire without putting it out. Hey, I don't care, Wang Yanran stretched out her long legs and continued. Tada, do I look pretty in fishnets? Wang Yanran's legs were truly long. They weren't like sticks but nicely rounded and straight, neither too thin nor too fat. These legs with fishnet stockings had a unique charm. I have to say her legs were the most beautiful ones Gu Wenqing had ever seen. Why are you stretching them out so far? They're reaching over to my side. If you want me to touch your legs, just say so. Shamelessly, Gu Wenqing touched them a few more times to get his fill. Wang Yanran flushed. Don't you just want to see the fishnets? I'm being so obedient, yet instead of praising me, you're taking advantage of me. You're so bad. Hungry. Since you're being so obedient, I'll treat you to a big meal, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. They happened to be passing by a 5-star hotel. Many luxury cars were parked at the hotel entrance, such as Bentleys, Rolls-Royces and several sports cars. At such a 5-star hotel, only ultra-luxury vehicles were allowed to park in front, while less prestigious cars had to go to the underground garage. Gu Wenqing drove his $20 million Ferrari LaFerrari right up to the entrance. When the valet saw it was a Ferrari, he hurriedly removed the no parking barrier from an empty spot. Arriving at a 5-star hotel, Wang Yanran felt uneasy. What is my senior doing? Getting a room? Although she accepted that as time went on, the two of them would eventually reach this stage. But starting today, this development is way too fast. Wang Yanran bit the bullet and found a lame excuse, stammering, "Senior, I'm still on my period." What on earth are you thinking about all day? Gu Wenqing found it both annoying and funny, and gave her a flick on the forehead. Who said coming to a hotel means we have to get a room? There's a private kitchen here, okay? We're just here to eat. Nothing X-rated. Oh, okay, Wang Yan nodded. Beat it. Although she was a materialistic girl, she was still a good person. Even though she liked to post risque photos, she was actually still a virgin. The two came to the restaurant and Gu Wenqing handed her the menu. Wang Yanran exclaimed at how expensive it was. Seeing prices of hundreds or thousands on the menu made her feel dizzy. She was just a student from an ordinary family. The Hermes bag she carried was something she saved up for over a year to buy. She never imagined that a single signature dish at a 5-star hotel private kitchen would cost nearly as much as her bag. It'd be a waste not to order the signature dishes here. The price doesn't matter as long as it tastes good. Seeing she hadn't made a move, Gu Wenqing directly ordered 5 or 6 signature dishes. Wang Yanran watched as her senior checked off several of the most expensive items and finally added 2 bottles of red wine. On the price list, the cost of the red wine gave her a huge shock. The price of 1 bottle was 88,88. 2 bottles came to nearly 180,000. Wang Yanran thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, and only after looking several times did she dare to believe it was real. Her senior had spent nearly 180,000 on 2 bottles of wine. Plus the signature dishes. Didn't this meal cost over 200,000? In one meal, her senior spent what others work hard for a year or many years to save up. Is this the life of the rich? Spending money like water, my senior is just too handsome. Wang Yanran's head felt even dizzier, her face flushed as if she'd already been drinking wine. Wang Yanran felt like she was living in a dream. This kind of high-quality life was something she never dared to imagine before. After ordering, the two sat together chatting happily about interesting things. A while later, a waiter pushed a trolley over, serving all the dishes. Gu Wenqing had the waiter open 1 bottle of red wine, planning to take the other one back to enjoy occasionally when he couldn't sleep. Gu Wenqing asked, "They say people who study dance have very flexible bodies." Hearing her junior's question, Wang Yanran's first thought was, "It means unlocking more positions?" Sensing Wang Yanran's strange gaze, Gu Wenqing frowned. "Where did your mind go again? This is a serious question." Wang Yanran pouted. "Then can you take your hand off my leg?" "I couldn't help myself." Wang Yanran said shyly, "You bad boy." The meal left both of them very satisfied, and Gu Wenqing managed to take some liberties with his hands. He was still left wanting more. Ding! Gu Wenqing's iPhone rang. With the beauty by his side, his hands were currently occupied, so he asked Wang Yanran to put it on speakerphone. A pleasant female voice came from the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Gu Wenqing?" Receiving a positive response, she continued, "Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm a staff member from the Modu license plate auction. For the license plate HU A1111 that you won with a 20 million premium, our auction house will provide you with the subsequent title transfer and registration services. It was a special license plate rewarded by the system." Gu Wenqing was extremely satisfied with this badass plate number. Without the system pulling strings, no amount of money could buy such a repeating digit plate in Modu. Modu is one of Huaxia's 4 Tier 1 cities and the economic center of Huaxia. A local Modu license plate is extremely difficult to win in the lottery. The winning rate is even lower than in Huaxia's capital. In Modu, getting a local license plate is far harder to achieve than buying a car. Countless Modu locals participate in the lottery for years on end, and when they simply can't win, they have to settle for buying new energy vehicles, since buying a new energy vehicle doesn't require a lottery. One can imagine, since ordinary Modu plates are so hard to win, let alone an awesome plate like HU A1111. This is the ultimate status symbol that countless rich people dream of having. With the speakerphone on, Wang Yanran heard it loud and clear. Her little mouth fell open, and she was completely stunned. What did she just hear? Her junior paid a 20 million premium for a license plate. And that was just the 20 million premium. Wouldn't the total transaction price have to be in the hundreds of millions? The 20 million premium alone could buy a large apartment in the most prosperous area of Modu. Her junior was simply too rich. Wang Yanran felt her imagination was lacking. Before, she only thought that rich people just had more luxurious food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But she never would have thought someone would spend hundreds of millions to buy a license plate. This world was just too crazy. The life of the wealthy was something she couldn't imagine at all. She was still in shock and didn't notice that a certain someone had already touched a soft spot. The call was still ongoing. "Mr. Gu, are you still there?" "I'm here. Our auction house also has a star license plate, HUAZAZ888, up for auction. May I ask if Mr. Gu is interested?" Fearing that Gu Wenking wouldn't understand, the auction house staff member specifically explained, "There are only over 2,000 HUAZ license plates. In the 90s, a HUAZ plate was auctioned off for an astronomical price of 300,000. In addition to its economic value, the HUAZ plate also holds historical value." Hearing that the license plate was so rare, and considering that with his wealth he would buy more luxury cars in the future, there was no reason for Gu Wenking not to buy it. Gu Wenking said without hesitation, "Just tell me the price." "The price for the HUAZ88888 license plate is 5 million. Gu Wenking said directly, "That cheap. I'll buy it. I'm at the Chalet 5-star hotel. You can come over directly." After hanging up the phone, the auction house staff member was filled with respect for Gu Wenking. A 5 million license plate was cheap. Compared to the plate he bought with a 20 million premium, HUAZ88888 was indeed nothing to mention, but 5 million was not a small sum either. Countless families could never earn 5 million in their entire lifetimes, yet Mr. Gu easily spent 5 million on a license plate with little practical use. She quietly thought to herself, "If I had 5 million, I would definitely buy a house." At that moment, she became curious about Gu Wenking. Judging from the voice on the phone, Mr. Gu should be quite young. She picked up a mirror and started touching up her makeup. She was going to meet Mr. Gu later, and she wanted to dress up to look her absolute best. Sailahu 5-star. Wang Yanrun hadn't yet recovered from her shock when she heard her junior buy another license plate for 5 million. With the previous 100 million level plate, him buying another one for 5 million didn't surprise her too much. She came back to her senses only to find her body tingling, and she gently slapped away the massaging hand on her softness. Her face flushed red. "Stop touching me." Gu Wenking smiled and said, "I'll just rest it on top, I won't move." Pieffed, shameless. While the two were flirting, some middle-aged men not far away who had heard the phone call spoke with sarcasm. "Haha, a 20 million premium for the HUA111111 plate. Are you two putting on a two-man show here? Young people nowadays are too impetuous. They just daydream all day and don't do any real work." One of the men, with a Bentley key hanging from his waist and reeking of alcohol, said, "Little girl, don't be fooled by this kid. The HUA1111 license plate would never be put up for auction. The person who owns that plate is a prominent figure in the Modu business world who lacks no money. He's just putting on a show for you." After the Bentley man finished speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally revealed the Bentley key hanging on his pants. The few of them had drunk some white liquor and were a bit tipsy. Alcohol fuels lust, and seeing how beautiful Wang Yanrun was, they inevitably harbored some other thoughts. Seeing Gu Wenking showing off like that, they decided to step forward and expose his lies, hoping to make the girl feel disgusted by him, so they would have a chance. "Young man, seeing how young you are, as someone with experience, let me remind you that you should stay on the right path and do things down to earth," the Bentley man said in the tone of an elder, but his eyes were constantly staring at Wang Yanrun's long legs. "Look at me, working diligently. Now I have 3 houses in Modu, multiple cars under my name, and a few days ago I just picked up a new Bentley." The Bentley man was happily showing off, but Wang Yanrun was startled by his sleazy expression and felt extremely disgusted by him. She thought to herself, "My junior is much better, not a pervert like him." Gu Wenking sat calmly, quietly listening to the Bentley man showing off in front. "That's right, my big brother is just awesome. Our big brother's company makes over 10 million in profit a year. Our big brother's net worth is over 100 million. Young man, you should learn a thing or two from him." The people eating with him were also singing the Bentley man's praises. The Bentley man smiled arrogantly. He was just that rich and imposing. Wang Yanrun wanted to retort but was stopped by Gu Wenking. Gu Wenking said slowly, "Are you done talking? Are you done showing off? You have a net worth of over 100 million. You earn 10 million a year. Is that really something to brag about?" Gu Wenking said with disdain. Gu Wenqing threw the Ferrari keys on the table and opened his mobile banking balance. My annual interest is higher than the annual profit of your company. Hearing this, several men were dumbfounded. When they saw the string of numbers on the bank card, the man with the Bentley could not believe it was real. 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion. 1 10 100,000 10,000 100,000 million 10 million 100 million billion 10 billion. 1 10 100,000 10,000 100,000 million 10 million 100 million billion 10 billion. He counted it a full 3 times. It really was an 11-digit deposit. What had they just seen? A young man with 10 billion in his bank account. My God! They were all terrified. They never imagined that they had just tried to show off, only to end up provoking a big shot. They had hit a steel plate. At this moment, their legs went weak, their drunkenness vanished, and they slumped to the ground, muttering 10 billion over and over again. The little episode ended, and since he had drunk some red wine, the Ferrari couldn't be driven. Gu Wenqing took a taxi and told Wang Yanran to go back to school on her own. He still had to deal with the registration plates next. In front of the Ferrari, the beautiful woman from the auction house, dressed in professional attire with black stockings and high heels, was waiting for Gu Wenqing while holding some documents. Inside the taxi, Wang Yanran was still deeply shocked. 10 billion, an 11-digit deposit. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she had heard it from those men. Does he really have 10 billion? Wang Yanran was torn between believing it and not. She wanted to believe it because Gu Wenqing was driving a supercar worth over 10 million and spent 200,000 on a simple meal. He paid a 20 million premium just to buy a license plate. All this was enough to show that her junior's family was incredibly wealthy. She couldn't believe it because for an 18-year-old freshman to have 10 billion in his account was just too absurd. Even if his family was rich, they wouldn't give their child that much pocket money. Why have I become so hesitant? She had always been a person who dared to love and hate. Wang Yanran smiled. Why guess? I should just ask him directly. Wang Yanran took her phone and typed directly. Was what those old perverts said earlier true? Fake. It's just a picture from the internet. Receiving the message, Wang Yanran breathed a sigh of relief. She felt much lighter. Upon learning that her junior didn't actually have 10 billion, she wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, she felt happy. It's good that it's fake. I was afraid that I would be even less worthy of you, Wang Yanran thought silently. Having nothing else, she only had her beauty to offer, and in front of her junior, she always felt a bit inferior deep down. At the 5-star Silai Lu Ho, Yang Mo was waiting quietly. She saw a handsome young man walking towards her. He was dressed neatly and vibrantly, with a height of 180 cm, looking full of youthful energy. He was very handsome, and she couldn't help but look twice. However, as the handsome young man got closer, Yang Mo's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Could he really be Mr. Gu Wenqing? Yang Mo couldn't help but ask, could a person who casually paid a 20 million premium for a license plate, and then spent another 5 million like it was nothing for another plate, really be this handsome? Deep down, people always think it's impossible for someone to be perfect. Surely there can't be many people who are both rich, handsome, and tall. But when the young man walked up to her and said, "How did you guess that my car was the Ferrari?" she was excited. Mr. Gu was actually so young and handsome. He was practically the archetype of a domineering CEO from a novel. Yang Mo was slow to react for a moment, her voice trembling slightly. Mr. Gu. Gu Wenqing nodded. You still haven't answered my question, Yang Mo said with a smile, because that's the only car here without a license plate. Gu Wenqing felt like a fool for asking such a stupid question. It was his own fault for forgetting that his Ferrari LaFerrari didn't have a plate yet. I've had some wine, you drive. Gu Wenqing threw the keys to her. I didn't bring flat shoes. Yang Mo was stunned. The black stockings and high heels made Yang Mo look tall and sexy. While her features might not match Wang Yanran's, she was still a rare beauty. Gu Wenqing frowned. The supercar only had 2 seats, so it was impossible to call a designated driver. It seemed he would have to buy her a pair of shoes. Gu Wenqing asked, what size shoe do you wear? Size 38. All right, wait here for me, I'll go buy you a pair. After saying this, Gu Wenqing went off to look for a shoe store. Yang Mo was deeply touched. Mr. Gu was truly a gentleman. When he saw the high heels she was wearing, he told her to stay put while he went out to buy shoes for her. Other rich second-generation kids definitely wouldn't do this. Working at an auction house, Yang Mo often met wealthy people, and many of them treated merely as tools for showing off or venting. Soon Gu Wenting returned with the shoes. Yang Mo got into the Ferrari, stretched her legs out, and looked down to change her shoes. Yang Mo covered her shirt with her hands and took off her high heels. Gu Wenking said deliberately, "Hurry up, I don't think your feet are smelly." "I do not, my feet don't smell. If you don't believe me, smell them yourself," Yang Mo said, both shy and angry. Facing the multi-million-dollar Ferrari, Yang Mo felt completely at a loss sitting in the driver's seat. She had driven plenty of cars before, but this was her first time behind the wheel of a Ferrari. Sitting inside, she was flustered and had no idea how to operate it. Gu Wenking watched from the side, clearly amused. Yang Mo's clueless look was actually quite cute. "Start it like this first, then the handbrake is here, and then..." Gu Wenking had no choice but to lean in and teach her step by step, which inevitably led to some physical contact, making Yang Mo blush deeply several times. The trip should have taken only half an hour according to the GPS, but it took Yang Mo nearly an hour to arrive. Who knows how many drivers on the road were cursing. Driving a Ferrari at a snail's pace was a total waste of such a fine car. On the way, Gu Wenting kept telling her to speed up and press the gas pedal. Yang Mo simply replied, "I'm scared. If I crash it, I can't afford to pay for it." Gu Wenking joked, "If you can't pay, just pay me with yourself." Yang Mo said, "You don't mind that I'm older than you? A woman 3 years older is like a golden brick, and besides, older mature women are all the rage these days." "Men's words are nothing but lies," Yang Mo said with a pout. Despite saying that, she was actually overjoyed inside. He is wealthy, handsome, tall, and has such a sweet tongue. It is over, it is all over. Which woman could possibly resist this? Task. By the time Gu Wenking finished his tea, the license plate was already mounted. Shanghai A111 was on the Ferrari LaFerrari. The other plate, Shanghai AZ888, was saved for the next car. "Ah, this tea is terrible," Gu Wenking remarked. "It seems at my age I'm only suited for sodas and the like." "You are only 18. Yang Mo learned his real age while they were getting the plates. "Yes, is that strange?" "I was just asking. I felt you were young before, but I didn't expect you to be not even 20. Sigh. Seeing your age makes me feel really old," Yang Mo said with a sigh. "How old are you?" Gu Wenking asked back. 24. Gu Wenking laughed and said, 6 years older than me? Then I've really hit the jackpot. Should I hold on to a diamond mountain? You are so annoying. Everything was taken care of. The two exchanged WeChat. Yang Mo had to go to work, so she left. Gu Wenking, now sober, drove the Ferrari back to Shanghai University. At the school gate, the Ferrari once again drew gasps from many people. After Gu Wenking parked and registered the vehicle, the Ferrari roared into the campus. He hadn't even entered his room after parking when he heard howling from inside the dorm. As soon as Gu Wenking stepped in, Zhao Tao walked up and said loudly, "Old Gu, you've struck gold. That beautiful senior is famous at Shanghai University now. She's been hailed as one of the goddesses of the art department. Damn, no wonder she's so pretty. I thought the girls at Shanghai University were just generally high quality. I never imagined that senior was among the very best. Man, a department goddess chasing after you, old Gu. You've really hit the jackpot this time." As soon as Gu Wenting returned, his 3 roommates kept talking, their faces full of envy. Ahem. After the envy faded, Huang Zicheng still had some reservations. He cautioned, "Many people say the senior is a bit of a gold digger, so be careful and keep your spending rational." Gu Wenking smiled and indicated that he and Wang Yanrun were just ordinary friends. Zhao Tao noticed Gu Wenking had brought red wine. He grinned, grabbed a gargle cup from the bathroom, opened the wine with a corkscrew and poured a full glass. Zhao Tao chucked it down and let out a burp afterward. "My God, this red wine tastes great, much better than the 35 yuan bottle from our town." Zheng Xiaohong poured himself a glass and drank it in a sophisticated manner. Huang Zicheng, who had seen a bit of the world, looked closely. The brand seemed familiar, like he'd seen it somewhere before. It was at his cousin's friend's banquet. My God, a bottle of this brand starts at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Oh my God, what a waste. Wine worth tens of thousands should be sipped slowly, not chugged like soda. Huang Zicheng looked at the remaining wine with his heart aching. What? Tens of thousands? Xiao Tao was dumbfounded and said in shock. Then didn't I just drink 5,000 to 6,000 yuan in one gulp? Man, I just drank a whole semester's living expenses. Zheng Xiaohong was also shocked. Old Gu, is this wine really that expensive? Why didn't you say so sooner? Gu Wenqing said modestly, it's not expensive at all, drink up. 88 tons 88 yuan wine wasn't expensive to him at all now. Huang Ziqing took a small sip. The wine was authentic and the taste was even better than what he had at that banquet. Looking at the indifferent Gu Wenqing, Huang Ziqing didn't say anything more. As a Shanghai local, he had initially felt a bit proud, thinking he was the richest in the dorm. After this bottle of wine, he realized his assumption was wrong. The real big shot in this room is old Gu.
Night descends quietly. In this bustling city of bright lights and bustling nightlife, the evening has just begun. As soon as Gu Wenqing and his friends stepped out of the dorm, they saw several groups of girls walking by. It was a hot day, and they were dressed in shorts or miniskirts, showing off their fair, smooth legs, paired with simple white sneakers or casual shoes. Their simple outfits radiated a youthful vibe. Zheng Xiaohong watched them intently with a chuckle, whispering that the quality of girls at Moda University was not bad at all. Zhao Tao agreed, grinning widely. I have lived back home for so long, and I haven't seen as many pretty girls in all that time as I have today. Huang Ziqing curled his lip. Girls in big cities know how to dress up better. As long as they have a decent foundation, a little bit of makeup makes them way more attractive than the girls in small towns who don't wear anything. The four of them walked and chatted until they found a barbecue stand not far from the school gate and sat down. Huang Ziqing's girlfriend also attends university in Modu. It is a Tier 2 school about 10 kilometers away from Modu University. Huang Ziqing spoke to her on the phone, and they were already on their way. Are her roommates coming? Zhao Tao asked hurriedly. Huang Ziqing laughed. Don't worry, they are all coming. Just make sure to seize your own opportunities. The four of them ordered some barbecue and beer while they waited. About 20 minutes later, four girls stepped out of a taxi. When over here, Huang Ziqing called out excitedly towards the girls. From a distance, Zhou Tao and the others saw a tall, beautiful girl walking towards them, followed by three others. Zhao Tao's eyes lit up. Old Gu, look at that beauty, she is gorgeous. I've called dibs on the one in front. No one is allowed to snatch her from me. Gu Wenqing looked over. The lead girl was indeed beautiful. She had long brown hair, a pink top, and light gray denim shorts. Her long, straight, fair legs were covered in white socks, and she wore casual white sneakers. Her eyes were truly stunning. They seemed to smile, making anyone who looked at them feel a sense of joy. Huang Ziqing said, resentfully, Good heavens, you shouldn't covet a friend's partner. That one is my girlfriend. What? Your girlfriend? Zhao Tao was dumbfounded. Zheng Xiaohong was also stunned. If Gu Wenqing had a girlfriend that attractive, they wouldn't be surprised, since old Gu is incredibly handsome. But Huang Ziqing looks so ordinary, yet his girlfriend is so stunning. Li Wenhuan led her three roommates to the barbecue stand, but frowned when she saw the messy, unhygienic environment, feeling quite displeased. She had gone to great lengths to get her roommates to come out and ride a taxi for over 10 kilometers, only for Huang Ziqing to pick such a terrible place to eat. She felt she had lost face in front of her roommates. It was Zheng Xiaohong's first time being so close to such a beautiful girl. He wanted to say more, but he stumbled over his words and just managed to say a dry, "Hello, little sister-in-law." Zheng Xiaohong was the oldest in the dorm, so he called Huang Ziqing's girlfriend little sister-in-law. What did you call me? Li Wenhuan frowned, her tone sharp. Huang Ziqing smiled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. He is older than me, so calling you sister-in-law is fine. Even a temporary boyfriend is still a boyfriend, right? Li Wenhuan looked arrogant. You haven't been promoted to full status yet, so stop going around announcing things. Zhou Tao was stunned. What? City people really know how to play. They even have temporary boyfriend and girlfriend statuses. Huang Ziqing sighed bitterly. It's a long story. I haven't been made official yet. Hearing this, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong exchanged a smile. No wonder, they weren't even a couple yet. Huang Ziqing, who always dressed like a rebel, would certainly have to put in a lot of work to win over such a pretty girl. The four girls sat down next to each other. Li Wenhuan's three roommates had originally come to see if the boys at Moda University were handsome. If they were up to par, they could exchange contact information and chat. But when they looked from afar, seeing Zhao Tao in his dull black outfit and Zheng Xiaohong, who was as thin as a monkey, all three of them were disappointed. Then, after sitting down, they saw Gu Wenqing. Wow, he is really handsome. The three of them kept glancing at Gu Wenqing, who was the best-looking one, and Li Wenhuan also found herself looking at him a few more times. Li Wenhuan's dorm had very attractive girls. All four were high quality, and you could tell they were city girls. Their dressing styles and makeup were all impeccable, yet each had their own unique vibe. Su Qiqiu wore a white long dress and had an ethereal temperament. Mo Luo wore athletic gear and sports shorts. She worked out often, so her skin was a slight wheat color, but her physique and features were absolutely stunning. The one with the least striking facial features was Daixi. She wore a white t-shirt and a denim skirt. Her skin was so fair it was glowing, and those arms and legs exposed to the air were very eye-catching. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but sigh. Fair skin hides a multitude of flaws. Daisy might be slightly less pretty in terms of pure facial features than the others, but with that glowing skin, she was the most charming among them. Everyone introduced themselves, getting to know each other a little. Halfway through their drinks, Mo Luo suddenly asked Gu Wenqing, "Do you work out often?" Gu Wenqing took a sip of beer and retorted, "Why do you ask?" In his 18 years of life, Gu Wenqing had never once stepped to a gym. Mo Luo's eyes lit up as she said, "I saw your 8-pack abs, such defined, streamlined muscles, it's impossible for someone who doesn't work out to have those." While they were drinking and chatting earlier, it got a bit hot, and Gu Wenqing had lifted his shirt slightly, which Mo Luo happened to notice. Gu Wenqing couldn't say it was a system reward, so he smiled and said, "You caught me, I really love working out." "Wow, that's great! I have a workout buddy now. We should hit the gym together sometime. I just bought an annual membership, we can use it together," Mo Luo said happily. "All right, you are too much, trying to flirt with handsome Gu so quickly," Li Wenwen giggled. Su Q nudged Daishi's arm and whispered, "Your eyes are stuck on him. If you like him, you better make a move soon. Don't you see Mo Luo has already taken the lead?" Daishi's fair face blushed, and she said softly, "No, we just met, how could I already like him?" "Oh, women, don't regret this later." The 8 people from the 2 dorms were chatting happily. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Everyone in the shop looked toward the source of the noise. The table and chairs in front already been overturned. "God, who the hell are you pretending to be innocent for? Don't you know when to take a hint?" As the men spat insults, the ringleader slapped the girl with short hair across the head. Gu Wenqing frowned. Just then, the short-haired girl was knocked to the ground. Gu Wenqing narrowed his eyes. He recognized the long-haired girl behind her. It was Chen Youngshu, the school beauty from his high school days. Just a few minutes ago, a few drunks had spotted the innocent young girl. One of them reached out to grab the school beauty and leered, asking, "How much for a night of drinking with us?" This infuriated Chen Youngshu and her friend Liu Yao. The short-haired girl snapped, "You're insane." That directly enraged the man. He punched Liu Yao right in the head. Then the other drunks joined in. Despite the intense pain, Liu Yao shielded Chen Youngshu behind her, keeping the school beauty from getting hurt. The leading drunk wouldn't stop, shouting as he continued the assault. "I gave you a chance, you bitch. You should be grateful for 8 lifetimes that I even looked at you." The ringleader grabbed Liu Yao by the hair, dragged her toward the group, and raised a table as if to smash it down on her. The school beauty, who had always been surrounded by admirers, had never faced such a situation. She felt completely helpless and desperate. The onlookers were terrified. Some called the police, while others pulled out their phones to take photos or record videos. How outrageous. They have absolutely no regard for the law. Everyone wants to be a hero, but the attackers were numerous and strong. Protecting oneself was the rational choice. "I've already called the police. Let's wait for them to handle it. They are just awful. I hope justice arrives soon." "Damn it, it's my own fault for being so dizzy from the alcohol. I have no strength left," someone said. Some were students from Magic University who immediately recognized one of the girls as Chen Yun, the goddess-tier school beauty from the campus network. The girl with red hair watched as people turned away, eyes darting, with no intention of stepping in to help. Her eyes welled up with tears. There were so many people there. If they all stood up together, they could definitely stop the drunks. But people choose to play it safe, and you can't blame them for that. As the table was about to strike Liu Yao, Gu Wenqing stood up. His 3 roommates shouted, "Old Gu, don't go. The police have already been called, don't be a hero." Ignoring them, Gu Wenqing charged forward. "Don't worry, I've trained for this." Gu Wenqing possessed the skill invincible. He didn't consider these thugs a threat at all. The anxious hearts of the girls present found a glimmer of comfort. The girl with red hair saw hope. In that instant, Gu Wenqing seemed like a ray of light in the darkness. The girls had only one thought: it's truly heartwarming, how can you not fall for someone like him? Gu Wenqing had already charged in. He was fast. Just as the drunk was about to smash the table down, Gu Wenqing leaped forward with a roundhouse kick. Before the drunk could react, he was kicked into the dirt, lying motionless like a dead pig. His action finally snapped the other drunks out of their stupor. "What the hell? You're looking for a death wish." Facing the incoming brutes, Gu Wenqing pushed forward instead of retreating, ignoring the countless punches landing on him. Every punch he threw landed heavily on a drunk's head. Bang. Bang. The loud thuds rang out repeatedly. After 7 punches, in almost an instant they all lost consciousness, covered in blood. And that was Gu Wenqing holding back, otherwise their jaws would have been dislocated. The first drunk who was kicked came to his senses. "Damn it, I'm going to chop you to pieces," he said, charging at Gu Wenqing with a... Seeing this, everyone's heart tightened, praying that he would be safe. Gu Wenqing frowned, thinking he had been too kind by holding back his strength. Gu Wenqing charged forward in a flash. With his invincible skill, these drunken weaklings were no match for him. In an instant, Gu Wenqing unleashed dozens of punches, not stopping until the drunk was vomiting blood and collapsed. In the distance, Huang Zicheng was stunned, his mouth hanging wide open. In just that short time, old Gu had settled the whole thing. My god, that is so badass. Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong were also wide-eyed with shock, nodding in agreement. In this moment, Gu Wenqing looked like a god of war. It felt as if Gu Wenqing were an ancient general, charging into enemy lines with unstoppable force. Gulp. 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 Witnessing this scene, many girls couldn't help but gulp. So much sense of security. Police sirens echoed from the distance. After understanding the sequence of events and getting testimonies from the crowd, the drunk's actions were laid out. Gu Wenqing, having acted bravely, provided his statement and soon walked out of the police station. The friends who had accompanied him watched as he stepped out. Li Wenhuan's eyes lit up. She walked over and jokingly eyed his abs, giggling, "Not bad, you're actually that strong. You made us worry for nothing." Mo Luo said in surprise, "Wow, I didn't expect you to know martial arts. You have to teach me later." Dai Shi stood by quietly, but her eyes were filled with concern. After this incident, the girls saw Gu Wenqing in a whole new light. His already high level of attractiveness had naturally made them favor him. Combined with his fearless decision to charge forward and face the aggressors alone, his image in their hearts had risen to an even higher level. Feeling their concern, Gu Wenqing smiled. "When you see injustice, you draw your sword to help. I couldn't just watch them get beaten up." Gu Wenqing was born under the red flag, grew up in the spring breeze, and held justice in his heart. "Hey, wait for..." Gu Wenqing and his roommates were just out to leave with the 4 girls. A crisp voice called out from behind. A cute-looking girl with red hair ran over, panting. "Phew, I'm exhausted." "Good thing you haven't left yet." Lin Yingying, with her fiery red hair and expensive attire, had a very provocative style. She wore a black lace-trimmed dress and Valentino high heels. The tight-fitting black dress accentuated her voluptuous figure, showing off her incredibly stunning curves. She held a newly purchased piece of clothing in her hands. "Here, this is for you." Gu Wenqing did not refuse. He took it and put it on right away. Lin Yingying swept her gaze across the 4 girls, including Li Wenhuan, a hint of hostility in her eyes. She wondered if these girls were also admiring him. "You were so cool just now. Can I have your contact information?" Swish. Swish. Zhao Tao, Zheng Xiaohong, and Huang Zicheng were filled with envy. Old Gu is seriously legendary. Another pretty girl is taking the initiative to ask for his WeChat. "Sai, is this the gap between us and Gu Wenqing?" Gu Wenqing has a great body, looks good, knows martial arts, and more importantly has a sense of justice. If I were a girl, I would definitely like him too. That was what they thought. Sure, Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing accepted her friend request and headed back to the dorm alone. As for Zhao Tao and the others, they were escorting the girls back to school. After what just happened, Huang Zicheng, who acted as the temporary boyfriend, was worried about Li Wenhuan and the others returning alone. Zheng Xiaohong and Zhao Tao had both locked onto their targets, claiming there was safety in numbers, and brazenly tagged along to see them home. Ding! Host has unlocked a new title, Heroic Deeds. Reward 10 storefronts in Huaxi Commercial Street. Congratulations to the host for gaining the character attribute, Gentle and Elegant. Gentle and elegant, refined temperament and extraordinary charm, it grants the host a youthful and elegant air, and provides a certain boost to the host's appearance. Temperament, Gu Wenqing muttered to himself. He had always considered himself decent-looking, with a sense of youthful energy. Now with the gentle and elegant boost, wouldn't his looks be off the charts? Holy cow! How are the other boys on Earth supposed to survive? At this rate of unlocking new titles, in less than 3 years he would probably become the ultimate heartthrob of Earth, young, rich, and blessed with both looks and talent. The Earth's heartthrob, as the name implies, is the best-looking guy on the planet. After a while, Gu Wenqing finally calmed his racing heart. Gu Wenqing sent 5,000 yuan Yingying via... It was a luxury brand, so it was quite expensive. Note payment for the clothes. Lin Yingying replied instantly, "Why are you doing this? I don't want it. It's just a piece of clothing. This is my reward for your heroic act." Gu Wenqing, the clothes are very nice, but I don't like owing people favors. He thought about it. The girl had good intentions, and being too blunt might hurt her feelings, so he typed another line. "Just treat me to a meal when you're free." Lin Yingying replied sweetly, "Alright, but you can't refuse the meal then." A villa district in Shanghai. After receiving the money, Lin Yingying felt she had discovered a treasure of a boy. In a great mood, she couldn't help but hum a song. A Ferrari. Over 10 billion in bank saving. 10 storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street. A high-end Western restaurant. 2 valuable celebrity license plates in Shanghai. In the short time he had the system, Gu Wenqing had unknowingly acquired so much wealth. Any single one of the items above would be an object of immense. Yet Gu Wenqing possessed them all. And there would be even more wealth in the future. The 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street awarded today were in the most luxurious commercial street near the Shanghai University City, the go-to spot for students. Therefore, the massive foot traffic made the storefronts on Huaxi Street highly valuable. If an ordinary person owned a storefront there, just renting it out would earn hundreds of thousands or even $1 million a year. They'd never have to work a day in their life. And Gu Wenqing suddenly owned 10 of them. After an exhausting day, Gu Wenqing quickly drifted into dreamland. The next day, the counselor had reminded the class group chat yesterday about military training today. Gu Wenqing woke up very early. Hey, old Gu, why do I feel like you've suddenly become handsome? Huang Zicheng, who was styling his hair, noticed the change in Gu Wenqing. Zhao Tao grinned enviously and said, "That's true, I feel the same way." Zheng Xiaohong chimed in jealously, "My god, is there any justice left? You were already handsome enough, and after one night of sleep, you're even better looking. How are we supposed to live?" Gu Wenqing laughed, "Get out of here, I've always been this handsome, you guys just didn't notice." Saying that, he went into the bathroom to wash up. Gu Wenqing splashed some water on his face, looked up, and was shocked by his own reflection. My god, is the transformation that obvious? His facial features remained the same, but they had been refined by several levels as a whole. It was obvious at a glance that he had become much more handsome. No wonder the three guys in the dorm were so surprised. The old Gu Wenqing was indeed handsome, but not to the level of defying the heavens. After the system's optimization of gentle and elegant, his looks jumped up several grades. Before the optimization, Gu Wenqing's looks were on par with celebrities like Louis Koo, Daniel Wu, and Edison Chen. After the optimization, they were all trash compared to him, completely outclassed by Gu Wenqing. Under the scorching September sun, on the campus playground of Shanghai University, thousands of freshmen stood in military formation wearing camouflage. The weather was humid and hot, and everyone was sweating nonstop. Their entire bodies felt like they had been soaked in water. "All right, everyone at ease, take a break." The instructor checked his phone, seeing that the time was up, and blew the whistle for a break. The students, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground as if drained of all strength. Gu Wenqing took off his hat. His body had been strengthened so he wasn't tired, but the heat was unbearable. Gu Wenqing felt like even his underwear was soaked through. Seeing that everyone had sat down, Gu Wenqing followed suit. Huang Zicheng shouted, "Holy crap, I just styled my hair this morning." Gu Wenqing took a look at his hair, which was greasy and stuck together. With an imprint from the hat's band, it looked quite ridiculous. Gu Wenqing was glad he had gotten a clean short haircut. After taking off the hat, his hair looked unchanged. Whoosh! A gasp erupted from the formation ahead. The sound was loud enough to make everyone on the playground look up. Even the instructors and the upperclassmen who were watching the freshmen training for amusement couldn't help but look over. The boys stared blankly at what they saw. Isn't that the beauty queen from the art department mentioned on the school forum? It's senior Wang Yanren. Why is she at the playground? All eyes were focused on her. Wang Yanren was wearing a white off-shoulder t-shirt, a light-colored mini-skirt, fishnet stockings, and white sneakers. Her long hair was tied into a playful bun, and her exquisite makeup looked striking under the brilliant sunshine. She walked with her long legs and black stockings, radiating a cool, confident vibe with a charming smile on her face. Her appearance instantly caught everyone's attention. The boys, who had previously been listless and drooping their heads, suddenly perked up as if they had just downed an energy drink. Wang Yanran, a sophomore at Moda University. She was widely known on the campus network as one of the top 2 campus beauties of the art department. The incoming freshmen had already seen her pictures online, but they marveled that she looked even more elegant and charismatic in person. Wang Yanran strode toward the front of the playground on her long, slender legs. She was carrying a bottle of sparkling water. That was the favorite drink of the freshmen. Seeing Wang Yanran holding the water, everyone on the playground was stunned. Is the campus beauty here to give sparkling water to a freshman? No, right? Classes have only been in session for a day. Has a freshman already captured the heart of the beautiful senior? Senior Wang Yanran is just so beautiful. Who has such charm that even the campus beauty would come to deliver water? Watching Wang Yanran, the boys in Gu Wenqing's class discussed excitedly. Hey, don't you guys know? Wang Yanran has a crush on Gu Wenqing from our class. Old Gu, the senior's thoughtful service, has arrived. Man, old Gu is so enviable. His roommate said with a mix of envy and jealousy. Wow. What, it's actually for Gu Wenqing? That's impossible. I admit Gu Wenqing is handsome, but there's no way he could have bewitched a senior so quickly. I don't believe it either. Male students from several classes in the formation said. The boys in the class all showed expressions of disbelief, thinking that Zhao Tao and the others were just bragging. Rumors online say that Wang Yanran is quite materialistic and isn't someone you can win over just by being handsome. But as Wang Yanran got closer and closer until she stood right in front of Gu Wenqing, they faced the reality that the beautiful and sexy senior really was there for him. They felt a hollow emptiness in their hearts, as if they had just suffered a breakup. Wang Yanran gave a playful wink. Junior, your sparkling water. It's so hot today, drink some ice water to cool down. This scene left everyone present in shock. The campus beauty braved the scorching sun to deliver water to a freshman. Everyone watched in disbelief, unable to believe what was happening. After Wang Yanran's grand gesture, the girls on the playground realized that Moda University actually had such a good-looking guy. Oh my god, I think I'm in love. This face value is just too high. He's so handsome, no wonder the beautiful senior took the initiative to bring him water. Everyone was wearing the exact same camouflage uniform. The 2 men next to him, one was as thin as a monkey with glasses, wearing his uniform like a puppet soldier. The other one had dyed yellow hair that looked like some non-mainstream style. Compared to them, Gu Wenqing, with his short crew cut and camouflage suit, looked even more dazzling. Even a crew cut looked that good. How could the girls not be smitten? Most of the generation born after 2000 are superficial when it comes to looks. The senior girls not far from the stands were filled with regret. Why didn't I notice him sooner? The handsome guy has already been snapped up by that materialistic girl. I'm so annoyed the handsome junior no longer belongs to me. Mom, I'm in love, but Mom, I think I'm heartbroken again. Someone secretly took a few photos of him and posted them on the school forum with the title, "The most handsome freshman of this year. The school hunk of Moda University has been found." It quickly hit the top of the forum's trending list. Gu Wenqing had become completely famous. In the previous Ferrari incident, only a blurry side profile of Gu Wenqing was captured. Although the Ferrari owner was famous on campus, nobody knew who he actually was. And on short video apps outside campus, the video of Gu Wenqing acting heroically, taking down 8 drunk men by himself, was also uploaded and was currently going viral. Wang Yanren noticed the change in him. "Junior, you've become even more handsome. Right? With a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, we make quite the pair," Gu Wenqing said with a chuckle. Wang Yanren looked back and smiled. "I think so too. How about we give it a try?" "Sure thing. See you tonight at Shai Lu." Wang Yanren pretended to be angry. "Get out of here." The two chatted softly for a while, and then Wang Yanren left. At this moment, the boys in the class were jealous of Gu Wenqing to the extreme. They were all freshmen, so why was Gu Wenqing standing? Even during military training, seniors were bringing him drinks. And it looked like the campus beauty was the one chasing after him. It seems like if we want a happy university life, we need to work harder too. Many boys clenched their fists to cheer themselves on. Suddenly, another sweet voice drifted over. "Gu Wenqing, here's some milk tea for you." One trouble after another. Chen Youngshu was wearing a JK uniform, a white shirt, a light blue pleated skirt, and white socks reaching mid-calf, standing in the sunshine with a pure, innocent look. Because of last night's incident, she had been at the hospital taking care of Liu Yao, so she hadn't attended the military training. Another beautiful girl taking the initiative to deliver comfort to Gu Wenqing. The boys on the scene were red with jealousy. Damn it, is there even a way for us to live? One campus beauty senior was bad enough, but everyone could have just sucked it up. After all, there were plenty of other pretty girls on campus. Damn it. Chen Youngshu, hailed as the most beautiful freshman, was also bringing water to Gu Wenqing. There are only a few top-tier beauties on campus, and Gu Wenqing had managed to capture the hearts of 2 of them all by himself. How could everyone not be furious? He's lost his mind, he's a playboy. Senior Wang Yanren just gave him water a moment ago. He's playing both sides, don't be fooled by him. A few boys from Chen Youngshu's class walked over, each throwing in their 2 cents. When school started, the boys were thrilled to find out that the most beautiful freshman was in their class. Some guys thought they had the home field advantage and that maybe the beauty would fall for them. They hadn't even happy for long before their own class goddess was bringing water to a boy from another class. They couldn't just stand by and watch the campus beauty jump into the fire pit. Chen Youngshu replied with an icy tone, "What business is it of yours? She gives hers, and I give mine. There's no conflict." She handed the milk tea to Gu Wenqing and left, as she still had to go to the hospital to take care of Liu Yao. The eyes of Zhao Tao, Huang Zicheng, and Zheng Xiaohong were all fixed on Gu Wenqing. My goodness, a role model for our generation. Incredible. He actually got 2 major beauties to bring him water at the same time. Could it be that Wang Yanren and Chen Youngshu are both fighting over Gu Wenqing? "Hey students, since you've already got a senior, please stay away from Chen Youngshu," said a decent-looking boy. His name was Wang Songyang. He was in the same class as Chen Youngshu. Wang Songyang is an admirer of Chen Youngshu. He fell in love with her at first sight the moment he saw her. Seeing the goddess he adores giving water to another man, Wang Song felt tense hostility toward Gu Wenqing. "Do you think you can play the field just because you are handsome?" Wang Songyang challenged him. Gu Wenqing replied calmly, "Sorry, I am single, so how could I be playing the field?" Wang Songyang said loudly, "Regardless, you are not allowed to let Chen Youngshu bring you water anymore. You are not worthy of her." Hearing this, Huang Zicheng stepped forward and said, "Are you freaking crazy? Figure out first that it was Chen Youngshu who offered to bring water to Gu Wenqing. If you are so capable, why don't you tell her to stop?" Wang Songyang was not to be outdone. Chen Youngshu is still young and has been fooled by his superficial looks. Once she enters society, she will realize that being good-looking cannot put food on the table, only money is omnipotent. Wang Songyang seemed to find a surge of confidence and said loudly, "Do you know how much one of my family's apartments is worth? A single apartment owned by my family is worth more than you could afford in your entire lifetime of struggling in Magic City." Hearing these words, the surrounding students fell silent. Although Wang Songyang's words were unpleasant, he wasn't exactly lying. Only after coming to Magic City do people realize how poor their families truly are. Housing prices in Magic City easily hit 80, 90, or even 100,000 per square meter. Buying just a 1-bedroom apartment in a slightly prosperous area costs at least 3 to 4 million. Without any surprises, many of them will eventually leave the Magic City they are striving in because they simply cannot afford to buy a home. Even if they grit their teeth, drain their family's savings for a down payment, the high monthly mortgage payments alone would be enough to suffocate them. Some students suddenly envied Liu Songyang. At least he doesn't have to worry about the sky-high housing prices in Magic City. Wang Songyang's tone became very smug. The house my family owns is worth 8 million and my family has 4 such properties. He looked at Gu Wenqing with a sneer. What do you have to compare with me? After saying this, he stood there very pompously, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. So what if you are handsome? In this world, the most important thing is financial power. 4 apartments worth 8 million each. The total value is 32 million. What kind of concept is that? You could easily buy 30 or 40 high-rise apartments in a small city. Several girls, upon hearing that Wang Songyang's family had 4 properties, secretly started flirting with him. Even if Wang Songyang looked quite ordinary, the fact that his family owned 4 properties in Magic City turned him into a catch in the eyes of some girls. Just as everyone was still stunned by Wang Songyang's words, campus security guard walked onto the sports field. The security guard shouted loudly, "Is student Gu Wenqing from the economics department here?" Gu Wenqing walked out from the crowd and answered, "That's me. Your Ferrari is parked under a tree on campus, blocking the landscaping work. Go and move your car quickly." "All right." Gu Wenqing said this and went to move his car, ignoring Wang Songyang's provocation the entire time. Watching Gu Wenqing pull out his Ferrari keys, Wang Songyang was stunned. How is this possible? Gu Wenqing, an outsider, actually drives a Ferrari to school. Even the cheapest Ferrari sports car costs over 4 million on the road. Zhao Tao, Huang Zicheng, Zheng Xiaohong, and everyone else on the field were struck dumb with amazement. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Gu Wenqing was actually driving a Ferrari. It took everyone a long while to process this and come back to their senses. Someone gasped and said, "What kind of standard is to drive a multi-million-dollar sports car in your freshman year? The ceiling of standards. His family must have at least billions in assets." My goodness, born at the finish line. Hearing everyone's comments, Wang Songyang was embarrassed to the extreme. Before long, Gu Wenqing returned after moving his car. Zhao Tao stepped forward and asked, "Old Gu, how much is your Ferrari worth? Are you asking about the price of the car or the license plate?" Zhao Tao was confused. Of course the price of the car. Why would I ask about the license plate? The Ferrari LaFerrari cost over 20 million. Wow. 20 million could buy 2 apartments in a prosperous area of Magic City. The boys looked at Gu Wenqing with envy, their feelings extremely complicated. At this moment, Wang Songyang wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He was bragging about his family's property being worth 32 million, while the car the guy drives is worth over 20 million. Can the financial power of his family even compare to someone who can afford a $20 million car? Wang Songyang basically stuck his face out for Gu Wenqing to slap, and after being slapped, he even had to thank him for it. It really is just pure bad luck down to the core. "Old Gu, is your Ferrari this one?" Wang Zicheng found a picture on the forum. Gu Wenqing answered, "Yeah, that's it." Gu Wenqing replied affirmatively. In the entire Magic City University, or rather the entire University City, he is the only one who drives a Ferrari LaFerrari. Damn. Wang Zicheng was truly impressed by Gu Wenqing from the bottom of his heart now. My god, the Ferrari's license plate is Shanghai A10111. Gu Wenqing, you are absolutely awesome. What did they just hear? The Ferrari's license plate is Shanghai A11111? Even the girls who knew nothing about cars knew how expensive such a license plate was. This is the series where the plate is worth more than the car. A $20 million Ferrari LaFerrari isn't even as expensive as its license plate. Is this how the rich play? Look at the news on my phone quickly. Media reports say Shanghai A11111 was sold at a premium of 20 million. The total transaction price was 168 million. At this moment, they truly understood what the wealth gap was. What a reality check from society feels like. One license plate could buy over a dozen apartments in Magic City. If 168 million were in the bank, the interest alone for 1 year would be enough for them to achieve financial freedom. Everyone looked at Gu Wenqing with endless jealousy. He is the true super rich. Wang Songyang was already in despair. Feeling the strange looks from everyone around, he felt completely uncomfortable. He had actually tried to show off in front of a super rich man. Is a house worth 32 million so impressive? No. A single license plate of the super rich guy is worth more than 5 times his 32 million. Compared to Gu Wenqing, he was like a firefly trying to compare itself to the sun, pure self-humiliation. Wang Songyang kept his head down and scurried back to his class formation. Gu Wenqing's 3 roommates gathered around, and among them Zhao Tao said, "Oh my god, the bottle of red wine I had last night was really worth thousands." Huang Zicheng, old Gu, you were also the one who drove the Ferrari to play the hero saving the damsel during registration, right? I have to say, you are really low-key, you fooled us all. I am going to show off to my high school classmates that my roommate drives a multi-million Ferrari.
On the internet, the 2 major short video platforms, Douyin and Kuaishou, were buzzing with this incident. As soon as the video started playing, it instantly ignited the public's anger. It made everyone who came across the video feel a tightening in their chest. Once the matter started to brew, it quickly received widespread attention. The complete surveillance footage from the store was also leaked shortly after. People in front of their screens were all startled into a cold sweat. The surveillance footage continued to play. The young man in the white shirt suddenly stood up and dashed toward the ringleader. With a flying kick, he saved the person. Afterward, everyone watched as countless fists and slaps landed heavily on the young man in the white shirt. Under the pulling and tugging of several large men, his white shirt was torn to shreds. Facing those large men, the boy showed not a hint of fear. 1 punch, 3 punches, 5 punch, 7 punches. With every punch, he took down a drunken ruffian. In that second, the boy standing in the night, exposed and vulnerable, seemed like the very light of the world. Dude, you're awesome. Isn't this guy worth chasing more than some celebrities? There may be no Ultraman or Tiger in the world, but there is this ordinary boy in a white shirt. Even as a man myself, I find him so cool. This guy is seriously fierce. At the end of the video, the light appeared. Countless people were moved. The young man stood his ground alone. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. The story began to take off. Of course, Gu Wenqing knew nothing about all this. He was still suffering through his military training. In an instant, finding the boy in white spread across the entire internet. How crazy did it get? The top trending searches on Weibo were all about the boy in white. On Kuaishou and Douyin, 9 out of every 10 videos were about the boy in white. Countless girls across the country began to idolize the boy in white. In a certain office building in Shanghai, at the head of the conference room, an elderly man looked at his subordinates with a stern expression. It is a good thing someone stood up, otherwise what would have become of Shanghai's reputation, and how would our compatriots across the country view the people of Shanghai? If it were not for this boy's intervention, Shanghai's image might have plummeted. Investigate this thoroughly, handle the troublemakers with priority and hold them fully accountable. As the meeting was about to adjourn, the old man's tone softened slightly. As for the boy who acted with courage for righteousness, we cannot turn a blind eye. He should be commended. On the playground of Shanghai University, the freshmen had just finished their military training and were resting in the shade. Zhao Tao asked enviously old Gu, "What is the life of a rich person like?" Gu Wenqing replied with a smile, "Just like yours, eating, drinking and sleeping." "Damn, how could it be the same? A single bottle of your red wine costs more than my family's annual income," Zhao Tao, who came from the countryside, sighed. People really shouldn't compare themselves to others. Huang Ziqing chimed in, "You simply cannot imagine the lives of the wealthy." Zhao Tao remained silent. After spending a day together, the 3 roommates didn't feel alienated because Gu Wenqing was rich. Instead, they felt that old Gu was a really great guy. Even though old Gu's family was so wealthy, he never showed off his money in front of them. He never looked down on any of them either. Zhao Tao, in particular, coming from the countryside, felt this deeply. Coming from a poor background, he always felt out of place in a big city like Shanghai. Walking down the street, he always felt like people were pointing at him, saying he was as dark as charcoal and dressed in shabby, tacky clothes. Zhao Tao was usually cheerful on the surface, but deep down he was very sensitive and would often feel hurt. Some arrogant city dwellers would always discriminate against him. In contrast, Gu Wenqing, who could drive a luxury car worth tens of millions and held a license plate worth over 100 million, remained humble and never looked down on him. Even when he drank half a bottle of old Gu's expensive red wine, old Gu just said, "It is not expensive, feel free to drink it." Old Gu deserves to be rich and he deserves to be chased by girls. Suddenly, 5 or 6 government officials in uniforms appeared on the playground. Behind them, there seemed to be cameras and reporters holding microphones. "Student, may I ask where Gu Wenqing is?" a police officer in uniform asked. "Oh, his class formation is over there. The best-looking one is him." The boy felt a bit nervous seeing the police. Thanks to Wang Songyang showing off earlier, he knew who Gu Wenqing was. Looking for Gu Wenqing? Why would so many police officers be looking for Gu Wenqing? What business could a freshman have with the police? Suddenly, someone remarked, "My God, could it be that Gu Wenqing got into trouble?" The person who said this was Chu Bo. Yesterday, he had been humiliated by Gu Wenqing. He had also lost his chance at a private date with the school beauty Chen. He was the type to bully the weak but fear the strong. He had just stood quietly watching Wang Songyang provoke Su Wen. In his heart, he hated both of them to core. But Chu Bowen couldn't afford to offend either of them. One drove a Ferrari worth tens of millions, and the other's home was worth 32 million, so he had to swallow his pride. Now, Chu Bowen had finally found an opportunity for revenge. Back when he was at Yueyang-no, one high school, Chu Bowen was a big shot at school, and no one had ever heard of this guy Gu Wenqing there. If Gu Wenqing's family were really that rich, he couldn't have possibly been a nobody at Yueyang-no, one high. That's it. Chu Bowen felt like he had grasped the truth. There is only one truth. Gu Wenqing's family has no money at all. All this money right now is nothing but illegal loot he obtained through crime. Chu Bowen continued, speaking loudly. The police are already here. He must have committed some crime. Boom! This statement was like a bomb exploding across the playground. It really seems like the police are here for Gu Wenqing. Could he have actually broken the law? Some students muttered in hushed tones. The facts were right before their eyes. The police had come personally, so he must have done something wrong. Besides, the number of officers mobilized was immense and the spectacle was huge. 5 or 6 police officers, school leaders from Shanghai University, and even cameramen. It was clear that Gu Wenqing had done something serious. As the police and the others reached Gu Wenqing, the 2 leading officers already had their hands on his shoulders. The arrest was starting. Chu Bowen felt so satisfied in his heart. Haha, this is so gratifying. Damn it, let's see you put on that now. It's a waste of his good looks. No goddess will ever like him again. The 2 officers kept their hands on Gu Wenqing's shoulders, patted him gently, and said with smiles on their faces, "Greetings, young man in white who stood up for justice. The president of Shanghai University, student Gu Wenqing, you are a hero. You have brought honor to Shanghai University, and you are a role model for all our teachers and students." What? Stood up for justice? Brought honor to the school? Weren't the police here to arrest Gu Wenqing? Hadn't he committed a crime? Hearing the police's words, Chu Bowen, who had been gloating over his misfortune, was too shocked to speak. The school leaders took this opportunity to deliver a speech of commendation. Our freshman student in economics, Gu Wenqing, was outside campus when he saw 2 schoolmates being harassed. He stepped forward alone, unafraid of the powerful aggressors, and fought them, eventually subduing the attackers and preventing the situation from escalating. All teachers and students of Shanghai University should learn from student Gu Wenqing. After reaching a consensus, several departments have joined together to award student Gu a prize of 200,000 yuan as a token of our appreciation. Afterward, Gu Wenqing went to an empty classroom with the reporters for an exclusive interview. In a luxury villa district in Shanghai, the Lin family. The Lin family of 3 was having dinner, with the TV tuned to the Shanghai station. "Since you started college, you've been running around everywhere. You never come home, and we can't even catch a glimpse of you. Remember, no dating before you graduate from university. Stay away from those boys at school. Many guys nowadays just love to scam naive, rich, and beautiful girls like you." Lin's mother was earnestly lecturing her daughter. In her eyes, her daughter was incredibly outstanding, looked like a fairy, and was quite naive. She was afraid her precious girl would be deceived by men for money or other things. Lin Yingying said huffily, "Ah, I know, Mom. What era are we in? How could anyone stop college students from dating freely? And when I don't come home, I'm staying in the dorm. I need to build good relationships with my friends." Lin's father also smiled. "Keep your eyes open when finding a partner. There are too many shady guys in your art department. You must protect yourself." Lin Yingying pouted. "All right, I know. I have someone I like, and he's super handsome and very responsible. Even you can't stop me from dating him, Mom." Lin's mother dampened her daughter's spirits. "Looks mean nothing. The most important thing is character. As long as the character is good, it doesn't matter if his family is poor. Anyway, we're not short on money." As they were talking, the TV suddenly aired the surveillance footage of the assault. On the TV, they heard the host saying, "Yesterday, in front of a food shop at the entrance of Shanghai University, 7 or 8 thugs harassed and assaulted 2 female college students." At this critical moment, Gu Wenqing, a freshman in economics at Shanghai University, stepped forward and showed great courage, fighting the attackers alone and successfully subduing the drunkards. I appeal to all, may this video awaken more passion in people. Help those in need whenever you can do so while ensuring your own safety, just like the red-haired girl and the young man in white in the video. In the villa. Lynn's mother recognized her child at a glance. That red-haired girl is you? The girl said haughtily, of course it is. Lynn's father laughed. Well done. My Lynn family must not lack this kind of sense of justice. Ying Ying Dad is proud of you. Mom is proud of you too. The news continued. Our reporter also interviewed the brave young man. Here is the footage of the interview. Gu Wenqing appeared on the screen. His fresh, clean crew cut and camouflage outfit caught the eye of everyone watching. Should we blur my face? The reporter, thinking the young man wanted to use this to show off and gain fame, readily replied, no need. Oh, then I'll wear a mask. Soon Gu Wenqing reappeared on screen wearing a mask. The mood of the girls in front of the TV turned sour. Ah, why are you like this? That damn mask, I'm your sworn enemy. Watching the news, Mother Lin exclaimed, this young man is not only responsible but also quite handsome. Hearing Gu Wenqing being praised, Lin Yingying's eyes curved into crescent moons with joy, right? He's super handsome. Father Lin gave his giggling daughter a meaningful look. Dressed in a camouflage uniform, Gu Wenqing exuded a vibrant and youthful energy. Although he wore a mask, his fleeting, stunning appearance left a deep impression in the hearts of countless viewers. Do good deeds and never worry about the future. Even without me, I believe there would be countless others who would step forward to do the right thing. Gu Wenqing was extremely modest, and everything he said was full of positive energy. It made the people in front of their TV sets feel so stirred up that they couldn't wait to go out and do a good deed themselves. At the end of the news segment, the reporter asked a question. Student Gu, how do you plan to spend the 200,000 yuan reward for your act of bravery? The young people watching the TV were filled with envy upon hearing about the 200,000 yuan reward, especially those who had dropped out of school to work. They were so shocked they couldn't even speak. They had worked their fingers to the bone for 4 or 5 years and still hadn't saved up 200,000. Yet an 18-year-old boy gets 200,000 reward just for being brave. It is truly envious to the point of death. In front of their screens, they wondered how they would spend 200,000 if they had been the ones rewarded. I would use it to buy a house. I'd buy a nice car so those who look down on me know I'm doing just fine. I could buy so many cosmetics, designer clothes and bags. Everyone unconsciously started fantasizing about how they would spend the 200,000. Gu Wenqing's voice came from the television. First of all, I'd like to thank the government and the school for this reward. I intend to donate this 200,000 to those in need. The children in impoverished mountainous areas need this money the most. Mod. Oh my goodness. Character. That is what you call character. This is a person's true character. At that moment, everyone was won over by Gu Wenqing's qualities. He is a true role model for today's youth. The young people who were just fantasizing about how to spend the 200,000 were also stunned by his noble nature. They blushed in shame. Too small. Their horizons were just too narrow. Tonight, Gu Wenqing dominated every trending search topic across the internet. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Important things must be said 3 times. Mom won't stop me from dating anymore. Gu Wenqing, wait for me. All the celebrities can step aside. Brother Gu Wenqing is the god forever. I'm crying, I want to find Brother Gu, but he's so far away. To the person above, I burst into tears when I read that. Are you farther than me? I'm overseas. Gu Wenqing looks so handsome in his camouflage uniform. If they use him as a recruitment poster, wouldn't countless women join the army? I'm signing up. Me too. Count me in too, plus thousand. One trending topic, we all owe the boy in white a shirt, caused white shirt sales on Taobao to skyrocket that night. It is said that many shops sold out their white shirts. Girls bought white shirts online and had them delivered directly to Shanghai University, addressed to the boy in white, Gu Wenqing. Acts of bravery, noble character, and off-the-charts looks combined to make Wenqing an idol for countless young people overnight. At a certain middle school, Wang Chong excitedly wore a white shirt to school. He wanted to announce to the whole class that he was also a boy in white. As he rushed into the classroom, he discovered that all 48 students were wearing white shirts. Wang Chong was dumbfounded on the spot. Are they all Brother Gu's fanboys and fangirls? Class is in session. Just then, the head teacher walked onto the podium wearing a white shirt. The whole class. Shanghai University male dormitory. Gu Wenqing lay in bed, crying without tears. He really didn't want to be famous. That reporter is a jerk. He promised to cut out the part where he wasn't wearing a mask. Damn reporter, breaking his word. Ding. Host has unlocked a new title, Rising Star. Reward 10 Chinese-style songs from a parallel space. Arrangements and lyrics have been stored in the host's mind. Reward 2 top-tier cinemas in Shanghai. System rewards will be reasonably delivered to the host. You can use them with peace of mind. Another new title unlocked. In just 2 days, Gu Wenqing has unlocked 4 new titles. This reward is a bit useless. Not only did I not get a skill, but they also rewarded me with songs that have absolutely nothing to do with me. Chinese style? How come I've never heard of this style of music? Gu Wenqing searched through the newly acquired memories. Come to think of it, it actually sounds pretty good. One song could destroy all the albums currently released by the pretty boy idols in the entertainment industry. He couldn't help but hum along soft. The song is called Blue and White Porcelain. The prime sketch outlines the blue and white patterns, the brushstrokes turning from dark to light. The peony painted on the vase looks just like fresh made. The rendered portrait of the lady keeps her charm hidden away. And your gentle smile is like a flower bud waiting to bloom. Gu Wenqing praised in his heart. The lyrics and the atmosphere are truly beautiful. Huang Zicheng suddenly spoke up. Old Gu, what the hell are you humming? It sounds absolutely terrible, stop singing. Zhao Tao spoke with a hint of mockery, as if he had discovered a new continent. My God, I never expected that even though Old Gu is so handsome, his singing would be so deadly. Damn, that's awful. No one is perfect. Old Gu, take a brother's advice, don't sing, you can't handle it, Sheng Xiaohong added in agreement. Gu Wenqing. Is his singing really that bad? Why does he think it sounds perfectly fine when he listens to himself? He continued to test it. The sky blue awaits the drizzle. The 3 roommates covered their ears and shouted loudly, Old Gu, stop what you are doing. You are committing murder. My God, just you wait. Once I acquire a singing skill, I'll show you what a god of song really is. It was the day after military training finished. Wang Yanran, who had been waiting for a long time, suggested she and Gu Wenqing go for a walk outside the school. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Gu Wenqing and the department beauty walked side by side toward his Ferrari. Both boys and girls couldn't help but steal a few glances at them. The boys were incredibly jealous that Gu Wenqing had such a sexy and beautiful senior. The girls, meanwhile, were envious of Wang Yanran. They envied her intimate connection with Gu Wenqing, and were even more envious that she got to sit in the passenger seat of his Ferrari. Gu Wenqing asked where. Wang Yanran replied, let's go to Huaxi Street, it's pretty fun there. Gu Wenqing nodded, thinking it was a perfect time to check on those 10 storefronts of his at Huaxi Commercial Street. It just so happened that the high-end Western restaurant was also on Huaxi Street. The Ferrari cruised down the road. Gu Wenqing took a look at Wang Yanran. The senior's sense of style was truly impressive. She wore a white slim-fit camisole that revealed her toned waist, paired with a denim miniskirt that showed off her shapely, long legs wrapped in black stockings above the knees, creating a sexy campus look. This perfect outfit, combined with her pure yet seductive makeup, made Gu Wenqing's hands feel at restless. Driving with one hand, Gu Wenqing casually rested his other hand on Wang Yanran's long leg. Wang Yanran glanced at him with a helpless expression. He had already taken advantage of her before, so she just let him be. A while later, Gu Wenqing didn't stop there and moved his hand a bit further down. Wang Yanran said shyly. Gu Wenqing asked, then when? Wang Yanran replied, I'll let you know when the time is right. Gu Wenqing didn't push her and soon pulled into the underground parking garage at Huaxi Street. Let's go check out my storefronts first, Gu Wenqing said. Wang Yanran nodded obediently. With Gu Wenqing being so rich, it wasn't surprising he owned property on Huaxi Street. Following the system's directions, Gu Wenqing quickly found his 10 storefronts. The location was fantastic, right at the very heart of the commercial street, the best and most expensive spot in the entire area. Each unit was over 200 square meters, and at current market prices of 80,000 per square meter. A single 200 square meter unit was worth 16 million. 10 of them totaled in 60 million. These 10 shops brought in 10 to 20 million in rent alone each year. Storefronts in such a popular business district were priceless after all. Who would sell such a lucrative asset? Is this your storefront? Wang Yanran asked, looking at a high-end bubble tea shop. Yes. Wang Yanran said in surprise, wow, this storefront is huge, and it's in such a prime location. With this much foot traffic, you could make a fortune with any business here. Inside the premium bubble tea shop, Du Zaiting was enjoying the air conditioning and his tea when he accidentally spotted Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran outside. Du Zaiting put on a smile and said, "Hey Wang Yanran, come on in, I'll treat you two to some milk tea." Although he had given up on pursuing Wang Yanran, he still disliked Gu Wenqing. Hearing a familiar voice and realizing it was Du Zaiting, Wang Yanran wanted to leave. Gu Wenqing, however, wrapped an arm around her waist and walked right in. Gu Wenqing said, "It's too hot outside and I am a bit thirsty, let's sit for a while." Gu Wenqing wore sunglasses and a mask, keeping himself well concealed so he wouldn't be recognized by passers-by as the white-clad youth. He planned to wait until the current hype died down before showing his full face. After sitting down, Gu Wenqing sent his location to the shop agent and the previous owner. He had time today to sign the contracts for the 10 stores. "What would you like to drink? Don't be shy, I'm the owner of this shop," Du Zaiting said with a smug look on his face. Hearing this, the other customers in the shop looked at Du Zaiting in surprise. Opening a shop in such a prime location costs nearly 1 to 2 million a year in rent alone. With the high-end and sophisticated interior, the investment in this shop was definitely at least 5 million. A few girls drinking tea couldn't help but look at Du Zaiting twice. The boss is so young, he really is a high achiever. A staff member delivering tea happened to pass by and buttered him up. "Our boss is amazing. Thanks to his business model, our shop makes a daily net profit of over 4,000. Our boss says we're opening a second branch next year and aiming for 100 stores nationwide within 5 years. Listening to the staff member, the young girls were filled with admiration for Du Zaiting. "Wow, he's so incredible. The boss doesn't look old, he's around our age. While we're still asking our parents for money, he's already making 4,000 a day, almost 1.5 million a year. So impressive. He's so business-minded. I really love a man who is successful in his career." The girls showered Du Zaiting with unsparing praise. Du Zaiting was overjoyed. This was effortless showboating at its finest. He held back his expression, pursed his lips, and said, "Entrepreneurship is truly hard. In the early days, we ran into countless problems, and the shop almost didn't make it. But luckily, after I worked hard to find solutions, the shop finally got on track and turned a profit." Having said that, he glanced at Wang Yanran, but unfortunately, her expression remained unchanged. She wasn't looking at him with the same admiration as the other girls. Du Zaiting then looked at Gu Wenqing with disdain. A scumbag. He just got lucky with his birth. If it weren't for his family's money, Gu Wenqing would be nothing but a useless good-for-nothing. Unlike himself, who was already doing business and achieving success before even finishing university. Du Zaiting thought to himself, "You useless brat who only relies on his family. I'll show you exactly how big the gap is between us. Gu Wenqing, I truly envy you. Your family is so rich, you can buy whatever you want. You don't have to do a thing for the rest of your life other than living off your parents," Du Zaiting said, pretending to be envious. "But I'm different. My family background isn't as good as yours, but I'm working hard to build my business, and I believe that one day I'll become a business tycoon." The two young girls beside him exclaimed, "Boss, you're so excellent. You're infinitely better than those people who live off their parents." Du Zaiting said all of that just to emphasize 2 points. That Gu Wenqing is just a leech who lives off his family. And that he, Du Zaiting, has a drive for success and a real business mind. Du Zaiting kept putting Gu Wenqing down just to highlight his own greatness. Just then, an elderly man walked into the milk tea shop, followed by a man in his 30s wearing a suit. As soon as Du Zaiting saw the elderly man, he immediately reined in his smug arrogance. He hurriedly stood up to greet the elder with great respect. The elder was his landlord, though that alone wouldn't have made Du Zaiting act so reverently. The reason for such respect was that this entire row of 10 storefronts belonged to this elderly man. The 10 most prime storefronts on Huaxi Street are valued at 160 million. In this money-driven society, Du Zaiting naturally shows the utmost respect to the elderly man. The man's surname is... A few days ago, his business overseas suffered a devastating blow, leaving him on the verge of bankruptcy. With no other choice, he had to list his storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street for sale to ease his financial pressure abroad. When it rains, it pours. Someone learned he was desperate for cash and tried to squeeze the price of his properties down. The storefronts, worth 160 million on the market, were slashed by 40 million, with the buyer trying to pick them up for a measly 120 million. What was even worse was the opponent had some influence and used dirty tricks to intimidate other potential buyers. For a time, no one dared to show interest in Mr. Liu's properties. Being desperate for money, he felt indignant but helpless against his opponent's power, almost forcing him to compromise. Just then, someone came forward and readily offered 160 million for the storefronts. That full amount was exactly what he needed to revive his business overseas. In his darkest hour, while his usual business partners kicked him while he was down, only Gu Wenqing offered him timely help, saving Mr. Liu from his crisis. He felt deeply grateful to Gu Wenqing for purchasing his storefronts. Upon entering the shop, he saw Gu Wenqing. Before Mr. Liu could step forward to greet him, Du Zaiting approached with a fawning expression. Mr. Liu frowned, having no desire to deal with the sycophantic Du Zaiting. "Mr. Liu, why are you here in person? You shouldn't have bothered. A small matter like rent shouldn't take up your time. I, little Du, should have brought the rent to you personally," Du Zaiting said obsequiously. It was peak hours, and there were no empty seats in the shop. Since he couldn't offend his customers, he had no choice but to make Gu Wenqing give up his seat. Besides, he already didn't like the look of Gu Wenqing. Du Zaiting strode over and said, "Gu Wenqing, get up and give Mr. Liu your seat." When Gu Wenqing ignored him, Du Zaiting grew anxious. Mr. Liu owns 10 storefronts like this, and has hundreds of millions in assets overseas. It's an honor for you to give up your seat to someone worth $1 billion like him. If Mr. Liu is in a good mood, he might even share some business wisdom or introduce you to some connections, which would benefit your family business. "Get up! Mr. Liu is standing right here. Why are you still sitting? Don't you know how to respect your elders?" Du Zaiting said anxiously. Mr. Liu walked up to Gu Wenqing's table, about to express his thanks, when he heard Du Zaiting's nonsensical chatter, filled with disdain for Gu Wenqing, calling it an honor for Gu Wenqing to give up his seat. Offering introductions and business advice. Mr. Liu's temper flared up instantly. Who exactly is Gu Wenqing? He could effortlessly produce 160 million in cash and easily deal with the big shots who wanted to force a low-price sale. It is no exaggeration to say that when it comes to money and connections, Mr. Liu knew he was nowhere near his level. Absurd. Mr. Liu was so angry his beard twitched. Young Master Gu is so well connected, why would he need me to introduce anyone? Hearing Mr. Liu's angry tone, Du Zaiting was completely stunned. Mr. Liu called Gu Wenqing young Master Gu. How is that possible? Isn't Gu Wenqing just a freshman with a bit of family money? This makes no sense. It must be that Mr. Liu is old and his eyes are failing him, confusing him for someone else. Du Zaiting helpfully reminded him, "Mr. Liu, did you mistake him for someone else? He's just a freshman from Shanghai, not some young Master Gu." Mr. Liu looked around and said loudly, "Mistake him? I'm not senile yet." When purchasing the properties, the system had already revealed Gu Wenqing's identity. How could Mr. Liu not know him? After finishing his sentence, Mr. Liu walked up to Gu Wenqing, bowed slightly, and said, "Young Master Gu, thank you." Gu Wenqing said calmly, "It was a mutually beneficial deal. If it weren't for you buying these 10 storefronts and saving me in my time of need, I would have ruined my reputation and lost everything," Mr. Liu said with great emotion. Seeing Mr. Liu, a man even the milk tea shop owner had to please, showing such respect and calling a young man young Master Gu, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Young Master Gu. That's what Mr. Liu just called the young man. How can this be? Gu Wenqing looks just like a student. How could he possibly have the power to buy storefronts worth 160 million? This is way too absurd. And 160 million to buy 10 storefronts. Are Huaxi Street properties that valuable? Only a fool would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Are this old man and young boy putting on an act? At this moment, only Du Zaiting, who knew Mr. Liu's true status, turned pale with fright. What, Gu Wenqing bought 10 storefronts for 160 million? He saved Mr. Liu in his moment of crisis and helped revive his business overseas. That's why Mr. Liu calls him young Master Gu. 160 million in cash. 160 million, not 1.6 million. Not even 16 million. Just what kind of terrifying person can easily produce 160 million in cash? Mr. Liu is worth over $1 billion, yet his liquid assets are only about 100 million at most. Yet Gu Wenqing, a college freshman, could easily pull out 160 million. Du Ziteng was dying of embarrassment. He was showing off in front of a master, bringing shame upon himself. Is this what true wealth looks like? Casually spending 160 million on 10 storefronts just for fun. Du Ziteng knew he had completely lost, his face turning deathly pale. At this moment, he finally understood. The world of the super rich is beyond his imagination. Soon, a suit-clad agent brought over the contracts, and Gu Wenqing and Mr. Liu signed them. In that moment, the ownership of the 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street officially changed hands. Pop! Confetti filled the air. The Huaxi Street property staff waiting outside set off party poppers. Congratulations to Mr. Gu on becoming the owner of these properties on Huaxi Street. This is the status of the super rich. The Huaxi Street management held Gu Wenqing in high regard for investing 200 million into the storefronts. The event was grand and spectacular. With gongs, drums, and lion dances outside, it was incredibly lively.
Seeing the Huaxi Street property management team giving Gu Wenqing such a grand welcome, it was a huge slap in the face to those people from earlier. Oh my goodness. This young man really did spend 160 million to buy 10 storefronts. That's just insane. To the ordinary people at the bubble tea shop, the shop owner Du Ziteng is the successful figure they all admire. Old Master Liu is someone they deeply admire. And Gu Wenqing, who's even more impressive than old Liu, has them in awe. They're practically bowing down to him. To have amassed such a massive fortune at such a young age. A wealthy young master, a true high roller. Every single girl in the bubble tea gazed at Gu Wenqing with adoring eyes. He's the very embodiment of the legendary domineering CEO. Even his sunglasses can't hide how handsome he is. His aura is absolutely captivating. It really makes your heart flutter. Meanwhile, many of the guys in the bubble tea shop were heartbroken. Their girlfriends were looking at Gu Wenqing with nothing but adoration, which made them feel as cold as the weather in Antarctica. Wang Yanren was also completely baffled. She'd thought it was just one storefront. Who would have guessed there were a full 10 of them? She was completely stunned. Gu Wenqing had cornered 10 of the 15 most prime storefronts on Huaxi Street all by himself. If the girls at school found out, they'd probably all go crazy. They'd definitely be scrambling to pursue Gu Wenqing. Sigh, her junior is just too amazing. Could she really land him? What are you standing there for? Go collect the rent, Gu Wenqing said. Oh, okay, Wang Yan replied absent-mindedly. Even now her head was still spinning, and all she could think about was why her junior was so outstanding. It was already dinner time. Both of them were. And Gu Wenqing and Jiaren took a quick stroll around the area, then headed straight for his Western-style restaurant. The Western restaurant was located directly across from the only movie theater in the commercial district. While its location couldn't compare to their storefronts, it was certainly no slouch either. Dibang Western Restaurant, spanning 2 floors with a total area of over 800 square meters, was the most famous Western restaurant in Magic City University Town. Wow, you're so awesome. Junior, you actually knew I love this restaurant. This is the restaurant I told you about last time. The food here is amazing. The only downside is that it's too expensive. I can only afford to come here once a semester. Arriving at the Western restaurant she'd been longing for, Wang Yanren was overjoyed. She wrapped both arms around her junior's arms, and before she knew it, her entire upper body was pressed against Gu Wenqing. The softness of her body and the unique, youthful scent of a yeoman left Gu Wenqing utterly intoxicated. He suddenly felt an urgent desire to take things a step further. It won't be like that anymore. If you want to eat here, just come. I can afford to feed you every day, Gu Wenqing said softly. Humph, you're just bragging. This place is always packed. Without reservation, you'll have to wait in line, and that could take 3 or 4 hours. I don't want to wait that long, Wang Yanren said skeptically. Gu Wenqing said, don't believe me? Then let's make a bet. If you lose, you'll do whatever I say for the whole day. Wang Yanren pursed her cherry red lips. What if you lose? There's no way I'll lose. Bulldam, what if you do lose? If I lose, I'll treat you to 100 meals at Dang Western Restaurant. Wang Yanren giggled. Deal. Hey, that freshman is still too green. Once we get inside, he'll know he's lost. As soon as the two stepped inside, the restaurant's cool air conditioning swept away the heat from their bodies. Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanren had barely stepped inside when another couple followed them in. The girls spotted Wang Yanren. Hey, Wang Yanren, what a coincidence you're here for dinner too? The girl's name was Zhu Yu and the guy with her was Yang Kun. Zhu Yu was also an art major at Magic City University. Yang Kun glanced at Gu Wenqing standing next to Wang Yanren, then nodded at Wang Yanren in greeting. The three of them shared a history. During their freshman year, Yang Kun had pursued Wang Yanren for a full year, but ultimately unable to win her heart, he settled for dating Zhu Yu instead. Her friends often teased her, saying she wasn't as good as Wang Yanran and was just a replacement for her. All this time, Zhu Yu had never gotten over it. "Hello, the restaurant is currently at full capacity. Please line up to be seated," the waitress said politely. Wang Yanran asked, "How much longer will we have to wait?" The server replied gently, "There are 35 tables ahead of you, so it'll take about 3 hours." Wang Yanran said, "Oh, that long. Let's go somewhere else to eat, Junior." She was overjoyed inside. "Aha, my junior lost the bet." Meanwhile, upon hearing that Wang Yanran would have to wait another 3 hours, a huge smile spread across Zhu Yu's face. She turned to the server and said, "I'm on friendly terms with your restaurant manager. Please tell Manager Zhu that her cousin is here and have him seat me immediately." After saying this, Zhu Yu shot Wang Yanran a smug glance. Just wait in line like a good girl. She, on the other hand, had special privileges and wouldn't have to wait. She could eat right away. The server went inside to inform Manager Zhu. Before long, another server approached and invited Zhu Yu and her boyfriend inside to dine. Zhu Yu smiled smugly. "Wang Yanran, you two can take your time waiting. I'm going in to eat first." Zhu Yu felt absolutely thrilled. She had arrived after Wang Yanran, yet she could dine immediately without any wait. Wang Yanran must be incredibly envious of her. Privilege, that's the benefit of having privilege. Gu Wenqing frowned behind his sunglasses. Why would such a great Western restaurant have an idiot like Manager Zhu? How dare he so brazenly let his relative use the back entrance and skip the line? Zhu Wen is just a manager. How did he come to have such extensive privileges? As far as Gu Wenqing knew, no matter how busy this Western restaurant got, it always reserved a luxurious private room. This room was never open to the general public, and only one person had the right to use it, the owner himself, Gu Wenqing. This Manager Zhu has some serious nerve, daring to use his private room to entertain his relatives. "Wait a moment, go tell Zhu Wen to come see me right away," Gu Wenqing said coldly. Zhu Yu was indignant. "How dare you call my cousin by his first name? You must address him as Manager Zhu." She continued, "My cousin is the manager of this upscale Western restaurant. You must show him respect here." "Ha," Gu Wenqing sneered. "Respect him? What does he even amount to?" Gu Wenqing removed his sunglasses and mask, revealing his face. Boss. The waiter was dumbfounded. The person standing right in front of him was actually the elusive boss. That violation just now, the thought of it instantly sent a chill down his spine. The Western-style restaurant awarded by the system was Gu Wenqing's personal property. Gu Wenqing was listed as the legal representative on the restaurant's business license, and all the staff had been implanted with the memory that he was the owner. Gu Wenqing had been the owner since the restaurant opened, though he rarely showed up at the restaurant. The owner? The waiter called Gu Wenqing boss? How could this be? Gu Wenqing is so young he looks like a student. How could he possibly be the owner of a high-end Western restaurant? Doesn't make sense. What a shame. Is he really the owner of Debang? Zhu Yu's voice trembled as she looked at the waitress. When she saw the waiter nod, she went completely limp, as if struck by frost. All her strength drained from her body, and she collapsed, kneeling on the floor. It's completely over. She'd completely screwed over her cousin. A moment later, upon hearing that the boss had arrived, Zhu Wen rushed out. When he saw his cousin slumped on the floor, he knew the boss was fully aware of his abuse of power for personal gain. Manager Zhu Wen trembled as he approached Gu Wenqing, his eyes shifting nervously. "Boss, I was wrong. I'll never do it again." Zhu Wen didn't want to lose this job. Working at Debang wasn't just easy. The annual salary was a hefty 500,000. But more importantly, Zhu Wen loved the freedom the boss rarely came by, and inside the store, he was the undisputed ruler. "For the sake of my dedicated service, please forgive me this once." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing sneered, "Pack up your things and get out." Gu Wenqing had already asked the other staff members Zhu Wen was late for work, left early, and cut corners. If an employee like that wasn't fired, why keep him around for the new year? Zhu Wen wept bitterly. He knew he had lost this job forever, and he shot his cousin a hate-filled glance. It was all her fault. Once he got home, he'd have to teach her a proper lesson. Zhu Yu knew she'd cost her cousin his job. Once she got home, she was bound to face a harsh beating from her parents. The price she paid for playing that game was truly steep. She suddenly felt envious of Wang Yanran, who had found a boyfriend who was not only handsome, but also so successful in his career. Customers in the waiting area watched enviously as Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran walked into the owner's private dining room. The owner of Debang restaurant is actually that young? That's impressive. With a per-person bill of 700 at a Western restaurant, doesn't that mean he makes tens of millions a year? That's amazing he's achieved financial freedom at such a young age. He looks just like that white-clothed youth character. He's successful in his career, and his girlfriend is stunning. I really envy him. One exclamation after another echoed through the waiting area. At that moment, everyone was absolutely envious of Gu Wenqing. Wang Yanran sat in a luxurious private dining room. She still couldn't believe that her junior was the owner of Debang Western Restaurant. This Debang restaurant had been open for 3 years. If you do the math, that means he opened this restaurant when he was 15. That's just unbelievable. Junior, did you open this place when you were 15? Gu Wenqing replied nonchalantly, who told you that? I bought it. Wang Yanran furrowed her brow, feigning anger. Fine, you're such a big bad guy. You're clearly the owner of Dibang Western Restaurant yourself, yet you set me up and lured me into a bet. Gu Wenqing chuckled, feeling a tinge of anticipation. It's your own fault for not asking. Anyway, you lost, don't forget our agreement. Wang Yanran's face flushed slightly. You rascal, I'm going to eat my fill today, preferably until you go bankrupt. When the kitchen staff learned the boss was dining there, they pulled out all the stops working at 200% capacity to ensure his satisfaction. Before long, the table was piled high with dishes. Foie gras, Parisian lobster, red wine braised pheasant, roast turkey, wild duck braised in orange sauce, American-style steak, and other famous Western dishes were arranged one after another on the table. They looked visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, truly appetizing. There was also a bottle of red wine worth over 100,000. The total cost of this spread was approaching over 300,000, far more than the two of them could possibly finish. These were all the famous dishes Wang Yanran had always craved but could never afford. Of course, Gu Wenqing was more than happy to treat her. After all, she's so beautiful and so obedient. Gu Wenqing is quite wealthy these days, so he doesn't mind spending a little money on a... Gu Wenqing tasted a little of each dish. As expected, the top Western restaurant in the University District, the food was truly delicious. Gu Wenqing asked, do you like it, senior? Wang Yanran's cheeks were puffed out as she replied, it's delicious. If you like it, eat some more. Okay. Senior, can I bring you here every week from now on? Without looking up, Wang Yan replied, sure. Senior, I want to see those sexy lace stockings tonight. Sure. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Yanran, who had been eating non-stop, suddenly snapped out of it. No, I've been eating the whole time. I didn't hear a word you said. Anyway, no way. Gu Wenqing lifted Wang Yanran onto his lap. Is that a no? Wang Yanran's face flushed bright red. No. You're a woman who doesn't keep her word. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Stop, that tickles. Throughout the meal, Gu Wenqing felt refreshed and invigorated even though he hadn't yet breached her final line of defense. But his senior's upper body was already open to him. By the time they finished eating, it was already 7 p.m. Passing by a store, Wang Yanran asked Gu Wenqing to wait outside while she went in to buy some personal items. After shopping, the two strolled aimlessly down Huaxi Street holding hands. Hand in hand, Wang Yanran standing at 170 and Gu Wenqing at 180 made for a perfectly proportioned couple. This strikingly attractive couple caught the eyes of countless young men and women. As time went on. Eek! Wang Yanran's face flushed a delicate pink, but her words were a real downer. Her period had started. Gu Wenqing moved his hand a few centimeters away. Sure enough. Gu Wenqing couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Soon Gu Wenqing came up with a solution straight out of a movie. Gu Wenqing stood up, took Wang Yanran by the hand and headed toward the hotel. However, not far behind them, two girls happened to see the whole thing. Hey, isn't that Wang Yanran? She's actually going to a hotel with a man. Seeing this, one of them quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a photo. The two had just come to Huaxi Street for dinner. That's when they happened to spot Wang Yanran. They'd actually seen Wang Yanran just this morning and recognized her immediately by her outfit. So Wang Yanran's already been taken? Said a girl of average looks. She's been stringing along that rich guy for so long her streak of never being linked to any scandals has finally been broken. Another asked, who's that guy next to her? It's probably Gu Wenqing, a freshman. She even brought him water during military training. On campus, everyone knew Wang Yanran was a gold digger, but there were still countless rich kids, student entrepreneurs, and others fawning over her. It wasn't just because she was pretty, more importantly, she had never been in a relationship. As the department's most sought-after girl, many well-connected guys on campus were racking their brains, all hoping to become Wang Yanran's first boyfriend. Unfortunately, throughout her entire freshman year, Wang Yanran never once went out to dinner alone with a guy. That's how she earned the nickname Materialistic Goddess. Materialistic refers to the fact that Wang Yanran is very selective about a man's financial standing. Goddess refers to Wang Yanran's striking beauty and her pristine, flawless figure. Gu Wenqing wrapped his arm around Wang Yanran's slender waist as they walked into the hotel. Seeing this, the two girls felt a strange sense of envy toward Wang Yanran. This was Gu Wenqing, the son of a super-rich family. He's incredibly handsome. He drives a sports car worth tens of millions, with a license plate alone valued at over 100 million. Most importantly, the boy in white is the dream of so many girls. They gazed dreamily at Gu Wenqing's retreating figure. Deep down, they were incredibly envious of Wang Yanran. Inside the hotel, a beauty steps out of the bath. Wang Yanran was extremely shy. This outfit made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. Her curves were full and round. They drew someone's gaze, making it impossible to look away. The atmosphere was electric. Gu Wenqing finally got to see the personal items his senior had gone out to buy. Long black stockings. Gu Wenqing let out a faint smile. How could he possibly let such a captivating and beautiful girl slip away? Dressed in a seductive outfit, Wang Yanran felt her junior's intense gaze and grew even more bashful. It was also the first time she'd dressed so revealingly in front of a guy. As their feelings deepened, Gu Wenqing swept Wang Yanran into his arms and carried her inside. Wang Yanran in his arms acted like an ostrich, burying her face in her junior's chest, utterly bashful. A long time later, Wang Yanran furrowed her little brow, looking pitiful. "My hands are so sore from holding this cup." "You're so mean, Junior." Wang Yanran tapped her junior on the head with a soft pillow. And then, the utterly exhausted Wang Yanran wrapped herself around him like an octopus. Curled up in his arms like a little kitten, she drifted off to sleep. The Western-style restaurant fired Zhu Wen, and the system displayed an unlock notification. Gu Wenqing now had time to check it out. Dang! Host has unlocked a new title. Make an example of one to warn the rest. Reward 1 Porsche Cayenne. Congratulations to the host on acquiring the skill, Heavenly Voice. Heavenly Voice enhances singing skills, transforms the host's tone-deaf voice, and equips the host with the qualities of a professional singer. Soon Gu Wenqing also drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Gu Wenqing drove his Ferrari straight to school. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at school. Gu Wenqing parked the car in a parking space. Early morning was the time for freshman military training and the students' morning classes, so the campus was bustling with people. When they saw the Ferrari LaFerrari and its incredibly flashy license plate Hu A1111, everyone knew it was Gu Wenqing. These days, Gu Wenqing is an absolute celebrity at Magic City University and the center of everyone's attention. It wasn't just because of his act of heroism. It was more because of his status as a super-rich playboy. The Ferrari's butterfly doors slowly opened, and a handsome man and a beautiful woman stepped out of the car. When they saw the girl's beauty, every guy in the crowd couldn't help but think, "Oh my god. Oh my." First thing in the morning, the department's most beautiful girl, Wang Yanran, actually got out of Gu Wenqing's car. Did they check into a hotel together last night? Did she sleep with him? At that moment, all the boys' spirits hit rock bottom. The materialistic goddess, she'd been swept off her feet so quickly. Wang Yanran, one of the 4 universally recognized goddesses at Magic City University, now belonged to someone else. All the guys stared at Gu Wenqing with eyes burning with jealousy. Soon, someone discovered photos on the campus forum showing the campus beauty and Gu Wenqing heading to a hotel together. In the photos, Gu Wenqing had his arm affectionately around Wang Yanran, while she nestled against him like a little bird. Seeing this photo, combined with the sight of the two of them getting out of the car that morning, it was basically confirmed. She'd given herself to him. Countless rich second-generation heirs and up-and-coming men had been chasing this goddess for over a year, only to see her fall into someone else's arms. What's more, it's only been 3 short days since the semester started. In just 3 days, he's won over the goddess they've all been dreaming of day and night. The boys present were heartbroken. As Wang Yanran stepped off the bus, she paid no heed to the stares of others. She'd always been straightforward, unafraid to love or hate. She'd already been intimate with her younger classmate, why should she care what others said? "I'm going back to catch up on some sleep. You should head off to military training too." After saying this to her junior, Wang Yanran walked away. "Probably won't even be able to hold a pen and write today." "Old Gu, did you really check into a hotel with Wang Yanran yesterday?" Wang Ziqing asked. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were also curious and listened intently. "Yeah," Gu Wenqing replied. "Oh my god, so she really slept with you?" "Damn, hitting a home run with department's most beautiful senior right at the start of freshman year. I'm so jealous." The 3 roommates howled with envy. They hadn't even held a girl's hand yet, and Gu Wenqing had already lost his virginity. That's such a huge gap. Once his roommates had calmed down, Gu Wenqing continued, "I booked 2 rooms, 1 for each of us." The 3, "Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner?" They'd been envying him for so long for nothing. The 4 of them chatted and bragged for a while, then headed toward the playground together. When it comes to women, it's enough to know it yourself, no need to share it with others. Let them figure it out for themselves. The sun was shining brightly. The air was thick with the scent of heat. For the freshmen undergoing military training, it was so hot they could practically wring sweat out her underwear. After 2 days of military training, everyone had wised up and brought their own water bottles. During rest breaks in military training, they could rehydrate. Unlike Gu Wenqing, though, who had 2 upper-class women taking turns bringing him sparkling water and milk tea. On the sports field, many of the guys' eyes were fixed on Gu Wenqing. "I heard Gu Wenqing checked into a hotel room with the department's most beautiful girl yesterday. Pictures were even leaked on the campus website. Damn, just seeing that pervy hand in the picture makes me so angry." Now that Gu Wenqing and the department's beauty have officially announced their relationship, Chen Yongshu probably won't be bringing her water anymore, right? PF'd. She definitely won't do that anymore. Rumor has it Chen Yongshu was the high school beauty queen. There's no way a beauty queen would act like sycophant. And there's no way a campus beauty would ever be the other woman. Speaking of which, Chen, the school beauty, is really gorgeous. Among the freshmen, everyone felt a mix of heartbreak and relief. Heartbroken because the school's sexiest department beauty had become Gu Wenking's girlfriend. Relief, however, stemmed from the fact that now that Gu Wenking had hooked up with the department's beauty, Chen Yingxiu probably wouldn't be interested in him anymore. Feeling the stares coming from all directions, Gu Wenking couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Does Wang Yanran really have much influence at Magic University? It was just getting off the car with Wang Yanran. Is there really a need for such a commotion? Besides, their relationship hadn't progressed as far as everyone imagined. Although Gu Wenking would have liked it to go that far, the reality was Wang Yanran was on her period. They were taking a break during military training. After being out in the sun for so long, everyone was parched, so they all took out their water bottles to drink. Gulp. Gulp. After downing their drinks in one gulp, everyone felt much better. Gu Wenking was also parched. He had come straight from his Ferrari to military training and hadn't brought any water. Buying water was an option, and resting on the spot meant he couldn't leave the parade ground. Gu Wenking had no choice but to ask his 3 roommates, "Do any of you have any water left?" Zhao Tao shook his empty bottle. "Old Gu, you're too late, we've already finished it all." Damn. Hearing that, Gu Wenking felt his mouth grow. Seeing that Gu Wenking had no water to drink, the boys on the field all laughed with Schadenfreude. Haha, he's finally got what's coming to him. Seeing him without a drop of water finally makes me feel even. Let him gloat now, he's in for it. He probably still thinks some goddess is going to bring him water. Great. School beauty Chen has finally seen through his scumbag ways. Seeing Gu Wenking parched and thirsty made everyone ecstatic. Just a couple of days ago, 2 stunning beauties brought him water. One was the department beauty at the university, and the other was a former high school beauty queen, both stunningly beautiful girls bringing water to Gu Wenking, making everyone else green with envy. What guy wouldn't go crazy seeing that? Who wouldn't be jealous? A couple of days ago, he got his comeuppance. So when they saw Gu Wenking had no water to drink today, everyone was naturally delighted. Many girls actually really want to bring Gu Wenking some water, but when they think of the 2 goddesses who did it before, they feel an invisible pressure. They just don't have that goddess-level beauty. Many girls are now torn about whether to bring Gu Wenking some water. After all, who could bear to see such a handsome guy suffer? Just as the guys were feeling pleased with themselves, a very soft voice came from the playground. "If you don't mind, drink my water." The girl speaking was wearing camouflage clothes, and her white canvas sneakers, slightly yellowed from washing but still very clean, were on her feet. She wore black glasses, and her face, with her head bowed, was completely hidden by her black hair. Yun Weiwei cautiously handed the water bottle to Gu Wen. Gu Wenking looked at the water bottle in front of her, its surface worn and the paint chipped. The old bottle spoke of the long time it had spent with its owner. She was the girl she'd seen helping others. Gu Wenking recognized her immediately. Yun Wei saw that Gu Wenking hadn't taken the water bottle. She hunched her shoulders even lower, rejected again. Yun Weiwei whispered, "I got this hot water from the cafeteria. It's clean." That's true. He's so rich he probably wouldn't bother drinking plain water from the cafeteria. Suddenly, Gu Wenking took the water from her hand. Gulp. Gulp. Gu Wenking drank the water in one gulp. Gu Wenking laughed heartily. "I haven't even had a chance to thank you yet. How could I possibly look down on you?" Yun Weiwei held the empty water bottle, feeling a sense of relief. Just then, a breeze picked up. The gentle breeze ruffled Yun Weiwei's hair, and her fair, beautiful face flashed before his eyes. It took Gu Wenking's breath away. Who would have thought that this girl, who had kept her head down the whole time, possessed a beauty that rivaled Chen Yingxiu and Wang Yanran? Startled by Gu Wenking's gaze, Yun Weiwei quickly lowered her head and walked away. Gu Wenking was thoroughly satisfied, but the boys on the playground were not. Damn, someone's actually delivering water. That girl delivering water is really tall. Damn, too bad we can't see Gu Wenking getting thirsty. My fun's over. Thank God, as long as it's not School Beauty Chen bringing the water. Don't worry, the School Beauty Chen definitely won't show up. Just as they were talking, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance to the playground. This time, Chen the School Beauty had abandoned her usual schoolgirl style. Today, she was wearing a tight tank top and a light gray miniskirt. Her long, straight legs were clad in black stockings, which faintly revealed her fair complexion. She was beautiful and had a great figure. A gentle breeze ruffled Chen Yingxiu's long, flowing hair, making her look just like girls straight out of an anime. What Chen Yingxiu held in her hand was no longer bubble tea, it had been replaced by sparkling water. Freshly taken from the fridge, the bottle was still covered in frost. "Miss Chen, here you go again. You're not bringing water for Gu Wenking again, are you?" "I don't think so. It definitely isn't for that jerk. She's been bringing Gu Wenking milk tea for the past couple of days. What does switching to sparkling water today mean? It means Miss Chen has switched who she's bringing drinks to." "Dude, you're sharp." After this analysis from our buddy, everyone thought it made perfect sense. Switching from milk tea to sparkling water clearly meant that Miss Chen had switched the person she was bringing drinks to. She must have found out that Gu Wenking is seeing a senior and lost interest in him. so she's moved on to someone else to bring drinks to. The guy's eyes followed Campus Queen Chen's figure as she walked away, thinking to themselves, how I wish I were the one she was bringing water to. The carefully dressed school beauty looked as stunning as a fairy, leaving the boys all spellbound. One step, two steps. Before everyone's eyes, Chen walked up to the formation of Gu Wenking's. The boys' hearts instantly hung in the balance. Chen Yongxiu scanned the crowd and quickly spotted the most handsome guy there. Gu Wenking happened to be looking at her at that very moment. Their eyes met. Chen Yongxiu, keeping her composure, looked away. When she reached Gu Wenking, she handed him the sparkling water. At that moment, it was as if every boy on the playground could hear the sound of their own hearts shattering. I heard you like sparkling water, so I bought this especially for you. Stepping up to Gu Wenking, Chen Yongxiu handed him the sparkling water. Thanks. Gu Wenting took the water from the school beauty Chen Yongxiu. He'd just had plenty to drink and wasn't thirsty yet. But sensing the expectant look in the school beauty's eyes, Gu Wenking popped the cap off and took a big gulp. Seeing Gu Wenking drink the water she'd given him, Chen Yongxiu broke into a satisfied smile. The moment they saw Chen Zhao's charming smile, the guys went absolutely wild. I give up, she's given it to Gu Wenking again. Chen is so clueless. Gu Wenking already has a girlfriend. Why does Chen, the school beauty, have to keep chasing after Gu Wenking? I was just making fun of Gu Wenking a moment ago, and now Miss Chen's here bringing him water again. The crowd chattered away, each adding their 2 cents. They didn't understand why Miss Chen was so fixated on Gu Wen. Sure, Gu Wenking is handsome and rich, but he's already dating a senior, so why won't Chen, the school beauty, just let go? None of them knew that Chen Yongxiu was one of the girls Gu Wenking had bravely rescued. The surveillance footage was blurry, making it impossible to make out the girl's face, and the school hadn't made a big deal about the identity of the rescued girl, so no one had any idea there was a connection between Gu Wenking and Chen Yongxiu. The two walked one after the other into the shade. Gu Wenking said, "There's no need to bring me water every day just to thank me. No matter who was being beaten that day, I would have stepped in to help." Chen Yongxiu's tone was icy. "I know. I'm bringing it anyway. You can drink it or not, whichever you prefer." Gu Wenking was speechless. She truly lived up to her high school reputation as the ice queen. Every word and action was so aloof and proud. Gu Wenking replied bluntly, "I'll drink it as long as you bring it. I'll drink it." "Go ahead and bring it. It's not like he's the one who has to deal with the hassle." She's so aloof, whoever marries her in the future will be taking home an iceberg. At least they'll save on air conditioning bills in the summer. Ding! Host has unlocked a new title, a cut above the rest. Reward, 10% stake in Huofeng Real Estate. Reward, thousands. After returning to the dorm from military training, Gu Wenking opened the system. The rewards for unlocking this new title are pretty ridiculous. They're even giving out Douyin virtual currency as a reward. Has the system been slacking off lately? Still, this reward does look pretty impressive. Huofeng Real Estate, as everyone knows, real estate companies have high market capitalizations. Even a 10 per stake would be worth at least a dozen or so 100 million. Gu Wenking opened his browser and searched for information on Huofeng Real Estate. Founded in 1996 and based in Shanghai, Huofeng Real Estate operates exclusively within the city, with operations spanning real estate development, commercial operations, rental housing, smart services, property leasing and sales, and home renovation. As of 2022, Huofeng Real Estate had a total valuation of 8 million and had acquired 7 plots of land with significant development potential in and around the Magic City. The land in the Magic City alone was valued at 400 billion. At a time when the national real estate sector was collapsing and companies owed banks hundreds of billions to trillions in loans, Huofeng Real Estate's book cash exceeded its liabilities. The reason for this was that Huofeng Real Estate had taken a cautious approach, refraining from acquiring land across the country and instead focusing its efforts on the western part of the Magic City. With a market value of 80 billion, a 10% stake is worth 8 billion, Gu Wenking thought to himself. In just one day, he had achieved 80 small goals. It had to be said that a life with a cheat code was absolutely exhilarating. Just then, a phone call came in. Someone was interviewing for the manager position at Dibang Western Restaurant. Gu Wenking drove straight to Huaxi Street. He parked in the garage and walked into the restaurant, where he could clearly sense that the atmosphere was much more positive than it had been the day before. The applicant was a man in his 30s. According to him, he had previously worked as a manager at a star-rated hotel. Seeing how young the owner of the Western restaurant was, he felt a bit dismissive. "Mr. Gu, rest assured I've worked as a manager at a star-rated hotel, so managing this restaurant will be no problem at all for me." Gu Wenking listened with a frown as the man rattled on and on. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he cut him off and said, "Thank you, but our little shop is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like you." The man was stunned on the spot. As a former high-ranking executive in the hotel industry, his willingness to lower himself to work at such a small Western restaurant was a blessing for the owner. He had assumed the position would be a sure thing, but never expected to be turned down on the spot. Gu Wenqing walked out of the restaurant, his mood completely ruined. Damn it, some corporate executive doesn't even know the basics of humility? First, he brags about his skills like they're the best thing since sliced bread, and then he looks down on the restaurant for being small. I don't give a damn about you. What a guy, all talk and no action. He'd be better off hiring someone with less management experience but who's down to earth and gets the job done. After all, the restaurant isn't that big, it doesn't need any so-called executive talent at all. Gu Wenqing pulled in the garage. He spotted a sexy female streamer broadcasting live right next to a Ferrari LaFerrari. Viewers, this is Ferrari's flagship Supercar limited to just 499 units worldwide, priced in the tens of millions, Yuanan said as she adjusted her phone's camera to face the Ferrari LaFerrari directly. Yuanan glanced at the screen and continued. As a beauty streamer, I've come across this rare Ferrari LaFerrari today, so I'll be making a guest appearance as a sports car commentator. This Ferrari LaFerrari is equipped with a 6.3-liter naturally aspirated V12 engine that delivers a maximum power output of 588 kilowatts, while the electric motor independently produces 120 kilowatts of power, bringing the LaFerrari's combined output to a staggering 7 or 8 kilowatts. With such a powerful engine, it can leave everything in its dust on the road. It'll be so fast you won't even catch a glimpse of its taillights. After finishing her commentary, Yuanan looked at the supercar worth tens of millions and jokingly continued. Guys, you've got to work hard, aim to drive a Ferrari someday, and this young lady will definitely give herself to you. As a small-time streamer on Douyin, Yuanan's popularity was extremely low, so low that her monthly income barely covered her daily expenses in Shanghai. Without big spenders in her live stream, even the prettiest streamer would struggle to break through. After all, in this era of live streaming for everyone, without some fame, who would even bother watching your stream? Yuanan had a chance to become a sensation before there was once a big spender in her live stream who donated 100,000 yuan in a single day. Yuanan was overjoyed her hard work had finally paid off. She added the big spender on WeChat, and he immediately sent her a location with the hotel room number. Yuanan was utterly disgusted and immediately blocked him on WeChat. Big spender, having spent all that money without getting what he wanted, wasn't about to let it go. He started spreading wild rumors everywhere, claiming that Yuanan had promised to sleep with him, which was why he'd sent so many gifts. After several days of chaos, the matter was finally settled when Yuanan paid 100,000 yuan in compensation. After the platform took its 50% cut from the 100,000 yuan in gifts, Yuanan was left with only 50,000 yuan. She had to scramble to borrow another 50,000 yuan to make up the full 100,000. She'd worked so hard on her live streams, hadn't done anything wrong, and yet ended up paying out 50,000 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' worth of her live streaming salary. That day, Yuanan cried her heart out.
In the Douyin livestream room named Anan is the cutest, the online viewer count showed over 1,000 people. Oh my god, if I could actually afford a Ferrari, I'd definitely send the host 100,000 gift. I love this host so much I want to take her home. The Ferrari LaFerrari is insanely hot. I'm not here to look at your face, point the camera at the Ferrari already. This little streamer is so ridiculous. She's a streamer for crying out loud, and she still refuses to go to a hotel room with a big spender. What the hell is she playing at? There aren't many comments, but there are both fans and haters. Ever since the incident where Yuanan refused a big spender's invitation to a private room, she's been receiving fewer gifts every day. Those big spenders who used to shower her with gifts were all just after a glimpse of her body. Once they realized there was nothing to gain, they stopped sending her gifts and turned into haters who spent their days bashing her in the live stream. Some viewers who genuinely liked Yuanan saw the comments and were furious. Protect our female streamer. Anan isn't the kind of bad woman who'll jump into bed for money. Guys, Anan doesn't have a big spender right now, let's all send her some gifts. In an instant, Anan's fans went on a spree, flooding her with gifts. Thank you, Big Brother 1 Mosquito, for the 66 lollipops. Thank you to Big Brother Naughty Kitty for the 10 heart emojis. Thanks for the 66 beers from the guy at the safe home. Thank you to the guy who goes by Love Little Anan for the 2 hot air balloons. Seeing the gifts everyone had sent, Yuanan thanked the viewers with her clear, bright voice. Although she was smiling happily, deep down she was on the verge of tears. Dozens of people sent gifts, but the most valuable ones were just the 2 hot air balloons sent by Love Little Anan. 1 hot air balloon is worth 52 yuan, 2 of them are only 104 yuan. Yuanan felt a sense of helplessness. Currently, her daily revenue from the gift leaderboard never exceeded 400 yuan, and her share was less than 200. With a monthly income of just a few thousand, she couldn't even cover her monthly rent. Not to mention, she still has to eat and pay off tens of thousands in debt. Gu Wenking stood in the distance for a while waiting and had Yuanan stream the Ferrari for a bit. Seeing that Yuanan had no intention of leaving, he had no choice but to walk over to the Ferrari. In the Anan is the cutest live stream, the chat was scrolling with comments. There's a mysterious man behind the streamer. Oh my god, he's walking toward Anan. Could that be Anan's boyfriend? Sob, Anan's been seeing some other guy behind our backs. Haha, no wonder she turned down that big spender, turns out she's found herself a pretty boy. That streamer is just shameless. Stupid streamer, you're young and don't know the value of money yet. Yuanan glanced at the live chat, completely ignoring the haters trolling her, and turned her head curiously, and saw a young man wearing a white shirt, loose black sweatpants, and white sneakers walking toward her. Although his sunglasses and mask hid his face, she was certain he was incredibly handsome. That irresistible boyish charm, and those long legs, his looks were simply unbeatable. Yuanan thought to herself, could it be that he thinks I'm pretty and is coming over to chat with me? At that thought, Yuanan's cheeks flushed slightly. So, should she give him her WeChat ID or... It wasn't that Yuanan was vain. It was just that she often encountered guys on the street who would come up to chat with her or ask for her contact info. Just as Yuanan was wrestling with her thoughts, Gu Wenking stepped up to Yuanan. Excuse me, could you move aside? I'm in a hurry. Yuanan. What happened to the pickup line? Yuanan felt inexplicably disappointed. This was followed by a slight sense of grievance. The street is so wide. Who am I blocking anyway? Yuanan's soft, clear voice rang out. The garage is so big, won't you just go around me instead of making me move out of the way? Seeing that this wasn't Yuanan's secret boyfriend, the viewers in the live stream went wild. Damn, is this guy crazy? Is he blind? With a garage this big, he's actually claiming Anan is blocking his way. He's just trying to show off in front of Anan. It's confirmed he's a total pervert. Anan might have run into a pervert. Gu Wenking was completely speechless. Lady, you're standing right in front of my car, you're blocking my way. Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream went wild, flooding the chat with relentless mockery. Haha, that's some really awkward acting. Young man, I'd like to crown you the world's #1 poser. I'd give this actor 100, not for any other reason, but because it's just so phony. Young man, stop dreaming, go work on an assembly line already. This guy's something else just to show off in front of Anan. He's bragging without even a draft. Not only did the commenters not believe it, but Yuanan also didn't believe that the tall guy standing before her was a Ferrari owner. He exudes such a youthful, school heartthrob vibe. He's so young, how could he possibly drive a Ferrari? He doesn't even have that arrogant, thuggish attitude typical of rich kids. Could he be doing this just to get her attention? That must be it. It must be that, Yuanan thought, gently brushing her bangs off her forehead with a slight sigh. He was already attractive enough just by being so handsome. Why did he have to resort to such a clumsy way to get her attention? Seeing that Yuanan was still standing there dumbfounded, Gu Wenking simply pulled out his car keys and pressed the unlock button. The Ferrari's mind-blowing headlights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire garage. Whoa! Seeing this scene, everyone stood there frozen in shock. What had they just seen? Guy took out his car keys and the Ferrari unlocked itself. Oh my... This guy wasn't just showing off, the Ferrari really was his. Just a moment ago, they'd been mocking him relentlessly, now he'd thoroughly humiliated them right there on the spot. In an instant, the viewership in Yuanan's livestream shot up to over 3,000, and the chat was flooded with comments. Oh my god, it's blinding my dog eyes. Whoa, this guy. A public humiliation right there. Holy cow, a small-time streamer just ran into a big shot. He's so rich, driving a sports car worth tens of millions must be a blast. Damn, I'm so jealous. He's definitely a rich kid. His family's net worth is conservatively estimated at over a dozen billion. The viewers were flooding the screen with comments. They were all stunned. Just a moment ago, they were actually trembling in awe of a rich kid driving a Ferrari. Good thing that guy couldn't see the comments. From the moment Gu Wenking pressed the car key, both the online viewers and the streamer Yuanan were deeply shaken. Yuanan was completely dumbfounded. She could barely string her words together. Is that Ferrari really yours? As soon as she said it, Yuanan regretted it. She silently cursed herself for being such an idiot. The guy had already pulled out the keys to unlock the Ferrari, and she'd gone and asked such a stupid question. It wasn't her fault, though. She was simply too stunned. Such a handsome young man, driving a car worth tens of millions. Yuanan felt a bit flustered in front of this wealthy playboy. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing found the pretty female host in front of him rather endearing. She seemed so sweet and a bit clueless. The real deal. Are you live streaming on Douyin? Gu Wenqing asked curiously. He glanced at the phone screen. The streamer's username was Anan is the cutest. Gu Wenqing instinctively glanced at Yu. Wow, she was an anime-style cute girl. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit, with a baby-faced look and a generous bust, probably a G cup. Beneath the hem of her maid outfit, her white knee-high stockings reached exactly to her knees, and the high heels on her feet made Yuanan's figure appear even more tall and with her cute features, big eyes and a head of pink hair, she was the quintessential anime cutie. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but take a second look at those super huge, soft G-cups. They really were ridiculously cute. That's right, Yuanan replied. Do you usually watch Douyin live streams too? Sure. Gu Wenqing pulled out her phone and searched for the live stream titled Anan's Cutest Moments, seeing over 3,000 viewers. Looks like you don't have much of a following yet. Keep up the good work. Little streamer aim to become a big influencer with over 100,000 concurrent viewers soon. Impressed by her soft G-cup curves, Gu Wenqing followed her. Yuanan grumbled, that day will come sooner or later. Gu Wenqing glanced at the live chat. Please point the camera at the big spender so I can get a close-up look at him. Don't you know how to play the game, streamer? Hurry up and suck up to the big spender. Host, hurry up and suck up to the big spender. He's so rich even a tiny fraction of what he spends would be enough to cover your streaming income for months. It's over. I just have a feeling Anan is going to run off with that big spender. Bull-damn, is Anan the kind of woman who's all about the money? Anan's a good girl, she wouldn't do anything like that. Gu Wenqing then took another look at the gift leaderboard. Even the top donor today had only spent about 100 yuan on Yinlang. Yuanan's total Yinlang earnings for the day didn't reach 200 yuan. That's just way too pathetic. With a face as cute as hers and those unbeatable soft G-cup curves, this just doesn't make sense. Gu Wenqing asked, Little streamer, your performance is really underwhelming. By the time you become a big internet star, the world will probably have ended already. Yuanan froze for a moment. She said pitifully, It wasn't always like this. It's only because I turned down a big spender's unreasonable demands that I've ended up in such a miserable state. In the live stream chat, the comments exploded. I'm crying, my heart aches for my Anan. Anan, don't be upset. Once I get paid, I'll set aside 500 to live on instant noodles for a month, and I'll send you the remaining 2,500. The commenter above is really showing off. Anan, you won't bow to money, way to go. Haha, you trashy streamer, what are you trying to pull? No way, are there actually still people who believe in streamers with that innocent persona? You piece of trash, why are you playing the victim in front of a big spender? God damn it, you're hot and got big boobs, but you won't let me touch you, why the hell should I spend money on you? Gu Wenqing glanced at the screen and got the gist of it. A big spender sent her money, wanting to sleep with the young streamer, but she refused. After that, the big spender stopped sending her gifts. The big spender was after Yuanan's body, but she wouldn't give him what he wanted. That's why the cute little guy kept spamming her with gifts. This was the first time Gu Wenqing had ever seen a full-time streamer in such a dire situation. Take those big-name influencers who rake in thousands or even millions a day from streaming, and then look at a small-time streamer like Yuanan, whose daily earnings barely top 1,000. It seems that in every industry, some are starving while others are drowning. Yuanan, who can't even afford her rent, is on the verge of dying of thirst. Yesterday, Gu Wenqing unlocked the new title, A Swan Among Chickens, and the system rewarded her with 1,000 Du coins. But the virtual currency she topped up can't be exchanged for real money. To Gu Wenqing, Du coins are just chicken feed, not worth a single penny. Since you're a G-level top streamer, I'll throw you a few small gifts. Gu Wenqing glanced at her pale, voluptuous curves and thought to himself. Gu Wenqing began sending gifts. Gu Wenking had never sent gifts to anyone before, so he opened the interface and searched around. He found the most expensive gift, Supreme Fireworks. Supreme Fireworks cost 66,666 Du coins, equivalent to 66666 RMB. At that moment, the NN is the cutest livestream welcomed another wave of small gifts. Yuanan was looking at the screen and called out in a soft, sweet voice. Thank you, Big Brother a Beauty Lover, for the 66 beers. Thank you, Big Brother Naughty Kitty, for the 66 heart emojis. Thank you, Big Brother I'm Rich, for the 20 little clouds. Thank you, Big Brother Love Little Anan, for sending 2 hot air balloons again. Yuanan's adorable voice echoed through the garage. Her rapid-fire series of actions was as fierce as a tiger, and just a glance showed her earnings had hit 250. But for Yuanan lately, today's gifts and tips were quite a bit more than usual. Today's gift revenue had already exceeded 500 yuan, and Yuanan felt a little pleased. Since turning down that big spender, today's gift rankings were her highest yet. Suddenly, Yuanan saw a dazzling special effect. The glow from the effects nearly filled the entire phone screen. As everyone knows, the more expensive the gift, the more dazzling the special effects, and the more of the screen they take up. This is the special effect for the Supreme Gift Cannon. A single Supreme Gift Cannon costs 666.6. The last time she received a good Supreme Gift Cannon was when a big spender asked her to go to a hotel room. Considering her recent daily earnings, she'd have to stream for a full 20 days just to afford one Supreme firework. Yuanan could only watch as the screen was bombarded with a barrage of effects. Mind-blowing, ultra-cool effects filled the entire phone screen. The Supreme Fireworks effects roared one after another through her live stream. The first one, the 5th, the 10th, the 60th. In that instant, Yuanan first felt a rush of dizziness. Then a surge of excitement welled up from deep within her. Oh my goodness, she's hit the jackpot. Shanghai's most passionate fan sending host Anan the cutest Supreme Fireworks a 1. The most devoted fan in Magic City sends host Anan the cutest Supreme Fireworks 10. The most devoted fan in Magic City sends the cutest streamer Anan a Supreme Firework 20. The Shanghai's most devoted fan sending host Anan the cutest Supreme Fireworks. Shanghai's most devoted fan gifting streamer Anan the cutest Supreme Fireworks 66. The most devoted fan in Shanghai sending the cutest streamer Anan 100 Supreme Fireworks. Not only did 100 consecutive Supreme Fireworks explode in the Danan is the cutest live stream, but they also sent shockwaves through the entire Douyin platform as if an atomic bomb had been dropped, causing massive upheaval. For all Douyin users online, a banner appeared at the very top of their screens. The most devoted fan in Shanghai sent 100 Supreme Fireworks to streamer Anan's cutest. Live stream everyone. Hurry and grab those boxes. A Shanghai's most devoted fan has gifted 100 Supreme Fireworks to streamer Anan's cutest. Live stream everyone. Hurry and grab those boxes. The most devoted fan in Shanghai has gifted 100 Supreme Fireworks to streamer Anan's cutest. Live stream everyone. Hurry and grab those boxes. 3 golden banners floated across the screens of all online users. Now that's a grand display. A whopping 100 Supreme Fireworks were gifted. Douyin's official team also gave the big spender a Shanghai's most passionate plenty of room to show off. This left countless people in awe. What did they see? Ultimate fireworks worth 66666 RMB. Ultimate fireworks aren't rare, streamers receive them every day. But a full 100 Supreme Fireworks. Such a feat has rarely been seen since Douyin's inception. How could these 100 Supreme Fireworks fail to leave them in awe? 100 Supreme Fireworks converted into cold, hard cash amount over 600,000 RMB. Over 600,000. Many people couldn't save that much in a lifetime. Over 600,000, that's enough to buy an apartment in a small city. Over 600,000, that's enough to drive away in a brand new, top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Streamers on Douyin have gone wild. They'd give anything to be the one receiving over 600,000 in tips. But I'm uneducated. I just go around saying oh my god all the time. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. 600,000, wouldn't it be great to just spend it all? What a big spender. We're not even worthy of understanding his world. If one, oh my god, stands for 10,000, it's a real struggle for me to shout 100 of them, but this big spender drops 600,000 with ease. Damn, I'm so jealous, my eyes are red. Big shot, that's insane. The most generous in Shanghai long live. The crowd marveled as they all flooded into Yuanen's livestream. The number of viewers in Yuanen's livestream shot up instantly from 3,000 to over 50,000. With over 50,000 viewers, she was now considered a second-tier streamer on Douyin. Looking at the view count in her livestream, Yuanen felt as if she were dreaming. She hurriedly said, "Thank you to the most passionate in the Magic City for the 100 supreme fireworks." She continued, "The deeply devoted big spender is the real deal, mighty and domineering, the absolute best in the world." The viewers in the live stream were now in an uproar. Oh my god, Anan is standing up! That's amazing, the streamer just easily made 300,000 RMB. I came over from the banner, I have to say. The streamer's looks are definitely worth the big spender's 600,000 plus. Is Shanghai's #1 deeply devoted big brother here? I have no way to repay you for spamming so much money. How about I sing you a song or put on a dance performance? Yuanen's soft, sweet voice rang out. Once bitten, ever since she received 100,000 RMB tip only to have it reclaimed, Yuanen felt both delighted and terrified whenever she saw a large tip. What if this big spender made another inappropriate request? How could she politely refuse him? That's why she tentatively suggested singing a song and dancing for him as a way to repay his over 600,000 tips. The moment the words left her mouth, she blushed with embarrassment. The comment stream was flooded with messages like, "Drop a big tip, send it from 1,000 miles away, inflate the price, 1,000 miles in a day." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing was speechless. "Thanks my ass, give me something real." Ah, Yuanen looked completely bewildered first, second, and third time over. Yuanen's voice trembled. You're the most passionate man in Shanghai?" Gu Wenqing said, "What else could I be?" Yuanen walked over. Accidentally, the camera panned to Gu Wenqing's Douyin account. A string of numbers. 99,933,334 Douyin coins. In that instant, Yuanen was completely stunned. It wasn't just and the more than 50,000 viewers watching the live stream were also absolutely stunned. What on earth did they just see? Oh my. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. The account known as Shanghai's most sentimental held Doobie in the hundreds of millions. Over 900 million Do coins. Shanghai's most sentimental just spent a total of 666,660 Do coins on 100 supreme fireworks. Which mean Shanghai's most sentimental has 1 billion Do coins in their account, which converts to a full 100 million RMB. Oh my god, just how wealthy must Shanghai's most sentimental be to top up Douyin with 100 million in cash? What does it even mean to top up Douyin with 100 million in cash? These days, many people boast net worths of hundreds of millions or even billions, but most of that is tied up in stocks, real estate and the like. Many so-called billionaires who appear to be worth over $1 billion actually can't come up with 100 million in cash on the spot. Even if a billionaire could come up with 100 million, they'd absolutely never top up Douyin with it. What am I seeing? A true big spender. That string of numbers is making my eyes spin. Damn, that little streamer is so lucky she actually ran into a big spender in real life. Driving a Ferrari worth tens of millions, spending 100 million on Douyin, this big spender must have at least hundreds of billions or even trillions in assets, right? Little streamer, hurry up and go play PUBG. Once you're done, that big spender will definitely make sure you know exactly what's going on. I just burst into tears right then. I was going to lose my adorable Anan. So rich, I'm seriously jealous of that kind of life. In a live stream with over 50,000 viewers, countless comments flooded the screen as all sorts of people voiced their opinions. Yuanen looked at her balance of over 900 million Doobie and was absolutely terrified. In a mournful tone, she said, "Bro, I'm scared." Surely he isn't asking her to keep him company again, is he? She really wasn't going to do that. Countless viewers felt as if their phones had frozen. All they could see were mind-blowing special effects flashing repeatedly on their screens. Magic City's most devoted fan sends streamer Annen's cutest a supreme firework D1. Magic City's most devoted sends supreme fireworks 20 to the cutest streamer Annen. Magic City's most devoted fan sends supreme fireworks 40 to the cutest streamer Anan. Magic City's most devoted fan sends supreme fireworks 66 to the cutest streamer Anan. The most devoted fan in Shanghai sending Anan is the cutest a supreme firework 800. Another 100 to supreme fireworks roared into the live stream, instantly boosting the viewership of Annen's cutest to over 200,000. With over 200,000 viewers, Yuanan got experience what it's like to be a top-tier streamer. Oh my god, another 100 supreme fireworks. Everyone, shout with me, deep affection is the best. Holy cow, Shenking no. One from Shanghai just sent over 1.3 million in gifts to Annen's stream. The world of the rich is terrifying. Big boss, you're out of your mind. How many women could 1.3 million buy? Why waste it on you, Annen? I'm begging you, big shot, spare innocent Annen. 1 billion Dobi is equivalent to 100 million RMB. Although Gu Wenking could have someone tip on his behalf to cash out 50 million RMB. But Gu Wenking finds that too much of a hassle. Gu Wenking's net worth is now at least 20 billion. He owns countless assets. 11 billion in bank deposits. He a Ferrari LaFerrari and a Porsche Cayenne. 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street, an 800 square meter upscale Western restaurant, and 2 top-tier movie theaters in Shanghai. He a license plate worth 168 million. A shares in Huifeng real estate worth 8 billion. All these assets combined definitely exceed 20 billion. 1 billion Douyin coins on Douyin are mere pocket change to him. There's absolutely no need to waste time cashing out 50 million. He's not exactly short on pocket change. That's right to Gu Wenking today. 50 million is like 50 cents or 5 yuan back in the day. He wouldn't even bother bending over to pick it up if he dropped it on the ground. Wow, such a small amount. Good grief, 1.3 million is small change. Is this the mindset of a super rich tycoon? Looks like we really don't understand the world of the ultra rich. Yuanan also admitted she was both exasperated and shocked. What does 200 royal salutes even mean? That's over 1.3 million RMB. Even after splitting the proceeds 50-50 with the platform, she'd still walk away with over 650,000. It's no exaggeration to say she's never seen that much money in her entire life. But in the eyes of Shanghai's most romantic, it's pocket change. That's true. Big Brother has already spent 100 million in cash on Douyin. A little over 1 million is nothing to him, Yuanan said ingratiatingly. She didn't realize just how obsequious her expression was. She was practically about to cling to Gu Wenking's leg and call him daddy. All right, turn off the live stream, Gu Wenking said, waving his hand. I've sent you so many gifts you don't have to sing or dance to thank me. Just come with me to the mall to do some shopping. After all, the Douyin coins were a gift from the system, might as well use them while I can. Okay, big brother. Annen would be happy to shop with you all night long. Yuanan's voice remained as soft and sweet as ever. And with that, she ended the stream at the speed of light. Over 200,000 viewers stared at the black screen, but the comment stream never stopped. She's going offline already? Oh my god, what are you going to buy with the big spender? Black stockings, high heels, Durex. I agree with the comment above, Annen's in for it this time. Driving a Ferrari, spending 100 million on Douyin, and still so young, plus tipping the streamer 1 million or so. If you were in her shoes, would you say no? If that guy tipped me, I'd literally get down on my knees and suck up to him. I'm gorgeous and I know how to please. Is it too late to get intimacy change now? Gu Wenking, accompanied by the cute anime-style girl Yuanan, returned to Huaxi Street. At this hour, Huaxi Street, the most bustling area in the district, was ablaze with lights. It offered everything from dining and entertainment to shopping. with a vast array of goods from affordable to expensive to luxury all available in this massive commercial district. "Big brother, what are you going to buy?" Yuan asked curiously. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing decided to tease the cute female streamer a little. Gu Wenqing replied, "Condoms." "What's that?" Yuan didn't quite catch on at first and asked for clarification. Gu Wenqing laughed Durex. "Ah," Yuan turned pale with shock. "Bro, no way. I'm not that kind of person." Seeing Yuan turn pale with fright, Gu Wenqing found it utterly amusing. Of course, the more women, the better, but he wasn't just after their bodies. What mattered most was winning a woman's heart. A woman who has no feelings for him is just a body at his mercy, no different from a walking corpse. "Haha, just kidding. I want to go buy a watch," Gu Wenqing said with a smile. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and Gu Wenqing wanted to buy a watch just for fun. "Oh my gosh, big brother, you scared the life out of me," Yuan said, patting her chest as she let out a sigh of relief. But Gu Wenqing's eyes were glued to her. "Baby, it seems you really have no idea how charming you are." Her soft body swayed with the movement. She sensed that Gu Wenqing, wearing his sunglasses, was still looking straight at her. Was he staring at her? Yuan's face flushed, but she didn't mind his gaze. If it had been anyone else, she would have silently cursed under her breath, "You pervert." Because Yuan was a total looks-obsessed person. She judges people solely by their looks. And even though Gu Wenqing's face was obscured, it definitely couldn't be anything but handsome. A little over 10 minutes later, following the street signs, Gu Wenqing found the area where luxury brands were clustered. The entire mall spanned 7 floors, all dedicated to domestic and international luxury brands. Gu Wenqing knew a thing or two at luxury watches. Brands like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, and Richard Mille. He'd only heard their names, but had never actually seen them in person. Entering the mall, Gu Wenqing headed straight for the 2nd floor, where the luxury watches are concentrated. World-renowned brands like Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, and Les Lengensoni all have boutiques here. Unfortunately, Patek Philippe doesn't have a store on Huaxi Street. Otherwise, Gu Wenqing would have bought a Patek Philippe on the spot. Not for any other reason, but simply because the brand is famous enough to show off. Especially with that snazzy Patek Philippe tagline. No one ever truly owns a Patek Philippe, they merely look after it for the next generation. Just listen to that tagline, isn't it way more sophisticated than that cheesy line? "No gifts this Chinese New Year, if you must give now Beijing." As soon as Gu Wenqing reached the glass door, a female sales clerk in uniform smiled and opened it for him. "Hello, distinguished guest. Welcome to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store." The store's interior was decorated in a light, luxurious style, and a faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air. A massive billboard inside the store displayed Vacheron Constantin's tagline. "You can easily own time, but you cannot easily own a Vacheron Constantin." Upon seeing this, Gu Wenqing was deeply moved. You have to admit that these luxury brands really have a grand vision. Even a seemingly ordinary advertising slogan can be crafted to be so sophisticated and high-end. It seems that a famous watch brand needs not only a rich history but also a powerful tagline to show off. "Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment?" the salesperson asked. "An appointment? Do I really need an appointment to buy a watch?" This time, it was Gu Wenqing's turn to be baffled. He'd only ever heard that you needed to make an appointment in advance to customize a luxury car. This was the first time he'd heard that buying a Vacheron Constantin required an appointment. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in and said casually, "My last name is Wang. I have an appointment at 5. Judging by the way he moved about so freely, he was clearly a regular here. Wang Qin, the saleswoman assisting Gu Wenqing, hurriedly left him to greet the man who had just walked in. The middle-aged man had visited Vacheron Constantin several times to buy watches, and Wang Qin was well aware of his financial standing. He typically spent around 1 million on each watch. Selling a watch worth over 1 million meant a commission of 50,000 to 60,000 for the salesperson. Wang certainly wasn't going to turn down that kind of money. She wasn't stupid. Gu Wenqing was so young. Even as the son of a wealthy family, he'd spend 400,000 to 500,000 at most, whereas the middle-aged man had the spending power to shell out over 1 million. Given that contrast, she'd definitely choose the middle-aged man. Gu Wenqing assumed the salesperson had a scheduled appointment with the middle-aged man, so he simply took Yu Anan to browse watches at Vacheron Constantin on his own. It was his first time looking at luxury watches, so Gu Wenqing didn't care about the price. He was mainly interested in the watch's aesthetics. Yunjing was a new salesperson at Vacheron Constantin. No, actually, she was an intern. To drop the intern label, she had to sell a Vacheron Constantin watch within a month. The internship lasts 1 month. If she doesn't sell a single watch within that time, she'll be fired. With luxury watches like Vacheron Constantin costing tens or even hundreds of thousands, they're not exactly easy to sell. Today marks one of her last few days of the internship. If she doesn't sell a single watch in the coming days, she'll be out of a job. Distinguished guest, what kind of watch are you looking for? Yunjing stepped forward and asked Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing replied, an expensive one. Yunjing's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't hide her disappointment. In her experience, customers like this usually just come in to browse. Out of professional courtesy, Yunjing led Gu Wenqing to the display case with the least expensive watches. It wasn't that she looked down on Gu Wenqing. She just thought that, given how young he was, even if he were to buy a watch, he certainly wouldn't buy one that was too expensive. Vacheron Constantin 2250 D0 on A9123, priced at A8000. Vacheron Constantin 2250 15,000 G9233, priced at 89,000. Vacheron Constantin 2040 93,000 or A741, priced at 93,000. Dear guest, these watches are all very popular among young people. Please take a look and see which one you like, Yunjing and Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Wow, these watches are so expensive, Yu Anan exclaimed in surprise. Gu Wenqing frowned as she looked at these Vacheron Constantin watches, priced from tens of thousands to 300,000. He felt these watches didn't suit his taste. They all had a somewhat petty, small-minded feel to them. As a man worth tens of billions, he simply had to wear a watch that stood out from the crowd. Meanwhile, Wang Qin had already closed the deal with a middle-aged customer. The middle-aged man purchased a Vacheron Constantin for 1.5 million. From this sale alone, Wang Qin's commission would be over 70,000. Wang Qin smiled smugly, yet Yunjing, the newcomer, was still too green. She didn't know how to tailor her approach to the customer. Unlike herself, who had sold a 1.5 million watch in just 2 or 3 minutes, effortlessly earning 70,000. Especially when she saw Yu Anan say that a Vacheron Constantin costing tens of thousands was expensive, and Gu Wenqing's furrowed brow, she just wanted to laugh. If a Vacheron Constantin costing tens of thousands or even over 100,000 is considered expensive, then wasn't the 1.5 million one she just sold sky high? Thinking of this, she became even less convinced that Gu Wenqing would buy a watch. Sir, do you not like these Vacheron Constantin collections? Yunjing asked softly. They're a bit tacky, not my style. Gu Wenqing nodded, then continued. Don't try to save me money. As long as the watch is stylish and unique, the price doesn't matter. Gu Wenqing knew full well that the young salesperson in front of him was worried he couldn't afford it and would make a fool of himself, which was why she'd shown him the cheapest watches. Gu Wenqing appreciated her good intentions, but he genuinely didn't like the designs of these watches that cost tens of thousands of yuan. With assets exceeding 20 billion and driving a luxury car worth tens of millions, wearing a watch that costs just tens of thousands would indeed look very out of place. Hearing this, Yunjing began introducing watches to Gu Wenqing, moving from one counter to the next. Distinguished guest, this Vacheron Constantin 3011 10,9999 is priced at 60,000 yuan. The case is made of platinum. It's deeply loved by Chinese watch enthusiasts and holds significant collectible value, Yunjing explained as she showcased the watch. Hearing that a single watch cost over 2 million yuan, Yu Anan was completely stunned. That was like carrying an apartment on her wrist. It was terrifying. Gu Wenqing shook his head. It looks too old-fashioned. Then how about this Vacheron Constantin Molt 3306A2 S21G9477? It's priced at 600,000 yuan and is made of platinum set with diamonds. Yunjing selected another model with a more youthful design to showcase. The design's okay. Let's see if there's anything else, Gu Wenqing said. Gu Wenqing was fairly satisfied with this Vacheron Constantin Mathreu 682 S21G9477. He thought to himself, if the others aren't as nice, I might as well just buy this one.
Teft. What a show-off. That's what the salespeople in the store were thinking at that moment. A watch that costs over 6 million is just okay? The salespeople were nearly laughing their heads off. That's not how you show off. He doesn't buy it later, it'll be mortifyingly awkward. A watch worth over 6 million out of China's 1.4 billion people. There aren't even 10,000 who wear watches worth 6 million. And this young guy right here actually seems a bit dismissive of it. At that moment, no one in the store believed Gu Wenqing would actually buy the watch. He was most likely just there to show off in front of that cute anime-style girl. Even the middle-aged man who just bought his watch stayed put in the store, eager to see how Gu Wenqing would save face. Just then, Gu Wenqing's eyes lit up as a particular watch behind the clear glass caught his attention. Gu Wenqing pointed at the watch and said, "Take that one out for me to look at." "Sir, this is the Vacheron Constantin P3630 S22G99999. The case is made of 18K platinum set with 228 rectangular cut diamonds in a hidden setting," Yunjing explained patiently. Having spent so much time showing Gu Wenqing the watch, she didn't show the slightest sign of impatience, explaining everything with consistent patience and gentleness. Inside the transparent crystal case, the Vacheron Constantin P3630 S22G9999 exuded an air of mystery and elegance. "May I try it on?" Gu Wenqing asked. "Of course, distinguished guest," Yunjing replied. She carefully and gently removed the watch from the box, taking the utmost care. If she were to drop it and cause any damage, she wouldn't be able to cover the cost even if she sold her house. Yunjing wanted to help him put it on, but Gu Wenqing was it to them. Gu Wenqing took the watch, unlike Yunjing, who was so careful. He slipped the Vacheron Constantin onto his wrist as casually as if it were a cheap digital watch. He gave his wrist a little shake. It really did look stunning. Featuring 228 rectangular diamonds in a hidden setting, the watch's noble value was evident at a glance. Gu Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. "I'll take this one. Charge it to my card." Ah, Yunjing was stunned. He just bought it. "Distinguished guest, this Vacheron Constantin Malta P33630 S2090A99 is priced at 10,121,000. Yunjing announced the price. Gu Wenqing shrugged indifferently. "I know, I saw the price tag. Hurry up and swipe the card. I need to get back to school." Boom! Wang Qin felt as if she'd been struck by 5 bolts of lightning. She still couldn't believe it. This young man, still a student, could actually afford a watch worth 10 million. It wasn't just Wang Qin. None of the salespeople in the store could believe that Gu Wenqing could come up with 10 million. The middle-aged man also eyed Gu Wenqing with suspicion. Yunjing shakily walked up to the cash register and swiped her bank card. Deep down, she didn't want to believe that Gu Wenqing, who was still a student, could afford it, but she hoped he had the financial means. That way, she wouldn't lose her job. In the store, only the young host Yuan, who knew Gu Wenqing's true background, stared at him in utter disbelief. He bought a watch worth 10 million. Oh my goodness, not 100,000, not even a million, but a watch worth of 10 million. Yuan's eyes sparkled with wonder. Gu Wenqing bought a watch worth 10 million without batting an eye, as if he were simply buying a bunch of vegetables at the market. If she had 10 million RMB, what would she buy? Yuan would definitely choose to buy a house. She's had enough of the frustration of moving. With 10 million, you could buy a 2-bedroom apartment in the heart of Shanghai. And Gu Wenqing was actually wearing a whole apartment in Shanghai on his wrist. Just thinking about it made her feel he was insanely rich. When the receipt came clattering out of the machine, it meant that 10,021,000 had been successfully deducted from her card. Whoa! Everyone in the store gasped in shock. 10 million was really charged successfully. Oh my god. This is just unbelievable. Especially the sales staff, they're used to customers buying watches for 1 million or so they're no longer surprised by that. But today, when that 10 million watch which had been in the store since it opened was finally sold, they were all stunned. The middle-aged man was pretty shocked too. Damn, he thought he was a winner in life just by wearing a watch worth 1 million or so. But comparing yourself to others is just infuriating. A college student bought a 10 million watch 6 times the price of his own. He was absolutely green with envy. No one there regretted it more than Wang Qin. She was kicking herself. If only she hadn't tried to be so clever just now, the commission from this sale would have been hers. A 10 million watch, the salesperson's commission alone was 500,000, not to mention all the other bonuses. A split-second lapse in judgment cost her 500,000. She slumped to the ground, completely devastated. In contrast, even now her heart still couldn't settle down. The VIP she served bought a 1,000-watt watch, and her commission alone was 50 man. And with the sale closed, her job was secure. The thought that she had earned 500,000 just after entering the workforce left her feeling dazed, as if she were in a dream. She quickly composed herself and said, "Congratulations, distinguished guest, on purchasing the watch of your choice. You really are a young and promising VIP." Listening to the salesperson butter him up, Gu Wenqing chuckled. "The service was excellent. I'll come back to you next time I buy a watch." That simple sentence made Yunjing over the moon with joy. As they walked out of the Vacheron Constantin store, Gu Wenqing admired his newly purchased watch as they walked. It's expensive for a reason. With 228 rectangular cut diamonds sparkling under the night light, it looked absolutely stunning. Yu Anan, on the other hand, was still in a daze, completely overwhelmed by the shock of spending 10 million on a watch. By the time they finished shopping, it was already past 7 noon. Big brother, I'm hungry, Yu Anan said, rubbing her stomach. Let's go then, I'll treat you to something delicious. Where are we going? Debang Western Restaurant, Gu Wenqing smiled. Having bought a watch he really liked, he was quite happy. The two walked toward Debang Western Restaurant. Along the way, men kept glancing at Yu Anan, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, so they quickened their pace. When they arrived at the restaurant, Yu Anan saw a long line of people waiting and felt a little disappointed. It seemed their luck wasn't on their side. They wouldn't get to eat at the most famous Western restaurant in University Town. Just as she was feeling disappointed, she saw Gu Wenqing walk confidently into the restaurant, and a waiter respectfully ushered him into a private room. Smack. The sound of a fist slamming on the table. A bald man said angrily, everyone else is waiting in line just fine. Why does he get to cut in line? You're giving him special treatment. Once someone spoke up, other customers also began to voice their complaints about Gu Wenqing cutting in line. At that moment, a server calmly said, Sir, please don't get upset. That is the owner of Debang. And everyone, there's no need to worry about being cut in line. The boss has a private dining room that's not open to the public. Hearing this, the bald man felt embarrassed. He scratched his completely bald head and chuckled. Well, then it's all good. Yu Anan, who was just about to follow Gu Wenqing inside, happened to overhear this. Oh, no wonder he was rushing inside even though there were no seats left. So he's the owner behind the scenes at Debang Western Restaurant. That's just so impressive. Not long after the two of them entered the private room, one exquisite French dish after another was served. Marseille fish soup, foie gras, Parisian lobster, red wine braised pheasant, saffron chicken, chicken liver steak, and more. Having once barely scraped by, she could never have afforded to dine at such a slightly upscale restaurant. When the young streamer Yu Anan saw these dishes, her mouth started watering. It was Yu Anan's first time using a knife and fork. She seemed flustered and a bit embarrassed. Huh, you really look just like my idol, the white-clad youth. At that moment, Gu Wen took off his sunglasses and mask, and Yu Wenwen got a clear look at his face. Really, how much do I look like him? Yu Anan pulled out a screenshot she'd painstakingly captured from a video she'd finally managed to get a full shot of the white-clothed youth. To be honest, Yu Anan had been staring at that screenshot for quite a while. His eyes look just like him. The nose looks just like him. His mouth looks just like it too. Yu Anan held up the picture and compared it, muttering to herself as she did so. Even their aura is the same, it's as if they were carved from the same mold. So what? Gu Wenqing asked, unconcerned. So you're the boy in white, right? Wow, I'm so lucky I actually got to meet my idol and even have dinner with him. Yu Anan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Being with the person she liked, Yu Anan became much more talkative. Idol, I want your autograph. Sure thing. Idol, I want a photo with you. Gu Wenqing says sure. Idol, I want a hug. Sure, here you go. Before Yu Anan could even reach out, Gu Wenqing had already pulled her into his arms. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. So nice. With her baby-faced, busty figure in his arms, Gu Wenqing shamelessly said, what else do you want? I'll give you anything you want. No more, aw. Yuan's legs went weak, and she said in a soft, cute voice, all good things must come to an end. After the meal, the two had become much more comfortable with each other. After dinner, Gu Wenqing walked Yu Anan home. Watching Yu Anan's back as she walked away in her maid outfit, Gu Wenqing said, aren't you going to invite me up for a bit? Maybe have a glass of water? Hearing this, Yu Anan silently cursed under her breath, rogue. She then ran back into her apartment. Just as Gu Wenqing was about to get in his car, Yu Anan came running over in a hurry. Gu Wenqing felt a dizzying sway. It was really huge. Gu Wenqing teased, what's the matter? Did you change your mind and decide to let me come up for a glass of water? Yu Anan was panting heavily, her soft body rising and falling with each breath. Not at all, I just forgot to add you on WeChat earlier. After Gu Wenqing accepted her friend request, he drove back to Magic City University. Yu Anan returned to rented apartment, feeling as if today had been a dream. Not only had someone sent her a 1.3 million gift, but next month she'd earn over 650,000, freeing her from her current financial struggles. What made her happiest was meeting the idol she'd been dreaming of day and night, and since the money was a tip, Yu Wenwen felt over the moon. In high spirits, she posted a selfie on WeChat along with a screenshot of the young man in white's face. She captioned it, a day of being sponsored by my idol, so happy. Soon many people liked and commented on the post, but she ignored them all. Gu Wenqing was driving when he suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette not far from the roadside. Wearing a military training camouflage uniform and those yellowed white canvas sneakers, it was Yun Weiwei with her head perpetually bowed. Gu Wenqing was genuinely afraid she might bump into a utility pole if she wasn't careful. After finishing military training, Yin Weiwei was on her way to withdraw some money. Shanghai University only had an industrial and commercial Bank of China branch, but Yin Weiwei used the Postal Savings Bank. Withdrawing money from a different bank incurs a fee, so Yin Weiwei had no choice but to ask passersby for directions. Walking and asking her way, she finally found the bank after covering 8 or 9 kilometers. Only after withdrawing her money did she realize it was already dark. With fewer pedestrians around to ask for directions and night having fallen, she found herself lost in this unfamiliar city. She felt a bit helpless, but relying on her vague memories, she made her way back to school step by step. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car's engine roared past, and a red Ferrari pulled up in front of her. A familiar head popped out of the window. "Hey, get in!" Yun hesitated for a moment, walked to the passenger side door, but then stood there without getting in. Gu Wenqing knew she wouldn't open the door herself, so he opened it for her, but Yin Weiwei still stood outside the car. Gu Wenqing continued, "Get in." Yin Weiwei spoke very softly. "I just came to ask you for directions back to school." Gu Wenqing smiled. "I'm heading back to school anyway. I'll just give you a ride since it's on my way." Yin Weiwei said, her head bowed. "I'm all dirty." She'd worked up a sweat during military training and had walked 8 or 9 kilometers under the blazing sun. Her military uniform had already become stiff and uncomfortable. It would make his car smell bad. Gu Wenqing felt deeply moved by this girl who always put others first. He had no idea what she must have gone through in the past. Gu Wenqing said loudly, "What do you mean, dirty? The dirtiest thing is the human heart, not the person." Hearing this, Yin Weiwei paused for a moment, then cautiously got into the car. Once inside, she sat quietly, afraid to touch any of the car's interior or belongings. She'd heard from the girls at school that this car was very expensive. If she accidentally damaged it, she wouldn't have the money to pay for the repairs. On the way, Gu Wenqing asked, "What's your name?" Yun Wei. Gu Wenqing praised her sincerely. "What a beautiful name, it sounds so lovely." Yun Weiwei lowered her head and fell. "By the way, has that Li Yuangi been giving you any trouble?" "No." Gu Wenqing urged her, "If he bullies you, come find me. Don't be afraid of him, no matter what." Yun Weiwei kept her head down as she rummaged through the small bag slung over her shoulder. After a moment, she pulled out a stack of bills and placed them on the car seat. This is 5,000 yuan. I'll definitely pay you back the remaining 145,000 yuan little by little." Her soft voice, however, concealed a stubborn resolve. Gu Wenqing looked at her worn-out, yellowed canvas sneakers and asked, "So how much money do you have left?" Yun Weiwei answered honestly, "After paying my tuition, I have a little over 300 left." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing felt inexplicably annoyed and raised his voice slightly. "What can you buy with 300 yuan? It's not even enough for food. Can't you just take care of yourself first? Why are you in such a rush to get your money back? Do I really need those 5,000 yuan from you?" Her voice was a bit loud and a bit harsh. This startled Yun Weiwei. Her nose stung a little, and she didn't dare say another word. Gu Wenqing pulled the car over to the side of the road. For some reason, he felt like having a cigarette. He wasn't much of a smoker, usually he only smoked occasionally. There were cigarettes in the car. After pulling one out, Gu Wenqing asked, "Do you mind?" Yun Weiwei shook her head slightly and whispered, "My old man used to smoke right in front of me all the time." Yun Weiwei muttered very quietly, "Smoking is bad for your health." "Then I won't." Gu Wenqing stubbed out the cigarette. "Take the money for now. You can pay me back little by little once you graduate and get a job. And the car repair bill is 10,000 yuan, not 150,000. Li Yuangui just made up that high figure to rip us off." "Really?" Seeing Gu Wenqing nod, Yun Weiwei felt less weighed down than before. In reality, even if the Porsche repairs had cost 60,000, Gu Wenqing certainly wouldn't have told her the truth. 150,000 was simply too much. She'd been losing sleep over it every night lately. 10,000 yuan isn't exactly a small amount either, but if she worked hard and took on some part-time jobs, she should be able to pay it off in a semester. Yun Weiwei suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for the future again. Yun Weiwei said stubbornly, "I don't want the money." Gu Wenqing said in a deep voice, "I said take it." Yun Weiwei stubbornly kept her down. Gu Wenqing knew he'd have to take a tougher approach if he wanted her to comply. He rolled down the car window on the spot. "Fine, if you don't want it, I don't want it either." Gu Wenqing grabbed the thick stack of bills, held it out the car window, and said threateningly, "Since neither of us wants it, I'll just throw it away. Consider this your repayment to me." Yun Weiwei was startled. She waved her hands frantically. No, you can't." Gu Wenqing sighed, pulled the money back into the car, and said in a commanding tone, "You have to take this back, or I'll do exactly what I said." Yun Weiwei was startled by his tone. Truly afraid that Gu Wenqing would throw the money away, she had no choice but to clench it tightly in her hand, so tightly, in fact, that white marks appeared on her knuckles. Gu Wenqing said gently, "Be a good girl and do as I say." Gu Wenqing started the car and they arrived on campus in just over 10 minutes. Yun Weiwei got out of the car, whispered a quiet thank you, and walked toward the women's dormitory with her head down. Upstairs in the women's dormitory, Jin Yu, who was hanging laundry on the balcony, happened to see Yun Weiwei get out of the Ferrari. Back to the dorm. Gu Wenqing took a quick shower and felt refreshed and energized again. Just as he lay down on the bed, he heard the pleasant ringtone of his phone. It was a voice call from his senior, Wang Yanran. Gu Wenqing answered, "Hey, what's up? I haven't seen you in a day. I've missed you. By the way, why didn't you reply to my text earlier?" Her tone carried a hint of resentment. Gu Wenqing shrugged it off, saying, "I was in the shower just now. I didn't check my phone." "Really? Are you sure you weren't with some other girl? I heard that campus Queen Chen brought you water again today." The little jealous pot has been knocked over. Even through the screen, Gu Wenqing could sense his senior's jealousy. Gu Wenqing hung up immediately and initiated a video call. She answered, but the screen was black. Gu Wenqing protested, "Oh my gosh, you're only allowed to look at me, but I can't look at you? That's totally unfair." "I'm not going to let you see me. It's your own fault for ignoring me all afternoon." Gu Wenqing replied matter-of-factly, "I had important business this afternoon. I fired the manager at Dbang and went to interview some candidates." Gu Wenqing spoke without a hint of guilt, completely choosing to forget about the incident with Yu Wenwen. The senior said with a touch of pride, "I'll let you off the hook this time." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Wenqing saw a pair of long legs sheathed in sexy lace fishnet stockings appear in the previously pitch-black screen. Holy crap! Gu Wenqing let out a gasp of admiration, his eyes glued to the screen. Before he could even take a second look, his senior let out a "Himph" and hung up the video call. Sure enough, she was still her usual self, all about stoking the fire, never putting it out. "Oh my god, you even got the manager fired, old Gu. Are you the owner of Debang Western Restaurant?" Huang Zicheng, who had overheard the call, asked in surprise. Not wanting to draw too much attention to himself, Gu Wenqing replied, "It's my family's business, I'm just helping out a bit. My family also runs a Chinese restaurant right next to Bang." "What a coincidence," Huang Zicheng remarked. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow slightly. Right next to Bang Western Restaurant? If he remembered correctly, out of the 15 storefronts in that row, 10 were registered under Gu Wenqing's name. It really is a small world. He was actually Huang Zicheng's parents' landlord. Zhao Tao had just finished his shower and walked in when he overheard their conversation. He asked, "What's Debang?" Huang Zicheng replied, "It's a high-end Western restaurant in University Town." Zhao Tao exclaimed, "Wow, Mr. Gu is amazing. His family runs a Western restaurant. I've never even tasted Western food in my whole life." Gu Wenqing said, "I'll treat you guys to a meal there sometime." Zheng Xiaohong gave him a thumbs up. "That's generous, a true buddy." Zhao Tao grinned widely and said, "Who would have thought our dorm had two big shots, one whose family runs a Western restaurant and the other whose family runs a Chinese restaurant? We'll never have to worry about finding part-time jobs during breaks." Magic City University. Women's dormitory. Yun Weiwei returned to her dorm, tucked the small bag containing the money under her bed, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. After her shower, she set the bucket on the floor and began scrubbing her dirty clothes. The school had washing machines, but you had to insert coins to use them. 2 yuan per load. To save a little money, Yun Weiwei chose to wash them by hand. Just then, Jin Yu, who was sitting on her bed, asked, "Where did you go after military training?" Yun Weiwei paused briefly in her washing, then replied, "I had to go out for a while." "Jin Yu, by yourself?" Yun Weiwei nodded. Jin Yu suddenly said in a haughty tone, "You're lying. I just saw you get out of Gu Wenqing's car. After military training, you must have gone off with Gu Wenqing to do something shameful." For a moment, the other 2 girls in the dorm turned to look at Yun Weiwei and Jin Yu. Yun Weiwei said nothing more and lowered her head to continue scrubbing her clothes. Seeing that she was being ignored, Jin Yu grew even angrier. "Don't think just cause you're pretty, you can land a big shot like Gu Wenqing. Don't you even consider whether you're good enough for him? The clothes you're wearing aren't even worth 100 yuan in total. You drink nothing but tap water from the cafeteria every day. You only pick the cheapest vegetarian dishes for meals, and you can't even afford a 2 yuan washing machine. Someone who washes clothes by hand. Do you really think you're good enough for Gu Wenqing?" "Jin Yu, that's enough," another chubby girl in the dorm shouted. "Her name was He Yuan." "I'm talking about her, what's it to you?" Jin Yu said haughtily, then popped in her earbuds to listen to music. Yun Wei, who was doing laundry, showed no reaction. She continued scrubbing her clothes as if those words had never come out of Jiu's mouth. The 4 girls in their dorm didn't get along well. The main problem lay with Jin Yu. She had a terrible temper and nitpicked about everything. He Yuan and the other girl didn't particularly like her either. Lying on her bed, Jin Yu felt a surge of anger whenever she thought of Yun Wei's stunning looks. It's such a waste that God gave Yun Wei such a perfect face. If only it had been given to me instead. If military training isn't hard, you might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes. Life in military training went on as usual. Every day, Gu Wenqing received sparkling water from his senior classmate Chen Yangshu. Everyone felt tired for the first few days, but once they got used to it, it was just another day. Amid the envious glances of everyone around her, Gu Wenqing received 2 more bottles of sparkling water today. Especially since Chen Yongshu wore a different pair of pantyhose every day, leaving the boys on the field staring in awe. Gu Wenqing frowned, thinking to himself, how does Chen Yongshu know about his fetish? Who on earth leaked the news? Wang Zicheng scoffed, old Gu cut back on the soda it kills sperm. Gu Wenqing laughed and retorted, I'm not scared of a damn thing, I've got plenty of energy. During the break in military training, the squads from each class gathered together. Someone from one of the classes no one knew who kicked things off with a talent show, drawing cheers from everyone. A girl played a popular TikTok song. As soon as the music started, she batted her eyelashes, tossed her head back, and swayed her body. Even her baggy camouflage uniform, her sexy figure was still evident. Zhang Xiaohong exclaimed excitedly, oh my god, she's so damn sexy. Wang Zicheng agreed, which class is that girl from? I've never noticed her before. The girl's energetic dance brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch, and some of the boys whistled with excitement. A buzz of excitement rose from the crowd. Wow, she's got an amazing figure. College students have the first pick when it comes to dating. Isn't she way better than those trashy jerks on Douyin? One word, amazing. Qin Munan swayed her slender waist to the beat of the music, completely unfazed by the cheering guys around her. As she danced passionately, her eyes never left Gu Wenqing's, remained fixed on him the entire time. When the song ended, Qin Munan was breathing slightly heavily. At that moment, Qin Munan's name was spreading like wildfire across Magic City University. Qin Munan's long hair cascaded down, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. Her camouflage top was damp with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and hinting at her stunning figure. Below, the excited boys were cheering wildly. They were all blown away. What's that girl's name? She's so pretty. She's Qin Munan from our class. Is she seeing anyone? Dude, you're dreaming. Whether she's taken or not, it's none of your business. Damn it, can't I even daydream a little? How am I supposed to handle seeing her like this? How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Hearing the chatter, Wang Zicheng chimed in excitedly, she's my moonlight, it feels just like my first love. Zhao Tao grumbled in annoyance, damn it, you've already got Li Wenhu and you're eating from one pot while eyeing another. Wang Zicheng snapped back, you don't know damn, I'm just admiring her. Besides, old Gu's got both a senior and the campus queen, can't I even fantasize a little? Gu Wenqing was speechless, he was just quietly watching the show and the battle had already spilled over to him. Zhao Tao looked at him with utter disdain. Oh my god, you actually dare to compare yourself to old Gu. Look at how handsome old Gu is and then look at yourself. Wang Zicheng curled his lip. What's wrong with me? Are you jealous of a Korean-style heartthrob like me? Zhao Tao, Zhang Xiaohong, and Gu Wenqing. It felt like the Korean heartthrob had been insulted. Everyone around them was cheering for Qin Munan, but Gu Wenqing just sat there quietly. Having weathered every storm alongside his senior, he'd long since lost any enthusiasm for these petty tricks. Over there, Qin Munan had just finished her song and noticed Gu Wenqing staring off into space. She danced her heart out just for him, yet he was so clueless she wasn't even as captivating to Gu Wenqing as the starry sky. Qin Munan felt a sudden pang of resentment. She scanned the crowd and suddenly shouted, Gu Wenqing from the economics department, give us one. Boom! Hearing the gods' call, the crowd's emotions which had just settled erupted once more. Especially the girls hearing the name Gu Wenqing was like a shot of adrenaline. At Magic City University, the mere mention of Gu Wenqing was never short of conversation among the girls. Whether they were freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or even seniors about to graduate, none of them were strangers to Gu Wenqing. When they think of Gu Wenqing, they immediately picture, the one who drives a Ferrari. The white-clad youth who made the news for taking on 8 attackers single-handedly in an act of heroism. He's the one took turns delivering water with sophomore Wang Yanren and campus beauty Chen Yongshu. Oh, he's the hottest guy at Magic City University. Behind the scenes, many girls secretly agree that the hottest guy at Magic City University is Gu Wenqing from the economics department. It's no exaggeration to say the girls at Magic City University might not know any teachers or professors, but they definitely know Gu Wenqing. When girls get excited, there's no stopping them. Once someone took the lead and shouted Gu Wenqing, more and more girls quickly joined in. In an instant, the girls on the sports field in perfect unison chanted, Gu Wenqing, give us one. Give us one from the economics department. Gu Wenqing. Many of the boys below joined in, cheering and shouting along with them. The drill instructor saw this and waved his hand, signaling everyone to chant a slogan. Drill instructor, 1, 2, 3. Everyone, one more. In the 3, 4. We've been waiting so long. In the Saint Fong Quarto Kasadam. We're so anxious waiting. Anju Sanju Summers to Kit. Do you have it or not? Do you or don't you? Economics class, Gu Wenqing's class. Zhao Tao was stunned. Oh my god, Gu, when did you ever cross Qin Munan? Wang Zicheng was also speechless. Damn, you're probably going to become the public enemy of every guy in the school. Zhang Xiaohong said with schadenfreude. Haha, old Gu, go up there and put on a show of wailing and howling. The three of them chatted back and forth. I'm not singing, I can't sing. Faced with everyone's shouts, Gu Wenqing wasn't falling for it. You want me to sing just because you say so? Well, I'm not singing. Gu Wenqing stood up and conducted the economics students, launching into the song at the top of his lungs. If you want me to sing, I'll sing. Where would that leave my pride? If you want me to sing, I won't. What are you gonna do about it? What are you going to do? Shh. 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 A burst of playful booing came from across the room. Everyone was having a great time, and the atmosphere was really heating up. Just then, the drill instructor said at just the right moment, all the other classes have performed their talents, our class can't fall behind. With so many girls calling out for you, Gu Wenqing, you're the obvious choice, don't let them down. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohong chimed in with good intentions. Hey Gu, don't sing. If you can dance, do some street dance or robot dance, or at the very least, tell a joke. Zhang Xiaohong recalled the horror of that night when she'd been dominated. Zhao Tao also chimed in, whatever you do, don't sing. Otherwise, you'll ruin your image as the girl's perfect heartthrob. Huang Zicheng nodded vigorously. Right, you can't pull off singing. Hearing what the three guys from Gu Wenqing's dorm were saying, the classmates in the room were shocked. Could it be that Gu Wenqing's singing was really that bad? Students from neighboring classes heard it too. Those who were jealous of Gu Wenqing immediately felt a surge of glee, eager for him to make a fool of himself on such a big stage. It's no exaggeration to say that during military training, all the freshmen were completely captivated by Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing was the one stealing the spotlight. He was the one the goddess brought water to. Now even the moonlight of the dance troupe seems to have a crush on him. Oh my! Why does all the good stuff always happen to him? Everyone's been played by him, he's totally made fools of us all. Everyone's really looking forward to seeing Gu Wenqing make a fool of himself today. Gu Wenqing isn't getting stage fright, is he? Maybe he doesn't even have any talent. I heard he sings really badly. Aha, this time it's his turn to make a fool of himself. Poor guy, that's the downside of being famous. Everyone else doesn't even get a chance to perform. Coward. Down below, especially the boys who had a bone to pick with Gu Wenqing like Li Yuangui and Chu Bohan were overjoyed. They were itching to jump up and cheer. Gu Wenqing, you've finally met your match, making a fool of yourself in front of everyone. That really takes the edge off. It'd be even better if he totally messed up the performance. The economics class formation. Gu Wenqing borrowed a guitar and tested the sound. This scene gave his three roommates quite a scare. Oh my god, old Gu, are you really going to sing? Take our advice, don't go through with this, okay? Don't you realize you can't sing at all? It's over this time, old Gu is going to embarrass himself big time. The three of them gather around Gu Wenqing, trying to persuade him to choose a different performance. A few guys from the dorm next door to Gu Wenqing's were also looking absolutely horrified. The school's walls didn't provide much sound insulation. They too had heard Gu Wenqing's wailing before. With a squeaky voice and no sense of pitch, it sounded like a ghost howling in the dead of night. A squeaky voice it was that terrified. He usually speaks as if a gentle spring breeze were blowing, yet for some reason when he sings he sounds like a duck. It seems nobody's perfect. They tried to dissuade him. Gu Wenqing, why don't you try a different talent? Oh no, if you start singing you'll probably scare the girls to death. Sigh, why do you have to sing? If you really don't have any talent, we'll just pick someone else. Gu Wenqing held his guitar, listening to everyone's well-meaning advice. Did he really sound that bad when he sang before? Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow slightly and retorted with a laugh. Get lost. I sing great, don't spread rumors. Ha, bunch of losers. He's a completely different person now. Gu Wenqing glanced at the system reward. Heavenly Voice. Heavenly Voice enhances the host's singing skills, transforms the host's tone-deaf voice, and endows the host with the qualities of professional singer. Everything was just so perfect. Who's afraid of who? In fact, Gu Wenqing couldn't play guitar at all. But as long as he sang the system's reward, the 8-10 Chinese-style songs, he'd be unbeatable. The arrangements and lyrics are deeply etched in his mind. He can sing however he pleases. Simply put, when he sings the songs rewarded by the system, he can play any instrument: piano, violin, guitar, even the suona and erhu. The schoolyard was bustling with activity. The girls were waiting for Gu Wenqing with bated breath. Why isn't he here yet? He isn't getting shy, is he? Look, Gu Wenqing's holding a guitar. Wow, he plays the guitar, he's really amazing. He's so handsome. Gu Wenqing took off his cap, revealing a slightly longer crew cut. With his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, an air of gentle refinement radiated from within. A short crew cut is the hairstyle that truly tests a guy's looks. Even when he's just standing there doing nothing, Gu Wenqing's short crew cut is a delight to the eyes of many girls. It wasn't just the girls. The guys were also secretly marveling to themselves. He really was handsome. Chen Yongxiu was also curious, can he play the guitar too? At Yuyang, no. One high school in this small city, any boy who could play the guitar was bound to become a school celebrity. How come she'd never heard of anyone named Gu Wenqing who could play the guitar during her 3 years of high school? He's just bluffing, Chu Bowen said with certainty. Hearing this, Chen Yongxiu furrowed her brow. Chu Bowen, standing in her eyes, dropped a few notches. Chu Bowen stared at Gu Wenqing, feeling an intense loathing for him. First, because Chen Yongxiu, the girl he liked, seemed to have a soft spot for that guy. Second, he hated that Gu Wenqing had stolen his limelight. He, Chu Bowen, had always been the center of attention since childhood, but in college he'd become nothing more than a backdrop for Gu Wenqing. How could he not hate him? Gu Wenqing walked into the very center of the circle, the gentle breeze at his back. Many girls whispered among themselves, he looked so handsome with that guitar. As Gu Wenqing plucked the strings, the once noisy playground fell silent. A long, beautiful intro captivated everyone. The intro was so soothing. It had a classical feel to it. What a beautiful intro. Listen carefully. As the long, lingering intro played, Gu Wenqing gazed off in the direction of his hometown. Zhao Tao, Huang Zicheng, and the others had already covered their ears. Even though the intro was beautiful, it couldn't change the fact that old Gu was tone deaf. As a child, I bored a hole in the wall to steal light from someone's home. Uncalm for nights on end, I recall a decade of hardship studying by candlelight. Now I read leisurely by lamplight with a red-sleeved maiden adding fragrance to the air. A lifetime of fleeting fame is but an illusion. In March, along the way, mist and rosy clouds, orioles fly and the grass grows tall. Amid the fluttering willow catkins, I catch a glimpse of my hometown. I wonder if the one in my heart is still in Luoyang. A single strand of black hair, treasured for a lifetime. Lovers on the bridge come and go in pairs. This song is Luzhou Moon from Parallel Space. In Parallel Space is classified as a Chinese-style song, but this genre doesn't yet exist in Huaxia. Enhanced by Gu Wenqing's angelic voice, clear and melodious, he captivates everyone the moment he begins to sing. Some girls gaze at him dreamily, their hearts fluttering with admiration. The lyrics are truly beautiful. The moonlight shone on Gu Wenqing's chiseled features, lending him an air of mystery that piqued the girls' curiosity and made them want to get to know him better. A knockout performance. The heights has arrived. Gu Wenqing thought to himself, and a gentle smile involuntarily spread across his face. The moonlight of Luzhou falls upon my heart. You, under the moonlight, are no longer the same as you once were. Too many wounds I cannot pour out my heart. I sigh back then, I thought it was just an ordinary moment. The moonlight of Luzhou, a cool shower of pear blossoms. Who stands by your side now? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply etched in my heart. Yet the tears those days no longer flow. The lyrics are beautiful, the melody is lovely, and the singer is quite handsome. It's as if they've transported everyone right to the lyrics of Moonlight over Luzhou. A scholar spent 10 years studying diligently and finally achieved success in the imperial examinations. Later, having come to see through the illusions of fame and fortune, he returned to his hometown in the 3rd month. Watching couples strolling hand in hand across the bridge, he thought of the woman from his past. Is she still in his hometown, or has she already married? Standing in the loneliest spot beneath the moonlight and street lamps, gazing toward her hometown only to suddenly realize that the woman bathed in moonlight is no longer the one he once knew. As he played the moon over Luzhou, he longed for home and missed the woman he had once loved deeply.
The moonlight of Luzhou, the cool rain of pear blossoms. Who are you with now? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply etched in my heart. Yet the tears of those days no longer flow. Gu Wenqing, strumming his guitar, wore a faint look of melancholy. Luzhou, also known as Fei, was Gu Wenqing's hometown. Below, a light-hearted song that speaks of a faint sense of parting sorrow brought tears to the eyes of many sentimental girls. Listen closely, it really is such a heartbreaking song. Especially the various feelings of homesickness, they resonate so deeply with them right now. Most of them had left their hometowns to study in the Magic City. It was their first time traveling far from their parents, and they were homesick. I really want to go home. I miss my parents so much. I really miss him. Young girls are always sentimental, finding their own stories in the songs. When the song ended, everyone fell silent. They were still lost in the music. Half an hour later, Zhao Tao exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God, was that really old Gu singing? He hasn't been possessed by a ghost, has he?" Sheng Xiaohong stared in disbelief. "I can't believe it." Huang Zicheng shook his head and said, "Looks like old Gu has been fooling us all along. In fact, this is his true ability." Whoosh! Suddenly the room erupted with noise. The male students from the economics department shouted wildly, "Gu Wenqing is the best. Gu Wenqing, you're so damn awesome." The girls in the audience were asking each other, "What's the name of this song? Why haven't I heard of it before?" I couldn't find it online either. The song is called Luzhou Moon. Luzhou refers to Hefei, my hometown, Gu Wenqing said. One girl asked curiously, Gu Wenqing, did you write this song? Gu Wenqing replied, I guess so. After all, it's a song from a parallel world, and besides, the system has already registered the copyright for me. What? It really was his own original work. It's simply unbelievable. Hearing Gu Wenqing say with their own ears that he'd written it himself, the girls' eyes sparkled as they exclaimed from the audience. Oh, Gu Wenqing is so talented. What am I going to do? Who could resist such a great guy? I'm doomed. I feel like it'll be really hard for me to find a boyfriend now. Once you meet Gu Wenqing, you're set for life. Listening to the girls around him gushing over Gu Wenqing, the boy who had just snapped out of his reverie couldn't help but scream inwardly. Damn it, that guy pulled another fast one on us. There was nothing they could do. They had to admit Gu Wenqing was in a league of his own. He was just too amazing. He's rich, good-looking, and can even sing and compose music. How the hell are we supposed to compete with that? There's just no comparison. Chen Yongxu's gaze never left Gu Wenqing, and she grew increasingly curious about him. After the performance, Gu Wenqing turned down a few girls who came up to ask for his WeChat ID. He walked back to the dorm with his roommate. Old Gu, you're the man. Damn, we worried for nothing. The four of them were chatting and laughing. Gu Wenqing, stop right there. A woman's voice called out from behind them. Qin Munan was standing under a streetlight by a tree. Gu Wenqing said helplessly, you guys go ahead. I'll be back in a bit. Huang Zicheng looked envious. Old Gu, you're really living the good life. Zhou Tao was a mix of envy and resentment. My God, she's the white moonlight of the whole school. Zheng Xiaohong said, Old Gu, take it easy, don't let trouble brew at home. The three of them patted Gu Wenqing on the shoulder and, still looking envious, headed back to their dorm first. I don't think I know you, Gu Wenqing said. Dealing with a senior at Magic City University and Chen Yongxu was already giving him enough headaches. He really didn't want to get involved with any more girls. Under the yellow light stood a girl wearing a camouflage t-shirt tied up to reveal her slender waist. Her legs were very long. Humph, it's enough that I know you, the girl grumbled. Fine, now we know each other. I'll be on my way then, Gu Wenqing said, waving his hand. Suddenly Qin Munan ran up in front of Gu Wenqing, her entire figure looming close before his eyes. Take a good, close look. Do you really not remember me? Gu Wenqing looked at her for a moment, thinking she might have mistaken him for someone else. I really don't know you. Qin Munan looked at Gu Wenqing with a hurt expression as he walked away, leaving her behind. Idiot. Jerk. Idiot! It's only been 7 or 8 years and he's already forgotten her. Ding. Host has unlocked a new title, Center of Attention. Reward, a game studio in Magic City. Reward, Eternal Youth skill. Eternal Youth boosts the host's anti-aging abilities, providing a moderate improvement to skin and overall vitality, and prevents baldness. System, stay up all night to your heart's content, young man. Just like that, a new title has been unlocked. That game studio is impressive. It's the legendary cash cow. Take Tencent's game, for example. Its annual report shows it brought in over 10 billion in cash revenue for the company. Gu Wenqing made up his mind. I'll go check it out tomorrow. When Gu Wenqing saw the Eternal Youth skill, he was a bit shocked. The system is amazing. Anti-aging, never bald. That's damn awesome. If there's one thing that troubles men more than anything else, it's going bald. No matter how handsome a guy is, once he goes bald, regardless of how good-looking he used to be, his looks instantly plummet into negative territory, and he becomes an ugly guy. Gu Wenqing rushed back to his dorm and immediately checked himself in the mirror to see the changes. He noticed his skin had become much smoother and more radiant. With improved elasticity, his face was practically glowing with collagen. In the past, Gu Wenqing's skin had been prone to breakouts due to staying up late, but now even the few small pimples on his face had vanished without a trace. With the boost from eternal good looks, Gu Wenqing's looks improved slightly, though not very noticeably. After all, he was already quite handsome. There wasn't much room left for improvement. Gu Wenqing happily walked out of the dorm bathroom. Huang Zicheng was unboxing his newly purchased watch. Zhao Tao, who hadn't seen much of the world, also crowded in to take a look. Zhao Tao asked, The packaging is so fancy, this watch must be pretty expensive, right? It's just average, really. It's a Longines, Huang Zicheng said with a smug look on his face. Longines is a world-renowned watch brand with a long history, a must-have for successful men. I've liked this watch for a long time, but it's a bit pricey, so I thought about it for ages before finally deciding to buy it. With his new watch in hand, Huang Zicheng just wanted to show it off in front of everyone, in other words, to show off a bit. Having spent so much on such an expensive watch, if he didn't brag a little about the brand and the price, it would be a total waste of money. Zhao Tao furrowed his brow and asked, Longines, I've never heard of it. How does it compare to Wengxun watches? Huang Zicheng was baffled. What's the Wengxun brand? Oh, those digital watches sold at the corner store back home. They're pretty pricey, 200 or 300 yuan each. Huang Zicheng felt like he'd been talking to a wall the whole time. His showboating had been for nothing. Zhao Tao, this hick didn't know a thing. He shouted, Don't you dare compare those no-name brands to Longines, you're dragging down the prestige of my watch. Oh, a Longines isn't just a few hundred yuan. Is it that expensive? Zhao Tao heard people brag about how expensive Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin were, so he'd remembered it. Zhao Tao thought for a moment, then continued, compared to Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin, which one is more expensive, yours or theirs? Huang Zicheng felt like crying but couldn't. I'm not telling you a damn thing. Vacheron Constantin and Patek Philippe are way more prestigious than Longines. They're in completely different leagues. How can you even compare them? He just wanted to show off a little, to make everyone envy him. Why is this so hard? Zhao Tao, with nowhere to show off, just happened to see Gu Wenqing walk in. Old Gu, what do you think of this watch? It's a Longines, Huang Zicheng said, shaking his arm so the Longines glinted in the light. Gu Wenqing replied impassively, oh, it's pretty nice. This Longines model is perfect for young people. You should get one too, old Gu. As soon as Huang Zicheng finished speaking, he instinctively glanced at old Gu's wrist. Oh, his jaw nearly dropped. What did he just see? A Vacheron Constantin. That's just way too outrageous. As a native of Shanghai, Huang Zicheng is well versed in all kinds of luxury brands. The one on old Gu's wrist wasn't just any ordinary Vacheron Constantin. Judging by the platinum case set with diamonds, the single rectangular cut diamond, and the hidden diamond settings, he was certain that the watch Gu Wenqing was wearing was a Vacheron Constantin P36630 S22G9A99. It retails for over 10 million. His roommate is wearing a watch worth 10 million. That's freaking terrifying. Huang Zicheng had considered buying a Vacheron Constantin before, but even the cheapest models start at nearly 90,000 yuan. That was way beyond his budget, so in the end, he settled for a Longines watch costing just over 20,000. Huang Zicheng asked in a trembling voice, Old Gu, are you wearing a Vacheron Constantin Malta? Hearing this, Zhao Tao and Zheng Xiaohong also turned to look. They'd all heard of the legendary Vacheron Constantin. Old Gu, that's a really cool watch. Under the lights, the diamonds on the Vacheron Constantin watch radiated an air of elegance. Zheng Xiaohong was completely mesmerized. Zhao Tao asked curiously, Old Gu, how much did you pay for such a cool watch? If it's cheap, I'd like to buy one too. Before Gu Wenqing could answer, Huang Zicheng cut in, you want to buy one too? You're dreaming. Do you know how much this Vacheron Constantin Malta costs? A full 10 million. What? 10 million? Zheng Xiaohong and Zhao Tao couldn't believe what they were hearing. No way. A watch worth over 10 million. It's just a tiny watch, how could it possibly be that expensive? Old Gu, did you really pay over 10 million for that watch? Zhao Tao asked, his voice trembling. Gu Wenqing replied, yeah, it's pretty nice, isn't it? Oh my. Old Gu is really wearing a watch worth 10 million. What does that even mean? 10 million could buy an apartment in the heart of Shanghai, where real estate is incredibly expensive. 10 million could buy 2 ordinary Ferraris. 10 million could ensure an ordinary person lives a life free from financial worries for the rest of their life. What old Gu Wenqing is wearing on his wrist isn't a watch at all, it's clearly an apartment in the heart of Shanghai, where real estate is incredibly expensive. Huang Zicheng also stared blankly at the Vacheron Constantin Malta. What a mix of emotions. Just a moment ago, he'd told old Gu to buy a Longans. But old Gu showed up wearing a Vacheron Constant in Malta worth 10 million. I was actually planning to show off the 20,000 yuan Longines watch I bought back in the dorm. But now all his roommates are wearing luxury watches worth 10 million. If he were to show off his 20,000 yuan Longines now, wouldn't that be like brandishing a sword in front of Guan Yu? At that moment, Huang Ziqing had a strange feeling. When he compared himself to Gu Wenqing, it seemed as though he, a native of Shanghai, was actually the one from a small town. Whereas Gu Wenqing was the one who truly embodied the spirit of Shanghai. Just look at that 168 million license plate, 10 million Ferrari, and that 10 million Vacheron Constantin watch, all of which made Huang Ziqing green with envy. Gu Wenqing was lying in bed, chatting with Wang Yanren. Senior, Junior, I saw your singing video on the campus network. Hey, what do you think? It sounds great. You're so talented, Junior. I'm starting to like you even more. Gu Wenqing, I like you too. Hey, so what do you like about me? Gu Wenqing, your long legs and black stockings. Wang Yanren, can't you like something else about me besides my black stockings? Borara. I also like it when you're not wearing anything at all. Erling. After Gu Wenqing, Zhao Tao and the others finished getting ready, they headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. To get to cafeteria, no, they had to walk past a block of girls' dorms. Gu, look, it's that girl who used to bring you water. She looks like she's crying. Zhao Tao, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot Yun Weiwei, and he called out loudly. At that moment, Yun Weiwei was sitting on the steps by the side of the road, her head buried in her arms, sobbing softly as her shoulders shook. When Gu Wenqing saw this, his anger flared. Was she being bullied? Who could bear to bully such a kind and innocent girl? Gu Wenqing stepped forward and asked, Yun Weiwei, did Li Yuangui give you trouble? Yun Weiwei said through her tears, no, no. The moment she saw Gu Wenqing, all her inner strength crumbled. Leaning against Gu Wenqing's shoulder, she burst into loud sobs. Tears soaked her jet black hair, which fell across her cheeks. Her beautiful face was faintly visible through them. The boys passing by were all taken aback by her beauty. Her tear-streaked face truly evoked an irresistible sense of pity. Who's that pretty girl crying over there? She's so beautiful, she's just as pretty as our school beauty, Chen Yongxu. Oh my god, could it be that Gu Wenqing made her cry? That bastard Gu Wenqing, he's got a senior girlfriend, yet he still has to go picking on other girls. The male students who arrived later had no idea what was going on. They thought Gu Wenqing had Yun Weiwei. They gathered nearby, seething with indignation. Someone spoke up. Gu Wenqing, you're a man picking on a girl. That's just too much. If you don't give us an explanation today, we're going to report you to the principal's office. Don't cry, beautiful. We'll see that justice is served for you. The crowd chattered excitedly. Gu Wenqing shouted angrily, shut the hell up, all of you. Everyone, shut the hell up. For a moment the air froze. Everyone was completely taken aback by Gu Wenqing. They were all thoroughly frightened by Gu Wenqing's outburst. Usually Gu Wenqing came across as gentle and refined, but today, with his temper flaring, his gaze was terrifying, like a mad dog ready to bite at any moment. Then, Gu Wenqing turned back and gently wiped the tears from Yun Wei's face with his hand. He said gently, don't cry. You won't look pretty if you cry like a little kitten. Don't worry. No matter who bullied you, I'll make them pay. At that moment, a chubby girl stepped out of the crowd. He Yuan said, the money Weiwei hid under the bed is missing. I searched the entire dorm with her, but we couldn't find it. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing grew even more furious. 5,000 yuan Yun Weiwei withdrew yesterday is gone. He knew full well what 5,000 yuan meant to Yun Weiwei. Perhaps for other college students, 5,000 yuan might be just 1 or 2 months' living expenses. Losing it would be painful, but they could always ask their parents for more. But for Yun Weiwei, who had walked 8 or 9 kilometers on foot just to save a few yuan in transaction fees, 5,000 yuan might be a semester's or even a year's living expenses, or perhaps even her entire college careers. Gu Wenqing glanced at Yun Wei's canvas shoes, which were starting to come apart at the seams, and frowned. Did anyone else come into your dorm today? Seeing He Yuan shake her head, Gu Wenqing continued, then it must have been someone from your dorm. Come on, let's go find the other 2 girls in your dorm. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself stands in my way, I'm going to find that thief. As long as it wasn't an outsider, finding the thief wouldn't be hard. There were only 4 people in the dorm total, excluding Yun Weiwei, whose money was stolen. That left just 3 suspects. At that moment, on the school playground, Jin Yu was sitting on the field with her male admirer, waiting for military training to begin. Jin Yu said, "I want to buy an iPhone 13 Pro Max, but I'm still short 1,000 yuan. Can you lend me 1,000 yuan? Didn't you say yesterday you were still short 6,000? Jin Yu replied with a completely impassive expression. "Oh, my parents gave me 5,000. Before her male sycophant could say a word, Jin Yu saw Gu Wenqing leading a large group of people striding toward her. When she saw Yun Weiwei following behind Gu Wenqing, she was utterly shocked inside, but kept a calm facade. Gu Wenqing stood on the playground without saying a word, waiting quietly. Jin Yu, who was already feeling guilty, felt her world crumbling inside. Soon another girl from their dorm, Yang Lihua, arrived as well. "Let's go find a place to talk," Gu Wenqing said. Although he was furious, he didn't want to make a big scene. His original intention was to find a secluded spot where the parties involved could talk. Jin Yu refused. "I'm not going." Gu Wenqing suppressed his anger. "I don't want this to blow up." Just then, Jin Yu's sycophantic boyfriend shouted, "What are you going to do?" Jin Yu's sycophantic boyfriend stood up and blocked Gu Wenqing, preventing him from taking Jin Yu away. Gu Wenqing said patiently, "It's nothing, just a minor issue." "Who do you think you are? You just walk off like that. You're nothing but a piece of damn," the sycophant shouted angrily. "If you dare to force Jin Yu today, I'll be your sworn enemy." In front of Jin Yu, the sycophant acted like a real man. This was because Jin Yu had once said she liked guys who made her feel safe. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing lost his temper too. "Declare war. What the hell do you think you are? When it comes to brute strength, I can take on 8 of you by myself. When it comes to money, I could take you out and reduce you to ashes with just the cash in my bank account. I'll say it again, get out of the way." Hearing this, the fawning guy suddenly came to his senses. The guy standing across from him was Gu Wenqing. Famous throughout Shanghai for his heroic act of taking on 8 men single-handedly. He drives a luxury car worth tens of millions, and his license plate alone is worth 168 million. At that thought, the sycophant suddenly felt all the strength drain from his body. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he certainly wasn't as rich as Gu Wenqing. It seemed all he could do was spout empty threats. Gu Wenqing's piercing gaze swept over the sycophant. Seeing the sycophant fall silent, Gu Wenqing then left with the 4 girls from Yun Weiwei's dorm. In the empty stairwell, "Zhao Tao, you guys take Yun Weiwei with you first," Gu Wenqing said. Zhao Tao nodded, and he and the other 2 roommates took Yun Weiwei to military training first. At that moment, aside from Gu Wenqing, only Hyuan Jin Yu and Yang Lihua remained in the hallway. "I'll make this quick. I'm sure you all know why I brought you here. The thief who stole Yun Weiwei's 5,000 yuan is definitely one of you 3. I hope the person who took the money doesn't make the same mistake twice." Gu Wenqing's gaze swept over the 3 of them as he said this calmly. Jin Yu snorted derisively. "How do you know it was one of us 3 who stole it? What if Yun Weiwei is just lying? Maybe she never even lost the money in the first place." "Gu Wenqing, you have no idea Yun Weiwei is incredibly stingy. She eats nothing but vegetables and rice with plain water at the cafeteria every day. To save the 2 yuan for laundry, she laboriously scrubs her clothes by hand every day, and her clothes and shoes are so worn out they couldn't possibly be any older, yet she's too stingy to buy new ones. Do you really think a cheapskate like her could come up with 5,000 yuan? She's framing us. She's just jealous that we're better off than she is." Smack! A sharp crack echoed through the stairwell. "Shut up." Jin Yu covered her face, unable to believe that Gu Wenqing, who had always seemed so gentle, would hit a woman. "What right do you have to look down on Yun Weiwei?" Gu Wenqing's gaze was fierce enough to devour her. "Stop spewing such filth. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist slapping you again." Jin Yu, tears streaming down her face. "You? How could you hit a woman?" Gu Wenqing frowned. "Regardless of gender, if you make a mistake, you deserve a slap." He already had his answer. There was a 90% chance that the person who stole the money was none other than Jin Yu standing right in front of him. but everything requires evidence. The dorm room was tiny, and there were always people around. He didn't believe Jin Yu could have stolen the money without making a sound. 5,000. Whoever reports the thief will receive 5,000 as a reward, Gu Wenqing said slowly, looking at the three of them. Of the three, He Yuan shook her head and said she really didn't know. Gu Wenqing looked at the other two and continued, 10,000. 30. Gu Wenqing continued, 50,000. Whoever identifies the culprit, I'll give her 50,000 right away. I'm sure you don't doubt my capabilities. Jin Yu was terrified. She shot a fierce glare at Yang Lihua, who was about to speak. This scared Yang Lihua half to death, and she immediately abandoned the thought of speaking up. Jin Yu's family was from Shanghai, and her older brother was involved in the underworld. Earlier at the start of the school year, her brother had brought a few tattooed friends to escort Jin Yu to school, and Yang Lihua had seen them too. Yang Lihua, who had always been a model student, feared underworld types more than anything else. Gu Wenqing snapped angrily, "Stop glaring at me, for God's sake." Then he turned to Yang Lihua and said, "Don't be afraid. I guarantee she won't dare do anything to you. Just tell her, and I'll transfer the 50,000 yuan to you right away." Hearing this, Yang Lihua hesitated for a long time. 50,000 yuan, that was equivalent to half a year's income for her father. How could she not be tempted? She was truly afraid Yu's retaliate. She was torn inside. After a moment, she let out a heavy sigh. She had made her decision. 50,000 yuan is no small sum. With that money, she could buy the cell phone, computer, and other things she'd been wanting for a while. Yang Lihua steeled her resolve and said, "Jin Yu stole the money. This morning, while Yun Weiwei and He Yuan were getting ready, I saw her take the bag Yun Weiwei had hidden under the bed." Jin Yu was furious. "You're making that up." Since she'd already spoken up and offended Jin Yu, Yang Lihua decided not to hold back any longer. She stashed the money in the waistband of her military training pants. Gu Wenqing looked down and saw that the right pocket of Jin Yu's pants was bulging. It must have been where she'd hidden the money. With her lie exposed, Jin Yu burst into tears and slumped to the floor. Gu Wenqing said, "Hand it over. Since it's your first time, we'll keep your theft a secret. We'll let you off the hook this time." Changing his tone abruptly, Gu Wenqing said sternly, "But if you ever dare to bully Yun Weiwei again, I guarantee the whole school will know you're a thief, and Magic City University will definitely expel you. So you'd better behave yourself from now on." Hearing this, Jin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and felt a hint of gratitude toward Gu Wenqing. Thankfully, he hadn't gone all out against her. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have been able to continue her studies at this university. Even if the school didn't expel her, once word of the theft got out, she wouldn't have the face to stay on campus. Gu Wenqing kept his word, immediately transferring 50,000 yuan to Yang Lihua and instructing both her and He Yuan not to spread the news about Yu's theft. "And don't tell Yun Weiwei that I spent 50,000 yuan either." It wasn't that he was being overly compassionate. He was simply giving Jin Yu a chance to turn over a new leaf. Everyone makes mistakes. If he gave Jin Yu a chance, perhaps she would turn her life around. At that moment, Yang Lihua and He Yuan felt a deep sense of admiration for Gu Wen. First a slap, then a treat. After Gu Wenqing put Jin Yu in her place, she would actually feel grateful to him. He doesn't act like a college student at all. He thinks of every detail. She's really impressive. Yun Weiwei is so lucky to have Gu Wenqing protecting her. They suddenly felt incredibly envious of Yun Weiwei. As for the matter of exchanging 50,000 yuan for 5,000 yuan, not only did they not think Gu Wenqing was foolish, but they actually felt he doted on Yun Weiwei. He was willing to pay 10 times the amount just to get her money back. He's just like a domineering CEO straight out of a novel. It's enough to make anyone fall head over heels for him. Gu Wenqing walked away with the money. He still had to go to military training. 50,000 yuan is pocket change to him. He spends hundreds of thousands just on a single meal. 50,000 yuan is nothing to him. Actually, he could have taken 5,000 yuan himself to give to Yun Weiwei, telling her he'd found the money. She's so naive. She definitely wouldn't have suspected her. But Gu Wenqing chose not to do that. First, if the root cause of the problem wasn't resolved, what would happen if Yun Weiwei kept losing money? Second, he genuinely didn't want to lie to Yun Weiwei, such an innocent girl. No matter how hard Gu Wenqing rushed, he still arrived late for military training. Gu Wenqing. The drill instructor shouted loudly. Gu Wenking present. You're 10 minutes late for military training, which violates school regulations. As punishment, you'll run 10 laps around the track. Oh my gosh, Gu Wenking thought of a certain plant. The drill instructor continued, any objections? Gu Wenking winked at Yun Weiwei in the formation and answered loudly, known. On the sweltering track, Gu Wenking stood alone in his military training uniform, running a sweat poured down his face. Yun Weiwei stood in the crowd, a lump forming in her throat. Why was he being so kind to her? On the field, at the drill instructor's whistle, all the freshmen breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Wenking was still running laps around the field. After taking a sip of water, Chu Bohan said with satisfaction to the boys around him, he's got what he deserves. It's his own fault, how dare he be late for military training. Seeing Gu Wenking's misfortune made Chu Bohan absolutely delighted. He's always trying to show off he deserves a bit of bad luck. 10 laps, let's run him to death. Haha, he really does look like a dog when he runs. A few boys standing nearby were also mocking him. They'd had it out for Gu Wenking for a long time. Chen Yongxu, the prettiest girl in their class, was always bringing him sparkling water, and he was green with envy. They were absolutely thrilled to see Gu Wenking get punished. At that moment they were overjoyed. At that moment, the girls in the class all frowned, looking displeased. A few of them shouted, "Are you crazy? How can you spout nonsense without knowing what really happened?" Gu Wenking was late because he was helping a girl find her money. He was just being helpful. How dare you guys laugh at him? Exactly. You're just a bunch of clueless straight guys. How could you possibly understand Gu Wenking's romantic gesture? Wow, Gu Wenking is such a good guy. Yeah, unlike them all, they do is gloat over other people's misfortune. If looks could kill, the girls' glares would have reduced Chu Bohan and his crew to ashes in an instant. Chu Bohan and his friends were mortified. Just for saying a few bad things about Gu Wenking, they'd turned into the bad guys? They felt like crying but had no tears left. Damn it, why are these girls so fierce? After running 10 laps around the track, Gu Wenking was soaked from head to toe. It felt like he could wring water out of his underwear. His camouflage shirt clung tightly to his body, vaguely revealing his perfect abs, which truly caught the attention of countless girls. Drenched in sweat, Gu Wenking walked up to Yun Weiwei, slipped the money into her bag and walked away. Just then, Huang Zicheng walked over and gave him a thumbs up. "Old Gu, you're the man." Zhao Tao also stepped forward to ask, "Old Gu, why didn't you explain yourself back then? Maybe the drill sergeant would have let you off the hook." "You don't know a damn thing. Some people just don't like drawing too much attention to themselves," Gu Wenking said. "That girl, Yun Weiwei, she's so insecure and shy. She's always keeping her head down, hiding her face behind her hair. If she'd been noticed by all those students at military training, she would have definitely been terrified." Not far away, Yun Weiwei watched Gu Wenking lying on the ground in the shape of the Chinese character for Da. She hesitated for a long time, but finally overcame her inner reservations and went to bring Gu Wenking some water. But just then, another girl came into view dressed stylishly, with subtle makeup, who handed Gu Wenking a bottle of sparkling water. Yun Weiwei glanced down at her own faded water bottle and felt a pang of disappointment. Chen Yongxu stood ahead, watching Gu Wenking drink. "Can't you get a different kind of sparkling water?" Gu Wenking frowned. "It's orange flavor every single day." He was about to throw up from drinking it. Hearing this, the boys on the playground were itching to jump up and beat the hell out of that jerk Gu Wenking. The school's most beautiful girl brought him water herself, and he's being picky about the flavor. They really wanted to strangle that jerk. If the school beauty brought them water, they'd be over the moon. They definitely wouldn't act like a show-off like Gu Wenking, being so picky. Military training is over. Gu Wenking's phone rang. It was an unknown number. As soon as he answered, a clear, feminine voice said, "Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm a sales representative at the Porsche 4S store in Magic City. The top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne you ordered has arrived at the dealership. When would you like to come pick it up?" It was the Porsche Cayenne he'd been rewarded with by the system earlier. Gu Wenking replied immediately, "I'll be right over." If it hadn't been for this call from the Porsche sales representative, Gu Wenking would have almost forgotten he even owned a Porsche Cayenne. Gu Wenking dialed Yenren's number. "Are you free, senior?" Wang Yanran giggled. As long as you're asking, I'll make time even if I'm busy. Great, then come with me on a quick errand. Gu Wenqing went downstairs, started up his red Ferrari, and drove to the entrance of the women's dormitory. Before long, Wang Yanran came down the stairs. In the passenger seat of the Ferrari, Wang Yanran wore an off-the-shoulder denim top that revealed her delicate, fair collarbone and shoulders. She paired it with a denim miniskirt in the same color, showing her long, shapely legs. Her white stockings ended just above her calves, and she wore a pair of white Nike Air Force and sneakers. Her makeup was still in her favorite innocent yet seductive style, making her look like a perfectly ripe apple that made one want to take a bite. As they stopped at a traffic light, Gu Wenqing casually rested his hand on Wang Yanran's jade-like leg. Wang Yanran still blushed bright red and said shyly, "Junior, please don't do that." Gu Wenqing replied, "Don't be shy, we've already seen each other in the uncovered anyway." Humph. Wang Yanran pouted, shot Gu Wenqing a sidelong glance, and said nothing more. After caressing her for a while, Gu Wenqing asked, "Why aren't you wearing stockings today?" "I am wearing them. Here they are." Wang Yanran lifted her leg to show Gu Wenqing her white knee-high stockings. "You're wearing them. How come I don't see them?" Gu Wenqing said, lifting her denim miniskirt. As soon as he did, all he saw were black leggings. Damn it. What happened to trust between people? Which idiot invented leggings anyway? Pieft. Pervert. Wang Yanran knew Gu Wenqing all too well. He was always trying to take advantage of her. Gu Wenqing groped her shapely, long legs a few times before letting up. With the GPS set, Gu Wenqing soon arrived at the Porsche dealership. The moment they walked in, they heard a young man's voice. "Aren't there supposed to be no cars in stock? Why is there just one parked in the showroom? I've never liked waiting. I'll take that red Porsche Cayenne, charge it to my card." Liu Yangwei had one arm around a young woman while pointing at the red Porsche Cayenne with his other hand. At that moment, the salesperson hurried over to explain, "Sir, this Porsche Cayenne was reserved in advance by another customer, and it's already been paid for in full. If you want to take delivery today, you can choose another Porsche model." Hearing the salesperson's words, Liu Yangwei's expression wavered. Just then, the girl in his arms said in a coquettish voice, "Why, I just love the Porsche Cayenne, don't want any other car." Liu Yangwei looked at the girl in his arms and listened to her sweet, coquettish voice. He felt his spirits lift considerably. He just loved the way she acted, so dependent and spoiled every day. Liu Yangwei had known this girl for 2 or 3 months now. Unlike other girls, she wasn't easy to win over. He'd thought that if he bought a Porsche Cayenne today and let her drive it for a few days, he might just succeed in sleeping with her. After all, Liu Yangwei wasn't stupid. He wasn't about to just give away a car worth several million on a whim. He planned to register the vehicle and insurance entirely in his own name. The Porsche Cayenne was just for her to drive. When she eventually got bored of it, he'd just dump her. The car would still be his, so he'd lose nothing. Liu Yangwei had been lusting after this girl for a long time. He knew today was his best chance to get her. If he missed it today, who knows how long he'd have to wait. Having made up his mind, Liu Yangwei frowned and said loudly, "My dad knows your boss, Mr. Su. Don't be ungrateful. Swipe the card, I'll take this car." Liu Yangwei handed his card to the salesperson, motioning for her to process the payment. The girl said in a coquettish voice, "Wei, you're so domineering." Liu Yangwei replied with a lecherous grin, "Tonight, I'll show you something even domineering." The girl gave him a flirtatious look and said, "You're so annoying." Looking at the girl's stunning figure, Liu Yangwei couldn't wait for tonight to arrive. The saleswoman stood there looking aggrieved, torn between a rock and a hard place. "Hurry up and go. Do you think I won't make one phone call and get you fired from the Porsche dealership?" Liu Yangwei roared at the saleswoman, who stood frozen in place. "What the hell is wrong with her? You ungrateful little brat. You're just ignoring what I said?" Liu Yangwei continued, "Let me tell you, for someone of my stature to buy this Porsche Cayenne is an honor for the original owner." At that moment, none of the female salespeople in the store dared to step forward to help. They knew better than to cross Liu Yangwei, given his connections. The saleswoman who'd been scolded was on the verge of tears. She was just following the dealership's rules. Why was this guy still giving her a hard time? Oh, that idiot didn't fasten his belt tight enough, so he let you slip out. Gu Wenqing stepped forward with a look of disgust on his face. When dealing with a spoiled rich kid like this, Gu Wenting didn't bother with politeness, he just let loose with insults. Treat people like people. When you encounter a mad dog, just hit it with a club. Who the hell are you? Liu Yangwei said, his face darkening. When he saw Wang Yanren's face, a hint of greed flashed across his face. This woman was truly beautiful. Compared to her, the girl in his arms was practically trash. Their looks were like heaven and earth, they weren't even in the same league. The girl in his arms wasn't even worthy of being compared to Wang Yanren. Just a moment ago, you said it was your honor to buy my car. Now that I'm here, how exactly are you going to make it an honor for me? Gu Wenqing said coldly. Upon hearing that he was the owner of a Porsche Cayenne, and seeing that he was accompanied by such a beautiful girl, he must have some clout. Liu Yangwei fell silent for a moment, his arrogance fading as he said calmly, I'll add 10,000 yuan to the list price of this car. How about that? Gu Wenqing scoffed. Are you some clown sent by a monkey? My top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne costs over 3 million. Do I really need your measly 10,000? Wang Yanren overheard this and covered her mouth, giggling softly. Even the salesgirls at the Porsche dealership couldn't help but chuckle. This is just ridiculous. Would someone who can afford a 3 million yuan Porsche even bat an eye at 10,000 yuan? They've already spent 3 million, why would they care about 10,000 as pocket change? This Liu Yangwei really is adorably clueless. I don't care, I'm taking this red Porsche Cayenne, the girl insisted, leaning in and blowing a puff of warm breath into Liu Yangwei's ear. Liu Yangwei saluted her on the spot.
Damn it. For the sake of a good night's sex, Liu Yangwei gritted his teeth and said with a heavy heart, 100,000? I'll add another 100,000, just give me the car. Damn it, this is going to cost me a fortune. He'd swindled 3 million from his dad under the pretext of a business deal. He'd planned to buy a Porsche Cayenne to get a free ride with this little streamer, use her up, then dump her. Even if he kept the car, he wouldn't be out of pocket. But now he'd had to shell out an extra 100,000. His heart was bleeding. Damn it. Today, he was going to make that witch serve him right. 100. Gu Wenqing frowned. Even a meal and a bottle of red wine cost him more than 100,000. Hearing him brag so much, he thought it was some big shot, but turns out he's just a loser. Not to mention, Gu Wenqing had absolutely no intention of giving him the Porsche. Gu Wenqing calmly held up 3 fingers. Liu Yangwei was taken aback. 3,000. Gu Wenqing shouted, no, 30 million. It's your honor to be able to buy my car for 30 million. Turn the tables on him. Damn it, are you crazy? You're so desperate for money you've lost your mind. Let me tell you, my dad is Liu Guoliang. Liu Yangwei revealed his family connections. He continued, don't be so ungrateful. Gu Wenqing didn't give a damn. Damn you. Get the hell away from me. You're the one who wants to buy my car if you can't afford it. Don't damn spout all this bull damn. My dad is Liu Guoliang. My family developed all the real estate in this area. Even the storefront this 4S dealership rents belongs to my family's company. Kid, you still have time to apologize to me now, or else once I call my guys over, your little frame won't stand a chance. Liu Yangwei said menacingly, his brow furrowed. This residential complex was developed by Huafeng Real Estate. Liu Yangwei's father owns a 5% stake in Huafeng Real Estate. With a total value of 80 billion, a 5% stake in Huafeng Real Estate is worth 4 billion. Liu Yangwei had every reason to be arrogant. Plus, with just one phone call, he could summon countless construction workers to make a show of force. So why on earth would he be afraid? Junior, why don't you just sell it? I've heard of Huafeng Real Estate, it's best not to cross them, Wang Yanren advised. Huafeng Group has been riding high lately, selling a villa complex in a prime location near the university campus, and Wang Yanren had also heard of Huafeng Real Estate's reputation. She didn't want her junior to cross paths with those business tycoons. The sales girls at the 4S store were also sweating bullets for Gu Wenqing. They knew all too well just how formidable Huafeng Group was. With total assets exceeding 80 billion and deep-rooted connections in Shanghai, they were simply not a force to be trifled with. Oh no, that handsome guy really pissed off young Master Liu. It's all Liu Yangwei's fault for being so domineering. That guy's bound to get beaten up by the construction crew. The saleswoman whispered softly. Liu Guoliang, why does that name sound so familiar? Gu Wenqing pondered for a moment. Isn't Liu Guoliang a minority shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate? Thanks to the 10% stake in Huafeng Real Estate granted by the system and the system's incredible capabilities, the top brass at Huafeng Real Estate were all aware of shareholder Gu Wenqing's existence. Likewise, Gu Wenqing knew everything there was to know about them. Looking at Liu Yangwei laughing arrogantly. How could Liu Guoliang have sired such an idiot? And he's even trying to force a sale. Gu Wenqing walked up to him and slapped him twice across the face, making Liu Yangwei see stars. Before Liu Yangwei could even react, Gu Wenqing dialed the number of his father, Liu Guoliang. Hey, old Liu, it's Gu Wenqing here. You really have a fine son forcing his way into business with me like this? In another couple of years, he'll be so powerful he'll just take over Huifeng Group by force. As a business partner, I just couldn't stand by and watch, so I decided to teach him a lesson for you. Don't take it personally. All right, I'll hand the phone over to that kid right now. Boom! Liu Yangwei, covering his face, felt as if he'd been struck by a bolt of lightning. He was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. What had he just heard? Did that kid right in front of him just call his father? And he even called his father Old Liu? A wave of dread washed over Liu Yangwei. He was done for. Wait, that's not right. He thought about it for a moment. The boy across from him was so young. How could he possibly know his father, let alone brag about being some kind of business partner? Bull damn. Is he trying to show off in front of me? Liu Yangwei let out a cold laugh and nonchalantly answered the call. To prove to everyone that the person on the other end was definitely not his dad, he simply put the phone on speaker. Liu Yangwei said arrogantly, "Hey, you stupid idiot. How dare you impersonate my father, Liu Guoliang? Do you have any idea how serious the consequences of this are? I'm impersonating your mother, Liu Yangwei. Have you grown wings, or do you think my belt's gone limp? You get cocky if you don't get a beating every day, huh?" The familiar voice of a middle-aged man through the phone, causing Liu Yangwei's legs to go weak against his will. He stammered, "Dad." A barrage of curses erupted from the other end of the line. "Don't call me Dad, I'm not worthy of being your father. Do you have any idea what a colossal mistake you've made today? I've usually turned a blind eye to your arrogant and high-handed behavior, but today you've actually gone and provoked old Gu? Uncle Gu holds a 10% stake in our Huifeng Group and plays a pivotal role. How dare you, a mere junior, offend him? Both you and I depend on him for our livelihoods. Apologize to Uncle Gu right now." Boom. After hearing his father's words, Liu Yangwei felt like his head was about to explode. What had he just heard? The young man standing before him owned 10% of Huifeng Group. What does that even mean? Huifeng Group is worth 80 billion, which means the teenager standing before him is worth 8 billion. That's exactly twice as much as his family's fortune. And he could sense the special respect his father showed Gu Wenqing. His background must be quite impressive. At that moment, Liu Yangwei felt utterly intimidated. Compared to Gu Wenqing, his family was no match in terms of wealth. As for background, his family's background was limited to Huifeng Group, whereas the young man standing before him had connections that extended far beyond Huifeng Group, perhaps even to other powerful factions. Liu Yangwei cradled his phone in both hands and respectfully handed it to Gu Wenqing. He forced a smile that looked worse than a cry. "Uncle Gu, I'm so sorry. I was blind to your true stature and offended you. Please forgive me." Gu Wenqing nodded and lectured him in the tone of an elder. "There are always people more capable than you, and there's always someone better out there. Don't be so arrogant and overbearing. You should be humble and keep a low profile. Next time I see you acting so domineering out in public, I'll slap you to death on your father's behalf." Liu Yangwei nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking at grain. "Uncle Gu is right." Liu Guoliang's voice came through the phone again. "Old Gu, it was A Yang's fault today. Next time he comes to the company, we'll have a couple of drinks, and he'll apologize to you in person." Hearing his father adopt such a humble tone, the slightest bit of resentment Liu Yangwei had felt toward Gu Wenqing vanished completely. Liu Yangwei, who had been incredibly arrogant just a moment ago, was now like a docile lapdog, bowing and scraping, showing an exceptionally contrite attitude. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, "Yangwei, why don't you go apologize to the saleswoman? You scared her." When Liu Yangwei heard Gu Wenqing call him Yangwei, his face turned green as a pig's liver. If any of his rowdy friends out there dared to call him that, Liu Yangwei would definitely teach them a lesson they'd never forget. But when Gu Wenqing called him that, he had no choice but to accept his fate. After all, Gu Wenqing and his old man were business partners. He had no choice but to meekly say, "I'm sorry" to the saleswoman. Witnessing this dramatic scene, the sales staff at the Porsche dealership were all stunned. Who would have thought that Liu, the young master who had always been so arrogant and domineering, would actually apologize to a female salesperson? This young man is truly impressive. He managed to put young master Liu in his place so thoroughly that not only did he take 2 slaps, but he even apologized. According to the phone call, he's also a shareholder of Huifeng Group. He actually owns 10% of Huifeng with a total value of 8 billion. He's truly incredibly wealthy. If he weren't already accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, the girls would have rushed over to ask for his contact information long ago. Who doesn't love a young wealthy man? I'm so jealous of that girl by his side. 8 billion, how could anyone ever spend all that money? If you do the math, doesn't that mean this young man's family has assets worth over 100 billion? Thinking of the handsome young man before them worth 8 billion and gazing at Gu Wenqing with their beautiful eyes, their legs began to go weak uncontrollably. They were smitten. "Uncle Gu." Gu Wenqing frowned and said, "Stop it. Don't keep calling me Uncle Gu left and right. You look older than I am, don't be so shameless. Call me Brother Gu." Liu Yangwei. Gu Wenking patted him on the shoulder. Go home and play in the mud. Got it, bro? Why, my Porsche Cayenne? Smack. Liu Yangwei raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Damn your head. If it weren't for you, your old man wouldn't have pissed off Brother Gu. Damn it, if you don't get in the right position tonight to satisfy me, I'll kill you. The young streamer burst into tears. Wah. Inside the Porsche dealership. Wang Yanran was still reeling from the shock of what just happened. Her junior was actually a shareholder of Huifeng Real Estate. That's just crazy. If her junior is already this impressive, his family must be even more extraordinary. When she looked up information on Huifeng Group on her phone, she saw that her junior's 10% stake was worth 8 billion. She felt a deep sense of helplessness. With him being so outstanding, was she really good enough for him? I remember a girl in our dorm who was dating a guy who bought a villa through Huifeng Real Estate. She bragged about it in the dorm for months on end. But my junior is a shareholder at Huifeng. If I told them that, they probably wouldn't even believe me. Just then, Gu Wenking patted her slender waist, motioning for her to come take a look at the car. Wang Yanran put the earlier incident out of her mind and looked at the Porsche Cayenne in front of her. Its exterior was stylish and dynamic, with clean, flowing lines and a strong sporty vibe. It looked tall and imposing, with a front fascia that exuded power. The top-of-the-line Cayenne's interior was meticulously crafted. It came fully equipped. The seats were very comfortable. Features like the heated steering wheel and the armrest to the seats were thoughtfully designed, and it even had a panoramic sunroof. Wang Yanran was truly smitten, and she found herself wondering how long it would be before she could drive a luxury car like this herself. Running her hand over the paintwork of Cheng Liang's Porsche Cayenne, she said, "Junior, a red Ferrari really suits you, but while a red Porsche Cayenne is certainly good-looking, it doesn't really suit you. Why didn't you choose a different color?" Gu Wenking replied, "Because I'm not the one driving this car." Wang Yanran suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, terrified that she might have guessed wrong. Could it be? That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking. "Junior, I absolutely adore you. Give me a kiss." Wang Yanran leaned in and kissed Gu Wenking a few times. Then she gazed at the Porsche Cayenne in delight. She felt like she was dreaming. Just a moment ago, she'd been daydreaming about when she'd get to drive a Porsche, and now her junior had actually given her one. Wang Yanran was overjoyed. The fact that her junior had given her a luxury car worth over 3 million meant she was still very important to him. Just thinking about it filled her with a deep sense of fulfillment. Just then, the Porsche salesperson stepped forward. "Sir, please provide your ID so we can handle the registration and insurance for you." Gu Wenking replied without hesitation, "Use my senior's ID." "Junior, I don't think that's quite right." Gu Wenking replied gently, "Just do as I say. The car I gave you is yours, don't overthink it." At that moment, Wang Yanran's eyes were as gentle as water, and her love for Gu Wenking reached its deepest depths. He was hers for the rest of her life. As the saying goes, a man will die for his true friend, and isn't it the same for a woman? After finalizing the paperwork, the two of them each in their own car drove out of the dealership. The two red luxury cars looked just like a couple's set. Gu Wenking, Wang Yanran. "Senior, let's go see a movie." Wang Yanran, "Sure, I love going to the movies." "Alright, then hop in my car. I'll take you to a great spot." Gu Wenking set the navigation directly to Magic City International Cinema, a high-end movie theater the system had rewarded him. Located on the 5th and 6th floors of the Limao Commercial District, a long-established commercial hub in Magic City, it is not only the city's largest 5-star luxury cinema in terms of floor space, number of screening rooms, and total seating capacity, but also one of the most luxurious cinemas in all of Huaxia. As one of the nation's top-ranked luxury cinemas, it currently features 17 screening halls, including 14 standard halls, one 600-seat super-large hall, and 2 VIP halls, with a total seating capacity of approximately 3,500 and a floor area of about 15,000 square meters. The system rewarded him with 2 such top-tier movie theaters. It was now around 7 or 8 p.m., the busiest time of day in the commercial district, with a massive crowd of people. The Magic City International Cinema was also bustling with activity. In the lobby, people of all ages, men, women, and children had purchased their tickets and were waiting for their favorite movies to begin. The service at Magic City International Cinema was exceptional. 2 receptionists were stationed at the entrance. As soon as they spotted a customer, they would greet them warmly and ask if they needed anything. As usual, they spotted a couple walking toward them and warmly called out, "Welcome." When they looked up, their eyes met the young man's gaze. They were startled and quickly exclaimed, "Hello, Mr. Gu." Gu Wenking smiled and nodded at them. As expected of a top-tier movie theater, the service attitude and awareness were excellent. This surprise inspection didn't go nearly as badly as the one at Debang Western Restaurant. Gu Wenking realized it was that unbeatable system. Again, it had used unscientific means to directly assign this movie theater to his name, and all the employees remembered him and knew he was their boss. "System, you're seriously awesome." "Good evening, boss." "Good evening, boss." "Good evening, Mr. Gu." "Good evening, Mr. Gu." Wherever Gu Wenting went, all the employees at the movie theater greeted him. This caused countless people in the waiting area to look at Gu Wenting in surprise. They wanted to catch a glimpse of the true face of the owner of this 5-star luxury movie theater. Surely he wasn't some potbellied middle-aged man, was he? At first glance, his first impression was that he was tall with a commanding presence and still quite young. With the buzz from his act of heroism still in the air, Gu Wenting, noticing so many people staring at him, frowned and put on his sunglasses. That split-second scene sent many girls into a frenzy of screams. Wow, he has such a commanding presence. Especially when he raised his eyebrow. I've even picked out a name for my kid already. He's so amazing, the owner of a major movie theater at such a young age. I want to have a baby with him. Give it a rest. Haven't you seen the little wife by the domineering CEO's side? The guys were also staring at Gu Wenting with envy, not because he was rich, but even more so because of the girl standing behind him, who was absolutely stunning. Wang Yanren's appearance outshone everyone else, making all the other girls in the theater pale in comparison. Once he arrived at his own movie theater, Gu Wenting didn't hold back. He booked the entire V theater. Whatever movie he wanted to watch, it was all there. He ordered one of every specialty snack available at the theater. Wang Yanren, sitting beside him, kept casting admiring glances at Gu Wenting. Ever since she'd been with him, she'd come to realize what it truly meant to be with an exceptional man wherever they went. He was the center of attention. No matter where they went, there were always people trying to curry favor with Gu Wenting. He's so amazing. Being with her junior, she's experiencing a high-quality lifestyle she's never known before. The VIP. In the vast, spacious room, there were only Gu Wenting and Wang Yanren. A romantic teen movie was playing on the massive screen. Wang Yanren was captivated by the movie, staring intently at the screen with her head tilted back. Watching the movie was just a cover. He had other motives entirely. Gu Wenting gazed at Wang Yanren's incredibly hot figure and her strikingly long leg. A smirk played on Gu Wenting's lips as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Wang Yanren was startled by Gu Wenting's sudden move. Seeing his mischievous grin, she pouted playfully. Gu Wenting slowly leaned his head toward Wang Yanren's ear, feeling the heat of his breath, all while surrounded by the romantic and passionate atmosphere of the movie theater. Wang Yanren's body trembled slightly and her whole body went limp. The mood was right and Gu Wenting's hand slid down a few centimeters. The movie continued to play. Wang Yanren, her face flushed, covered her face with her hands, and her denim shirt slipped down slightly. This time, Gu Wenting had no intention of stopping at just a taste, although he knew Wang Yanren's relatives hadn't left yet. But there were plenty of ways to go about it. When love runs deep, passion follows naturally. A moment later, looking at Wang Yanren's face, which radiated pure desire, Wang Yanren instantly understood. The movie went on for quite a while. Back in the dorm room. By then, the other 3 roommates were all back in the dorm as well. There were quite a few mosquitoes in the summer, and Wen Qian was about to light some mosquito coils but couldn't find her lighter. She had just seen Wang Yanren's Porsche key, so she asked, "Yanren, can I borrow your lighter?" She never imagined it was actually a key. She thought it was just a lighter. Aren't those luxury car key-shaped lighters all the rage on Douyin lately? She often came across videos like that while scrolling. "Huh, I don't have a lighter," Wang Yanren replied earnestly. I definitely saw it." As she spoke, Wen Qian picked up the Porsche key from Wang Yanren's desk and searched everywhere for the lighter switch, but couldn't find it. Wen Qian had no choice but to ask Yanren how to use this lighter. Wang Yanren said with wide eyes, "Qiantian, would you believe me if I told you that's a car key?" Wen Qian teased, "That joke isn't funny at all." She was convinced it was just a lighter. Wen Qian knew Wang Yanren's family background. They were a middle-class family. A Porsche costs at least 60 yuan, which Wang Yanren's family simply couldn't afford, let alone buying her one. She also knew her best friend Wang Yanren very well. Although she was materialistic, she was very self-respecting. Men never got the better of her, so it was unlikely any man would give her a Porsche sports car. Wang Yanren led Wen Qian out to the balcony and pressed the unlock button on the... Below the dorm building, the red Porsche Cayenne's headlights flared on with a commanding glow, illuminating the darkness ahead. Wen Qian looked down at the red Porsche Cayenne. It was one of her favorite cars. Girls generally like bigger cars, especially large SUVs, which give them a sense of security, and Wen Qian was no exception. Her favorite cars were the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the Porsche Cayenne, and the Jeep Wrangler. At that moment, as she gazed at the luxury car of her dreams parked downstairs, she felt a surge of envy toward Wang Yanren. But she immediately felt a pang of fear. Could her best friend have gone down the wrong path, betraying her again, or perhaps being kept by a sugar daddy? Otherwise, how could she possibly afford a Porsche Cayenne? Wen Qian said with deep distress, "Yanren, you aren't being kept by a rich man, are you?" Hearing this, Wang Yanren reacted like a kitten with its fur standing on end. "How could that be? You know me well enough. I have very high standards for my future partner. He not only has to be well off, but he also has to be good looking in a way I like, have a great personality, and be responsible." As she spoke, every word described Gu Wenting perfectly. Wen Qian snorted coldly and pressed further, "Then explain how you got this Porsche Cayenne. Even the base model costs over $1 million. Don't tell me you bought it yourself. Wang Yanren, a junior gave it to me. Gu Wenqing, then you gave it to him. It's still in a relative's name. Wen Qian pressed further, is the car registered in your name? Seeing Wang Yanren nod, Wen Qian admitted she was in. What kind of dream guy is this? In the bathroom, she looked at her own striking features and figure in the mirror, different from Wang Yanren's style, but each had their own unique charm. In the men's dorm. When Huang Zicheng saw Gu Wenqing return, he stepped forward and said, Old Gu, you're back this late? You were out with your senior, right? How's it going? Oh my god. Stop obsessing over my progress all the time. You need to get your own act together and become Li Wenhuang's official boyfriend first. Damn it, Old Gu. You shouldn't rub salt in the wound like that. Besides, Li Wenhuan and I still have a pure relationship, Huang Zicheng retorted. Speaking from experience, Gu Wenqing offered some advice. You're just a wimp. Even as a temporary boyfriend, you should exercise your boyfriend privileges. Don't be afraid, start by holding hands with Li Wenhuan. Okay, I'm going for it. I'll give it a try next time, Huang Zicheng said with a determined look on his face. Just then, Huang Zheng's iPhone rang. When Huang Zicheng saw it was Li Wenhuan calling, his mood brightened. He shot Gu Wenqing a smug look. See, Wenhuan must miss me. Huang Zicheng answered the call with a big smile. Li Wenhuan cut right to the chase. Why did it take you so long to answer my call? Huang Zicheng replied meekly, Oh, I was talking business with Old Gu just now and didn't hear it ring. Li Wenhuan replied coldly, Send me Gu Wenqing's WeChat ID, Molo wants it. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. After Huang Zicheng sent Gu Wenqing's WeChat contact card to Li Wenfeng, he said, Wenhuan, let's go out and have some fun together after military training is over. He was ready to give it a try and see if the method Gu Wenqing had taught him would work. We'll see. Li Wenhuan got Gu Wenqing's WeChat ID and hung up the phone away. Zhao Tao and Zhang Xiaohong both laughed. That's so real. Huang Zicheng scratched his head awkwardly and said, That's just Wenhuan's personality, I'm used to it by now. After lights out in the dorm, Huang Zicheng tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He asked timidly, Old Gu, have you ever held hands with the senior? Gu Wenqing pursed his lips and said, What do you think? We've kissed until our lips are raw. Zhao Tao said enviously, Wow, Old Gu, you're something else. In the faint moonlight, the hearts of these single guys stirred with ripples, unable to find peace. Zhao Tao hesitated for a long time before saying, Old Gu, could you give me Mo Luo's WeChat? Zhao Tao had quite a crush on Mo Luo. She's so pretty and so kind to people. Zhao Tao really wanted to get in touch with her. Huang Zicheng didn't want to dash his roommate's hopes, so he said tactfully, Mo Luo isn't someone to be taken lightly, it's not easy to win her over. Zhao Tao, I just want to give it a shot. Gu Wenqing simply said, I've sent it to you. Huang Zicheng rolled his eyes. Didn't Zhao Tao have any clue? Mo Luo had even added Gu Wenqing on WeChat herself, she must have a thing for Old Gu. Besides, the gap between Zhao Tao's family background and Mo Luo's was just too vast, it was completely out of the question. Huang Zicheng sighed silently to himself. Looks like Zhao Tao won't come to his senses until he hits a brick wall. Zhao quickly added Mo Yi on WeChat. He scrolled through her moments, it was all about her daily workouts and food. The photos of Mo Luo in tight workout clothes Zhao Tao feel a surge of heat. Zhao Tao asked Mo Luo if she knew who he was. Mo Luo said she knew. She thought to herself that if she hadn't shared a dorm with Gu Wenqing, she wouldn't have added Zhao Tao. Zhao Tao, military training must be really tough, right? Mo Luo, it's okay. Zhao Tao, make sure to put on plenty of sunscreen so you don't get sunburned. Grins. Mo Luo, okay, I'm gonna rest now. Zhao Tao, good night, sweet dreams, waving goodbye. Meanwhile, Magic City University of Business and Technology. Women's dormitory. After chatting with Zhao Tao, Mo Luo pulled up the screenshot on her phone and stared at it intently. Gu Wenqing's toned muscles had her practically licking the screen. As a fitness enthusiast, she often encountered muscular guys at the gym, but it was truly rare to find someone as well-proportioned and with such defined, streamlined muscles as Gu Wenqing. Mo Luo thought that once they were friends, Gu Wenqing would message her right away, but she waited and waited for a very long time and still didn't receive a text from him. So she had no choice but to reach out to Gu Wenqing herself. She picked up her phone but didn't know what to say. Usually guys are the ones who start the conversation and she'd just reply sporadically. Mo Luo racked her brain and finally sent. Military training must be really tough, right? Smile. Gu Wenqing was looking at a sexy photo. A senior had some long legs and black stockings. He replied casually, it's okay. Mo Luo, the UV rays are strong in the summer, so be sure to put on some sunscreen. Grins. Gu Wenqing, okay, I'm gonna bed. Mo Luo, get some rest early. Sweetly. Gu Wenqing chatted with his senior for a little while longer. Wang Yanren, my period will be over in a couple of days. Shy. Gu Wenqing, hey, I've been looking forward to that for ages. Time for some makeup. Wang Yanren, you're getting the wrong idea. I just meant that once my period is over, we can go eat hot pot. Grins. Gu Wenqing, wanna get spanked? Wang Yanren, come on, I'm waiting for yes. Gu Wenqing, haha, in a couple of days, I'll definitely make you call me daddy. The next day. The sun was already high in the sky. He spotted Huang Zicheng, who looked pale and frail. Gu Wenqing reminded him, take care of yourself, cut back on the needlework for a day. I'm not, damn it. Zhao Tao pointed the trash can by Huang Zicheng's bed, which was overflowing with crumpled paper balls. And what's with all this? Huang Zicheng tried to wriggle out of it. I just had a cold. Zhao Tao looked at him with disdain. You're catching a cold in the summer? I've got a heat-induced cold, is that not okay? Gu Wenqing patted Huang Zicheng on the shoulder. Fine, fine, fine. Whether you have a cold or not, it never hurts to take care of yourself. Huang Zicheng felt like crying but couldn't. Why wouldn't anyone believe him? When he saw Zhang Xiaohong walk in after washing up, he rushed over to prove his innocence. You said catching a cold in the summer, isn't it normal to have a runny nose? Zhang Xiaohong replied without hesitation. Who in their right mind catches a cold in the summer? That single remark had Gu Wenqing and Xiao in the dorm bursting into laughter. The day's military training to an end. Lin Yingying, a girl from the red team, sent a voice message on WeChat. Gu Wenqing, hurry up and come out to eat. You promised me you're not allowed to say no. Lin Yingying's clear, pleasant voice came through the phone. Send me your location and I'll be right over. Haha, I'm already at the entrance to your Magic City University. Hurry up. Did you drive yourself? Gu Wenqing. The clothes Lin Yingying had given him earlier weren't cheap, so her family must be well off. Plus, the Magic City Conservatory of Music wasn't exactly close to Magic City University, which is why Gu Wenqing assumed she was driving. Okay, I'll be right out. Since Lin Yingying was already at the entrance to Magic City University, Gu Wenqing didn't bother changing clothes and simply walked out of the campus gate still wearing his military training uniform. As soon as Gu Wenqing stepped out of the campus gate, Lin Yingying recognized her at a glance. Lin Yingying rolled down her window and waved, Gu Wenqing, over here. Gu Wenqing looked at the Bentley Roadster GT up ahead, a car priced at over 3 million. It seemed her guess was right. Lin Yingying was a rich, beautiful girl. Gu Wenqing got into the car. Where are we going to eat? Lin Yingying smiled and said, what do you feel like eating, Western or Chinese? Let's go for Chinese. Gu Wenqing had been eating Western food until he was sick of it lately. Lin Yingying agreed and, with practiced ease, steered the Bentley through the traffic. Today, Lin Yingying was wearing a form-fitting black dress, her long legs encased in Balenciaga black stockings beneath the hem. It stood to reason that a rich, beautiful, and privileged girl like Lin Yingying would have no shortage of suitors at school. Lin Yingying, who was driving, felt Gu Wenqing's gaze and blushed slightly. She pretended not to notice and concentrated on the road. The Shanggongfu restaurant, nestled within the Shanghai Bay National Forest, has an average per-person bill of 4,000. Without a guide, first-time visitors would most likely get lost in the sea of greenery at Shanghai Bay Forest Park. Misty smoke shrouds the willows by the pond, peach blossoms brighten the embankment of Jin Lake, blue-gray bricks, gray tiles, and horse-head walls, intricately carved beams, ornate pillars, and soaring eaves. The Huzhou-style architectural complex at Shanggongfu is said to date back over 400 years. Every structure is of antique quality and exquisitely crafted. The upstairs hall, where the elders of the former distinguished clan once held council, features a large round table intricately carved with dragon motifs from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty as the dining table. While the seating consists of Ming Dynasty meditation benches, the plaque inscribed by the imperial preceptor, the intricately carved wooden screens, and the Han Dynasty pottery and Jin Dynasty porcelain, each piece showcases Huzhou culture to the fullest. The two of us ordered quite a few dishes. Kaihua duck, poached chicken, braised shark's fin in yellow sauce, steamed straw mushrooms with flaky pastry, sesame paste pork kidneys, fish rolls in chicken broth, pork patties with shiitake mushrooms, steamed chicken in a clay pot, and peach blossom soup. As the table filled one exquisite dish after another, even setting aside the taste, their appearance alone made them look like works of art. Gu Wenqing, how does this taste? Lin Yingying leaned in and asked. Since they were sitting so close, Gu Wenqing could sense the delicate fragrance emanating from the young woman. Not bad, the presentation, aroma, and flavor are all top-notch. I really like it. Lin Yingying giggled. I'm just glad you like it. I was worried it might not suit your taste. Even if I didn't eat a single bite, just looking at you is a feast for the eyes. Lin Yingying was truly stunning. Both her looks and her figure were top-notch. Plus, she had a vibrant personality. Even though she's from Shanghai, she had that fiery, feisty charm typical of girls from Sichuan and Chongqing, with a playful yet sassy edge. Earlier at the barbecue restaurant, if Gu Wenqing hadn't been there, Lin Yingying would probably have rushed and saved the person herself. Especially with the outfit Lin Yingying was wearing today, it was exactly the kind of look Gu Wenqing loved. Gu Wenqing just loves seeing beautiful women in black stockings. As the saying goes, you can tell if a woman is beautiful just by looking at her thighs. Lin Yingying's legs were just as stunning as her senior's bow, top-notch. Lin Yingying's face was flushed. Didn't she dress up so carefully today just to impress Gu Wenqing? Feeling Gu Wenqing's gaze, she felt a little flutter of joy in her heart. The two finished their meal, chatting and laughing all the while. On the way back, Lin Yingying was driving, ready to take Gu Wenqing back to school. She received a call from a friend saying that a friend of hers had gone through a breakup and was getting drunk at a bar, asking Lin Yingying to come pick her up. Before she could hang up, a man's voice came through the phone. "Hey, beautiful, are you here alone?" Worried about her friend's safety, Lin Yingying said, "Could you go to the bar and find my friend first? She's drunk, and she's not in a good state." Gu Wenqing immediately agreed. "I'll drive," Gu Wenqing said at that moment. He explained, "Your friend's situation isn't looking good, and I'm actually a pretty good driver." Lin Yingying nodded, pulled over, and switched seats with Gu Wenqing. Her friend was at Tax Bar. Gu Wenqing set the navigation and warned, "You'd better hold on tight." Ever since acquiring the skill one-handed supercar, Gu Wenqing hadn't used it yet. Since acquiring the skill, Gu Wenqing's driving skills had become on par with those of a professional race car driver. Buckle up. As the engine roared and a fierce surge of acceleration hit her instantly, the car shot forward like a flash of lightning. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the speed shot up to 200 and kept climbing. Gu Wenqing maintained this breakneck speed the entire way, accelerating and taking turns. He weaved back and forth through the traffic like a needle threading through a needle's eye. A journey that would normally take 40 minutes according to the GPS, Gu Wenqing completed in just 20 minutes. He had indeed been driving a bit fast, especially when passing other cars, the accelerator being slammed down and released abruptly, which must have scared Lin Yingying quite a bit. After parking the car, Gu Wenqing asked with concern, "Are you okay?" What he had anticipated didn't happen. At that moment, Lin Yingying, sitting in the passenger seat, had a rosy glow on her face and was clearly thrilled. She exclaimed, "That was so much fun! It was a real thrill!" Although she had always been the good girl, deep down she was incredibly rebellious. Today's high-speed drive gave her an unparalleled thrill. It was simply exhilarating. Lin Yingying was so exhilarated that her whole body went. Tax is Shanghai's top nightclub. Ever since it opened, luxury cars have lined both sides of the street every night. Tax boasts a massive 3,000 square meter venue that can accommodate 3,000 people at once. Right at the entrance is a wall lined with aces of spades, featuring an industrial chic aesthetic. It boasts a 3D surround sound system, 4D holographic projections, and a 12-meter-long bar combining elements of an electronic music festival, an underground club, and an indoor music festival all in one. Many wealthy second-generation youth and young urbanites in Shanghai love to let loose at Tax at night, working hard to release the frustrations of the day. Gu Wenqing and Lin Yingying, her face flushed with embarrassment, walked into Tax. The corridor, bathed in intense flickering lights, was dazzling. The deeper they went, the more deafening the music became. The walls were covered with ace of spades motifs, exuding an air of extravagance, and the place was filled with groups of men and women out on the town. The arrival of Gu Wenqing Lin Yingying drew the attention of countless people. Good-looking men and women are always the most popular at nightclubs. Gu Wenqing's neat, short haircut, combined with his chiseled features, gave him an even more mesmerizing aura under the flashing lights, drawing countless girls to flirt with him. Especially in his camouflage outfit, he embodied both a youthful charm and a masculine allure, two seemingly conflicting qualities that were perfectly balanced on him. To put it simply, he was nothing like the other flashy, trashy women in there. Gu Wenqing waved away a promotional hostess who approached him, saying he was looking for someone. Lin Yingying then joined Gu Wenqing as they scanned the area, looking around. Meanwhile, at the open seating area of Tax, Wang Min was wearing a revealing black spaghetti strap top. The fabric barely covered her curves, leaving her collarbones and slender waist exposed to the air. She wore short shorts on the bottom, with stockings hugging her long, shapely legs, and a pair of black knee-high boots that reached just below her knees. With this outfit, she was definitely rocking the girl group look.
Wang Min was in a terrible mood. Her boyfriend of 6 months had cheated on her. And he'd cheated with a woman who was worse than her. Her boyfriend said just one thing. "It's been half a year, I've been dating you for a full half year, and all you'd let me do was hold your hand. You wouldn't even let me kiss you." But that girl was different. She gave herself to him in just a few days. Hearing this, Wang Min found it utterly absurd. In fact, she had long since noticed that her boyfriend had been flirting with many women online, which she'd considered a form of emotional infidelity. That's why she'd been deliberately keeping their relationship at arm's length. She was soft-hearted and hoped he'd kick that bad habit. But in the end, damn love. What was I thinking back then, getting involved with a guy like Zhougi? After drinking for who knows how long, she felt a bit dizzy and, using what little sense she had left, called Lin Yingying to come pick her up. Nightclubs are full of all kinds of people, and she didn't want anything to go wrong here. But an incident happened all the same. 3 men at the table across from her had been eyeing Wang Min, who was drinking alone in silence for quite some time. Wang Min was quite attractive, dressed provocatively, and was alone the perfect target for men at a nightclub. Just as Wang Min finished her call, one of the 3, a man who thought himself quite handsome, walked over to strike up a conversation. "Hey, beautiful, are you here alone?" Wang Min completely ignored him and continued drinking alone. The man didn't get ups after all. If you're out clubbing, you need a thick skin to pick up girls. Besides, Wang Min was such a stunner. There was no way he was going to let her slip away so easily. He sat not far from Wang Min, quietly watching her drink heavily. A mysterious smile played across his face. "Drink up. Get drunk, my buddies, and I will take care of you later." He waited for about 20 minutes. Wang Min was already visibly drunk, and he was just about to call over his two buddies to take her away together. Before they could make a move, a man and a woman came into view. When they saw the red-haired girl, fueled by alcohol, they immediately saluted her. Holy damn, she's damn gorgeous and her body is sexy as hell. They looked enviously at the man beside her, jealous that he'd managed to land such a hot girl. The woman led the man closer and closer until they reached Wang Min's booth. Lin Yingying frowned and asked, "Who are you guys? Why are you sitting at my friend's table?" Hearing this, the three men realized the drunk woman's friend had arrived. But there was no way they were going to let this hunting opportunity slip away. Their prey was already drunk, and they were just a step away from taking her to a hotel room. The three men, having had a few drinks, shouted loudly, "Just because you say so, does that make it true? What proof do you have? We're her boyfriends." "Haha, exactly." The three of them burst into laughter, and the tall one even pointed his finger at Gu Wenqing and said, "Bro, keep your woman in line. If you really can't handle her, we can help you out." Hearing this, the other two, their lecherous intentions now fully aroused, said, Hey, I just love helping people out. Just look at that little redhead, she really gets your blood pumping." Hearing this, Lin Yingying said disdainfully, "You're just a bunch of filthy hooligans. Do you even deserve to call yourselves Wang Min's friends? I've known her for so long, how could I not know who her friends are?" Gu Wenqing, standing nearby, wasn't just standing idly by either. He raised an eyebrow and was about to pick up Wang Min, who was sitting in the very back of the booth, and carry her out. Seeing this, the three men howled like mad dogs. "Get lost. Don't touch her. She's ours tonight, just try to touch her." Gu Wenqing laughed dismissively. "I'll give it a try, then." With one swift motion, he scooped up the drunken Wang Min in a princess carry. His piercing gaze swept over the three men, their minds clouded by lust. They were just a bunch of young men drained by alcohol and lust. Gu Wenqing could take them all down in a second or two. At that moment, the tension was palpable. Gu Wenqing, standing alone against the three of them, exuded such fierce intensity that it actually startled them. "All right, buddy, that's some guts. You can take her if you want, but she drank so much of our booze, we're not just going to let you get away with that, are we?" The tattooed man blustered. After all, the girl was already out cold. If they said they'd bought the drinks, then they'd bought them. "Right, this round of drinks wasn't cheap, a full 100,000 yuan. As soon as the money hits our account, we won't stop you from leaving," another one chimed in. The three exchanged glances among themselves. They thought to themselves, even though they'd lost the drunk woman, as long as they got their 100,000 yuan, the three of them could head straight to a foot massage parlor, a full-service spa, and so on. It'd be just as fun. Although Gu Wenqing didn't frequent nightclubs, even he knew that the drinks on the table certainly weren't worth 100,000 yuan. These guys were just trying to rip him off. "No problem, 100,000 it is." Lin Yingying spoke up then. 100,000 yuan wasn't a lot for her. She figured it was better to avoid trouble than to deal with it, so she might as well just pay the 100,000 and leave. Most importantly, she was worried something might happen to Gu Wenqing. Right now, he was holding Wang Min in his arms. With both hands occupied, he might not be able to take on three thugs and hoodlums. The three men chuckled and were about to give their bank account numbers. But just then, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, "Yingying, wait a minute, I'll handle this." Gu Wenqing sneered, "How about I pay you 1 million? Is that enough?" The three men were dumbfounded. What was wrong with this young man's head? Who in their right mind would willingly take a loss, let alone keep upping the compensation? 100,000 wasn't enough. He'd just multiplied it by 10 to offer 1 million. Gu Wenqing didn't wait to respond. He motioned to a saleswoman standing nearby, and she immediately walked over. "What's the most expensive liquor you have here?" The saleswoman looked shyly at the handsome man in front of her and said, "The Ace of Spades Fullard Divine Dragon. A set costs 78.88. Without hesitation, Gu Wenqing said, "Bring me 20 sets first." 20 sets? The marketing girl was so scared she started stuttering. Was the music in the club too loud, causing her to miss you? She continued, enunciating each word carefully. Handsome guy, are you sure it's 20 sets? That's right. Instantly, the marketing girl's face lit up with joy. What had she just heard? The incredibly handsome man standing right in front of her had ordered 20 sets of the 5-colored Divine Dragon. As the most exclusive and expensive set menu in the nightclub, the 5-colored Divine Dragon, a single set is worth 78,888. 20 sets of the 5-colored Divine Dragon totaled £5,777.60, a total value over 1.5 million. Her commission alone would be 150,000 more than she'd earned in a whole year at her previous job. Normally, when a customer orders just one 5-colored Divine Dragon set, it causes quite a stir. And now, this handsome guy in camouflage is ordering a full 20 sets in one go. Tax is going to be packed to the brim tonight. The marketing girl, absolutely thrilled, ran to the front desk to grab the POS machine. The 3 tattooed guys stood there frowning. Weren't they supposed to be compensated 1 million? Why did they just order 20 sets of the 5-color Divine Dragon all at once? They didn't think much of it. If anything, they were even more excited. If he could afford 20 sets of 5-colored Divine Dragon, that proved Gu Wenqing was rich, so didn't that mean what he said earlier about compensating them 1 million was true too? Haha, we're in luck today, we've stumbled upon a The tall man waved his hand grandly. All right, as long as you pay 1 million for the drinks today, the rest of us definitely won't give you any trouble. But just then, although Lin Yingying didn't know why Gu Wenqing was doing this, she stopped thinking about anything else at that moment. Her mind was focused solely on raising the money. A set of 5-colored Divine Dragons cost 78,888. 20 sets would be 1,577,760. Over 1.5 million. She only had a little over 1 million in her account right now, so still 500,000 short. She ran out of the nightclub and begged another close friend to lend her 50 men. The 3 tattooed men paid no attention to Lin Yingying as she ran out. As long as the drunk woman in Gu Wenqing's arms was still there, they knew she couldn't escape their grasp. Lin Yingying, a rich and beautiful woman, had a best friend who was also well off. She happily transferred 500,000 to Lin Yingying's account. After getting the money, Lin Yingying ran back, panting heavily. With a bill of over 1.5 million, they certainly couldn't sit at a regular table. The hostess immediately arranged for Gu Wenqing and his group to be seated in a private booth in section A1. Just then, the hostess arrived at the booth with a POS machine. Lin Yingying was just about to pull out her bank card. I ordered the drinks, charged them to my card. Gu Wenqing had one arm around Wang Min while he pulled out his card with the other hand. In no time, the receipt was printed, showing a total of 507,760. The saleswoman stared at the receipt, feeling as if she were dreaming today. She had so effortlessly become an elite salesperson who sold 1 million in alcohol in a single day. The 3 tattooed guys standing nearby were also staring in disbelief. Oh my... She really did charge over 1.5 million. If she's this rich, doesn't that mean they'll get their 1 million today too? Once we hit 1 million, the 3 of us will split it. That's over 300,000 each. Just thinking about it gets me so excited I could die. With 1 million, we can have as many girls as we want. The 3 of them couldn't contain their excitement and whispered to each other. After swiping the card, the hostess, not daring to show the slightest delay, spoke into a walkie-talkie. Zone A1, booth 2/520 Divine Dragon sets. Hurry up. After saying that, she went on to ask Gu Wenqing for his last name. Gu Wenqing replied immediately, Gu. In a nightclub, the privileges of the wealthy are painfully obvious. Less than a minute after swiping the card, the exclusive music for the Shenlong package began to play. The exclusive, thunderous music blasted through the speakers, and the dazzling lights shone in a kaleidoscope of colors, instantly setting the entire tax ablaze with excitement. Whoa! Whether it was the customers in the booth seats, or the crowd dancing to the beat, or the men and women who came specifically to party at the club, everyone let out a collective gasp. A big shot pulled a 5-colored Divine Dragon set. Everyone thought, a full set of the 5-colored divine dragon is 78,88, that's so damn lavish. A group of dancers in maid outfits, their long legs encased in black stockings, held up light-up signs and moved to the beat, their dazzling lights blinding the eyes. Behind them, a long procession of 5 girls, each holding a drink aloft with both hands, presented 5 different colored aces of spades. At that moment, everyone in the nightclub was mesmerized. This was the kind of extravagance only the wealthy could pull off. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Procession made its way to the A1 VIP booth, where 2 towering security guards stood on either side of the booth, one on the left and one on the right. Their job was to block the girls trying to sneak into the VIP section. Only when the VIP gave the nod would the security guards allow others to enter the booth. Next, a dance troupe dressed in black and white maids' uniforms surrounded the A2 VIP booth, swaying their bodies to the beat. 5 girls respectfully placed a set of 5-colored divine dragon cards on the table. At that moment, even more electrifying music began playing from the DJ booth. At the music's heights, the DJ grabbed the microphone and shouted at the top of his lungs, "A warm welcome to Mr. Gu from our A1 VIP booth, who's ordered 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragon tonight. A warm welcome to Mr. Gu at our A1 VIP booth, who's ordered 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragon tonight. A warm welcome to Mr. Gu in our A1 VIP booth, who's ordered 20 sets of the 5-colored divine dragon tonight." The DJ's magnetic voice echoed throughout the entire tax. Whoosh! At that moment, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. The entire nightclub went wild. Countless girls scrambled toward VIP booth A1, eager to catch a glimpse of Mr. Gu and, more than anything, hoping to hook up with a rich guy. The crowd swaying to the music were all losing their cool. Another round began, a continuous stream of drinks being served, the dance troupe holding light signs, with beautiful girls behind them holding up the ace of spades. 1,500,000 in spending in a single night. Who wouldn't go wild? Who wouldn't be blown away? At that moment, in VIP booth A1, Gu Wenqing sat calmly in his seat, while the drunk Wang Min was plopped down in a corner of the booth. He paid no attention to the growing crowd of young men and women flocking to their table. Gu Wenqing directly transferred 100,000 yuan to each of the 2 security guards, then said to them in a cold tone, "Gu Wenqing's IC. This alcohol is my compensation to these 3 idiots. You must keep a close eye on them. From now until 7 a.m. tomorrow, make sure they drink non-stop. As long as no one dies from it, make them drink until they drop. If they refuse to drink, beat the hell out of them. As long as they don't die, I'll take full responsibility for any accidents. If there's any left, save it for me, I'll drink it next time." The 2 burly security guards hurriedly nodded, assuring him they would follow his orders to the letter. This was a customer who spent 1.5 million in a single night. They certainly didn't dare to cross him. Plus, the big spender was thorough in everything he did. He even transferred them 100,000 as a daily tip, which was almost equivalent to a year's salary for them. They had to take good care of this big spender. With that in mind, seeing the 3 tattooed men still standing there like idiots, they walked over and slapped each one hard across the face. "What the hell are you spacing out for? Drink up. It's your honor that the big spender is treating you to such an expensive drink." The ace of spades. Facing the towering, burly security guards, the 3 tattooed men were terrified. They were just street thugs with no connections whatsoever, and now they were being easily overpowered by the 2 security guards. "I'll pay for the drinks. Reimbursing you is the best we can do." Gu Wenqing said expressionlessly, "You heard what I just said. Anyone who dares not drink is asking for a beating." To the 3 of them, Gu Wenqing's voice sounded like the voice of the devil. They'd never witnessed a scene like this before. At first, they'd only intended to take away a drunk girl, then to extort 100,000 yuan, and later to split 1 million yuan evenly. In the end, the other party opted to pay over 1.5 million yuan in compensation, exchanging it for 25 colored divine dragon meal sets. With the other party being so wealthy, they didn't dare offend them any further. All they could do was down glass after glass of liquor. The prestigious ace of spades, which they had once envied and longed for, but could never obtain now, seemed like a death warrant in their eyes. They had to keep drinking for 8 or 9 hours straight. How could they possibly hold out? In an instant, they were weeping their hearts out, filled with deep regret. Gu Wenqing, if you give me an inch, I'll give you a foot. Gu Wenqing, holding Wang Min in his arms, left tax with Lin Yingying without looking back. The people who'd ordered 20 Divine Dragon sets had left, but the nightclub was still buzzing with the sounds of revelry. Oh my god, that's so damn cool. That's insane, ordering such expensive drinks just to get back at those 3, and make them drink until dawn. Is this what a big spender looks like? If you don't like it, just throw 1.5 million at them. That's pocket change for a big spender. I'm so jealous. When will I ever be able to live it up like that? Bro, you can do it in your dreams. The men were all awed by Gu Wenqing's tactics. Money really does let you do whatever you want. Meanwhile, the girls in the room were still screaming, "He's so damn handsome." So this is how you can spend money to humiliate someone. To a super rich guy, money really is just a string of numbers. That handsome guy really exudes sheer dominance. 1.5 million just to humiliate 3 idiots. The way the rich spend their money really left them in awe. Many people are thinking, if only I had 1.5 million. You could buy a Porsche Panamera outright, or put down a down payment on an apartment in Shanghai. From tonight on, the legend of President Gu has been circulating at Tax nightclub. He spent 1.5 million on 20 bottles of Shenlong, just to make those who crossed him drink until they threw up. I, CEO Gu, won't drink 1.5 million worth of alcohol. I'll feed it to the dogs. The two left the nightclub. Gu Wenqing asked, should we drop Wang Min off at a hotel or take her home? Lin Yingying suggested they just book a hotel room. Gu Wenqing glanced at his watch. It was already past midnight and realized they couldn't make it back to school, so he booked 2 rooms right next to the nightclub. The 2 of them helped the intoxicated Wang Min into her room and then left. Gu Wenqing walked Lin Yingying to the parking lot. She still had to go home. Lin Yingying asked, was it worth spending so much money? Gu Wenqing smiled but said nothing. He'd just unlocked a new title, so of course it was worth it. I was just planning to treat you to a meal. I never imagined this kind of unexpected turn of events. Not only did it prevent you from getting back to school, but it also wasted 1.5 million for nothing. Lin Yingying's tone carried a hint of embarrassment. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer 1.5 million to you. You were only trying to help Wang Min out of a tight spot. I can't let you pay for this. Gu Wenqing shook his head. No need. I was just pretending to be in a bind. I can't let you foot the bill. Besides, I'm not short on money. Lin Yingying sighed and relented. All right then. If you ever need money, just let me know, and I'll give it to you. Oh right, I took a cab home. You can drive my car to school tomorrow. Lin Yingying tossed the Bentley keys to Gu Wenqing. Without waiting for him to refuse, she hopped into a taxi and drove off. She'd rather take a taxi home herself and just give him the Bentley. Gu Wenqing shook his head. Lin Yingying really was a reliable girl. Gu Wenqing got into the hotel elevator and went up to room 602. After taking a shower, he wanted to chat with his senior about life, only to realize his phone was missing. It must have fallen onto Wang Min's bed when he was carrying her back to her room just now. Oh my god, this really sucks. Young people these days just can't fall asleep without their phones. Gu Wenqing steeled himself and headed out, hoping Wang Min had sobered up a bit by now so he could knock on her door and get his phone back. Wang Min's room was right next door, room 601. Gu Wenqing knocked on the door and waited quietly there for quite a while. Just as he was about to head back to his room in disappointment, the door opened. You have to admit, Wang Min was certainly dressed to impress. A black spaghetti strap top revealed her fair collarbone and jade-like back, while her short shorts hugged her shapely, long legs clad in Balenciaga. This outfit certainly caught Gu Wenqing's eye. Wang Min was stunning to begin with, and she was wearing Gu Wenqing's favorite black stockings. The skimpy black spaghetti strap top left little to the imagination. Gu Wenqing wouldn't say no this. Wang Min, though drunk, seemed to have regained some of her senses. Her only instinct was to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend. At this moment, utterly disillusioned with love, she just wanted to let loose. With that thought, she actually felt less miserable than she had just a moment ago. And the effects of the alcohol served to fuel the sudden thought that had popped into her head. In fact, back at the bar, her head hadn't been this foggy yet, and she was still fully aware of what Gu Wenqing had done for her. But once she left the bar, the alcohol kicked in. Already drunk, she was in a daze, her mind a muddled mess, and could only rely on her last shred of consciousness to blurt out a few words instinctively. Gu Wenqing walked toward the room. "It's my first time." Wang Min breathed warmly into Gu Wenqing's ear and whispered softly. Feeling the soft whisper against his ear, Gu Wenqing paused slightly. Then, without hesitation, he headed into the room. The moonlight was enchanting. A long while passed. Gu Wenqing glanced at the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the new title by any means necessary. Reward: a night out at Tax, one of Magic City's top nightclubs. Reward: 1 billion in cash. Items awarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a timely manner. The host may use them with confidence. This is the reward for using money to humiliate those 3 tattooed men at the nightclub. Starting today, Tax, Shanghai's most famous nightclub, has become Gu Wenqing's business. As a bonus, he also received 1 billion in cash. A smile crossed Gu Wenqing's face. With just this alone, the 1.5 million he'd spent that night was a massive profit. The system also popped up with a reward. Gu Wenqing continued to check the system. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the new title, Battle Hardened. Reward skill: Scan Effect. Check Affection. Allows you to check the affection level of members of the opposite intimacy associated with the host. Reward skill: Unbreakable Will. Unbreakable Will significantly boosts some of the host's attributes. Gu Wenqing gave it a try. A 5% affection. No wonder girls always develop deep feelings for the first guy they're with. Gu Wenqing truly understood this now. When he saw Unbreakable, a look of surprise flashed across Gu Wenqing's otherwise calm face. Gu Wenqing's expression remained calm, but inside he was already blown away. The system really is amazing. This is probably the skill every guy wants. The icing on the cake that is Unbreakable has taken Gu Wenqing's martial arts skills to a whole new level. Gu Wenqing was ready to give this new skill another try. He glanced at time: 7 o'clock. Gu Wenqing still had military training at 8 o'clock. Suddenly he heard Wang Min's stomach growl. Wang Min blushed bright red and buried her face in the pillow. "You must be hungry. I'll order something to eat." Gu Wenqing grabbed the menu from the table and used the room phone to order a variety of nourishing dishes: chicken stewed with mushrooms, pork trotters, and other hearty soups. They hadn't known each other for very long, but he was Wang Min's very first boyfriend in the true sense of the word. And now her heart and mind were completely focused on Gu Wenqing, so he had to live up to her expectations. Let her nourish herself. Wang Min leaned against Gu Wenqing, lazily arching her slender waist, and gently touched his nose with her finger. "Your name is Gu Wenqing." Wang Min murmured his name softly. After her heartbreak yesterday, she'd been so distraught that she'd nearly broken down to the point of wanting to leave this world. She'd intended to drink to steel her nerves. Then she would have had no regrets at all. But after meeting Gu Wenqing, she regained her courage and came to terms with it. It was just a bad guy. What's the big deal? "How did you know?" Gu Wenqing asked, curious. He hadn't told Wang Min his name, and yesterday she'd been as drunk as a skunk. How could she possibly know his name? Wang Min blinked. "I was drunk yesterday, but I was still somewhat lucid. I still have a vague memory of what happened at the nightclub. You were really bold yesterday. I'm sure a lot of women are smitten with you." Gu Wenqing smiled as he listened quietly to Wang Min speak. Her brown hair cascaded over her collarbone and down her back. With her almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf brows, and rosy little mouth, her appearance alone exuded a touch of ethereal beauty. Classic beauty. If she were to play the role of Little Dragon Girl or the treacherous Dudgy, she'd undoubtedly become a massive sensation. Now this woman belongs only to me. As Gu Wenqing thought this, a smile spread across his lips. "Thanks to that cheating buddy for leaving such a wonderful woman for yours truly." Before long, the doorbell rang. Gu Wenqing wasn't short on cash. He'd booked the presidential suite at 888 per night. A waiter pushed in with a food cart and placed dish after dish on the table in the living room. They took a romantic bath together. Gu Wenqing emerged feeling refreshed and invigorated. Wang Min's freshly reapplied lipstick had smudged again. Applying lipstick in front of the mirror. At the dining table. Min Min, where are you studying now? Hearing Gu Wenking's question, she replied, my grades weren't great, so I went to a community college to study hotel management. Gu Wenking said as he ate, that major has a pretty promising future. No way. After graduation, you're basically just a hotel attendant or a food runner. It's one of those majors where you're unemployed the moment you graduate. Gu Wenking shrugged nonchalantly. Who says that? I'm here for you. If all else fails, you can come work at my restaurant as a front-of-house manager. Not only is the annual salary high, but the work is easy too. Oh honey, so you own a restaurant too? Yeah, I've got businesses in every industry. Wang Min grumbled, not believing him. You're just bragging. Gu Wenking laughed. Then I'll definitely have to take you there to check it out someday. Gu Wenking asked again, by the way, do you live in Shanghai? Wang Min's mood grew a little somber. My parents didn't get along. They've divorced and started their own families. I don't have anywhere to go, so I usually stay at my grandmother's house. Wang Min's parents had divorced when she was very young. Since she was a girl, neither parent wanted custody of her, so in the end, she was raised by her grandmother. Gu Wenking furrowed his brow. Let the past be the past. You have me now. No matter what happens in the future, I, Gu Wenking, will always be your strongest support. Moved to tears, Wang Min's vision blurred. Honey, you're so kind. I'll love you forever. With that promise, Wang Min wept with joy. Having been abandoned as a child, she had always longed for a complete family. Precisely because of her unfortunate childhood, she was always on guard around others. Even her boyfriend of 6 months had never truly made his way into her heart. Now, however, she had let down her guard and opened her heart to Gu Wenking, someone she'd known for just one day. Fate really is a magical thing. Gu Wenking suddenly realized he hadn't called home in a while, so he dialed his parents' number. Right after receiving a 10 billion reward from the system, Gu Wenking lied and told them he'd won the lottery, leaving several $100,000 for his family. After exchanging a few pleasantries with his parents, he hung up. Gu Wenking ate his meal, savoring their time together, just the two of them. Gu Wenking looked at Wang Min, who was staring blankly into space, and gently stroked her silky hair. He said, stay at the hotel for a couple of days. Once my military training is over, we'll go look at some apartments together. If we find a good one, we'll buy it. Buy a house? Housing prices in Shanghai are way too high. We're still students. The pressure of making monthly mortgage payments would be too much for us. Hearing Gu Wenking's words, Wang Min furrowed her brow ever so slightly. Although she really wanted a little place of her own. But she didn't want Gu Wenking to take on a mortgage at such a young age. Although Gu Wenking didn't seem to be short on money, he was still a student whose funds came from his family. Buying a home in Shanghai would cost at least 7 to 8 million, and his family certainly wouldn't just hand over such a huge sum to him without a second thought. Gu Wenking had been thinking about buying a house for a long time and had always wanted to go house hunting, but unfortunately, he'd been busy with military training lately, or something else would come up, so he kept putting it off. Gu Wenking's hometown is in Anhui, specifically Fei, which is 1,000 li away from Shanghai. Sooner or later, he'll have to settle down in Shanghai. He might as well buy one early on to live in for now, and if it doesn't feel right later, he can always move to something else. After all, with money, none of this is a problem. Although he gets along well with the 3 goofballs in his dorm, why would he choose to live with a bunch of unsophisticated guys when buying a place would let him spend time with his sweetheart? Don't worry, my little darling. Your husband has plenty of money. He won't take out a mortgage. Paying in full is way better, isn't it? Gu Wenking said with a smile. It's so great to have money. It solves 99.9999% of life's troubles. Honey, you're amazing. Standing nearby, Wang Min gazed at Gu Wenking with adoring eyes. The sight of his good looks made her heart flutter wildly, filled to the brim with love. Gu Wenking couldn't give her his undivided love, but he would do everything in his power to give her, or rather, them, the very best. Gu Wenking's net worth has now surpassed 20 billion, with over 10 billion in cash and the remaining 10 billion in stocks, real estate and other assets. With a net worth like this, Gu Wenking is among the very top in Shanghai, a first-tier metropolis. And he's only 18. In the future, he can unlock new titles through the system and earn even more rewards. Money is now just a string of numbers to him. He just wants to be happy and live a carefree life, whether in love or in his career. If he ends up with too many women in the future, he'll just move to another city. Isn't that how it's written in so many urban novels? Gu Wenqing thought to himself that maybe he could give it a try. Under Wang Min's reluctant gaze, Gu Wenqing walked away. There was no way around it. He had to attend military training. It was rush hour in the Magic City, and traffic was heavy. Behind the wheel of his Bentley Continental GT, Gu Wenqing took his skill, one-handed supercar driving to the absolute limit. Gu Wenqing certainly didn't want to be late and have to do another 10 laps around the track as punishment. After a frantic dash, she finally made it to the field just in time for military training. As soon as he joined his class formation, the three goofballs from his dorm rushed over as soon as they saw him. Zhao Tao grinned and said, "Oh my gosh, old Gu, you're really something. You dare to stay out all night even though military training isn't over yet. Aren't you afraid of getting disciplined?" Gu Wenqing chuckled. With you guys covering for me, I'm definitely not worried." Zheng Xiaohong chimed in, "Good to know. Don't forget to treat me to a nice meal." Huang Ziqing also chimed in, "Don't forget your Uncle Huang." Gu Wenqing punched him in the chest. "You wet behind the ears, little brat, how dare you talk about seniority in front of your elders? You're the one who's a greenhorn." I'm already different from you guys," Gu Wenqing said with a mysterious look on his face. Hearing this, Huang Ziqing, Zhao Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong in the dorm all stared at Gu Wenqing in shock. They recalled that he hadn't come home all day yesterday.
Oh my... All three were taken aback. Could it be that last night he was with the senior? Did that stunning senior give herself to him? Old Gu, did you really sleep with that senior? Zhao Tao asked, voicing what all three roommates were dying to know. Who told you it was the senior? Was it the campus beauty Chen Yangshu, the Moonlight Kinmonen, or that red-haired girl? Zheng Xiaohong urged Gu Wenqing to say exactly which girl it was, but Gu Wenqing shook his head and said, "Why do you guys need to know so much about my private life?" Zhao Tao, Zheng Xiaohong, and Huang Ziqing all looked jealous. To be honest, they were all envious of Gu Wenqing for being the first in the dorm to have slept with a girl. Huang Ziqing in particular looked utterly resentful, thinking to himself that he absolutely had to ask Li Wenfang out during the break. That red Porsche Cayenne on campus is so cool. You mean the one parked downstairs from our dorm? Yeah, I heard a Porsche costs at least over $1 million. I heard that belongs to senior Wang Yanran. Oh, the senior who brought water to Gu Wenqing. The freshman girls were gossiping, discussing the brand new, unregistered Porsche parked downstairs. One moment, someone remarked that senior Wang Yan's family was truly wealthy. Another girl scoffed, suggesting that Wang Yanran had simply hooked up with a rich guy. Oh my gosh, old Gu, have you heard? Senior Wang bought a Porsche. Wang Ziqing looked completely surprised he'd just overheard one of the girls say it. Could it be that she's given up on pursuing Gu Wenqing and let another guy win her over? Hearing this, a stir went through the entire class. Did senior Wang Yanran successfully land a rich husband? Wasn't she chasing after Gu Wenqing? He's been messing around with so many girls, of course she's not into him anymore. It's such a shame that a senior as beautiful as her went to someone else. The freshman guys looked utterly regretful. If only they were more accomplished, less insecure, and had a little more money in their wallets, would they have missed out on the department's most beautiful senior? Wang Songyang, Chu Bohan, and the others in the crowd felt absolutely elated upon hearing this. Gu Wenqing, you finally got what's coming to you. Serves you right now, you get to taste what it's like to cuckolded. Everyone assumed Gu Wenqing had been dumped by the senior. Some of the guys even felt a little smug inside at witnessing the downfall of the tall, rich, and handsome Gu Wenqing. Old Gu, don't be sad, you can always find another woman, but brothers are for life, Zhao Tao said with a wistful look. He patted Gu Wenqing on the shoulder to comfort him. Brothers for life? Oh my god, are you strange? Gu Wenqing shuddered, I'm not strange. Zhao Tao, neither am I. Then why are you stirring up all this drama? Huang Ziqing said, I can understand how heartbroken you must be that your senior has become someone else's woman. Who told you that? I've got a watch worth 10 million. Do I look like the kind of guy who can't afford a Porsche Cayenne? Gu Wenqing looked around and shouted, that Porsche that costs over 3 million, I bought it! Hearing this, everyone on the playground stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Oh my, what did they just hear? The senior's red Porsche Cayenne was a gift from Gu Wenqing. Did she really give it to him? And that watch on his wrist is worth 10 million? 10 million for such a tiny thing, that's just crazy. Gu Wenqing couldn't care less about everyone's shock. Whether it's 3 million or 10 million, in his eyes it's just pocket change like 3 or 10 yuan to an ordinary person. It's not even worth mentioning. When they heard Gu Wenqing admit with his own mouth that he had bought the senior's Porsche, everyone present was left speechless. While they were still thinking about cutting back on living expenses and saving up to buy a new phone or computer, Gu Wenqing, without batting an eye, spent over 3 million to buy the department's most popular senior a luxury Porsche. While they hid under their blankets at night muttering, "That's so expensive," as they looked at Tissot and Longin's watches on their phones that easily cost tens of thousands, a world-class luxury watch worth 10 million was right on Gu Wenqing's wrist. At that moment, a sense of helplessness welled up in the hearts of every boy on the playground. The gap between Gu Wenqing and them was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Gu Wenqing was the sky, they were the earth. There was Chu Bohan driving a BMW 5 Series, Wang Songyang, whose family owned 4 properties worth 32 million, and Li Yuangyi, who drove a used Porsche sports car. Among the freshmen, their family backgrounds were considered top tier. They usually walked around with their noses in the air, utterly arrogant. But even these arrogant types were mere underlings in Gu Wenqing's presence. And right now, they're filled with extreme envy, jealousy, and resentment toward Gu Wenqing. Compared to the boys, the girls were all letting out gasps of astonishment. "Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous of senior Wang Yanran. Gu Wenqing is just too amazing. He spoils our senior so much. I'm crying, I regret it so much. I should have made a move on him first. Wake up, girl. Stop daydreaming." It's like a real-life version of the domineering CEO's little wife. What girl wouldn't fantasize about that? Compared to the Prince Charming of the past, the new generation of girls prefers the domineering CEO. And Gu Wenqing, tall, handsome, rich, and dotes on women. He fulfills every girl's fantasy of a partner. At that moment, countless girls gaze at him with adoring eyes. Qin Munan, however, stood out from the crowd. She glared at Gu Wenqing with hatred. That bastard Gu Wenqing. When they were kids, he promised he'd marry her when they grew up. Now that she's grown into a graceful young woman standing right in front of little Gu, he doesn't even recognize her. It's one thing that he's forgotten her, but now he's even flirting with other girls, and he even gave that senior a Porsche. Qin Munan felt utterly wronged. One day, she'd definitely have to make her identity clear to him. She was, after all, his big sister from back when they were kids. Over in the other group, Chu Bohan tried to sow discord, whispering, "Youngshu, look at Gu Wenqing, he's such a scumbag. Not only does he not reject you, but he even gave that senior a Porsche." The school beauty, Chen, frowned. "How many times have I told you call me Chen, Youngshu?" Chu Bohan was caught off guard, but he didn't let it get him down. He was used to this by now, and it didn't stop him from continuing to badmouth Gu Wenqing. That scumbag Gu is playing both sides. He'll hook up with the senior first, get bored of her, and then come after you. Chen Youngshu's cool voice cut in. "Enough. What he's done doesn't matter, and it's none of my business." With that, Chen, the school beauty, walked toward Gu Wenqing, her sparkling water now replaced with apple-flavored soda. "Damn it," Chu Bohan clenched his fists tightly. Chen Youngshu kept saying it had nothing to do with her, then turned around to bring him another sparkling water. Chu Bohan was about to explode with rage. Gulp. 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 The guys watched enviously as Gu Wenqing downed the sparkling water that campus queen Chen had brought him in one gulp. "Chen Youngshu, thank you. The apple flavor is way better than the orange one," Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Hearing his slightly formal way of addressing her, Chen Youngshu pouted slightly in displeasure, her voice still cool and aloof. "Just call me Youngshu from now on." Gu Wenqing waved his hand. "Okay, Chen Youngshu." After the school beauty left, Huang Ziqing stepped forward, looking envious. "Water from the school beauty is just different. You downed the whole thing in one gulp?" Gu Wenqing replied, "To be honest, it was pretty average." Hearing this, the boys standing nearby turned green with envy, grinding their teeth in frustration. Water given by the campus queen they'd all been dreaming of. But Gu Wenqing said it was just so-so. Gu Wenqing was definitely bragging without a second thought. How could water given by the school beauty Chen possibly be just so-so? Oh my god, forget sparkling water, even plain tap water from Miss Chen would be sweet. Even the water she uses to wash her feet is scented. That jerk Gu is way too much. Yeah, how dare he call the water the school beauty gave him ordinary? The guys were buzzing with discussion below, wishing they could take Gu Wenqing's place so they'd drink the water the school beauty gave them. As the freshmen enjoyed a rare break from military training, a man with long center-parted hair scanned the crowd as he walked, his gaze finally settling on Gu Wenqing, and he strode purposefully toward him. The man was Niu Tianxi, a junior. He was the vice president of the student council and a devoted suitor of Wang Yanran. He was dressed head to toe in luxury Burberry clothing, a clear sign of his extraordinary family background. Among the freshmen in military training, someone asked, "Who is that flashy guy?" Someone in no replied, "Don't you check the school forum? His name is Niu Tianxi. He's a famous rich kid on campus, and he's also the vice president of the student council." No wonder his nose is practically in the air. What can you do? He's got every reason to be arrogant. Someone grumbled, PF'd, let's be honest, he's not even close to being as good-looking as Gu Wenking. What's he got to be so full of himself about? As soon as New Tianzi, arrogant and looking down on everyone, made his entrance, some of the guys cursed at him in annoyance. Show off. Of course, some girls didn't see it that way. On the contrary, they felt New Tianzi had every right to be arrogant. What a bunch of sarpusses. I think our senior has real class. He's the vice president of the student council. He must be quite outstanding. New Tianzi was furious, but in front of so many freshmen, he put on a gentlemanly facade, though inside, he was seething with rage. He'd seen a post on the forum claiming that a freshman had given Wang Yanran, a sophomore, a luxury Porsche Cayenne. At first, he dismissed it, refusing to believe it. Because at the end of last semester, he'd copied a confession tactic from Dayan. He'd used a tow truck to haul a trailer with a transparent glass panel. Inside was a luxury car, and the outer glass was covered with a sign reading Yanran, please accept my love. He launched a grand romantic gesture for Wang Yanran right at the school gate. But Wang Yanran simply replied, I'm sorry, I don't like Porsches. Unfortunately, the car he'd used for his confession was a Porsche Cayenne. He'd always thought he'd been too hasty, so he secretly investigated what kind of cars Wang Yanran liked to plan a second proposal. So his first thought upon seeing the forum post was that it was absurd and funny. Wang Yanran doesn't like the Porsche Cayenne at all. But as more and more posts appeared, word spread like wildfire, rumors about Wang Yanran bringing water to a younger classmate, Wang Yanran riding in the passenger seat of a younger classmate's Ferrari, and a whole series of other rumors. It completely baffled New Tianzi. It had only been one summer break. How come when he returned to school, the forum was completely dominated by this freshman Gu Wenking? And he was being linked to Wang Ran and rumors everywhere. The school forum was flooded with rumors about Gu Wenking and Wang Zihua. This really pissed off New Tianzi. Damn it, this must be a paid online trolling campaign organized by Gu Wenking. It's just a cheap trick Gu Wenking is using to pursue Wang Yanran. He felt it was necessary to go warn this kid. New Tianzi walked right up to Gu Wenking. When he saw Gu Wenking's good looks up close, his heart skipped a beat and his spirits instantly plummeted. Then he felt relieved. Thank goodness Wang Yanran wasn't just into looking guys. Even though he couldn't stand the kid, he had to admit he was actually pretty handsome. Damn it, pretty boy, New Tianzi cursed under his breath. With a scowl, he said, I heard Yanran brought you some water and you gave her a Porsche Cayenne. After saying that, he scoffed inwardly. It was all just rumors for sure. Gu Wenking was joking around with Zhao Tao and the others in the dorm. When he saw New Tianzi, he completely ignored him. Does he have to respond to everyone? If he had to explain himself every time someone asked, with so many nosy people on campus, he'd probably spend the whole day doing nothing else. Seeing that Gu Wenting didn't respond, New Tianzi assumed he'd back down, so he continued. What's the matter? Feeling guilty and too scared to speak up. Let me tell you the truth, Wang Yanran doesn't even like Porsches. All those posts on the forum were from the trolls you hired, right? It's just a ploy to win Yanran over. Gu Wenking didn't say a word. He didn't want to argue with an idiot. Instead, some of the classmates nearby, upon hearing this, shot New Tianzi mocking glances. Damn it, so I'm a paid commenter? Oh my god, I posted something just now too. I'm a paid commenter too. I'll troll your grandma. At first glance, this guy looks like a total loser. Faced with these small-time players, New Tianzi didn't even bother to acknowledge them. He continued to address Gu Wenking. Don't think Yanran sees you in a different light just because of your good looks. In the end, she still prefers capable guys like me. New Tianzi arrogantly smoothed out his luxurious Burberry outfit, his face full of disdain. A freshman who doesn't know his place. He's just arrived on campus and already picking a fight with the department's queen bee, Wang Yanran. I wonder where he got the nerve. From the shade, Gu Wenking looked at New Tianzi as if he were a little cutie. He raised his wrist to check his watch. Hadn't that show-off been standing under the blazing sun for over 10 minutes? Wasn't he hot? New Tianzi happened to catch sight of the watch and said mockingly, Ha, you're quite the big shot, wearing a Vatran Constant in Malta. I really admire your ignorance. You're wearing a fake watch and didn't even bother to check the price of the real thing. You're just a student wearing a watch worth tens of millions. Anyone with half a brain can tell it's a fake. With that said, he raised his own hand, revealing an exquisite Rolex watch, and said with a smug grin, This Rolex of mine isn't expensive, just over 150,000. Once you graduate, if you work hard enough, you might be able to afford one. But by then, I'll probably be wearing a watch worth millions. New Tianzi's betrayed his arrogance. In the past, whenever he mentioned the price of his watch, it would invariably elicit gasps of astonishment and the envy of countless people. Now he was waiting for these fresh-faced, worldly ignorant freshmen to show their shock. Everyone fell silent. Although they thought a 150,000 watch was indeed very expensive, with Gu Wenking's example setting the bar so high, they actually felt that New Tianzi, who was patting himself on the back for wearing a 150,000 watch, was being petty. Even if Gu Wenking were wearing a 10 million watch, He wouldn't show off like Niu Tianzi is doing. 1 second. 3 seconds. A full minute passed, no one gasped, no one envied him, and certainly no one came forward to fawn over Niu Tianzi. This left Niu Tianzi feeling a bit of loss. Well, it must be that these freshman country bumpkins were all too scared for words. Huang Zicheng couldn't stand it anymore. What the hell is this guy playing at? He spoke up. First of all, you need to get it straight. It was senior Wang Yanran who was chasing after Gu Wenqing, not Gu Wenqing who was pestering her. And you're a watch appraiser? Just because you say it's fake, does that make it fake? Huang Zicheng hated nothing more than show-offs from Shanghai. It was precisely because of locals like Niu Tianzi who looked down on others with such a snobbish attitude that so many people thought Shanghainese were exclusive and full of themselves. Niu Tianzi's face darkened. Wearing a crappy longin's worth 20,000. What gives you the right to talk to me? Damn it, Huang Zicheng was about to explode with rage. Niu Tianzi looked at Gu Wenqing, who was staring at her phone, furrowed his brow, and spoke arrogantly. Can't you hear me? Are you mute? Or deaf? Gu Wenqing didn't even acknowledge it. But the other guy was just way too arrogant. In the end, Gu Wenqing spoke up. I'm your dad. You're wearing a 150,000 yuan piece of junk. Do you really think you're worthy of talking to me? Niu Tianzi retorted, haha, it's still better than you wearing a fake watch, and you're actually proud of wearing a fake watch? Gu Wenqing replied calmly, what's real can't become fake, and what's fake can't become real. Do I really need to prove it to you? Niu Tianzi laughed so hard his teeth nearly fell out. The more Gu Wenqing spoke like this, the more convinced Niu Tianzi became that he was wearing a fake watch. He thought it was obvious. How could a college student possibly wear a 10 million watch? The very thought was absurd. Not to mention all that stuff on the special forum, a 10 million Ferrari, a license plate worth 168 million. Niu Tianzi had never seen any of it with his own eyes, and he didn't believe for a second that anyone could actually be that rich. Just thinking about it made it all seem fake. This is exactly Gu Wenqing's scheme, using forum buzz to portray himself as super rich second-generation heir and win Wang Yanran's heart. Because you can't prove a thing, you're just a penniless bum who's been pretending to be a rich second-generation heir at school to deceive college girls, Niu Tianzi said with absolute certainty. Gu Wenqing suddenly furrowed his brow. Niu Tianzi caught the expression and burst out laughing. Haha, I've exposed your true identity. Are you getting angry and embarrassed now? Gu Wenqing ignored the fool and fixed his gaze on the person approaching in the distance. It was someone he knew. Liu Yangwei had heard from a friend that Chen Yongxiu, a freshman at Magic City University, was incredibly beautiful. Today, he had driven over 30 kilometers specifically to visit Magic City University. Liu Yangwei strolled leisurely toward the sports field. He'd simply come to check out the quality of the freshman girls. Especially since his friend had told him there was a girl named Chen Yongxiu who was so beautiful she looked like a fairy today. He was going to see for himself just how mind-blowing her looks really were. The gloom he'd felt a few days earlier had completely vanished, because that very night he'd gotten a taste of what a young live streamer was like. You could say it was a blessing in disguise. He'd gotten 3 million without spending a single penny, which was basically a free ride. What a treat! Now, with 3 million sitting in his account, he felt that as long as he used a little sweet talk, winning Chen Yongxiu over was just a matter of time. When Niu Tianzi turned around, he spotted Liu Yangwei as well. Liu Yangwei's family was no ordinary bunch. They were shareholders of Huifeng Group. A large portion of the business for Niu Tianzi's father's construction company came from Huifeng Real Estate. It's no exaggeration to say that Niu Tianzi's entire family depends on Huifeng Real Estate for their livelihood. Brother Yang. Niu Tianzi, who had been bragging nonstop just moments ago, suddenly put on a fawning expression. He jogged over to hand Liu Yangwei a cigarette and light it for him. His movements were smooth and seamless, done in one fluid motion. It was clear he was no stranger to sucking up to Liu Yangwei. Liu Yangwei puffed on his cigarette with obvious pleasure. The vice president of the student council at Magic City University was lighting his cigarette for him. Wasn't that quite the status symbol? The freshmen also stared in astonishment at the frail-looking Liu Yangwei before them, each feeling a tinge of surprise. Niu Tianzi, wearing a 150,000 Rolex, serving as vice president of the student union, and hailing from a family with assets worth over 100 million, was actually groveling like this. One male student asked, does this guy have some serious connections? If he can make Niu Tianzi act so subservient, he must be no ordinary person. That's true. Someone like Niu Tianzi clearly loves to put others down to elevate himself. Anyone who can make him grovel must be something special. Some of the girls, however, were disappointed, completely taken aback. The haughty vice president of the student council was actually acting like a sycophant, lighting a cigarette for some second-rate thug and trailing behind him with a fawning smile. The image Niu Tianzi had just built up in their minds crumbled in an instant. Liu Yangwei savored everyone's shock, feeling absolutely thrilled. Not bad at all, this Niu Tianzi actually has some sense of the situation. Then he said casually, hey Niu, which one of those freshmen at your school is the one named Chen Yongxiu? Sorry, young Master Liu, I just got back to school today, so I'm not familiar with the freshmen yet. Liu Yangwei raised an eyebrow. So you came here today just to check out the girls too? You've got the wrong idea, young Master Liu. I just happened to be passing by today and saw a freshman wearing a fake 10 million yuan Vatran Constantin Malta watch. And since I had some free time, I decided to set him straight to teach him that people shouldn't engage in reckless one-upmanship and should keep their feet on the ground, Niu Tianzi said with a smile. Niu Tianzi was hiding the fact that he'd come to pick a fight with Gu Wenqing solely because of Wang Yanran. Liu Yangwei was a total pervert. If he found out about a goddess like Wang Yanran, he'd definitely make a move on her. Hearing this, Liu Yangwei also furrowed his brow. His family's assets were worth over 4 billion. He was only wearing a 400,000 watch. That 400,000 yuan watch was something he'd begged his father, pleading and pleading until he finally got it. If everyone were wearing fake watches, would that mean for the 40 men he'd spent with his own hard-earned money? How could he possibly show off in front of others? Liu Yangwei, who had always been obsessed with saving face, furrowed his brow and said, "Who's that little bastard? I'm going to teach him a lesson." Niu Tianzi pointed at Gu Wenqing and shouted, "Young Master Liu, it's this little bastard who's showing off the 10 million fake watch." Liu Yangwei held his head high and took a closer look. Oh my! Gu Wenqing is from Magic City University? Instantly, he was so terrified his soul nearly flew out of his body. Gu brother. Liu Yangwei was so shocked he could barely get the words out. Earlier, amid the sea of green camouflage uniforms everyone looked the same during military training, he hadn't noticed Gu Wenqing. Then, a surge of anger welled up inside him. Liu Yangwei. He'd been set up by the asshole Niu Tianzi. He just called Gu Wenqing a bastard. No way he had to make amends. Liu Yangwei swung his arm wide and slapped Niu Tianzi hard across the face. Niu Tianzi was completely stunned by the blow. Before Niu Tianzi could say a word, Liu Yangwei pointed at his forehead and shouted, "You're the damn bastard, your whole family are bastards." As he spoke smack, he landed 2 more slaps, one on each cheek. "Do you even know who he is? Brother Gu is someone we all look up to, and yet you dare to make up lies about him wearing a fake watch?" Liu Yangwei continued to shout, "Brother Gu has a massive fortune, does he really need this pittance? Forget a 10 million yuan watch. Even if Brother Gu were wearing a 30 million yuan or a 100 million yuan watch, I'd think it was perfectly normal." Whoa! As soon as those words came out, most of the students were absolutely stunned. Is Gu Wenqing's family that powerful? Liu Yangwei, who even the student council vice president tries to curry favor with, actually calls Gu Wenqing Brother Gu. Doesn't that mean Gu Wenqing's background is even more impressive? Gu Wenqing said calmly, "I hear you want to lecture me?" Liu Yangwei was scared out of his wits. He dashed over to Gu Wenqing, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and said with a forced smile, "If I'd known it was you, Brother Gu, I wouldn't have dared even if I had 100 guts." After saying that, he waved his hand. "You little damn, Xiao Niu, you must be tired of living. My brother Gu is a shareholder of Huifeng Group, holding 10% of the company's shares worth a total of 8 billion. What kind of watch could he not afford? How the hell dare you spread rumors that Brother Gu is wearing a fake watch?" Hearing Liu Yangwei's words, Niu Tianzi was stunned. The freshman he'd picked a fight with was a shareholder of Huifeng Group, and he owned 10% of the shares. At that moment, he wished he were dead. Liu Yangwei's family held just 5% of Huifeng's shares, and he had to grovel and kowtow just to curry their favor. And today, he had offended another shareholder of Huifeng Group, and what was even more terrifying was that Gu Wenqing held a 10% stake in Huifeng. Looking at Gu Wenqing's icy expression and recalling the words he'd just spoken, Niu Tianzi broke out in a cold sweat. Just moments ago, he'd mocked Gu Wenqing for bringing along a 10 million family watch. He'd even tried to pursue Wang Yanran, the woman young Master Gu had set his sights on. How could he have ever imagined that a freshman would be a shareholder of Huifeng with a net worth of 8 billion? Now he's completely offended young Master Gu. "I'm done for, completely done for. I have to make amends. Otherwise, all it would take is one word from young Master Gu, and his family's construction company would go bankrupt immediately. Young Master Gu, it's all my fault. I was blind not to recognize the fake watch," said Niu Tianzi as he slapped himself twice across the face. Then he slapped himself twice more. "I definitely shouldn't have gone and messed with the woman young Master Gu has his eye on. I was truly blinded by greed and made a foolish mistake. I deserve this. Young Master Gu, I beg you to show mercy and spare me." Niu Tianzi was sobbing uncontrollably. He was terrified, absolutely terrified, to have crossed someone as powerful as Gu Wenqing. All it would take was a single word from him, and his family's construction company would vanish overnight. Niu Tianzi had no intention of living in poverty. "You made a mistake, so you have to pay the price. Your family won't be affected, so rest assured I won't go after your family's company," Gu Wenqing said coldly. Hearing this, Niu Tianzi breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, young Master Gu, for showing mercy." After saying that, he took off his 150,000 watch and with great reluctance, smashed it violently onto the ground, shattering it to pieces. Then, using both hands, he began slapping himself hard across the face, determined to deliver a full 100 slaps. Just as he reached the 10th slap, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, "That's enough. Get out of here." Punishment should be known when to stop. Niu Tianxi felt as if he'd been granted a pardon and slunk away in shame. Oh my. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. They never would have imagined that, when faced with Gu Wenqing, the student council vice president whose family's assets exceed 100 million, he would look as pathetic as a dog. What had they just heard? Gu Wenqing is a shareholder of Huifeng Group. That's just too damn awesome. Some students, clueless as to what was going on, pulled out their phones to search and were completely blown away by what they found. Oh my god, Huifeng Group is worth 80 billion. Oh my god, doesn't that mean Gu Wenqing's 10% stake is worth 8 billion? Young Master Gu, please accept my humble bow. Damn, Huifeng Group's villas in the university town sell for 300,000 per square meter. Who would have thought that was young Master Gu's property? What a mega rich guy. So low-key, so damn low-key. If we hadn't heard it from someone else, we'd never have known how incredible Gu Wenqing really is. The group of guys felt incredibly conflicted. While they were still struggling to build their futures, Gu Wenqing had already reached the very pinnacle of society. Just think about the shareholders of Huifeng Group Gu Wenqing, with a net worth of a full 8 billion. It's enough to make anyone green with envy. The girls gazed at Gu Wenqing, their faces flushed with excitement. Now that was a true aristocratic young Master. Tianxi wasn't even worthy of tying Gu Wenqing's shoes. The way they looked at him, they seemed ready to devour him whole. If they could latch onto a mighty tree like Gu Wenqing, wouldn't they be set for life, no more struggling, just living as wealthy socialites? Girls who considered themselves somewhat attractive kept batting their eyelashes at Gu Wenqing, hoping to catch his attention. Unfortunately, Gu Wenqing ignored them completely. Gu Wenqing spotted that second loser, Li Yangwei. He took an elegant drag on his cigarette and said, "Yangwei, what are you still standing here for? Get lost." "Got it, bro." Liu Yangwei replied with a forced smile, then made a quick exit. He was genuinely afraid that Gu Wenqing would call to tattle on him again. He'd inevitably face another beating with a belt at home, and he certainly didn't want to risk damaging his 400,000 yuan watch. Even someone as arrogant and domineering as Liu Yangwei, a figure of such stature, acted like a little underling in front of Gu Wenqing, both fearing and respecting him. Everyone gained a clearer understanding of Gu Wenqing's true capabilities. After military training ended and they returned to the dorm, his 3 roommates were utterly stunned. Who could have imagined that the roommate who had always been joking and fooling around with them was actually a shareholder of the Huifeng Group, with a net worth in the tens of billions? How could they not be stunned? "Old Gu, why didn't you reveal your true identity sooner?" Hung Ziqing asked first. Gu Wenqing replied, "You never asked." "Oh my god, my family just bought a townhouse from Huifeng Real Estate a few days ago, and Huifeng wouldn't even give us a discount just because their properties are selling well." Gu Wenqing asked, "Who bought it? What's their name?" "My dad bought it, Huang Zhongwang." "Holy crap, your dad's got quite the name," Gu Wenqing teased, then picked up his phone and dialed the sales headquarters at Huifeng Real Estate. "Hello, this is Gu Wenqing. Is there a buyer named Huang Zhongwang who recently purchased a detached house from Huifeng?" Upon hearing that it was President Gu calling, the sales office didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect and quickly looked up the information. "Yes, President Gu, we have a record for that customer. He purchased a townhouse in the university town development." Without hesitation, Gu Wenqing said, "He's an elder of a friend of mine. Give them the biggest discount available on the property." Upon hearing that the buyer was acquainted with Mr. Gao and that Mr. Gu himself had spoken up, the sales representative dared not delay. She immediately granted Huang Zhongwang a 30% discount on the purchase price at the internal rate. After hanging up, the sales representative rushed to carry out Mr. Gu's instructions, ensuring that the purchase discount for Huang Zhongwang was implemented as quickly as possible.
Chick City. Huaxi Street, University Town, Yuanwei Xuan Chinese restaurant. Huang Zhong suddenly received a call from Huifeng Real Estate. The caller spoke very politely, offering a 30% discount on the original price for the townhouse he had previously purchased from Huifeng. Before the caller could finish speaking, Huang Zhongwang hung up the phone. "What a nutcase," Huang Zhongwang cursed. His wife asked, "What's wrong, old Huang?" Huang Zhongwang said, "That guy pretended to be from Huifeng Real Estate and called to say we could get a discount on the townhouse we bought. Don't you think scammers these days are ridiculous?" His wife found it funny too. Scammers these days really will stop at nothing. They don't even bother to check up on Huifeng Real Estate's reputation. It's no exaggeration to say that in Shanghai, Huifeng Real Estate's reputation is definitely among the top 3. Their properties are never short of buyers' demand far outstrips supply. How could they possibly offer a discount out of the blue? Huifeng Real Estate isn't a charity after all. Why would they pass up a chance to make money? Besides, they'd already paid for the house in full, signed the contract, and the money was already in Huifeng Real Estate's account. There was no way Huifeng was going to give that money back. A short while later, the phone rang again. Huang Zhongwang answered impatiently, and a clear voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Huang. I really am from Huifeng Real Estate." Click. Huang Zhongwang hung up immediately, thinking to himself, this scammer sure is persistent. Half an hour later, the sales agent who'd shown Huang Zhongwang the property called. "Oh my God, what's wrong with you, man? Huifeng Real Estate is offering you a discount, and you're turning it down. Do you have too much money? And why didn't you mention earlier that your friend knows President Gu?" "What? They're really giving me a discount?" Huang Zhongwang's eyes widened in disbelief. Sales agent, "Yeah, and it's a 30% discount, no less. I'm so jealous." The two chatted for a while, and after hanging up the phone, he and his wife were over the moon. 30% discount on a house. Huang Zhongwang pulled out several million from his savings, plus about 10 million in compensation from the demolition of his family's old house, scraping together a total of 18 million to buy the house. The townhouse he bought cost over 100,000 per square meter, with a built-up area of 180 square meters, for a total price of over 18 million. At a 30% discount, the total price came to 12,600,000. That saved him a full 5.4 million. How could he not be thrilled? It was like a windfall. He thought for a moment, then called a few friends he considered to be doing well in life, asking if any of them knew Mr. Gu, the CEO of Huifeng Real Estate. In the men's dormitory, Huang Zicheng didn't take Gu Wenking's call seriously either, thinking everyone had just been joking around earlier. "Way to go, old Gu, you're really something. You were absolutely on fire out on the field just now. Never mind those little chicks, even I, a grown man, thought you were ridiculously handsome. A shareholder at Huifeng Real Estate, just thinking about it makes me feel so high class." Zhao Tao was gesticulating wildly, his tone brimming with envy. Zheng Xiaohong was equally envious and resentful. "Old Gu, you're way too low-key, you're worth 8 billion. I'm so jealous I could die." Seeing them like this, Gu Wenking smiled slightly and said modestly, "It's all family-owned businesses, nothing to write home about. There's no need to envy me, because you'll never be able to catch up anyway." The three roommates. Damn, that really stings, that's just too much. Just as the four of them were joking around, Huang Zicheng's I-13 rang. Huang Zicheng pulled out his phone and saw it was his dad calling. Huang Zicheng answered right away. "Hello, Dad. What's up?" "Sweetheart, do you know Mr. Gu?" Huang Zhongwang's voice came through the phone. He'd asked all his acquaintances, but no one knew Mr. Gu from Huifeng. The only person he hadn't called yet was Huang Zicheng. Although he figured that as a student, Huang Zicheng was highly unlikely to know Mr. Gu, he decided to ask him anyway. "Mr. Gu?" Huang Zicheng looked completely confused. "Which Mr. Gu?" "Mr. Gu from Huifeng Group. Someone from Huifeng Group just called. And they gave us a 30% discount on the apartment we bought earlier. Over 5 million was refunded straight to my dad's bank card." "Oh my God, the Mr. Gu you're talking about is my roommate." Huang Zicheng's eyes widened in utter shock. Huang Zhongwang instructed his son, "I'll transfer 1 million to your account later. You'd better thank Mr. Gu and make sure to build a good relationship with him." After hanging up, Huang Zicheng still couldn't believe it. It felt like a dream. Over 5 million, that's equivalent to his dad's annual business income. And with just one sentence, old Gu had saved his family 5 million. That was absolutely mind-blowing. And on top of that, old Gu's call had lasted no more than 10 minutes, yet he'd processed the discount and refund so quickly. Old Gu's clout is off the charts. The dorm room wasn't very big, so the whole room could hear the call. Zhao Tao exclaimed enviously, "Old Gu, no words needed, you're such a true brother, so loyal. One phone call, and you saved that jerk Huang Zicheng 5 million on his house. Only you could pull that off. Once I'm in a position to do so, I'll definitely buy a place from Huifeng, and you'd better give me a 30% discount too, okay?" Sheng Xiaohong also looked at Gu Wenqing with admiration. Old Gu, no need to say anything. Is it too late for me to call you dad now? Gu Wenqing pursed his lips. Oop, get lost. I'm this young, I don't have a son your age. Huang Ziqing stepped forward to say that his dad's 1 million had been deposited and asked Gu Wenqing for his bank account number. Gu Wenqing waved him off. Keep it, I'm not short on cash. Hearing this, Huang Ziqing thought to himself, that makes sense. Old Gu was so loaded, not to mention 1 million. Even 10 million would be pocket change to him. Then his eyes lit up and he said to Gu Wenqing, enough said. Once military training is over, I'll treat you guys to the biggest nightclub in Shanghai. Just go wild, I'll cover the bill. Hearing this, Sheng Xiaohong and Zhao Tao in the dorm broke into wide grins and gave Huang Ziqing a thumbs up. Gu Wenqing took a quick shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. A white t-shirt, black shorts, and white sneakers, a simple outfit that looked both sophisticated and handsome on Gu Wenqing. Old Gu, I bought a pair of Nikes too. Zhao Tao was holding a pair of grey and white Nike sneakers. At his last get-together with Li Wenfang, he'd seen how good Mo Luo looked in her Nikes, so he'd bought a pair online for a few dozen yuan. Huang Ziqing stepped forward to take a closer look. The Nike swoosh is all crooked on these. They're not even as good as Pushin knockoffs. You bought them for just a few dozen? Zhao Tao didn't care though. He thought they looked great and said, 6-8 and free shipping. Gu Wenqing smiled as he walked over and patted Zhao Tao on the shoulder. It doesn't matter if they're genuine or not as long as they're comfortable. Zhao Tao chuckled, he felt the same way. It was only then that Zhao Tao noticed Gu Wenqing's outfit. Oh my gosh, you're not going on another date, are you? Good to know. If they check the dorm, just tell them I'm in the bathroom, Gu Wenqing said as he walked out of the dorm. The remaining three stared at each other in silence. They were incredibly envious of Gu Wenqing. They didn't even need to guess to know he was off checking out some girls again. Damn it, the contrast was enough to drive them crazy. The three of them hadn't even held a girl's hand yet, while Gu Wenqing had already spent his youth with one girl. Oh no, maybe with many girls. Gu Wenqing hadn't even gotten into his Ferrari yet when his WeChat suddenly buzzed. He pulled out his phone and saw it was a message from Wang Min. Gu Wenqing tapped on the unread message. Wang Min, hubby, I miss you, crying. Wang Min, are you coming over today? I'm waiting for you at the hotel. Attached, a seductive selfie. Wang Min, honey, what's your zodiac sign? Kiss. With a slight smile, Gu Wenqing typed back. Take a nice shower and wait for me. Oh, and I was born in 2004, I'm a monkey. Why do you ask? Wang Min, no, you belong to me, blushing. Gu Wenqing looked at the cheesy pickup line, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Gu Wenqing, you don't look like a monkey at all. Wang Min, I don't care, you're mine, angry. Just then, their senior sent a message too. Wang Yanrun, did New Townsy give you a hard time today, pouts. Gu Wenqing, yeah, he even mocked me. How are you going to make up for the hurt my junior's feelings? Wang Yanrun, Junior, do you like these? Picture shy. Senior's artistic photos. Gu Wenqing, any perks? Wang Yanrun, pieffed, you little pervert. Image. Hey. Seeing the kind of vibe he likes and thinking about Wang Yanrun's perfect figure, Gu Wenqing felt a surge of passion rising within him. You temptress, you're all about stoking the fire, but never putting it out. Gu Wenqing got into his Ferrari, gripped the steering wheel with one hand, and with the car roaring like thunder, he sped off into the night of Magic City. On the way, Gu Wenqing suddenly remembered he also had a Magic City game studio. With so many businesses to manage, it's easy to forget things if you're not careful. Once he had some free time in a couple of days, he'd head over to the game studio to check on things. At Magic City University in Wang Yanrun's dorm room, one of the girls, named Li Jinshu, was scrolling through the school forum on her phone. Exposed. Freshman Gu Wenqing is actually a shareholder of Huofeng. At the very top of the post was a fire icon. This indicates the post is currently trending. The comments below were all over the place. Li Jinshu automatically filtered out the trolls and the envious comments. She found out that Gu Wenqing had given Wang Yanrun a Porsche, and that the watch he was wearing was worth 10 million. At that moment, she was green with envy toward Wang Yanrun. Lei Jinsho asked, Yanan, is the junior you're pursuing really a shareholder of Huifeng Group? And did he really buy that Porsche for you? Yes, he mentioned it last time. He bought the car for over 3 million. Wang Yanran was also browsing the forum and replied without looking up. Oh, their villa is pretty expensive too, Li Jinsho said after a moment's pause. Expensive? Not at all for Gu Wenqing, Wang Yanran replied offhandedly. Li Jinsho pursed her lips and said nothing more. The girls had been caught up in a serious wave of one-upmanship earlier. Li Jinsho's boyfriend had previously bought a townhouse from Huifeng Real Estate, and Li Jinsho had been flaunting her sense of superiority in the dorm for a full 1 or 2 months. One moment she'd say the villa needed to be renovated in a new Chinese style. One moment she'd say the villa was so big that it would feel too empty for just the two of them. She even mentioned that the villa had 3 parking spaces shouldn't her boyfriend buy her a car. Li Jinsho spent nearly half a semester browsing cars on her phone, but in the end she didn't buy one. Her boyfriend said they needed to renovate the house and didn't have any extra money. She looked at Wang Yanran and thought about how Wang Yanran was already driving a Porsche Cayenne. She was dying of envy. Plus her junior was so handsome. His family is even a shareholder in Huifeng Group. Their wealth is immeasurable. How could such a wealthy junior end up with Wang Yanran? Wait a minute. Lei Jinsho said, Yanan, last time New Tianxi gave you that Porsche, didn't you say you didn't like the Cayenne? I just don't like the person who gave me the Porsche. Gu Wenqing drove to the Radisson Hotel. He found the garage blocked. He drove around the hotel's main entrance, but all the surface parking spots were taken by luxury cars. So he decided to head to the underground parking garage, thinking it probably wouldn't be blocked. But it was just as jammed. The entrance to the entire underground garage was blocked by a dozen or so cars. Gu Wenqing tried to find another entrance, but just as he did, a few more cars pulled up right behind him, instantly blocking his Ferrari in. Gu Wenqing got out of the car to check the cause of the traffic jam at the entrance. 3 minutes earlier, Yang Mo drove her BMW 1 Series to the Radisson Hotel. One of her classmates was having her wedding reception there today. Since the parking lot entrance was generally on a downhill slope, she parked on higher ground, waiting for the car in front of her to drive into the garage. The Mercedes-Benz S400 in front of her, perhaps having shifted into the wrong gear, suddenly slammed on the gas and crashed right into Yang Mo's BMW. Zhao Xiong'ang, the driver of the Mercedes, got out of his car and immediately falsely accused Yang Mo of rear-ending him, claiming she was entirely at fault. Faced with this false accusation, Yang Mo was so upset she was on the verge of tears. With no eyewitnesses and no dash cam installed in her car, she was at a complete loss. She was panicking. She hurriedly called her classmates, asking them to come help her handle the situation. But when her classmates arrived and saw Zhou Xiong'ang wearing a huge gold necklace and driving a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, they all fell silent. Among the male classmates who had been chasing after Yang Mo, one of them timidly suggested, "Let's check the surveillance footage." Hearing this, Zhou Xiong'ang flew into a rage and slapped the male student so hard he was knocked off balance. Zhou Xiong'ang flexed his muscles, and at that moment, everyone was even more afraid to speak. "I won't make things difficult for you, just file an insurance claim," Zhou Xiong'ang said with a piercing glare. Yang Mo flatly refused. "I didn't hit you, why should I pay? There's no way I'm filing an insurance claim to compensate a despicable scumbag like you." Zhou Xiong'ang burst out laughing and said dismissively, "What a joke. You're fully at fault for the rear-end collision. It's only fair that you compensate me." Nearby, drivers who had gotten out of their cars to check on the cause of the traffic jam chimed in. "Miss, it's entirely your fault. You should pay up." "That's right, you should pay up. Don't block the garage, you're wasting all of our time." "You're so pretty, but how can you be such a scoundrel?" "I have no idea how she passed her driver's test. Doesn't she even know she's fully at fault for a rear-end collision? This woman is so damn annoying." Everyone chimed in one after another, their words all directed at Yang Mo. Yang Mo's eyes reddened as she listened, tears of frustration welling up in her eyes. The Mercedes owner's false accusations, her classmates' silence, and the random curses from strangers who didn't know what had happened, left Yang Mo feeling utterly hopeless. She thought to herself, maybe I should just accept my fate. Just then, Zhu Xiangyang spoke up. It's not like you have to pay compensation. Beautiful lady, you could actually try other methods. Zhou Xiangyang eyed Yang Mo with a lecherous gaze. This woman really was a stunner. Hearing this, Yang Mo felt even wronged and helpless, and tears streamed down her face. Gu Wenqing strode forward just in time to hear Zhou Xiangyang's lecherous remark and see Yang Mo tearfully and dejected. Gu Wenqing asked softly, "Sister Mo, what's wrong?" As he asked, he pulled out a tissue and gently wiped away her tears. "Wah, little brother Gu, she's framing me." As soon as she saw her acquaintance Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo let out a loud wah and began crying even harder. While crying, she whimpered and explained the whole story to Gu Wenqing. Both sides claimed they were in the right. Although Gu Wenqing didn't know the details of the incident, the man kept insisting that Yang Mo had rear-ended the other car, yet he refused to check the surveillance footage. Anyone with half a brain could tell something was fishy. Yang Mo was definitely innocent. Unfortunately, faced with Zhou Xiangyang, who was driving a luxury Mercedes-Benz Class 400, everyone chose to stay out of his way. Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow and snapped, "Call the property management to pull the surveillance footage." "My ass. Go ahead and try it yourself," Zhou Xiangyang shouted angrily, glaring at Gu Wenqing. He thought he could intimidate the young Gu Wenqing just as he had intimidated everyone else. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Gu Wenqing didn't even give him the time of day. He simply dialed the property management number on the wall and explained the situation. "You damn want to die." Zhou Xiangyang stepped forward, ready to resort to violence, intending to slap the hothead a few times. Gu Wenqing, who possessed the invincible skill, flashed a cold smile. From his vantage point above, he executed a stylish spinning kick. Thud. A crisp sound of flesh being struck echoed as Zhou Xiangyang was sent flying by Gu Wenqing's kick, rolling all the way to the far end of the garage. Gu Wenqing's powerful kick left Zhou Xiangyang screaming in agony. "You damn bastard. You little bastard, you dare hit me. I'll make you pay until you're broke." Zhou Xiangyang gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted back. Gu Wenqing's face darkened. "3 times. You've insulted my family 3 times. Smack. Smack. Smack." Gu Wenqing showed no mercy, landing 3 crisp, hard slaps right on Zhou Xiangyang's face. Zhou Xiangyang's face swelled visibly. In an instant it was incredibly swollen. Now Zhou Xiangyang was truly scared. It hurt like hell, and he didn't dare act so cocky anymore. Just then the hotel security arrived on the scene. The security captain recognized the familiar Mercedes license plate and saw Zhou Xiangyang's swollen face. He stepped forward and asked tentatively, Mr. Zhu? It's me, you bastard. Don't you recognize me anymore?" The security captain didn't say a word, beaten into such a pitiful state, as if I'd recognize you. At that moment, Gu Wenqing said succinctly, "Check the surveillance footage and review the sequence of events." Zhou Xiangyang saw 5 or 6 security guards arrive and, feeling emboldened, gave them a subtle nod. The security captain was a shrewd man and caught on immediately. The security captain cleared his throat and said, "Sorry, the cameras in our garage are broken." Zhou Xiangyang shot Gu Wenqing a contemptuous glance, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. "Little Gu, I guess I'm just out of luck. I'll file an insurance claim." At that moment, Yang Mo spoke up. She wasn't stupid. It was obvious that the hotel's security was in cahoots with Zhou Xiangyang. Since there were no witnesses, no dashcam footage, and the hotel refused to provide the surveillance footage. Even if the other party was maliciously framing her, she had no recourse but to meekly pay the compensation, and then swallow her anger. It's too late. This isn't just about the car anymore. That little bastard beat me up. I'm going to the hospital to get my injuries documented. Kid, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Just wait until you're bankrupt from paying for all my damages. Zhou Xiangyang said through gritted teeth. Medical bills, herbal medicine costs, lost wages, compensation for emotional distress. He would make sure the other party paid until they were completely bankrupt. You only realize we live in a society governed by the rule of law after getting beaten up. Who was the one acting all high and mighty and beating people up just now? Gu Wenqing spoke in a flat tone, casually brushing the dust off his clothes as he continued. As for compensation, I'll certainly pay whatever I owe. Then, Gu Wenqing changed the subject, his tone turning icy. You want to bankrupt me? Your worthless life isn't even worth that much. Seeing that neither side was backing down, and with a long line of cars already backed up in front of the hotel garage, and to avoid incurring the wrath of his superiors, he stepped in and said, "Oh my, young man, no matter what happened, you were in the wrong for striking first. Let's handle the car accident first, then sit down and talk it through properly. We'll figure out what to do. How does that sound?" The security captain's tone was friendly, but his words consistently sided with Zhou Xiong'ang, the Mercedes-Benz driver. After all, Mr. Zhou was a platinum member of the Radisson Hotel and a frequent high-spending guest. Out of both courtesy and common sense toward a loyal customer, the captain naturally sided with Mr. Zhou. The membership tiers at the Radisson Hotel are Standard, Silver, Gold, Platinum and Diamond. To be upgraded to Platinum membership, a member must top up their account with 1 million RMB. Gu Wenqing said coldly, "Aren't I already handling this? Instead of beating around the bush with me, why don't you just pull up the surveillance footage?" The security captain insisted. "The surveillance equipment is broken." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing walked over to the surveillance area, pointed at the several cameras glowing with light, and said sarcastically, "Do you think I'm as blind as you? Or do you think I'm stupid? The light from these damn cameras is brighter than the grease on your face, and you're telling me they're broken? Stop playing games with me. Go pull up the footage right now." Hearing this, even though his lie had been exposed, the security captain remained unmoved. He said stiffly, "I'm sorry, but according to company policy, you don't have the authority or right to access the footage. Also, please settle this accident with the lady in the BMW as soon as possible and drive out of the garage entrance to avoid causing further congestion." As soon as the security captain said this, many of the anxious car owners waiting nearby began to speak up. "That's right, move your car out of the way first and settle this among yourselves. Yeah, I'm waiting to go to the hotel for dinner. Damn it, I'm so stuck in traffic, I can't even hold my pee anymore. That couple looks like decent people, but how can they be so unreasonable? Move your car, clear the garage entrance, quick." Everyone was shouting back and forth. At that moment, a smug smile spread across Zhou Xiong'ang's swollen face. "Haha, I'm a platinum member at the Radisson Hotel. How can you even compare to me?" His words were dripping with contempt for Gu Wenqing. He was a platinum member, which was why the Radisson Hotel was siding with him. He was a platinum member, which was why the security guard wouldn't pull the surveillance footage. In a society where money is king, having money means having privileges. Zhou Xiong'ang was gloating wildly, determined to make Gu Wenqing, who had hit him, pay a heavy price. The two sides had been at an impasse for so long. Yang Mo was already disappointed. She'd accepted her defeat. She composed herself and said softly, "Little Gu, let's move the car first. We'll just pay for the damage." "It's fine, I've got this." Gu Wenqing waved his hand dismissively. Gu Wenqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Just because you have a platinum card at your hotel, you think you're entitled to special treatment?" The security captain instinctively nodded. "How much does it cost to become a platinum member?" The security guards shot him a contemptuous look. "You have to top up 1 million. None of them believed a young guy like Gu Wenqing could come up with 1 million in cash to top up his card. Gu Wenqing continued, "What about the tier above platinum?" Hearing this, both the security guards and Zhou Xiong'ang burst out laughing. "Haha, you little punk, you actually want to sign up for platinum membership. As a broke student, you probably don't even have the 50,000 to top up for a basic membership. Diamond membership requires a 10 million top-up due. You really think a loser like you could come up with that kind of money?" Zhou Xiong'ang's face was full of scorn, and he looked down on Gu Wenqing with utter contempt. Wearing a shabby mask and looking so young, he was clearly just a penniless student, yet he was trying to act all cool by wearing a fake watch. The other girl was driving a crappy BMW 1 Series. She clearly didn't have a dime to her name either. "If I don't pick on you guys, who else am I supposed to pick on? I'm going to push you to the limit today." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing completely ignored him. He was nothing but social scum. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this President Long? It's Gu Wenking. I'm in the parking garage of the Radisson Blue Hotel right now. Find the nearest branch and get 100 million in cash over here. Hurry up, I need it urgently. Speaking to Long Jipin, the head of Magic City Bank's headquarters, Gu Wenking's tone was anything but polite. The head of Magic City Bank's headquarters on the other end was also a highly influential figure, but far from getting angry at Gu Wenking's tone, but instead adopted a very humble demeanor. Not only did he repeatedly agree, but he also assured her the money would be delivered very soon. The reason the head of Magic City Bank's headquarters was so eager to please was precisely because Gu Wenking held over 10 billion in cash at Magic City Bank. What does over 10 billion in cash even mean? Even the tycoons on the Huaxia rich list, whose net worth often runs into the hundreds of billions, might not be able to easily come up with 10 billion in cash. Much of those tycoons' assets consist of stocks, company valuations, real estate, and the like. They actually have very little liquid cash. By comparison, just how formidable is Gu Wenking, who can deposit 10 billion in cash at a bank? Faced with Gu's 10 billion, how could the head of Magic City Bank dare to show even the slightest hint of disrespect? If Gu Wenking were to take offense and switch to another bank, not only would Magic City Bank lose one of its most valuable high net worth depositors, but President Long's position would also be in jeopardy. Gu Wenking's voice wasn't loud, but those around him could just barely hear him. Everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning, crisp on the outside, tender on the inside. What had they just heard? Withdraw 100 million in cash? That's just too absurd. This guy must have water in his head. There's a limit to how big a lie you can tell. All he keeps going on about is withdrawing 100 million in cash. Could it be that Gu Wenking isn't using Huaxia currency? Maybe he's using Zimbabwean dollars, 100 billion of which would only buy 6 peanuts. At that thought, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Xianghang felt his stomach ache from laughing so hard. His swollen face stung from grinning so widely, his mouth twisted into a lopsided grin, making him look utterly sleazy. Oh my god, withdrawing 100 million, that's way too far-fetched. Haha, maybe he's withdrawing 100 million Zimbabwean dollars. This young man probably has a misunderstanding of what 100 million means. Even if you're trying to show off, you've got to be realistic. This is the first time I've seen someone show off so awkwardly. If he said 10,000 or 100,000, I'd believe it. Sorry, but 100 million, I'd seriously call him out. This kid's a lost cause, you can tell. He's been daydreaming way too much. 100 million. That's definitely taking the bragging a bit too far. When they heard Gu Wenking say he'd withdraw 100 million, everyone in the room was so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. Holy crap. Withdrawing 100 million, I can't believe this kid even thought of that. That's just too far-fetched. Some people even felt embarrassed for Gu Wenking. How could he possibly say something so clumsy and thoughtless in front of such a large crowd? Yang Mo's classmate, standing next to Gu Wenking, instinctively took a step back, too embarrassed to stand beside him. Everyone thought to themselves, even if he was trying to play the hero in front of Yang Mo, he really shouldn't have been blowing such a huge load of hot air. Too much is just as bad as too little. It's absolutely laughable. Absurdity beget absurdity. It's taken absurdity to a whole new level. A few female classmates admitted that Gu Wenking was so incredibly handsome he made their hearts flutter, but his habit of spouting nonsense was just way too lame. One of the chubby girls said to Yang Mo, Mo, don't let him fool you. You can tell just by listening to him that he's not to be trusted." The others nodded in agreement and said, "Yeah, don't just go by looks when choosing a partner. Definitely avoid anyone who brags and talks big." Sigh, what a waste of such good looks. Haha, bring me 100 million in cash. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Hearing her classmates mocking Gu Wenking, Yang Mo had had enough. She shouted angrily, "Have you had enough yet?" It was the first time the classmates had ever seen Yang Mo, usually gentle and demure, fly into such a rage. They all fell silent. Yang Mo stepped forward and stood beside Gu Wenking, saying softly, "I'm sorry." Gu Wenking smiled and shook his head, indicating it was no big deal. Yang Mo felt a bit disappointed in her classmates. When she was in trouble, every single one of them was too scared to offend the man driving the Mercedes. Not a single one stepped forward to help her. It was their right not to help. Yang Mo might have felt wronged, but she wouldn't get angry. What really infuriated her was that, even if they chose not to help, why did they have to hurl insults at Gu Wenqing, who had come to her aid? Although mentioning 100 million was a bit of an exaggeration and you're free to laugh at it, you shouldn't have made mocking remarks. After all, just a moment ago, they were on the same side. Besides, Yang Mo knew full well how capable Gu Wenqing was. He drove a supercar worth tens of millions, and the license plate alone cost 168 million. He definitely had the means to come up with 100 million in cash. A few people in the crowd had also noticed that Gu Wenqing had been escorted out of a Ferrari LaFerrari, and they too had no doubt about his ability to come up with 100 million. But aside from those few, everyone else present was there just to laugh at Gu Wenqing, convinced he was just blowing smoke. At that moment, Zhou Xiang also said mockingly, "You're still talking about 100 million? Aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue? If you can really come up with 100 million, I, Zhou Xiang, will kneel right here and call you dad." Zhou Xiang stood in front of several security guards, his face brimming with contempt. "Gu Wenqing, if I come up with 100 million, what will you call me?" "Call you dad? Hey son. Oh my god, I'll let you have the last word for now, but you'll regret this later. You go ahead and gloat for now. Once I get my injuries checked, you'll be the one crying." Zhou Xiang was so furious he was beside himself. Just as he was about to curse at Gu Wenqing, he remembered the several hard slaps she'd given him earlier, the smack, smack, smack that still stung like hell. He couldn't help but shudder, and the word Guokui that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed right back down. Magic City Bank. Long Zhipin was relieved that Magic City Bank was located in a first-tier metropolis like Magic City. If it had been in a smaller city, a single branch would have had very little cash on hand, at most a few million. But in a first-tier city like Magic City, the Magic City branch typically kept tens of millions to over 100 million in cash in its vault. It just so happened that this was the exact time when armored trucks were delivering cash to the vault. At a single command from Long Zhipin at the Magic City headquarters, countless nearby armored trucks immediately reported their cash holdings to the bank. And when the cash from all these armored trucks was added up, it exactly totaled 100 million in cash, after which they raced toward the Radisson Blue Hotel. How much is 100 million cash? Based on 100 yuan notes, each note weighs about 115 grams. 100 million yuan is 1 million notes, so 115 1,150,000 grams are 150 kilograms, or 1.15 metric tons. Based on the current load capacity of 375 kilograms for a private car, an individual would need at least 4-5 cars to transport this amount. If stacked, 100 million yuan in cash would reach a height of 100 meters, equivalent to a 30 to 40-story building. In no time at all, a dozen or so armored trucks, each carrying different amounts of cash, began arriving one after another at the Radisson Grand Restaurant. The garage was full, so they parked along the street next to the Radisson Grand Hotel. Some 30 or 40 bank employees in suits, who had been waiting here for quite some time, got into the vehicles, grabbed the money from the burlap sacks, and rushed toward the Radisson Grand Hotel's garage. Half an hour. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I've been stuck here for over 20 minutes. Damn it, that guy and that girl are such jerks. They could have just taken a photo of the accident scene with their phones to figure out who's at fault. They had to go and block the road like this. Bro, what's the rush? Isn't it fun to watch the show? Haha, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I've been waiting all day to see how this young guy's going to talk his way out of this. What a waste of time. I don't think he'll be able to talk his way out of this at all. The onlookers chatted back and forth, each adding their 2 cents. Some waited impatiently, while others laughed as they watched the spectacle. Just then, someone in the crowd was the first to notice something unusual. In their line of sight, a group of people in identical uniforms, struggling to carry large burlap sacks, were rushing toward the garage entrance. In disbelief, he muttered to himself, Could it be? One by one, more people noticed something was off. One of them shouted, "Holy crap, look behind you." In an instant, everyone turned around. Everyone present was stunned into silence. What did they see? A group of young men in white uniform shirts, each carrying a bundle on their shoulders. Oh my God, could they possibly be carrying cash? At that thought, everyone went beyond just being shocked. They were absolutely horrified. Could it really be that the teenager had called people to deliver money? That's just too outrageous.
At that moment, when Zhou Xiangyang noticed the crowd, a flicker of panic gripped him. He kept reassuring himself that Gu Wenqing was far too young to possibly have 100 million. This group of people was just passing by. That's right, they're just passing by, Zhou Xiangyang muttered to himself, breaking out in a cold sweat. Under everyone's watchful eyes, bank staff members ran from a distance toward the crowd. The first bank employee to arrive was panting heavily from exhaustion. He asked anxiously, "Which one of you is Gu Wenqing, Mr. Gu?" Gu Wenqing replied calmly, "That's me." Following the voice, the bank employee looked closely and was stunned. Could the person withdrawing 100 million in cash really be so young? That's incredible. He must be the son of a super rich family. Young Master Gu, I need to verify your identity first. No problem. I'll give President Long a call. Gu Wenqing understood. He knew full well that with such a massive sum of money, the bank would naturally be extremely cautious. They had to verify his identity to ensure there were no mistakes with the funds. Gu Wenqing picked up his phone and made the call. After confirming Gu Wenqing's identity, the bank staff member said respectfully, "Mr. Gu, the 100 million in cash you requested is arriving here in batches. Please wait a moment." Gu Wenqing nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Seeing young Master Gu nod, the bank employee turned and ran back toward the street, where countless bundles of cash were still waiting for him to carry. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the crowd, Gu Wenqing opened the bags one by one, revealing the top layer of bills. The stacks of cash left everyone staring in disbelief. Each bundle was worth 100,000. So didn't that sack hold over 1 million? Before they could fully process their shock, more bank employees arrived one after another, each carrying a bag. After placing the bundles of cash next to Gu Wenqing, they too turned and ran back toward the street. 100 million in cash was simply too much. It would take them a long time to make all those trips back and forth. Boom. For everyone present who witnessed this scene, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck their minds. Everyone was utterly stunned, staring blankly at the countless bundles. They were all filled with cash. Even if each package contained 1 million, with 40 or 50 of them behind Gu Wenqing, that would amount to 40 or 50 million. And the money was still being delivered in a never-ending stream. At that moment, everyone was utterly stunned. The boy wasn't joking. Had he really brought over 100 million? Oh my God, that's just insane. Those who had just questioned and mocked Gu Wenqing were now mortified. Damn it, this is so humiliating. Just as scornful as their words had been moments ago, just as humiliating was their current predicament. Gu Wenqing just showed them through his actions what it means to be publicly humiliated. Even those car owners who knew Gu Wenqing drove a Ferrari and a Lamborghini chimed in. "We told you earlier that this young man was loaded, but you didn't believe us. Now you're speechless, aren't you? Just seeing him drive a Ferrari, I knew he had what it takes. Driving a Ferrari LaFerrari worth tens of millions, he's got to be bragging. Yeah, and that license plate is totally awesome. Hue A1111. Rich kids like them aren't short on money at all. Haha, this is hilarious. The people who were just calling others show-offs are now too scared to say a word." Everyone present heard these excited remarks. Hearing their words, those who had doubted Gu Wenqing felt utterly ashamed. They were utterly humiliated. They wished the ground would swallow them whole. Just a few minutes earlier, they'd been mocking Gu Wenqing for using Zimbabwean dollars for his clumsy attempts to show off and so on. They never expected Gu Wenqing to be a real big shot. Not only did he drive a Ferrari, but with just one phone call, he actually withdrew 100 million in cash. Judging by this, Gu Wenqing, whom they'd just been making fun of, wasn't rich. He was incredibly wealthy. What a mega spender. It's downright terrifying. Haha, just kidding, I'm just covering my ass. The more they thought about how they just made fools of themselves by mocking this big spender, the more ashamed they felt. It was the ultimate public humiliation. The security guards at the Radisson Hotel were so scared their legs were going weak. Just what kind of big shot had they offended? Zhou Xiangyang looked at the bags of cash strewn across the road beside him. He was so terrified he was on the verge of tears. He was just a property owner with a bit of money from a demolition project, and as a high-ranking executive at a construction company, he was used to bullying others by relying on his position, but he'd never seen anything on this scale before. After all, even the owner of his construction company's total assets barely exceeded 100 million. Yet the young man he'd offended with just a single phone call at bank employees' hall, a full 100 million in cash right behind him. Faced with this ruthless, extravagant tycoon, what on earth was he supposed to do now? He was filled with regret. How was he supposed to save face now? How ridiculous. Just moments ago, he'd been waiting to see how the show-off teenager would make a fool of himself, but now it was him who was scrambling to figure out how to save face. Someone who can effortlessly produce 100 million in cash, how could he possibly be someone he could afford to provoke? Especially when he thought back to what he'd just said, the words, "I'll make you pay until you're bankrupt," kept echoing in Zhou Xiaoyang's mind. He was such an idiot. Someone who could so effortlessly pull out 100 million must have assets worth far more than a dozen billion. His net worth must be at least 100 billion. And yet, just moments ago, he'd been brazenly threatening Gu Wenqing, whose family's assets were in the hundreds of billions, to make him lose everything. Just thinking about it, Zhou Xiaoyang felt like a complete idiot. He tried to make amends, speaking in a panicked tone. "I shifted into the wrong gear and crashed into this beautiful lady's car. It's all my fault for having such a twisted mind. I know I was wrong now. I'll definitely pay whatever it costs to fix the car. I beg you, sir, to be magnanimous and forgive my rude and presumptuous behavior." Gu Wenqing remained unmoved. He pulled a thick stack of cash from one of the bags and flung it at Zhou Xiaoyang. The heavy stack of bills slammed into him, causing him to wince in pain. "Is that enough? If not, I'll pay more." "Whatever you want today, I'll pay it." Gu Wenqing walked forward slowly, glanced around the room, then fixed his gaze on Zhou Xiaoyang and continued. "If 1 million isn't enough, make it 10 million. If 10 million isn't enough, make it 100 million. No matter how much you dare to ask for, I'll pay it." His calm voice sent shockwaves through the crowd. Just hearing those words, that's true dominance on full display. Zhou Xiaoyang was so terrified his legs were trembling. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans streamed down his face onto the floor, sweat not from the heat, but from sheer fear. Hearing those ruthless words, he was terrified. 100 million or 10 million, how many of his lives would that buy? Forget 100 million, 10 million, or even 1 million, he didn't dare ask for a single penny in compensation now. How could Zhou Xiaoyang possibly dare to ask the tycoon for money? Facing a big shot who could pull out 100 million in cash, how could he even dare to think about compensation for the beating he'd taken? What compensation? "Young master, I'm afraid you must have made a mistake." Zhou Xiaoyang knelt with his head bowed, speaking without a shred of shame. "It was clearly my face that grazed your precious hand. Young master, if anyone should be paying compensation, it's me who should be paying you." Those around him who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. Good heavens, is that even something a human being would say? Especially since they'd just seen Zhou Xiaoyang, the man no one had dared to cross before, completely abandon his former arrogance and bullying ways. With his swollen face, he was now grinning apologetically, begging Gu Wenqing for forgiveness. Everyone was utterly shocked. They never could have imagined that Zhou Xiaoyang, the guy who drove a Mercedes-Benz S400, would back down so quickly. He'd turned into a rotten fish or shrimp on a cutting board, ready to be butchered at will. A smile also flashed across Gu Wenqing's face, a mocking smile. "It's only fair to pay compensation for assault. I, Gu Wenqing, am not an unreasonable person." Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Now it's time to settle the debt you owe me. My time isn't cheap. Gu Wenqing lived by the principle, if others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if they provoke me, I will certainly strike back. As the saying goes, do unto others as you would have them do unto you." But Gu Wenqing intended to use Zhou Hangsong's underhanded tactics to turn the tables on him. Gu Wenqing snapped his fingers. A banking professional standing nearby immediately caught on and said directly, "If Mr. Gu were to deposit his 10 billion RMB into a demand deposit account, the daily interest would be approximately 8,200 RMB. The interest rate on a large denomination certificate of deposit is even higher, about 4% for a 3-year term, so the daily interest on a 10 billion RMB deposit would be as high as 1.9 million RMB. That means even if Mr. Gu does absolutely nothing, his daily income would be 1 million RMB. Not to mention that Mr. Gu's deposits at our Magic City Bank aren't limited to just 10 billion. I won't even factor in the remaining small amounts of 10 or 20 billion. After the bank employee finished speaking, in an instant the room fell silent. 1 second. 5 seconds. 15 seconds. What did they hear? Over 10 billion in deposits? The interest earned in a single day alone could buy a luxury Maserati. If it hadn't come from a bank insider, no one would dare believe that a teenager had over 10 billion in cash in his account. Just thinking about that string of numbers is enough to make your scalp tingle. It wasn't until more than half a minute later that the commotion finally broke out. 100 billion, that's just unbelievable. Damn, is that even something a human would say? I'm not even counting the odd 10 or 20 billion here. I'm bowing down to you, big shot. Please accept my humble homage. Is this the true power of a god-tier spender? The pinnacle of life. Everyone stared at Gu Wenqing in utter astonishment. They were no longer just envious of him, they were on the verge of kneeling down to worship this super-rich tycoon. Faced with the envious stares of countless people, Gu Wenking's expression remained impassive. He glanced at the Vatran Constantin on his wrist and continued. So far, you've wasted about 30 minutes of my time. Rounding it up to half a day, you owe me roughly 500,000 in compensation for my lost time. 30 minutes and he just rounded it up to half a day? That's just how unreasonable and domineering Gu Wenking is. That's what you get for playing dirty. When dealing with thugs like Zhou Xiangyang, Gu Wenking would never show any mercy. Boom. Gu Wenking's words exploded like a bomb in Zhou Xiangyang's mind, leaving him completely dazed and bewildered. 50,000? Zhou Xiangyang was so terrified he could barely get the words out. He was a big spender, there was no way he had that much money in his account. He'd bought that Mercedes-Benz S400 by gritting his teeth just to show off. The Radisson Blue Platinum card wasn't even his to begin with, it belonged to his boss. He'd borrow it whenever he could to show off, making the low-level staff at the Radisson Blue think he was a wealthy man. They'd constantly address him as President Zhou, letting himself get lost in the chorus of Mr. Zhou. Where on earth was he supposed to find much money? He was facing the word of a billionaire. If he couldn't come up with that much money, he was as good as dead. He knew all too well how cunning the rich could be. They'd spend a fortune on a smooth-talking lawyer who could make black look white. Besides, Zhou Xiangyang was the one in the wrong to begin with. False accusation, defamation, attempted extortion. If a lawyer were to pin any of these charges on him, he'd definitely end up behind bars. At this thought, Zhou Xiangyang's face turned deathly pale. Gritting his teeth, he said in a trembling voice, "I'll pay for it. It was indeed my fault for wasting Mr. Gu's precious time. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Gu." After saying that, he called his boss and requested an advance of over 200,000 from his salary. Combined with the 200,000 already in his bank account, it just barely made up the 500,000. Gu Wenking waved his hand, summoning a bank employee standing nearby, and immediately transferred the 500,000 directly to the employee's card. Then Gu Wenking looked around at the dozens of bank employees transporting 100 million in cash, as well as the 40 bank security guards armed with real firearms. Gu Wenking spoke up. "Everyone, you've all worked hard. Consider this 500,000 as compensation for your long journey and hard work." Hearing this, any lingering resentment the staff members who had come to deliver the money in the sweltering heat had felt vanished completely. Generous, open-hearted, and truly impressive. At that moment, the staff who'd been working so hard all day were filled with joy. Young Master Gu really is generous. He thought of every detail, ensuring his staff wouldn't come out short. Divided among the 80 to 90 of them, each person would get nearly 6,000 yuan. Before long, the insurance company representatives arrived. Zhou Xiangyang bears full responsibility for this accident. With the matter settled, order was restored to the garage, and the long line of cars that had been backed up began to drive into the underground garage one after another. Ding! Host has unlocked a new title, heart-stirring. Reward, Radisson 5-star Hotel. Reward, a prime plot of land in Magic City worth 30 billion. Items awarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a timely manner. The host may use them with confidence. With the matter of collecting 100 million in cash settled, Gu Wenking has also unlocked a new title at just the right moment. Radisson Hotel. The 5-star Radisson Hotel stands 47 stories tall and features 520 guest rooms, offering guests a range of convenient amenities, including 5 restaurants and bars, 10 meeting rooms, 1 large multi-purpose banquet hall, a fitness center, an indoor swimming pool, and a spa. The hotel also boasts a revolving restaurant and a starlit lounge on the rooftop. The reward this time, the Radisson 5-star Hotel alone, is valued at 5 billion. When he saw the second reward, a prime plot of land in Magic City valued at 30 billion. Huh. Gu Wenking gasped in surprise. A plot of land worth 30 billion. It's worth noting that during Magic City's second batch of centralized land auctions this year, the quality of the plots on offer had significantly improved, sparking intense bidding enthusiasm among real estate developers. Ultimately, nearly 40% of the plots reached their suspension price, with total transaction value reaching 78 billion yuan. The total transaction value for all 4 plots was only 78 billion, yet Gu Wenking's single plot was worth 30 billion, meaning his plot not only had a prime location, but also covered a much larger area. The plot is located in Suzhou District and encompasses 28 subplots, including the southern extension of the Huangpu River in Suzhou District. It involves a variety of property types such as commercial and office spaces, restaurants and hotels, cultural and sports facilities, residential housing, social rental housing, and plaza land. The total land area exceeds 320,000 square meters, with a total development volume of approximately 1.8 million square meters. The location and scale of this plot are truly one of a kind. Situated in the central urban area where land resources are scarce, this plot is one of the few remaining areas in the heart of Magic City, particularly along the riverfront, suitable for large-scale, high-standard, and contiguous planning and development. In fact, large tracts of land in the heart of Shanghai have long since disappeared from the land market, and Suzhou District's policy of protective development along the riverfront makes the value of land in the Suzhou Riverside area self-evident. A riverside plot in Magic City valued at 30 billion yuan left even Gu Wenqing speechless. Upon receiving the reward, a Magic City riverside plot worth 30 billion, Gu Wenqing was visibly stunned. Although he had previously earned 10 billion in cash from the system by unlocking new titles along with a Ferrari LaFerrari supercar, access to high-end Western restaurants and movie theaters, and a host of other rewards, his net worth was already substantial. He was still stunned by the value of the Magic City riverside plot. And it wasn't just the price. For such scarce land resources without deep connections and a strong background, one wouldn't even qualify to bid on the land no matter how much money one had. Moreover, with a single plot of land worth 30 billion, the profits from its development would far exceed 10 billion. Just over 10 minutes ago, Magic City, Shanghai Land Exchange. 24 real estate companies from across the country gathered under one roof. Among them was Huifeng Real Estate, a star player in the Magic City's real estate scene. Huifeng Real Estate has recently completed development on all 7 of its plots in Shanghai. Most units have already been delivered, with only a few high-end villas and townhouses remaining unsold. The funds used to purchase the land have already been recouped, and the company now has ample cash on hand. The group's founder, Lin Hongshan, had arrived full of confidence, determined to secure at least 2 plots at the auction. But reality dealt Lin Hongshan a harsh blow. That's because the star lot in this land auction was an incredibly scarce riverside plot in Suzhou. As a result, it attracted numerous nationally renowned real estate developers. Huifeng Real Estate enjoys a stellar reputation in Shanghai, and the residential communities it has developed are all high-quality projects. Unfortunately, its competitors were all nationally renowned real estate giants, and in the face of these titans, Huifeng simply didn't stand a chance. A total of 15 plots were up for auction this time, and 14 of them were snapped up by major real estate companies. Huifeng didn't manage to secure a single one. Now, only the final Land King, the Suzhou Riverside plot, remains. At this moment, the CEOs of the companies that won the plots are smiling. Hengjin is determined to win this plot. We at Biguai must secure it as well. Ranked among the top real estate developers in Huaxia, they're all raring to go, fully determined to win. The bidding jumped instantly from the starting price of 12 billion to 20 billion, and it continues to climb. In the back rows, several local Shanghai real estate companies turned to Lin Hongshan and said, "Old Lin, don't even bother watching. A plot like this worth over 20 billion yuan is way out of our league." That's right. These big companies are all gunning for this plot, otherwise we wouldn't be unable to secure even a single plot. Don't worry, thankfully my company still has some land under development. Listening to them, Lin Hongshan furrowed his brow, feeling utterly helpless. These major developers routinely pay premiums of over 1 billion yuan to acquire land, leaving mid-sized developers like him in a very passive position. The plot up for auction this time had been snapped up by a major firm at a premium, leaving it in a situation where it was neither worth keeping nor worth letting go. Sigh. Huifeng has run out of land and will have to wait another few months for the next land auction, Lin Hongshan thought disappointedly. 22.3 billion. 22.6 billion. Bigu Real Estate bids 25 billion. The moment the 25 billion bid was announced, the entire real estate sector fell silent. The Suzhou Binjing plot was appraised at 23 billion, meaning Bigu Real Estate had paid a premium of a full 2 billion. Many of the real estate companies present had the financial strength to bid higher, but their CEOs had to consider various factors, including their company's cash flow, bank loans, and projects under construction. Ultimately, everyone withdrew from the bidding. 25 billion first call. 25 billion for the second time. 25 billion, just as the gavel was about to fall. Someone spoke up, 30 billion. The voice belonged to the person in charge of the auction lot, who continued, "Mr. Gu of Huifeng Real Estate has bid 30 billion. Just moments ago he had received a call. Mr. Gu of Huifeng Group had bid 30 billion for the prime plot, and the full 30 billion had already been transferred to the government's account." The system worked in such an illogical way Gu Wenqing didn't even have to show up. The system had already secured the land for him. Whoa. Billion. A whopping 7 billion yuan Are they out of their minds, playing the game like this? The real estate executives were stunned. At that moment, none of them were interested in this Land King lot anymore. The premium was just too high. 30 billion once. 30 billion second bid. 30 billion for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Gu Wenqing of Huifeng Group for winning this Land King at the auction. Clap, clap, clap. The executives below clapped half-heartedly. Mr. Gu from Huifeng Group? Who is this guy? He's so impressive he snagged the top lot with a 7 billion yuan premium, Lin Hongshan said as he clapped. That's truly impressive. This Huifeng Group is truly formidable. They've really shown up all these major real estate companies. Other local Shanghai real estate companies chimed in as well. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Lin Hongshan, oh my god. Yufeng, isn't that my company for crying out loud? Other Shanghai real estate firms, oh my god. Huafeng Group is old Lin's real estate company. Once they came to their senses, someone asked, that Gu Wenqing who bid on the land, is he a shareholder in your group? Lin Hongshan replied with mixed feelings, yes, a minority shareholder. Lin Hongshan's emotions were an all-time high at that moment. Having developed 7 plots of land, Huafeng Real Estate was now valued at approximately 90 billion. And a minor shareholder in his group had actually spent 30 billion of his own money to snap up a prime plot of land. Damn, that's just crazy. 30 billion, that's equivalent to 1/3 of Huafeng's valuation. Don't be fooled by Huafeng Group's 90 billion valuation. Its actual available working capital on the books is less than 20 billion. Old Gu, you're even richer than I imagined, Lin Hongshan mused. Thanks to the system's integration, Lin Hongshan's memory now also contains the memories of the company's shareholder, Gu Wenqing. Radisson. Young Master Gu, I mean, no offense, please don't take it personally, the security captain said nervously. The security guards accompanying him didn't even dare to breathe. While they felt anxious, they were mostly cursing Zhu Xiangyang in their hearts. Damn it, those guys actually managed to offend a billionaire. We're getting caught in the crossfire for no reason. A cold smile flashed across Gu Wenqing's face. Unwarranted trouble? He certainly didn't see it that way. Meanwhile, in the manager's office at the Radisson 5-star hotel, the hotel manager suddenly received a call from the boss. Hearing what the owner said on the phone, the manager was completely stunned. The boss told him over the phone that the Lisheng 5-star hotel had been sold, and from now on, he was no longer the owner of the Lisheng hotel. Okay, got it. After hanging up, the manager was still in a daze for a while. Business at the Radisson 5-star hotel had always been booming. Why on earth would the owner sell it? This move was tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Dang. A document was sent to the manager's email, a message from his former boss. It was from the new owner of the Radisson 5-star hotel. No way. Looking at the new owner's profile, the manager was a bit taken aback. Only 18 years old? To be able to acquire the Radisson Hotel at such a young age, it seems the new owner's family must be incredibly wealthy. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The office door opened and Ming Juan, the front desk manager, walked in. Manager, the traffic jam at the garage entrance has been cleared up, Ming Juan said. The manager frowned. It took half an hour to handle such a minor issue. What are those security guards even doing? The manager then forwarded the email to the lobby manager, saying the Radisson Hotel has a new owner. Please look into the new owner's background. I've sent it to your email. Oh. Lobby manager Ming Juan was utterly stunned. A 5-star hotel worth 5 billion baht a whim. The new owner is incredibly extravagant. With that thought, she clicked on the file. The moment she saw the photo, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Isn't that the guy who caused trouble in the parking garage? She'd been watching from a distance earlier. Although the young man was wearing a mask, his hairstyle and eyes were exactly the same as in the photo. What did you say? The manager asked hurriedly. Are you sure? Ming Juan nodded. Seeing Ming Juan nod, the manager jumped to his feet, unable to believe what he'd just heard. His heart sank. It was only the new owner's first day after taking over the hotel, and he'd already given the owner a harsh welcome, completely alienating the new owner. He was definitely asking for trouble. No, he had to salvage the situation. The manager said frantically, Quick, notify all the managers immediately. We're all going to the parking garage to welcome President Gu. Got it, Wen Juan replied, then rushed off to relay the message. At the garage entrance, order had been restored in the garage. One by one, armored trucks drove in, loaded 100 million in cash, and drove off. Although the security guards had offended Gu Wenqing with their words, they were now as unconcerned as a dead pig in boiling water. Since Gu Wenqing wouldn't accept their apology, so be it. So what if he comes from a wealthy family? So what if he's worth 10 billion? It's none of their damn business. After all, they're still just making 4,000, 5,000 a month. Young Master Gu will be on our way now. However, before the security captain had even finished speaking, several hurried footsteps suddenly echoed through the room. Soon, the manager of the Lisheng Grand Hotel walked over, accompanied by a group of executives. Sir, you're here, the manager said respectfully to Gu Wenqing. The group of managers behind him also greeted him respectfully. Welcome home, boss. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. What's going on here? The manager of the Lisheng Hotel and the entire management team had all come out to greet him, and they were actually addressing Gu Wenqing as boss. Yang Mo was utterly shocked. The security guards, meanwhile, were absolutely terrified. How did things come to this? They simply couldn't believe it. They were simply upholding the privileges of a platinum member as usual had they actually offended the new boss. The irony was that earlier they doubted Gu Wenqing could even afford the 1 million yuan required for a platinum membership at the hotel. And now this super-rich tycoon had just outright acquired a 5-star hotel worth 5 billion. Is it too late to apologize now? The security guards immediately bowed and apologized. Boss, we're sorry. Gu Wenking, his face expressionless, pointed at the hotel manager. You, and all of you security guards, you're all fired. Pack your things and go to the finance department to collect your pay. The team leader failed to set a good example and arbitrarily created special privileges. This kind of behavior warrants immediate dismissal. Gu Wenking's words struck them like a bolt of lightning, exploding in their minds. They were out of a job. Especially the populated manager. He was so terrified he plopped down on the floor. He'd lost a job that paid $1 million a year. He couldn't help but want to cry. Yang Mo asked in a trembling voice, "Little brother Gu, did you really acquire the Radisson Hotel?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Wenking replied, "Yes. Seeing my sister treated so unfairly as her younger brother, I just couldn't bear it. So I went ahead and bought the hotel to fire those scoundrels right away." Hearing this, Yang Mo's college classmates were all stunned. What had they just heard? He bought the 5-star Lishing Hotel just to fire those security guards? Oh my god. That's damn amazing. Just to fire a few security guards, they spent a fortune to buy the 5 billion yuan Radisson 5-star hotel. They really don't hold back like a true big spender. Haha. Buying a 50 billion 5-star hotel is as easy as picking up a head of cabbage at the market. Who wouldn't envy a life of such unbridled freedom? As for those girls who had once spoken ill of Gu Wenking, they were all completely won over by Gu Wenking when the bank actually delivered 100 million cash. Having been out in the real world for 2 years, they've been hardened by life's trials and have become pragmatic. Given the choice between love and bread, they choose bread without a second thought. Their eyes kept wandering. Gu Wenking, rich and handsome. He effortlessly withdraws 100 million in cash, buys out a 5-star hotel on a whim, and has 10 billion in his bank account. Especially when he flew into a rage to defend a woman he cared about. Directly taking over the hotel and firing the security guards. That move was absolutely badass. The girls all feel so secure around him. It's a shame they'd just been calling Gu Wenking unreliable and mocking him mercilessly. Thinking about this, they were beside themselves. They felt they'd lost their chance to get close to the wealthy playboy Gu Wenking. Gu Wenking's gaze swept over them. Ugly people are always the most troublesome. His gaze didn't linger on them at all. It went straight to Yang Mo, whose curves were practically bursting out of her clothes. Yang Mo has completely changed her usual professional look. Today, she wore a black, patterned dress, a slightly form-fitting style that accentuated her perfect curves, with an S-shaped silhouette that highlighted her hourglass figure. A small cutout at the collarbone revealed her fair, translucent skin, adding an extra touch of intimacy, appeal, and allure. The dress fell just above her thighs, exposing her fair, delicate legs to the air. Her sexy, slightly curled hair paired with sophisticated, mature makeup made Yang Mo with her older sister style truly dazzling. The only downside is that, since she was driving, she was wearing a pair of flats. If she'd switched to high heels, who wouldn't fall for that sexy, mature look? Of course, Yang Mo didn't believe a word of Gu Wenking's nonsense. But after this little incident, her feelings toward Gu Wenking did indeed skyrocket. Tall, rich, and handsome, and so considerate, how could she not be charmed? Feeling Yang Mo's intense gaze, Gu Wenking touched his face. "Do I have a good-looking face?" "You're absolutely gorgeous." Gu Wenking joked, "Then give me a kiss." Yang Mo's feelings for Gu Wenking were sky-high at that moment, but with so many people around, she felt too shy. She whispered, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Next time, there are too many people here." Buzz. Just then, Gu Wenking's phone in his pocket started vibrating. She pulled out her phone and saw a message from Wang Min. And there were quite a few of them. The first unread message had been sent over 10 minutes ago. Since Yang Mo still had to attend the wedding reception, Gu Wenking told her to contact him via WeChat if she needed anything, then headed toward the Lishing Hotel. He read the messages as he walked. "Wang Min, honey, aren't you there yet?" "Wang Min, do I look good in this maid outfit, shy?" "Wang Min, honey, why aren't you replying to me?" "When, you jerk, you're so heartless." Angry. Looking at the messages, there are intervals between when they were sent. This shows that Wang Min really misses him. Gu Wenking had been dealing with Yang Mo's situation just now and hadn't noticed message. He thought he'd tease her a little. "Gu Wenking, I have something to do at school today, so I can't make it." Wang Min, who had been eagerly awaiting Gu Wenking's reply, finally received a message only to find it was bad news. The light in her eyes dimmed. Jerk. Ingrate. And to think I'd gone to all that trouble to prepare all kinds of treats and perks. Wang Min was fuming. "Mr. Gu, hello. Mr. Gu, hello. Mr. Gu, welcome home." As soon as Gu Wenking entered the hotel, the staff all greeted their boss. Gu Wenking noticed the words lobby manager on Ming Juan's name tag. As it happened, the hotel's general manager had just been dismissed. "Let's just promote someone to fill the position for now. If they're not up to the task, we'll replace them later." Gu Wenking asked a rhetorical question. "You're the front desk manager here." "Yes, boss. My name is Ming Juan." "How long have you been working here?" "I've been at Radisson for 5 years. Ming Juan felt a flutter of excitement. With the general manager fired and the boss asking her these questions at such a critical moment, could this mean a promotion? Gu Wenqing didn't disappoint her. Alright, give the general manager position a try for now. Gu Wenqing's tone was casual. Ming Juan could sense the underlying meaning in his words. Temporary general manager, that meant she was on an interim basis. The boss wanted to assess her capabilities, and she told herself she had to perform even better than her predecessor. Gu Wenqing got into the elevator and headed to the presidential suite. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock. Who is it? Wang Min peered through the peephole. Gu Wenqing's flawless face came into view through the peep. Wang Min's disappointment vanished instantly. Overjoyed, she opened the door, threw her arms around Gu Wenqing and wouldn't let go, pressing herself softly and tightly against him. Wang Min hung her whole body on Gu Wenqing, whining, "You big liar." "Honey, I've already taken a nice, fresh shower." Gu Wenqing leaned down, slowly bringing his head close to Wang Min's ear, and said in a tantalizing tone, "Let me take a whiff." She nestled her body against Gu Wenqing's, adopting a coy, teasing posture. Today, Wang Min was wearing a white, form-fitting dress with white knee-high stockings underneath. Beneath her delicate makeup, she exuded an air of innocence. The allure of this sexy outfit combined with her sweet, innocent face. This look certainly caught Gu Wenqing's eye. It seemed this young lady had put a lot of thought into her appearance. After a long moment, Gu Wenqing said, "Next time, you're not allowed to wear something as short as that nightclub outfit." Although he liked looking at her like this, he certainly didn't have a fetish for others seeing his woman dressed that way. "Oh, but I was just going through a breakup. I won't wear anything like that again," Wang Min said, wrinkling her cute little nose. A smile flitted across Gu Wenqing's face. "No, you have to wear them." Wang Min beamed. "Okay, I'll wear them just for you." Gu Wenqing took a sip of water and noticed the blank high boots. He asked, "You look great in those boots, but won't your feet get smelly wearing them in the summer?" "I wash them every day. How could they possibly smell?" Wang Min bristled like a kitten whose fur had been ruffled. "You saw them that night we were drinking. Did they smell or not?" "They stink." Wang Min puckered her lips. "I'm going to hit you. They clearly don't stink." She swung her little fist and lightly punched him in the chest. Gu Wenqing caught her little hand, his gaze intense, gently exhaling warm breath. "I don't believe it." A long time later, Wang Min fell right asleep. Just then Yang Mo sent a WeChat message. "Yang Mo, what's little Gu up to? Cute." "Gu Wenqing, the night is long and I can't sleep. I miss you. Wink." Yang Mo asked, feigning ignorance. "Why are you thinking about me?" Gu Wenqing replied with a double entendre. "Do it." A moment later Yang Mo replied, "You little pervert." Gu Wenqing, "You owe me a kiss. When are you going to pay it back?" Yang Mo, "When we meet next time, eager." Gu Wenqing, with compound interest. "It won't just be a kiss on the lips, you know, wicked grind."
Summer in September. Youth always comes with goodbyes. Military training at Magic City University had come to an end. Gu Wenqing and her group bid farewell to their drill instructors. A few Cemental girls even cried, while others hugged the instructors, reluctant to part. The early part of military training was grueling, the middle part was filled with laughter, and the final part was marked by a faint sense of parting sorrow. And just like that, military training was over. Those days of military training, Senior Wang Yanren's black tights, campus, Queen Chen's sparkling water, the moonlight Qin Munan and Gu Wenqing, who captured the hearts of countless young women, have all been sealed away in countless people's memories now that it's over. Hey, let's go see the Oriental Pearl Tower. I want to eat Shanghai-style pan-fried buns. Let's go to a bar on the Bund. Huang Zicheng from our dorm also said excitedly, "Let's go to Tax tonight." Zhao Tao asked curiously, "What's Tax?" Huang Zicheng gave a lecherous chuckle. "It's the top nightclub in the Magic City. I hear the girls there are really hot." Zhao Tao was getting a little excited. "Have you been inside? I've never been to a nightclub in my whole life." Huang Zicheng replied without hesitation, "That's a no-brainer. How would I know the quality of the girls at Tax if I'd never been there?" "Oh my gosh, I had no idea you were such a veteran. That's so cool." Zheng Xiaohong's eyes widened, and she gave him a thumbs up. Huang Zicheng sensed their astonishment and felt a secret thrill inside. He was just bragging. He'd just heard his cousin brag about how high quality the girls at Tax were. He'd never actually been there. But with $1 million lying in his bank account, he felt completely confident. Huang Zicheng said, "Old Gu, you're so rich you must have been to Tax, right? Tell us how much fun it is there." Gu Wenqing, "I've been once. It was just so-so. I'm pretty close with the owner." On his very first visit, he became the owner of Tax, Shanghai's top nightclub. What? You're full of it. My cousin said the owner of Tax is in his 40s. With such a big age gap between you two, there's no way you two could hang out together. Huang Zicheng didn't believe him. Gu Wenqing just smiled and said nothing. The four of them returned to their dorm room. Huang Zicheng hurriedly stripped off his camouflage uniform, tossed it in the trash, took a shower, and changed into an outfit he thought looked cool. Zhao Tao remarked from the side that it was a shame to throw away the camouflage uniform. He planned to wash and dry it so he could wear it for farm work back home. Huang Zicheng wore a white shirt tucked into slightly form-fitting dress pants, deliberately showing off his cooler belt, and Nike sneakers on his feet. After changing, he stood in front of the mirror, fiddling with his blonde hair. Zheng Xiaohong said, "Oh my god, why are you dressing so flashy? You don't know anything. When you go to a nightclub, you've got to dress to impress. Just in case something happens with some cute girl," Huang Zicheng said, lost in fantasy, his face full of lecherous daydreams. Zhao Tao frowned beside him. He honestly couldn't make sense of Huang Zicheng's outfit. He was already as skinny as a monkey, and tucking his shirt into his belt made him look even skinnier, like a paper cutout. On top of that, he loved wearing tights. The two S's in his crotch were squeezed so tightly that they jutted out slightly in the middle. That really must be uncomfortable. What a waste of money, such a weird outfit, Zhao Tao thought to himself. Gu Wenqing is still the handsome one. Old Gu doesn't even have to try to look good, he's the star just by standing there. Zhao Tao thought for a moment and asked, "Huang Zicheng, will Mo Luo and the others be going too?" To be honest, Zhao Tao really envied Gu Wenqing for having so many girls who admired him, and he longed for a relationship of his own. Mo Luo wasn't just beautiful, she was down to earth too, and he really liked her. Zhao Tao's family wasn't well off. His parents were farmers, coming from the countryside. He hadn't even been to the city where his hometown was located before it into college. When Zhao Tao first arrived in Shanghai, he felt a bit insecure, but after military training he'd regained his confidence. Attending a prestigious university, Zhao Tao didn't think he was that bad. After all, things would only get better from here on out. He was convinced Mo Lu must be interested in him too, otherwise she wouldn't be chatting with him. Huang Zicheng was speechless. Dude, who the hell goes to a nightclub to ask girls to join them? If we just party together as a bunch of guys, won't we have more opportunities? Lately, Huang Zicheng's heart had been racing. With Li Wenfang there was zero progress, and he was filled with envy and resentment toward Gu Wenqing for getting to task a different woman every day. He just couldn't take it anymore. "I really like Mo Luo." Fine. Let's wait a few days before asking them out, okay? And whatever you do, don't tell Mo Luo about the nightclub thing. Huang Zicheng protested loudly. He was afraid the news would eventually reach Li Wenfang's ears and then he'd be done for. In preparation for their night out, Zhao Tao and Zheng Xiaohong also started getting ready. Zhao Tao slipped on his Nike sneakers, which he'd bought for 68 with free shipping. Zheng Xiaohong slicked her hair back with gel, styling it into a big pompadour, and declared with great conviction, "If a guy wants to make it big, he's got to slick his hair back." Gu Wenqing looked at the three of them, all dressed up like show-offs, and was at a loss for words. He said, "It's just a trip to a nightclub, can't you guys dress a little more normally?" Huang Zicheng grumbled in frustration. "Damn it, old Gu, you're just jealous of how handsome I am, you're jealous that I'm stealing your thunder." Zhao Tao grinned widely. "I think you're just a total clueless idiot. Do you even think you're on the same level as old Gu?" "Why not? I'm a Korean-style heartthrob." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing and the other two, Zheng Xiaohong asked, "Have you guys checked the campus forum? Everyone's talking about the 4 goddesses of Magic City now, it's the 5 goddesses." "Oh, who's the new one?" Zhao Tao asked. "Most guys agree it's Chen Yangxu." Huang Zicheng said dismissively, "Get lost. The Moonlight Qin Munan is the eternal goddess, okay? She's more than qualified to be the campus queen." Previously, the 4 universally recognized goddesses of Magic City University were Wang Yanran, Wenqian Liu Xiao, and Yu Manman. Right now on the forum, the perverts are frantically debating which freshman girl is most likely to become a goddess. Most people are rooting for the aloof goddess Chen Yangxu. Qin Munan, who shot to fame with a single jump and is considered the white moonlight by many guys, also has a large following of die-hard fans. For a time, the two camps were locked in a heated online debate. Zheng Xiaohong asked, "Old Gu, which one do you think is prettier, Chen Yongsu or Qin Munan?" Gu Wenqing, who was busy chatting with a senior at the time, replied bluntly, "They're both beautiful, each has her own unique charm. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and every flower has its own fragrance." Huang Zi asked, "If you absolutely had to pick the prettiest one, who would you choose?" A smile flitted across Gu Wenqing's face. "Take a guess." Hearing that, noticing Gu Wenqing's enigmatic expression, neither a smile nor a frown, he said nothing, but Huang Zicheng seemed to get the hint. Huang Zicheng and the others were left speechless. "Damn it, it's got to be you, Gu Wenqing." That completely changed the dynamic. Coming to their senses, a wild thought suddenly popped into Huang Zicheng and the others' minds. You have to admit, old Gu really does have what it takes. During military training, Chen Yongxu kept bringing Gu Wenqing sparkling water. Even if it was to thank Gu Wenqing for his heroic act, she couldn't possibly bring him fruit every single day. The school beauty must have feelings for Gu Wenqing. As for that other white moonlight, Qin Munan, who knows why she got mixed up with Gu Wenqing. She even went of her way to ask for Gu Wenqing's WeChat ID during military training. You've got to admit, old Gu really does have a lot of romantic opportunities. Thinking about this, Huang Zicheng, Zhao Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong were all dying of envy deep down. Buzz! Just as he was bragging to his roommates, Gu Wenqing's phone started vibrate. Speak of the devil. He pulled out his phone to check. A message from his dream girl, Qin Munan. "Qin Munan, I'm downstairs at your dorm. Military training has been really tough these past few days, so I bought you some fruit." Qin Munan, hurry down and get it. Not far from the entrance to the men's dorm, Qin Munan was wearing a tight white crop top, her fair collarbones and slim waist exposed to the air, paired with loose blue jeans. The legs of the jeans were slit on both sides, offering a glimpse of her long legs encased in black stockings. With her stunning face and sexy, curvaceous figure, every guy passing by couldn't help but take a second look at her. Some perverts even stared intently at the black stockings peeking through her jeans, their eyes burning with desire as if they wanted to devour Qin Munan whole. Someone in the guy's dorm shouted, "The moonlight is downstairs." This set off a frenzy of excited howling among the guys in the entire building. Word spread like wildfire, and before long, a crowd of guys was leaning out over the balconies, gazing at the moonlight below. Qin Munan, the moonlight, was simply too beautiful. Having ditched the run-of-the-mill military training uniform, today's moonlight was even more stunning. Many of the guys were momentarily mesmerized. Is that fruit on the ground next to the white moonlight? Was she delivering fruit to someone? Looking at Qin Munan, they were very puzzled. Is Qin Munan delivering fruit to a certain guy? No way. The watermelon's probably just too heavy, so she's taking a break right there. Bulldam, the girl's dorm doesn't even go past here. Anyway, I don't believe the moonlight girl would ever give a guy a gift. The guys chatted back and forth, each chiming in with their own thoughts. Just then, a bold guy from downstairs stepped forward and asked, "Hey, are you tired from carrying that? Where are you headed? I'll help you carry the fruit." "I'm waiting for someone," Qin Munan said, shaking her head in refusal. The guy walked back toward the guy's dorm, utterly heartbroken. Another guy patted him on the shoulder and asked what White Moonlight had said. The White Moonlight said she's waiting for someone. What? As soon as those words came out, the guys were all stunned. Was Bai Yueguang really here to meet someone? How could that be? Is it the new trend for goddesses to give guys gifts these days? First, there was the school beauty Chen, who sent sparkling water every day. Now the White Moonlight has bought fruit to give to a guy. They were all utterly baffled. Just how exceptional must that guy be to deserve the White Moonlight's patience? The guys who witnessed this scene felt a pang of envy. They're already green with envy. The only two goddesses in their freshman class, one, Chen Yongxu, is hopelessly infatuated with Gu Wenqing, and the other, Qin Munan, seems to have someone she likes too. The guys hung their heads in despair. Why didn't they have such good luck to be liked by a goddess? Hearing the commotion, the guys in Gu Wenqing's dorm were the first to rush to the balcony to look out. Huang Zicheng, a die-hard fan of the Moonlight Girl, had just been in a heated online argument on the forum with Qin Munan's fans over Chen Xiaohua. Seeing Qin Munan in casual clothes for the first time, Huang Zicheng was genuinely taken aback. Then he noticed the fruit next to her. Huang Zicheng exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, Qin Munan really did come to bring fruit to that guy. Just then, Zhao Tao and Zheng Xiaohong also came out onto the balcony. Zhao Tao said with a look of regret, "What a shame. During military training, Qin Munan took the initiative to add old Gu on WeChat. I actually thought she had a thing for him." Zheng Xiaohong pursed her lips and said, "Everyone at Magic City University knows that Gu Wenqing already has a senior girlfriend, and there's also campus Queen Chen who acts like Gu Wenqing's lapdog every day. Qin Munan isn't stupid." Hearing this, Huang Zicheng also thought Zheng Xiaohong was right. Huang Zicheng agreed. "I think so too. Qin Munan definitely isn't interested in old Gu. Old Gu is already deep in the flower garden. Qin Munan is clearly a girl who values herself. There's no way she'd still have a crush on old Gu." After saying that, Huang Zicheng sighed and mused, "I wonder who's lucky enough to win the favor of that moonlight girl." Zhao Tao shot a glance at Huang Zicheng, who was acting like a monkey, and said, "It's definitely not you." "Damn it, if you can't say anything nice, just shut up." Huang Zicheng really did think Qin Munan was attractive. If he weren't with Li Wenfeng, he would definitely go after her. The three roommates were standing on the balcony, marveling at the scene, when Gu Wenqing, who had been bare, got dressed and walked out of the dorm room. A moment later, the three in the dorm room on the balcony spotted a familiar figure. Huang Zicheng asked in confusion, "Old Gu, what are you going downstairs for?" Zheng Xiaohong was also puzzled. He doesn't think Qin Munan is looking for him, does he? Zhao Tao, the voice of reason, exclaimed, "Oh my god, she can't really be looking for old Gu, can she?" Huang Zicheng said coldly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Downstairs, Gu Wenqing felt a bit helpless. He really didn't want to get involved with any more girls. At Magic City University, one senior Chen Yongxu was already enough of a headache for him. Add Qin Munan to the mix, and he's no Eastern Han Dynasty. He can't handle 3 kingdoms at once. He's afraid of getting into trouble. Why did this Qin Munan have to throw herself into the lion's den? Doesn't she understand the saying about a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth? "Here, I bought this fruit just for you," Qin Munan said, pouting. Noticing the exasperation on Gu Wenqing's face, she felt a little wronged herself. "The fruit at the school supermarket isn't fresh. I picked out fresh fruit for you off campus." It's quite a walk from the school gate to the boys' dorm. Carrying a bunch of bananas and a big watermelon all by herself, she was completely exhausted. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead and delicate nose. Watching King Kamunyuan, who was so hot she was using her little hand as a fan and waving it non-stop, Gu Wenqing couldn't bring himself to refuse her kindness, and when he saw the fruit, Gu Wenqing was a little puzzled. How did she know that watermelon and bananas were his favorites? Maybe it was just a coincidence. Gu Wenqing touched the watermelon. It must have been bought from the fruit shop not long ago, as it was still slightly cool. Gu Wenqing split the watermelon open with one hand, then broke a slice in half and handed one half to Qin Munan. "Look how hot you are, eat a piece quickly." Qin Munan happily ate the watermelon Gu Wenqing had cut for her. She felt completely satisfied, and the slight sense of grievance in her heart vanished entirely. The boys who witnessed this scene were anything but calm. Some students had their eyes wide as saucers and their mouths agape, looking utterly incredulous. "What's going on here?" Qin Munan, the school's white moonlight, is actually offering Gu Wenqing fruit on her own initiative. Doesn't she know that both Senior Wang Yanran and Campus Queen Chen have a crush on Gu Wenqing? Qin Munan is being reckless. Gu Wenqing is such a jerk, it's obvious, and yet she's still trying to get close to him. The guys were green with envy. They couldn't be more jealous. In that instant, Gu Wenqing became the public enemy of the freshmen. 2 of the freshmen's goddesses actually both like Gu Wenqing. This is just too crazy. Why does everything good always happen to Gu Wenqing? All the guys turned pale with rage and felt their hearts break. They were itching to rush down there and smash Gu Wenqing's head to pieces like a watermelon. Just then, a murmur rose from the crowd. "That bastard Gu Wenqing, he's hitting on the 2 hottest girls." Gu Wenqing is so awesome, all 3 of the school's goddesses are into him. He's a real big shot. I'd love to take him as my mentor and learn his pickup techniques. How are you supposed to learn that? Gu Wenqing is rich, tall and handsome. If you had his looks, you wouldn't be short on women either. Damn it, so what if he's a little good-looking, a little taller, and has some money? I'm really jealous of Gu Wenqing. The guys chatted back and forth, arguing among themselves. Deep down, they were seething with jealousy. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, the gap between them and Gu Wenqing was just too wide. Anyone present would feel a slight pang of inferiority just by comparing themselves to Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing's dorm. On the balcony, Huang Zicheng felt incredibly awkward. One second he was saying Qin Munan would never like Gu Wenqing, and the next second the two people downstairs proved him completely wrong. He looked down in confusion. Gu Wenqing and Qin Munan were sitting on the edge of the flower bed, eating watermelon, and he wondered, when did they start hooking up? Zhao patted Huang Zicheng on the shoulder and said, "Don't be jealous, old Gu is on a whole different level than you could ever hope to reach." Huang Zicheng. Gu Wenqing was tucking into the watermelon in big bites, completely unconcerned about her image. Qin Munan felt as if the two of them had been transported back to their childhood when they were both around 11 or 12, and her name was still Yang Mu. She was torn about whether to tell little Gu. Little Gu still doesn't know that she's Yang Mu. Telling him now just felt a little weird. She'd wait until little Gu had fallen for her, then it would be a surprise for him. Qin Munan gently said, "Eat a little slower," then took out a napkin and wiped the juice off Gu Wenqing's face with her own hands. Qin Munan. Suddenly a voice rang out from beside her and a boy walked over quickly. Qin Munan replied politely, "Hello, Senior Wang." Wang Hongliang glanced at Gu Wenqing, who was buried in his watermelon, and asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Qin Munan frowned, feeling a bit annoyed with him, but replied politely, "Not yet." In her heart, she quietly added, "But he will be." Wang Hongliang grew wary. He sized up Gu Wenqing from head to toe and cursed inwardly. "Oh my god, isn't this the Gu Wenqing from the forum? How did he end up hooking up with Qin Munan again?" Wang Hongliang was a sophomore who had a crush on Qin Munan. He'd originally planned to pursue her gradually, but now that he'd seen Gu Wenqing, he knew he had to act decisively and cut through the red tape. Wang Hongliang warned her, "Qin Munan, don't let him fool you. Gu Wenqing has plenty of women on his arm." Gu Wenqing didn't say a word, just looking at Wang Hongliang's smug expression. He could tell the guy was a total snob. Talking to someone like that made Gu Wenqing feel like he was lowering his standards. "Even when I'm eating watermelon, there's a dog barking at me. Come on, let's get in the car." Gu Wenqing unlocked the Ferrari parked downstairs, turned on the AC, and the two of them got in. Wang Hongliang clenched his fists. "Damn it, so what if you're rich? I'll definitely expose your true colors as a scumbag and make Qin Munan see what you're really made of." Gu Wenqing and Wang Hongliang sat in the car chatting for a while before going their separate ways. On the way back, Qin Munan was quite curious. After not seeing each other for 7 or 8 years, Gu Wenqing's family had actually become this wealthy. Back at the dorm, Huang Zicheng asked with a look of curiosity, "Old Gu, what's your relationship with Qin Munan?" Gu Wenqing answered honestly, "Just friends." After all, there really wasn't anything going on between him and Qin Munan, and since they'd added each other on WeChat, they hadn't really chatted much. Zhao Tao grinned mischievously. "I don't buy it, you're not being honest, old Gu." Zheng Xiaohong pushed up her glasses and said, "Just regular friends. Who would bring you fruit on a day this hot?" Clearly, they all thought there was definitely something going on between Gu Wenqing and Qin Munan. After all, with the September sun beating down so fiercely, for a girl to be willing to brave the sweltering heat just to buy fruit and bring it to a guy, their relationship must be more than just ordinary friends. Gu Wenqing shook his head and ignored them. Whether it was Chen Yongxu or Qin Munan, he hadn't gone out of his way to seek them out or provoke them. Gu Wenqing believed that matters of the heart should be left to fate. Shanghai, an apartment. Yuanan was getting a little anxious. Rent was due again soon, but she was completely out of money. The money Gu Wenqing had tipped her wouldn't be available until next month. It was too little, too late. She tried borrowing some money from her friends, but most of her classmates were still in school and didn't have much to spare. Finally, Yuanan thought of her idol Gu Wenqing. He's so rich she'd borrow some from him to pay the rent, then pay him back next month once the proceeds from her fan gifts came in. With that in mind, she didn't hesitate any longer. She pulled out her phone, typed a message and sent it. Yuanan, idol, are you there? Gu Wenking happened to be on his phone at that very moment. When he saw Yuanan's message, the image of a G-cup cutie with a baby face and huge curves popped into his head. He replied instantly with a flirty line, "What's up, baby? Miss me?" Yuanan, I'd like to borrow some money from you to pay my rent. I'll pay you back once I get my paycheck. Is that okay? Gu Wenking immediately transferred 100,000. Yuanan was taken aback. Why did Big Brother transfer so much? Yuanan, that's way too much. I'll send back. Gu Wenking, just keep it for now. It's not like I'm short on money. What I'm short on is you winking. Yuanan blushed. Does my brother like me too? Yuanan, you're such a liar, you never even ask me out. Gu Wenking, when I have time, you have to invite me upstairs for a drink of water. Just then, the senior sent a message too. Wang Yanrun Jr., do you like this photo? Gu Wenking thought it was a treat and couldn't wait to click on it. Oh mod. The picture showed the passenger seat of a Porsche. Unlike a new car, the passenger seat had a sticker that read, Gu Wenking's exclusive seat. Gu Wenking couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Bye. Night falls. At night, the magic city glows with neon lights, a whirlwind of revelry and excess. Gu Wenking and his 3 flashy roommates stepped out of their dorm room. They saw several groups of girls going. In the September heat, they were all wearing shorts or skirts, exposing their fair, shapely legs to the air. Some wore tight-fitting tops that accentuated their curves. A quintessential summer scene brimming with youthful vitality. Huang Zicheng couldn't take his eyes off them. Smiling broadly, he whispered that a girl was looking at him. Zheng Xiaohong wasn't about to be outdone. He insisted they were clearly looking at him. Zhao Tao looked at the 2 skinny guys with disdain and grinned, saying, "They're clearly looking at old Gu." The 4 of them arrived at the parking lot. Old Gu's Ferrari only seats 2. Zheng Xiaohong, you and Zhao Tao should take a cab to Tax, Huang Zicheng said. Huang Zicheng had never ridden in a Ferrari before, so now that he had the chance, he was definitely going to give it a try. Zhao Tao frowned. I want to ride in the Ferrari too. Zheng Xiaohong pouted, me too. They all wanted to experience the Ferrari LaFerrari, a luxury car worth tens of millions that way. They could brag to others later about having ridden in a Ferrari. Seeing this, Gu Wenking let out a smile. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. I'm not driving the Ferrari today, I'm driving something else. Gu Wenking pressed the unlock button on the Bentley, and the headlights of the Bentley Landau are up in a dazzling display, standing out strikingly against the pitch-black night. Zhao Tao, Huang Zicheng, and Zheng Xiaohong were all slightly taken aback when they saw the Bentley Landau. Has old Gu bought another car? Is this what life is like for the wealthy? Zhao Tao whistled in admiration. Old Gu, this car is seriously cool. Zhao Tao tin the Bentley Luo, a flawless, aristocratic coupe with a commanding front end, a mesh chrome grille, 4 round headlights, large rims and muscular fender flares, all symbolizing vitality and passion. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be if he had one of these to take Mo Luo for a spin. Huang Zicheng couldn't wait to slide into the passenger seat. As soon as he saw the interior accents and caught a whiff of the perfume inside, he exclaimed, "Whoa, old Gu, this car clearly isn't yours, it must belong to some rich lady." Gu Wenking chuckled softly. "It's a friend's. I have to give it back in a couple of days." Gu Wenking had contacted Lin Yingying earlier, and she'd told him to go ahead and drive it for now. Once Zheng Xiaohong got in the car, she blurted out, "I don't want to work hard anymore, Gu. Set me up with a rich woman." Huang Zicheng also looked full of anticipation and said, "The doctor said my stomach's not great, I can only live off others." Gu Wenking said, "Get lost, she doesn't like monkeys." Zheng Xiaohong. Huang Zicheng. Bentley Luo sped off, its engine roaring as it left Magic City University behind. It headed straight for Tax, Magic City's top nightclub. Gu Wenking driving with one hand made Huang Zicheng incredibly envious. As Magic City's premier nightclub, Tax's outdoor parking lot was packed with luxury cars, everyday Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, and more. A common sight at Tax. The Bentley Continental GT that Gu Wenking was driving stood out here, but it wasn't exactly the most expensive car on the lot. Surrounded by luxury cars worth over 400 million, it was clear just how vibrant the nightlife was for Magic City's rich kids. Gu Wenqing parked his car not far from the tax entrance and had Huang Ziqing and the others get out to reserve a table. After they got out, Gu Wenqing drove off alone to find a parking spot. Tax was packed that night, with every surface parking spot filled. Gu Wenqing drove a long loop around the parking lot, but every spot was taken. Just then, he noticed an empty spot right next to the main entrance of Tax, so he decided to park right there. Before Gu Wenqing could make a move, a Lamborghini Aventador roared to a stop right at the entrance to Tax. As soon as the Lamborghini pulled in, a tax security guard walked over with a frown and said, "Excuse me, sir, parking is not allowed right here at the entrance to Tax. Please move your car as soon as possible." Hearing this, the Lamborghini driver frowned and said, "I'm here to shop. Can't I even park here?" The security guard replied sternly, "I'm sorry, but that's company policy." The wealthy second-generation heir driving the Lamborghini was quite annoyed, but since he frequented Tax, he actually knew that parking next to the entrance was prohibited. Since there were no parking spots available today, he decided to try parking right at the entrance, and sure enough, the security guard came over to shoo him away. The Lamborghini driver glanced at the pretty girl in the passenger seat and thought to himself, "I can't lose face in front of her." So the Lamborghini owner pulled a wad of cash out of his bag and shouted, 3,000 yuan, I'll just park here for one night." The security guard shook his head and refused, saying, "No way." Then 5,000. The security guard still refused. "I'm sorry, sir. This isn't about the money, company policy doesn't allow it." Hearing this, the Lamborghini owner's face darkened, and he snapped, "You don't even know how to make money when it's right in front of you. You deserve to be a watchdog for the rest of your life." After the outburst, the rich second-generation heir sped away from the entrance of Tax in his Lamborghini. Just as the rich kid in the Lamborghini had finally left, before the security guard could even breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a Bentley Continental GT pull in. The security guard was so furious he was practically cursing under his breath. Why were these rich kids so obsessed with this place today? The security guard strode forward and said in a standard, formulaic tone, "Excuse me, sir. Parking is not permitted in front of Tax. Please drive away as soon as possible." Gu Wenqing got out of the car and asked, "Does that apply to everyone?" "I'm sorry, sir." Before the security guard could finish his sentence, he realized the person getting out of the car looked strangely familiar. He stared intently, his heart skipping a beat. Oh my God, it was none other than Mr. Gu, Tax's new owner. He was completely dumbfounded. The person driving the Bentley was actually the boss. Once he regained his composure, he forced a smile and said, "Of course you can park here, Mr. Gu. Only Mr. Gu is entitled to park right here at the entrance of Tax. The entire Tax nub belongs to Mr. Gu. Not to mention the spot right next to the entrance. Even if Mr. Gu were to park his Bentley right in the middle of the main entrance, the security guards wouldn't dare say no." Gu Wenqing thought to himself, "It seems that after the system rewarded me with Tax, it also implanted my information into the employees' minds. Alright, keep an eye on my car for me." Gu Wenqing got out of the car and continued in a calm tone, "Go to the finance department later to claim the 10,000 reward, just say I told you to." With that, Gu Wenqing walked into the nightclub. Hearing Mr. Gu's voice was like music to his ears, filling the security guard with overwhelming joy. He was certainly tempted by the 5,000 yuan from the Lamborghini owner. It was almost a month's salary for him. But due to company policy, he had no choice but to refuse. Losing that 5,000 yuan left Bao and feeling a twinge of regret. He never expected that in the blink of an eye his boss would reward him with 10,000 yuan. This proved that his work had earned Mr. Gu's approval. With that thought, the security guard felt energized, vowing to keep a close eye on Mr. Gu's Bentley and make sure no clueless drunkard bumped into it or scratched it. Outside the Tax nightclub, two scantily clad female promoters stood, their figures voluptuous and graceful. Before Gu Wenqing even stepped inside, he heard the girls call out in sweet voices, "Hello, Mr. Gu." One of them was Su Mo, who had witnessed Mr. Gu's charisma firsthand last time. He ordered 20 sets of the 5-colored Divine Dragon all at once. He spent a whopping 1.5 million in a single night. For that, Sumo earned 150,000 commission on drinks. And the absolute coolest part was that he didn't drink any of the alcohol he'd spent so much money on, he used it all to feed his dog. Who would have thought that by the time they met again, Mr. Gu had already become the owner of Taxx? He's truly beyond belief. Taxx's reputation in Shanghai is at its peak, with countless high-end clients and a packed house every single day. Taxx is practically raking in a fortune every day. Why on earth would the former owner sell it? With a nightclub that rakes in money like that, Mr. Gu must have offered the former owner a price he simply couldn't refuse. With that thought, Sumo and another marketing girl gazed at Gu Wenking with admiration. There were 3 guys just now, one of them had blonde hair. Which table did they reserve? Sumo asked sweetly, you mean the 2 skinny guys and the tall, burly, dark-skinned guy, and one of the skinny guys has blonde hair? Seeing Gu Wenting nod, Sumo continued, Section A3, booth 36. With that, Sumo took the lead and guided them to Section A3, booth 36. Meanwhile, Jin Yi, the rich second-generation heir driving a Lamborghini, finally found a parking spot. After parking his sports car, he headed to the nightclub with a pretty girl to party. It was his friend's birthday today, and the group had planned to meet up at Taxx to drink and pick up girls. As soon as Jin Yi reached the entrance of Taxx, he spotted a Bentley Continental GT parked quietly in the very spot where the security guard had just refused to let him park. And that security guard was polishing the car like a sycophant. The girl next to Jin Yi also stared at the Bentley in utter astonishment. In an instant, Jin Yi's anger flared up. As someone who prided himself on his reputation, he couldn't believe he'd been made a fool of by that security guard losing face right in front of the girl he liked. Furious, he snapped, "Didn't you just tell me I couldn't park here? Then why is this Bentley parked here? If a lousy Bentley can park here, why isn't my Lamborghini worth over 7 million worthy of a spot here?" The security guard, who was rolling up his sleeves to wipe down the Bentley, shook his head and replied, "It's not worthy." Jin Yi's face turned ashen and he shouted, "For God's sake, my Lamborghini is worth enough to buy 2 Bentley Continentals, why the hell isn't it worthy? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I won't let you off the hook." Jin Yi's face was contorted with rage as he glared menacingly at the security guard. "This is our boss's car. Only he's allowed to park here. Besides, Taxx nightclub belongs to Mr. Gu. He could even park right in front of the main entrance. And you wouldn't dare stop him, would you?" Hearing this, although Jin Yi was furious, there was nothing she could do. Damn it, he had nowhere to vent his anger. After all, the security guard was right. The owner of Taxx nightclub definitely has special privileges. The whole place belongs to him, so he can park wherever he wants. If anyone was to blame, it was himself. He wasn't the owner of Taxx. Besides, to run the top nightclub in Magic City, the owner of Taxx must have deep pockets and extensive connections. He's simply not someone he can afford to mess with. So, even though he was in the right, he didn't dare cause a scene with the club staff. Jin Yi had no choice but to swallow his pride, and fuming, he led the pretty girl into Taxx. He thought to himself that as long as he could score with this girl who was definitely a 90 out of 100 in looks, taking a little humiliation wouldn't be such a big deal. Gu Wenking followed behind Sumo, the marketing manager, as her perfect figure was on full display before his eyes. She had great legs and an alluringly proportioned behind. Especially when Sumo, her pert butt in a plaid miniskirt, swayed from side to side, it was even more alluring. Gu Wenking couldn't help but marvel. Last time had been so rushed that he hadn't even noticed just how great her figure was. It was the peak of the nightlife scene. A constant stream of people from all walks of life poured into the nightclub. Excited young women seeking thrills, dapper office workers, pot-bellied middle-aged men, and hot girls with killer figures. Deafening music exploded in his ears. Colorful laser lights made the entire Taxx shimmer. It got everyone's blood pumping and spirits soaring as they waved their hands along with the sexy DJ. Taxx is divided into private rooms, booth seating, and general seating. Huang Zicheng had reserved a booth. Among the booth seats, booth A1 is the closest to the DJ booth, followed by A2, and finally A3. The minimum spending requirements vary drastically. The minimum spend for A1 is 200,000 per night, for A2 it's 80,000, and for A3 it's 50,000. Huang Zicheng booked a booth in section A3, but even that was an astronomical price for a student. Right now, booth 36 in the A3 section. Zhao Tao was already dazzled by the scene from his booth. The women's snow-white thighs and skimpy, sexy outfits had him swallowing hard. When he found out that Huang Zicheng had ordered over 50,000 in drinks, he was utterly stunned. My God, Huang Zi, what you spent in one night is more than what I spent on 4 years of college. Zheng Xiaohong stood nearby, her eyes wide with disbelief. Huang Zicheng glanced at the scantily clad female saleswoman and said smugly, "It's only a little over 50,000. I'm not short on cash." After saying that, Huang Zicheng glanced at the saleswoman and, seeing the look of admiration on her face, felt completely on top of the world. This feeling of showing off was absolutely exhilarating. Maybe if he tried a little harder, he could do some fun things with the saleswoman? But before he could bask in his swagger for long, an even prettier female sales rep respectfully escorted Gu Wenqing to their booth. The saleswoman, who had been looking at Huang Zicheng with admiration just moments ago, instantly looked stunned upon seeing Gu Wenqing. "Good evening, President Gu." Ever since Gu Wenqing appeared, the female sales rep's gaze had been fixed firmly on him, completely ignoring Huang Zicheng. Just a second ago, he was bragging about Huang Zicheng, but now he looked as dejected as a wilted eggplant. Zhao patted his shoulders sympathetically. "Huang Zi, don't take it personally, what can you do? Old Gu is just more handsome than you." Huang Zicheng. Zhao tonsilation only made him feel even worse. With President Gu's presence, no employee at TAC dared to be negligent. They quickly and respectfully arranged drinks, fruit, and snacks on the tables. Zhao Tao glanced around the room. Even the private booths that had arrived before them hadn't received their drinks yet, while everything for their table had already been served. He assumed the waitstaff had served drinks so quickly because Huang Zicheng was spending a lot. He gave Huang Zicheng a thumbs up. "Huang Zi, that's impressive." Huang Zicheng's frustration vanished instantly and he boasted, "Look at how fast they're bringing out the drinks, I've still got some clout." Hearing this, the two female sales covered their mouths and giggled.
Sumo thought to herself, a 50,000 yuan bill in one night is quite common at tax. A standard 50,000 yuan bill doesn't come with the privilege of having drinks served ahead of time. All of this was only because President Gu was here. With that thought, Sumo instinctively glanced at Gu Wenqing. Under the dim lighting, his chiseled features looked like a perfect sculpture. The laser lights flickered casually, casting a glow on him that added an air of mystery. For a moment, both marketing executives found themselves mesmerized. At the booth, "Old Gu, you've only been here once, and you're already this familiar with them. They're calling you Mr. Gu left and right," Huang Zicheng asked, a touch of jealousy in his voice. Huang Zicheng felt that the girl who had clearly been interested in him just a moment ago had become much more enthusiastic toward Gu Wenqing than toward him ever since he arrived. Especially the prettier one, Sumo. Not only did she take the initiative to pour Gu Wenqing a drink, but her voluptuous, supple figure was a feast for the eyes, leaving him truly envious and jealous. Most importantly, ever since the two marketing girls met Gu Wenqing, they hadn't gone anywhere. They'd practically glued themselves to his side, flanking him on either side. It wasn't just because Gu Wenqing was the boss of tax, it was because there wasn't a single man in the entire venue more charismatic than him. Meanwhile, Huang Zicheng, Zhao Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong were drinking alone. They were deeply envious of Gu Wenqing. Before Gu Wenqing could answer, Zhao spoke up. "Hey, old Gu is so rich his bill last time must have been pretty steep. They're using President Gu as a title of respect." Then Zheng Xiaohong whispered, "Sumu standing next to old Gu is really gorgeous." Huang Zicheng and Zhao Tao nodded in agreement. Under the dim lighting, Sumu's makeup was flawless. She was wearing a tight gray crop top that hugged her curves so perfectly that she couldn't even see her own feet. When she looked down, she could practically challenge herself to drink a Wangzi milk while looking down. Paired with her plaid miniskirt, that waist-to-hip ratio was enough to make any man's blood boil. The only slight flaw might be her pair of pale, beautiful legs crossed over each other. They were missing a pair of black stockings. If this outfit were paired with legs wrapped in black stockings, what man wouldn't be captivated? Although her looks don't quite measure up to Chen Yangxiu and Wang Yanran, she's still a rare beauty. Gu Wenqing is no Liu Xiaohui when faced with a pretty girl who's practically throwing herself at him. As he chatted away, his hand inadvertently found its way onto her plump thigh. Sumo's body trembled slightly. She paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly, occasionally pouring a drink for a certain someone. Sumo is a student at a vocational college in Shanghai and often works part-time as a bar promoter at Tax in the evenings. Thanks to her striking looks, her performance at Tax was impressive. Working a few shifts here and there each month, she earned anywhere from nearly 10,000 to tens of thousands. Sumo was also a prominent figure at her vocational college. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a stunning figure, especially with her incredibly alluring outfits, which made her a goddess who captured the attention of all the guys on campus. When are women most alluring? Not when they're completely open, it's when they're teasingly mysterious that they're most tempting. Sumo understood this truth very early on. Her outfits, which teased a glimpse of what lay beneath, left countless perverts captivated by her. Yet she remained aloof, keeping all men at arm's length. She knew there was one thing that was incredibly important for a girl. She's always been the center of attention at her vocational college. Many upperclassmen or rich second-generation guys who love to pick up girls have tried to pursue her, but not a single one has succeeded. At nightclubs, many wealthy men showered her with designer handbags and luxury cosmetics. One CEO even boasted that if she'd be his canary, he'd provide her with everything from cars to houses. Sumo turned them all down. Although she liked money, she admitted she preferred good-looking guys. She was a total face-obsessed girl. Especially that CEO who boasted about taking her on just the sight of him made Sumo want to throw up. While Gu Wenqing and Zhao Tao were in the restroom, the female marketing manager looked at Sumo's flushed face and whispered, "This is the first time I've seen you let a guy get the upper hand. What's up? Got a thing for CEO Gu?" Sumo nodded instinctively. "I think CEO Gu is so handsome. He's totally my type, even a buzz cut looks that good on him. I'm totally in love." Another female marketing rep laughed and scolded, "Looks-obsessed people deserve to die." She was absolutely envious of Sumo. Why did fate treat Sumo so well? With a face like that alone, all she had to do was nod, and countless rich men would bend over backwards for her. She used to think Sumo was ungrateful, a rich kid who looked down on both wealthy heirs and successful CEOs. If she were as pretty as Sumo, she'd have been a wealthy housewife long ago. She wouldn't have to work as a marketing rep at nightclubs every day. Little did she know that Sumo was simply playing the field, wanting both looks and money. What's even more infuriating is that she actually has her sights set on the boss. Oh my goodness, this is just way too thrilling. At that moment, Sumo's heart was racing too. Her body went weak and she felt a tingling sensation all over. It was her first time having intimate contact with a member of the opposite sex. The sensation was utterly inexplicable. She didn't mind Gu Wenqing's affection. After all, the boss was so handsome and incredibly wealthy. He was practically the domineering CEO straight out of the novels she read. The bathroom. Tao shot a glance in that direction and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, old Gu. You're really making me feel inferior." Gu Wenqing replied nonchalantly, "Well, it's just what God has given me." After taking care of business, the two walked out of the restroom, one in front and one behind. As they approached the booth area, a girl in a dress with a great figure happened to be walking by. The girl in the dress took a second look at Gu Wenqing, and especially after getting a clear view of his face, her eyes lit up instantly. Sensing her gaze, Gu Wenqing glanced back at the girl in the dress only to send her scurrying away, her face flushing with embarrassment, toward the A1 booth area. "Gu Wenqing, you're here to party at a nightclub. What's there to be shy about?" Zhao Tao remarked from the side that while many girls at nightclubs dressed alluringly, none of them seemed to have a figure as good as Mo Luo's. Gu Wenqing also thought of Mo Luo, who worked out regularly with that sizzling, visually striking S-curve figure. If she were to wear a dress, wouldn't she drive countless men wild? Lately, Mo Luo had been sending Gu Wenqing sporadic text messages, and Gu Wenqing would occasionally reply to her. The two headed toward Section A3, Table 36. Even on this short walk, Zhao Tao could feel the stares of males directed at them. The alcohol had made the women's gaze a bit more intense. This made Zhao Tao, who was usually a wallflower, feel completely uncomfortable. Under the gaze of the opposite sex, he felt like even his gait had become a bit awkward. This was the first time in his life he'd attracted the attention of so many sexy, attractive women, although he knew full well that he was merely an afterthought. All the women's eyes were on Gu Wenqing. But he had to admit, Gu Wenqing was truly outstanding. Even the tool he used to let it flow was so stylish. Even the tall and burly Zhao Tao felt he couldn't hold a candle to her. As soon as he reached the booth, he saw another female sales rep already mingling with Huang Zicheng. The two of them were chatting and laughing. Huang Zicheng glanced at old Gu's hand, which was casually resting on Sumo's body or on her fair, supple thigh. He was incredibly envious. Huang Zicheng came from a well-off family, but in high school, his heart was entirely set on Li Wenhuan, and since she was so domineering, he never dared to make inappropriate advances toward her. Huang Zicheng, who had never even held a girl's hand, occasionally wore a look of inner conflict on his face. He desperately wanted to be as carefree as Gu Wenqing, but he just couldn't take that first step. So he could only sit there, secretly yearning and drink with the female saleswoman. Zhao Tao was huddled in a corner eating fruit, constantly texting Mo Luo on his Zhang Xiaohong noticed that both Gu Weng and Huang Ziqing had female companions, and his heart began to race. He took a big gulp of his drink and was just about to glance at the pretty young ladies when he spotted 3 youthful, gorgeous girls walking toward Area A3. When he saw how stunning 2 of them were, his eyes lit up. 2 minutes earlier, the girl in the dress returned to Section A1 booths and 6. She glanced at the 2 men sitting next to her, then leaned over and whispered something in her 2 friends' ears. What? Is that true? The 2 girls looked thrilled, their voices full of excitement. Seeing Li Yan in the dress nod, the 2 girls couldn't sit still and asked, "Where is he?" Li Yan said she'd caught a glimpse as she ran. It looked like her idol was in Section A3. Hurry, let's go find him. It's so boring here. The 2 girls jumped right up, grabbed Li Yan's arm, and started pushing her toward Section A. The 2 guys with A1 passes were still drinking and plotting how to pick up the 3 schoolgirls, but when they looked up, they saw the girls running toward Section A3. And they'd taken their bags with them. Clearly, they weren't interested in the guys and weren't giving them even the slightest chance. The 2 men were stunned. The cover charge for the booth in Area A1 isn't cheap, and since tables in 6 in Area A1 faces the DJ booth directly, on a packed night like tonight, the minimum spend is 300,000 to show off their status in front of the 3 girls. They ordered 5 sets of 5-color Divine Dragon. 1 set of 5-color Divine Dragon costs 78.88. 5 sets come to 394 or 425. Their drink bill alone for the night came to nearly 400,000. Ordering 5 sets of 5-color Divine Dragon, that's some serious swagger. The dance crew held up light signs and danced to the beat in front of the VIP booth, basking the admiring glances all around. They were absolutely thrilled. Splurging like that, they were convinced they'd definitely be able to sweep these 3 Knave College girls off their feet. But then those 3 college girls actually went over to Section A3. What the hell was that all about? The 2 guys looked at the girls who'd been drawn to their booth by the 5-color Divine Dragon, all hoping to hit on them, but none of them were as attractive as the schoolgirls who'd just left. Their expressions darkened slightly. Just then Jin Yi, who had been taking it easy, returned to booths and 6 in Area A1. Seeing his 2 friends sitting there alone, drinking in silence with no sign of the 3 girls, Jin Yi blurted out, "Oh my god, where the hell did my girls go? Did they all go to the bathroom together?" One of his pale-faced friends, drained by booze and women, said, "Looks like they headed over to Zone A3. Hearing this, Jin Yi flew into a rage, but he remained relatively polite to his younger cousin. "Then why didn't you stop them? What if those gorgeous girls of mine run off?" Jinhua replied timidly, "They've got legs of their own if they want to go. There's nothing I can do to stop them." Jinhua was a timid, trouble-shy guy. He was afraid to go cause trouble in Section A3. What if he got beaten up? After all, he knew full well that with his height and build, he had absolutely no fighting ability. Damn it! My A1 Zone VIP booth, which costs over 400,000, isn't enough for them to have fun, and they're actually thinking of running off to a trashy A3 Zone booth like that. I can't afford to lose face like this. Jin Yi roared furiously. He continued to confront his other companion loudly. "Old ox, I can get over the shorty being a coward, but why are you acting so chicken today? That's not like you at all." Hearing this, Lao Niu took a swig of liquor and said nonchalantly, "I've got way too many problems on my plate lately. Why bother with this little thing? We'll just go snatch them back later. They're the girls we brought here. Who the hell dares to lay a finger on them?" Old Ox had recently lost both his money and his girlfriend, so he was in a terrible mood and felt like his birthday today was a total bore. Then Lao Niu changed the subject, rubbing his stomach, and said, "My stomach's feeling a little off. Let me just go to the bathroom, and when I get back, I'll go to Section A3 and bring them back." Jin Yi shrugged indifferently. "You're such a pain in the ass. Xiao Hua and I are heading out first. I promise that by the time you get back from the bathroom, I'll have the girls back too." Lao Niu waved his hand. "That'd be great." Jin Yi had every reason to be cocky. His dad was in the rebar business, and his family's net worth was roughly 200 to 300 million. Jin Yi had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and when he came of age, his family bought him a Lamborghini worth 7 million. You could say his life had been smooth sailing. Jin Yi had gone to great lengths to get a girl with a beauty score of at least 90 to go out with him, but before he'd even laid a finger on her, she'd already run off to someone else's booth. What's even more infuriating is that as people always gravitate toward the higher-end areas, the 3 girls actually abandoned Section A1, where they'd spent 400,000, and headed straight to Section A3, where the minimum spend is 50,000. How the hell could he put up with this? With that thought, Jin Yi stormed off toward Section A3 while Jin Hua timidly trailed behind him. Jin Yi was livid and roared, "Your family's net worth is over 100 million, can't you show a little backbone?" Jin Hua, the coward, meekly replied, "Oh." This made Jin Yi even angrier. He sighed inwardly. If Jin Hua weren't his cousin, there's no way he'd ever hang out with such a wimp. Zhang Xiaohong watched as 3 girls walked toward them. 2 of them were genuinely beautiful. One of them was every bit as stunning as Sumo, the girl on Lao Gu's arm. With the nightclub's atmosphere thick with hormones, combined with the effects of alcohol, his courage soared. He pushed up his glasses, ran a hand through his slick back hair, and flashed what he thought was a handsome smile. He got up to strike up a conversation with the girls, though. Of course, his target wasn't the prettiest one. Zhang Xiaohong knew his limits. He set his sights on the second prettiest girl among the three. Li Yan, accompanied by Wang Yuyu and Yang Ru, soon spotted their idol. Just then, Sumo happened to stand up to pour a drink, and the real-life boy in white suddenly burst into their line of sight. Gu Wenqing looked up, and his gaze met that of the three girls. Oh my. The three girls were overwhelmed with excitement. What a pair of eyes, deep, mesmerizing, as if the entire starry sky were contained within them. Just one glance left them utterly captivated. Their idol was incredibly handsome, his youthful demeanor tinged with a touch of gentleness. Yet there was something complex about his aura, domineering arrogance when he raised his eyebrows, and a gentle, refined grace when he pursed his lips. The boy in white looked even better in person than he did on TV. They were so overwhelmed with excitement that they were at a loss for what to do next, whether to ask for an autograph first, take a photo together, or something else. Just as they were hesitating, they saw a guy with glasses and a lecherous grin walking toward them. Zhang Xiaohong fixed his gaze on his target, He Ru, and said, "Are you girls here to party at the nightclub too? Why don't we grab a couple of drinks or chat? It's more fun with a bigger group." The three girls rolled their eyes at the somewhat sleazy Zhang Xiaohong, but he had just stepped out of the same booth as their idol. They weren't going to turn him down. Who would turn down the chance to get up close and personal with their idol? Just as the three were about to nod in agreement. Just then, the tall and burly Jin Yi caught up to them. He strode forward, and when he saw that Zhang Xiaohong was actually hitting on the women he'd brought along, his rage flared even more instantly. He felt his pride had been deeply insulted. He charged forward and slapped Zhang Xiaohong right across the face. Zhang Xiaohong, who had been in the middle of striking up a conversation, was completely taken aback by the sudden slap. Not only was he stunned, but his glasses were knocked right off his face. Jin Yi stomped on the glasses that had flown to his feet, crushing them to smithereens. As the rage that had been building up inside him for so long was finally released, a wicked, satisfied grin spread across his face. He shouted angrily, "You damn four eyes, you actually dare to hit on my girl? Why don't you take a look at your own pathetic face in the mirror? You're so damn sleazy, who the hell gave you the guts?" "Is it Liang Jingru?" The sudden outburst left everyone present stunned. Lian, Wang Yuyu, and Yang Ru were terrified. What the hell is Jin Yi, the guy driving the Lamborghini, doing? Does he have a violent streak? Huang Ziqing and Zhao Tao also stared at the scene in utter bewilderment. They thought they were hallucinating. Why was Glasses Zheng getting beaten up for no reason? Then, rage suddenly surged through both of them. Damn it, how dare he hit their brother? They were both 18 or 19-year-old kids, full of youthful vigor. How could they just stand by and watch their close friend get beaten up? With the alcohol coursing through their veins, the two jumped up, ready to take on Jin Yi. But before they could, Gu Wenqing struck first. He grabbed Jin Yi's hand just as he was raising it to strike again. First, Gu Wenqing slapped him across the face. The strength enhanced by his skill sent Jin Yi seeing stars. His head was spinning so badly he was nearly knocked out. Gu Wenqing dragged Jin Yi over to the booth and gave a nod to the security guard who was about to step in. The guard recognized Mr. Gu and knew there was no way this situation would end peacefully today. Soon, several security guards surrounded the booth to minimize disruption to the other patrons' enjoyment and avoid causing unnecessary panic. In fact, in the deafening noise of the nightclub, very few people actually noticed the commotion here. The people at the neighboring booths did see it, but they weren't fazed. Drunken young people causing trouble was a common occurrence at nightclubs. They were used to it. Besides, taxed security team was already handling the situation, so they simply turned a blind eye and kept drinking. Jinhua, who had been dragged into the booth, was so scared his legs were shaking. Afraid of getting beaten up, he hurriedly explained, "This has nothing to do with me, it was my cousin who insisted on coming." As soon as Gu Wenqing saw how timid Jinhua looked, he knew the guy wasn't going to cause any trouble, so he decided to just leave him alone. Gu Wenqing frowned as he looked at Jin Yi, who was still out of it. Zhang Xiaohong, having snapped out of it, grabbed a bottle of liquor and poured it forcefully over Jin Yi's head, shouting as she did so, "Damn it, you lunatic! Did I do something to you?" Zhang Xiaohong was furious she'd been hit for no reason at all. Even if he'd hit on the girl you brought to the club, all he had to do was say something to him. Was it really necessary to just start hitting people? Before doused with alcohol, Jin Yi's foggy mind cleared up. His first thought was, I actually got hit, and not just any hit, he'd been slapped hard right in front of the girl he was trying to pick up. And someone had poured alcohol all over him. It was an absolute disgrace. Already arrogant and domineering, he'd never endured such humiliation before. He roared viciously, "You bunch of beggars, do you know who I am? The car I'm driving alone is worth 7 million. You hit me, and none of you will walk out of tax on your own 2 feet. At that moment, Jin Yi, facing Gu Wenqing and his two companions all by himself, began to feel intimidated. Especially since that slap Gu Wenqing had just landed on him had been a real whacker. He'd almost thought he was about to kick the bucket right there. His anger and the alcohol in his brain had sobered him up. He knew he absolutely couldn't strike back now. If he did, he'd inevitably get beaten to a pulp. So he simply shouted at the top of his lungs, "My family's worth over 100 million. You beggars aren't even in the same league to mess with me. I just swiped my card on a whim and racked up 400,000 in drinks. Do you have any idea who I am that you've crossed today? My Lamborghini is worth more than your whole house." He kept taking the initiative, emphasizing just how wealthy his family was, making it clear that Gu Wenqing and his crew were no match for him. Seeing that he couldn't win in a fight, he resorted to using his money to intimidate them. After all, in today's society, a billionaire is indeed someone ordinary people can't afford to cross. Hearing this, the three girls, all from well-off families, actually thought Jin Yi was way too tacky. On the other hand, Huang Zicheng, Zhao Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong did indeed have second thoughts. Zheng Xiaohong, who had been about to pour more wine on Jin Yi's head, froze in her tracks, no longer daring to act on impulse. Huang Zicheng and Zhao Tao also gradually unclenched their fists. Faced with Jin Yi's brazen boasts and flaunting of wealth, they were genuinely taken aback. In today's money-driven society, the wealthy do indeed enjoy special privileges. If the Jin Yi family really were that wealthy, they certainly wouldn't dare to act recklessly anymore. If they accidentally injured Jin Yi, given his family's vast wealth and extensive connections, a single phone call could mobilize countless people to risk their lives for him. They'd be finished. "Old Gu, what should we do?" Zhao Tao asked with a worried frown. At that moment, Zheng Xiaohong and Huang Zicheng also looked grim. Although Gu Wenqing's family was also very wealthy, they had still stirred up this trouble. They all knew that regardless of whether Jin Yi had struck first, given his loud and boisterous personality, this matter would never be simply swept under the rug. Hearing this, Jin Yi saw Zheng Xiaohong, Zhao Tao, and Huang Zicheng all looking pale and let out a maniacal laugh, saying, "Now you're scared. Too bad it's too late. Crossing me was the biggest mistake you've ever made in your lives. I'll make sure you all pay the price, especially you." As Jin Yi finished speaking, he shot a fierce glare at Gu Wenqing. It was Gu Wenqing who had just slapped him hard enough to send him crashing to the ground. Jin Yi's head was still spinning. He stood up and shouted angrily at the 4 Tax X bodyguards standing at the entrance to the booth. "I'm a platinum member of Tax. I've loaded a full 3 million onto my card, and you bastards just stood there and watched as your platinum member got beaten up? I'm gonna file a complaint against you, get all you useless." Damned security guards fired. The security guards, despite being berated, remained completely unmoved. What a joke. The CEO who slapped you is the owner of Tax. Platinum member, my ass. Even if Jin Yi were a diamond member who'd topped up 10 million, he'd still deserve a beating. Sumu was now staring at the ridiculous Jin Yi. Has this rich kid drunk himself into a stupor? Can't even see the situation clearly now? Use your brain. Someone who can make Tax's bodyguards obey him like that must have serious clout. And yet Jin Yi is still acting so recklessly and out of control. Seeing that even brandishing his Tax platinum membership status was useless, Jin Yi had no choice but to pull out his phone and shout loudly, "Damn you, you piece of damn! You dare hit me? Your bodyguards aren't going to do anything about it, are they? I'll call for backup myself." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing's brow furrowed. Before President Gu could even react, one of the tall, burly security guards swung his arm and landed a hard slap, leaving Jin Yi, who had just regained his swagger, completely stunned. He was both stunned and shocked. His phone fell to the ground and he covered his face with both hands. His eyes widened in disbelief. This security guard, how dare he? He, the son of a billionaire, had actually been slapped by someone from the lowest social strata? You little brat, watch your mouth. Do you think our CEO is someone you can insult? The security guard snapped. Jin Yi looked up and shot the security guard a hate-filled glare. Jin Yi recognized the security guard. Whenever he used to come to Tax, this security guard had always been extremely deferential toward him, constantly addressing him as young Master Jin. But Jin Yi had never once looked at the security guard with any respect. He was just a damn watchdog. Jin Yi felt that even speaking to such an inferior person would tarnish his own dignity. Who would have thought? Right at this very moment, he'd actually been slapped by a nobody he'd looked down on. At that moment, his face turned the color of liver, and he was so furious he was about to lose his mind. He couldn't care less that they outnumbered him, and he certainly didn't care about Mr. Gu. All he wanted was revenge. He reached down to pick up the phone from the ground, muttering under his breath, "I'm going to cripple them. I'll break every finger that dares to touch me." Crack! Gu Wenqing stomped Jin Yi's i13 Pro, crushing it to smithereens. When Zheng Xiaohong saw this, she felt a strange sense of admiration welling up inside her. Old Gu was really someone you could get along with. You smashed my glasses, so my brother smashed your iPhone 13 Plus. I'm not losing out, I'm actually coming out ahead. Want to make a call? I'll make that happen. A mocking smile flashed across Gu Wenking's face. He waved his hand and a security guard quickly took the hint, pulling out his phone and handing it to Jin Yi. Gu Wenking continued in a cold tone, I live by the principle, if no one provokes me, I won't provoke anyone, but if someone provokes me, I will definitely strike back. This is your last chance to call for help. No matter who shows up today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, nothing will stop me. Gu Wenking's words were incredibly domineering. But they weren't without merit. On his own turf, with a friend being beaten up, Gu Wenking was furious. Hearing Gu Wenking's voice, Sumu Li Yan, Wang Yu Yang Ru, and another female marketing executive were all moved by his words. Girls are drawn to strong men. Seeing Gu Wenking willing to risk offending a rich kid for his friend's sake was incredibly cool. It made them feel incredibly safe. A man who remains fearless in the face of danger can give them a profound sense of security. Gu Wenking's arched eyebrows gave him a hint of ruggedly handsome charm. In that moment, Gu Wenking shed his usual gentle demeanor, radiating an air of arrogance as if he looked down on everyone. Jin Yi was too scared to meet Gu Wenking's gaze. With a panicked look in his eyes, he dialed a number and said, Brother Yang, help me. Your little brother's getting beaten up. Yeah, at tax. Upon learning that Brother Yang would be there immediately, Jin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yang's family is worth tens of billions. Not only do they have extensive connections, but he also knows all sorts of people from every walk of life, and rumor has he's even got some ties to the owner of tax. As soon as Brother Yang arrived, these petty thugs would all be dealt with. At this thought, Jin Yi could almost picture Gu Wenking and the others kneeling before him, begging for forgiveness. A cruel smile spread across his face. In a moment, he was going to ruin the face of this ridiculously handsome guy right in front of him. Smack. The security guard slapped him again. Stop grinning like an idiot, show some respect for President Gu. Jin Yi. Then the towering security guard shot a fierce glare at the cowardly Jin Hua, warning him to show respect to Mr. Gu as well. That single glare from the security guard nearly scared his younger cousin Jin Hua out of his wits. Afraid of getting beaten up, the timid and cowardly Jin Hua shakily approached and said, Bro, can I have a Huazi? Nope. Huazi is smooth. The others all make my throat burn. Smack. The security guard slapped Jin Hua across the head again. Didn't you damn hear me say I don't smoke? Do you even know what respect means? You're supposed to offer cigarettes to President Gu first. You gave me a cigarette first. Are you trying to make me look bad in front of President Gu? Jin Hua was stunned by the blow. I only pulled out my cigarettes and lighter out of respect for General Manager Gu, even though I got the order wrong. He still couldn't escape getting hit. He suffered an undeserved blow. The little wimp is crying his eyes out online. Gu Wenking puffed on his Huazi cigarette, glancing at Jin Yi standing nearby. This kid really won't give up until he hits rock bottom. I have no idea how many people his arrogant and tyrannical personality has ruined. Zhang Xiaohong saw the situation getting worse by the minute. He stepped forward and whispered, Old Gu, the other guys calling for backup. Of the 36 stratagems, flight is the best option. This whole mess started because of Zhang Xiaohong, and Old Gu only ended up at odds with Jin Yi because he stepped in to help him. With Jin Yi acting so brazenly and backed by such a large crowd, Zhang Xiaohong really didn't know what to expect. If Old Gu got hurt, he'd be the one to blame. Zhao Tao also looked serious. Old Gu should hold his ground as long as he can, and since he's already taught them a lesson, we're not at a loss. Oh my god, if I'd known this would happen today, I wouldn't have come out for drinks. Old Gu, let's get out of here. Even Huang Zicheng for once wasn't joking around. The three roommates' voices were filled with concern. The fact that Jin Yi, who'd just been beaten up, was still acting so cocky meant the reinforcements he called in were definitely no pushovers. It would be wise to lie low for now. Although everyone knew Gu Wenking's family wasn't short on money, it would be best not to make a big deal out of this. Besides, Jin Yi had been bragging nonstop about his family's assets being worth over 100 million. That was certainly intimidating. Listen up. Gu Wenking's face still betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Endure. But what if holding back just makes me angrier the more I think about it? Hold back? Am I supposed to turn into a green turtle? A ninja turtle? As a man with a system, why should he put up with this on his own turf? It's fine, he's a nobody, Gu Wenking said calmly after a long silence. Hearing Gu Wenking say this, Huang Zicheng and the other two didn't leave either. They just sat in their booth, occasionally drinking in silence. Just then, Lao Niu, who had been to the restroom, found booth 36 in section 3. His gaze swept past the security guard to his friend Jin Yi's swollen face, and in that moment anger welled up inside him. Which little bastard is so blind? How dare he hit my buddy? He and Jin Yi were best friends. How could he stand by and watch his friend get beaten up? Besides, all three of them came from families worth over 100 million. It's no exaggeration to say they were among the very top tier attacks who could possibly mess with them. Without a second thought, Lao Nu shoved the security guard out of the way and stormed into the booth. Lao Nu's face was contorted rage. Scanning the crowd, he spotted Gu Wenqing, the ringleader, holding a lit Huazi cigarette, puffing away. That handsome face, why does it look so familiar? Oh my god. Gu Wenqing! Niu Tianzi was utterly shocked. Did Jin Yi actually dare to provoke Gu Wenqing? Niu Tianzi's face, which had been seething with anger just a second ago, instantly turned into an expression worse than crying. Was he digging his own grave? Niu Tianzi's sudden intrusion took Huang Zicheng and the other two by surprise. Jin Yi, that arrogant and domineering rich kid, he actually knew the student council vice president. Come to think of it, both of their families are worth over 100 million, and they're cut from the same cloth. It's no wonder they know each other. Gu Wenqing flashed a smile. Perfect timing, let's catch them all in one fell swoop. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Niu Tianzi nearly dropped to his knees on the spot. Niu Tianzi knew all too well just how terrifying Gu Wenqing's connections and wealth were. He was simply no match for someone like that. Young Master Gu, I acted rashly. I'm truly sorry. I'll go right now and have my friend apologize to you. Niu Tianzi immediately backed down. He then walked up to Jin Yi and whispered in terror, My god, how did you manage to piss off young Master Gu? He could wipe us out with just a single word. Jin Yi scoffed, don't be such a wimp, that's not like you at all. I've already called Brother Yang. We've got to turn the tables today. Brother Yang, Liu Yangwei? That's right. Hearing Jin Yi's words, Niu Tianzi was exasperated. He couldn't believe his own son was acting this. What a disaster. It wasn't enough that he'd ruined himself, now he'd dragged both himself and Liu Yangwei into this mess too. Niu Tianzi's voice trembled. Do you know who young Master Gu is? Young Master Gu is someone even Brother Yang looks up to. You've damned both me and Brother Yang. At those words, Jin Yi could barely stand on 2 feet. What had he just heard? The man standing before him was actually someone even Brother Yang respected? How could that be? Liu Yangwei's family is a shareholder in Huifeng Group with assets worth over 4 billion. That's more than 10 times what Jin Yi's family is worth. Normally, Niu Tianzi and Jin Yi were both Liu Yangwei's underlings. They always looked to Liu Yangwei for guidance. And in Jin Yi's eyes, Liu Yangwei was a major figure. And yet this young man standing right in front of him who just hit him is actually even more formidable than Brother Yang? He simply couldn't believe it. What? Cold sweat beaded on Jin Yi's forehead as he spoke in a terrified voice. You're serious? Don't mess with me. Like I'd lie to you. Niu Tianzi's spirits had long since rock bottom by this point. This was the second time. This was the second time he'd crossed young Master Gu. He could only hope that young Master Gu would show mercy this time as well. Just then, a group of about 20 people stormed into Section A3, Booth 36, the very booth where Gu Wenqing was sitting. Move out of the way. Liu Yangwei, the leader, bellowed harshly. At the booth, all the security guards stood their ground, unflinching. As the confrontation escalated, it drew the attention of everyone at Tax nightclub. Everyone was watching the spectacle. This kind of altercation happens from time to time at nightclubs, and Tax's security usually puts a stop to it right away, so they weren't the least bit intimidated. The guys behind me don't have the best tempers. I'll say this one last time, get the hell out of my way, Liu Yangwei shouted boastfully. Feeling everyone's eyes fixed on him, Liu Yangwei was absolutely thrilled. He loved big scenes like this. He loved it when all eyes were on him. Liu Yangwei was thoroughly enjoying himself, thinking to himself that he must look incredibly cool right now. And just as he'd imagined, some people in the nightclub were staring at Liu Yangwei, the leader of the group. Those who didn't recognize him asked in surprise, "Who is this guy? How dare he cause trouble at Tax?" Someone replied, "Bro, you're out of the loop. Brother Yang's family are shareholders in the Huifeng Group, and I hear he's even friends with the owner of Tax. Brother Yang is a regular here. His family has deep connections. His family's net worth is in the tens of billions." Those in the know remarked with envy. Hearing this, some people felt a sense of awe toward Liu Yangwei. Some of the girls even batted their eyelashes at Liu Yangwei. Feeling the awe of the crowd and the attention from the beautiful women, Liu Yangwei was over the moon. He thought to himself, this is the kind of prestige a true hero deserves. Just then, a voice familiar to Liu Yangwei rang out. "Yangwei, do you remember what I told you last time? I said that next time you act so domineering in public, I'll beat the crap out of you on your father's behalf." It's young Master Gu. Liu Yangwei, brimming with swagger, met his end before he could even begin. Liu Yangwei bowed deeply, walking over to Gu Wenqing with his head bowed and back hunched, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile as he said, "Young Master Gu, it's you." Liu Yangwei, who had been so full of himself, was now groveling the moment he appeared, fawning over a teenager and calling him young Master Gu. It was as if a thunderclap had struck everyone's minds. They were utterly stunned. What were they witnessing? Could a privileged young man like Li Yangwei ever be so humble? His family's fortune runs into the tens of billions. Who exactly is that young man? Who could inspire such reverence in him? The scene before them left everyone present speechless.
Huh? Bro Yang, who made such a commanding entrance, why has he gone soft? Wasn't he just bragging with such swagger a moment ago? Why is he now groveling and even lighting cigarettes for that guy? Especially that fawning smile, it really was utterly servile. They were both stunned and bewildered. Who on earth is that handsome young man at table 36 in section A3? Those who knew Yangwei well followed the crowd's gaze and were absolutely terrified. Damn it! Yang Ji, who'd always been the undisputed king of the world, fearing nothing under heaven except his own dad, was actually showing fear in front of a young man. Oh my god, this can't be a hallucination, can it? They stood there frozen in shock, unable to believe this was real. Brother Yang, what's gotten into him? If even Yang Ji has to suck up to this guy, you can imagine just how terrifying he must be. Talk about a low-key big shot, he's actually sitting in section A3. Even the all-powerful Yang Jingji finally has his moment of being put in his place. Some people were whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, at table 36 in section A3, Gu Wenqing didn't say a word, quietly smoking his cigarette. The atmosphere in the entire booth was tense. Liu Yangwei shot Jin Yi a fierce glare. It was all that kid's fault for not recognizing a big shot when he saw one. As time ticked by bit, Liu Yangwei knew Tianxi Jin Yi and the others were already drenched in sweat, all from sheer fear. The more silent the boss remained, the more anxious they became. Facing Gu Wenqing's commanding gaze, which exuded authority without a trace of anger, and his piercing aura, they were terrified. They kept wondering what young Master Gu would do to them. Would they lose an arm or a leg? Or end up dead? Liu Weiyang and the others' imaginations ran wild, and they were practically scaring themselves silly. This is no exaggeration. In Liu Weiyang's mind, Gu Wenqing's power and connections were unfathomable. He'd just heard from his father that young Master Gu had single-handedly spent 30 billion to snap up the prime real estate lot in Magic City. A full 300 billion in cash. What a terrifying display of wealth. Gu Wenqing remained silent the whole time. They were overcome with fear. Who knows how long it had been? They were so terrified they'd lost track of time, or perhaps, in the presence of the overbearing young Master Gu, every minute and second felt like an eternity. Ding! Host has unlocked the new title, Fierce and Intimidating. Reward 90% of Huifeng Group's shares. 5 billion in bonus funds has been disbursed. Items awarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. The host may use them with confidence. Note: it's generally impossible for a single person to hold 100% of the shares in a real estate company. That's unreasonable. But since this is the most implausible system in the novel, let's just consider this 100% ownership reasonable, shall we? Author bowing to save his neck. The system's voice sounded like music to his ears. Gu Wenqing's expression remained unchanged, but his heart suddenly raced. He was thrilled to the extreme. 90% of Huifeng Group's shares. Once Huifeng Real Estate completes development on all its plots, the total valuation will be around 90 billion. Excluding the 10% stake he already held, the total value of these 90% shares is 81 billion. Not 80 million, not 800 million, and certainly not 8 billion, but a full 80 billion. With the 10% stake he was previously awarded plus the 90% awarded today, Huifeng Group is now truly Gu Wenqing's private property. Faced with such a lavish reward, even the already wealthy Gu Wenqing found it hard to keep his composure. It's simply too exhilarating. Now let's look at the next reward. 5 billion in cash. It's nothing to write home about, but better than nothing. With over 80 billion in prizes already on the table, 5 billion in cash suddenly doesn't seem quite as valuable. 1 minute ago, all shareholders of Huifeng Group received a mysterious phone call. A premium offer to buy out all Huifeng shareholders' shares. The price offered was one no shareholder could refuse, so they immediately agreed. Lin Hongshan, the founder of Huifeng Group, initially clenched his teeth in refusal. What a joke! Huifeng Group, which he had worked his entire life to build, had become his emotional anchor. It was like his own son. How could he possibly bear to sell his own son? But under the other party's financial onslaught, his stubborn resolve began to waver. Lin Hongxian, founder of Huifeng Group, I built Huifeng Group from the ground up. It's like my own son. No way you'll have to offer more money. In the end, Lin Hongxian got what he wanted. He achieved financial freedom, secured his 100 million fortune, and began his retirement early. Right in front of Liu Yangwei, Jin Yi and Niu Tian, Gu Wenqing received all the information about Huifeng Group provided by the system. Huh? No wonder Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi had been constantly currying favor with Liu Yangwei and always looking to him for guidance. It turns out that Liu Yangwei's father, Liu Guoliang, has always been in charge of Huifeng Real Estate's construction sites. Both the Jin Yi family's steel business and the Niu Tianzi family's construction company needed Liu Guoliang's approval to secure contracts on Huifeng Group's construction sites. The businesses of Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi's families are extremely dependent on Huifeng Group. If Huifeng Group were to cut them off and then put in a word within the Shanghai real estate circle, their companies would inevitably go under over time. After all, those nationally renowned major real estate developers all have their own dedicated suppliers. They simply have no need for the Jin and Niu families' two mere small fry. And low-end real estate projects simply can't sustain the Jin and Niu families' businesses. It's safe to say that the survival of the Jin and Niu families hangs on a single decision by Gu Wenqing. In front of Liu Yangwei, Jin Yi, Niu Tianzi and the others, Gu Wenqing made a phone call and said in a calm tone, "Yes, this is Gu Wenqing. Starting today, the group is severing all ties with the Jin and Niu families. They're being blacklisted immediately, and we will never do business with them again." Upon hearing this, Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi looked at Liu Yangwei with puzzled expression, as if to say, "Isn't it your dad, Liu Guoliang, who's in charge of construction site affairs at Huifeng?" Liu Yangwei was also a bit baffled. Although young Master Gu held a majority of the shares, he didn't have the authority to manage the construction site, did he? The division of responsibilities within the company was clearly defined. Without his father Liu Guoliang's approval, his subordinates would never dare to act recklessly based on a single phone call. Just then, Liu Yangwei's phone in his back pocket rang. He first cast a timid glance at Gu Wenqing. Only after young Master Gu gave a slight nod did he dare to take out his phone. The caller ID showed it was his dad, Liu Guoliang. Liu Yangwei answered the call. "Hello? Oh, what? You're no longer a shareholder of Huifeng Group. Ah, they bought it at a premium. You want me to come back and count how many zeros are in my bank account? Okay, I'll be right back." After hanging up, Liu Yangwei still felt like he was in a daze. Wow, my shares turned into cash and at a premium, no less. Upon hearing the news, he didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, he felt a tinge of joy. Corporate valuations are all just numbers, only the cash you actually hold in your hands is real. Doesn't that mean he actually had tens of billions in cash right there at home? At that thought, he felt a sense of smug satisfaction. A smile involuntarily spread across his face, and just then his gaze met Gu Wenqing's. Frightened, he flinched and lowered his gaze to the floor. So what if his family had billions? Young Master Gu was the man who had boldly spent 30 billion to snap up the prime real estate in Magic City. Compared to young Master Gu, how could a firefly ever dare to compete with the bright moon for its radiance? Then Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi's phone as well. They both cast a pitiful glance at Gu Wenqing, only to see that the young master showed no sign of displeasure. Jin Yi answered the call. "Jin Yi, you bastard, did you piss off young Master Liu? Huifeng Group just suspended all our family's business operations? How many times have I told you to suck up to young Master Liu? Get the hell over there and apologize to him right now. You've gotten our family into a huge mess. If we lose our partnership with Huifeng Group, our family's company is finished." Niu Tianzi's phone rang, and a similarly accusatory voice came from the other end, demanding to know if he had upset young Master Liu. The Niu and Jin families had always enjoyed a smooth partnership with Huifeng Group. When Huifeng Group abruptly halted business operations, the first thought that crossed both families' minds was that their sons had caused trouble and offended Liu Guoliang's son. After hanging up the phone, the two men were utterly devastated. They hadn't even had time to curry favor with Liu Yangwei. How could they possibly have offended him? Besides, Liu Yangwei was right there with them, bowing his head and apologizing to young Master Gu. They weren't stupid. Putting together the details from the three-way call, they quickly pieced the situation together. That's it. It was President Gu. A call from President Gu terminating the partnership. Liu Yangwei's family's shares in Hufeng had been acquired at a premium. Shortly after, the Jin and Niu families also received calls one after another, confirming that their family's business ties with Hufeng Group had been unilaterally severed entirely. And the root of it all was that they had crossed the young man standing right in front of them. At that thought, Liu Yangwei, whose family was safe and sound, was fine, but Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi were practically scared out of their wits. Thud. Thud. Two dull thuds, the sound of their knees slamming against the ground. Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi dropped straight to their knees, begging young Master Gu for forgiveness. Jin Yi was the most terrified of all. Now he finally understood the terrifying power of Gu Wenqing. No wonder Niu Tianzi and Liu Yangwei were scared to death the moment they saw Gu Wenqing. So Gu Wenqing's connections and influence were this deep? His eyes were filled with sheer panic. It's over. It's all over. He must have been blind to have provoked such a terrifying big shot. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret. If only he'd known sooner. Smack. Smack. Smack, smack, smack. Niu Tianzi knelt on the ground, repeatedly slapping himself hard across the face, hoping that young Master Gu would show him mercy one more time. Upon seeing this, Jin Yi didn't want to be outdone. He swung both hands back and forth, slapping his own chubby face with a series of loud smacks. For a moment, the crisp sounds echoed throughout Section A3. It was as if the two were competing in a slapping contest. You're doing it once every 3 seconds. No way I have to be faster than you. I'll do it once every 2 seconds. Wang Yu and her two companions in the booth, along with Su Mo and the others, were all stunned. Is the influence of an idol or a boss really that powerful? Just one phone call was enough to turn the once arrogant and domineering Jin Yi into a pitiful, defeated wretch. Huang Ziqing and his two friends were also left speechless with astonishment. Young Master Gu, just treat me like a fart that's blown away. Young Master Gu, please don't let this trouble affect our families. You can do whatever you want to me, but please spare our families. Niu Tianzi and Jin Yi spoke through their tears, all the while slapping themselves hard with both hands. They weren't crying because of the pain. It was because their family businesses were on the brink of collapse. Both of their families' operations revolved almost entirely around Huifeng Group. If Huifeng Group abandoned them, their family businesses would plummet like a rock. It wouldn't be long before they went bankrupt. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury as young masters, losing such a massive source of income would make life unbearable for Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi. Ha! Gu Wenqing let out a cold laugh, staring at the two men covered in blood. Cherish your last days as young masters, you'll miss them later. Then, changing the subject, Gu Wenqing's gained sharp. I've only given you a trivial, insignificant punishment out of respect for your father. Otherwise... Gu Wenqing moved closer to the two of them and said in a voice cold enough for only them to hear, otherwise you'll never see tomorrow's sun. Bayum. Gu Wenqing's voice thundered like a bolt from the heavens, leaving the two of them paralyzed with fear. The yellow liquid finally began to flow out. A few girls frowned, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they ran away. You won't see tomorrow's sun. Tomorrow's sun. They won't see it. They were terrified, truly afraid. In their eyes, Gu Wenqing was like a demon from hell, making them tremble with fear. They didn't doubt a single word Gu Wenqing said. Even a tough guy like Liu Yangwei begged for mercy when he ran into young Master Gu. So who would even know if they, a bunch of nobodies, were dumped into the Huangpu River? Liu Yangwei, standing nearby, had a keen eye. He noticed that young Master Gu's cigarette had burned out, so he approached with a smirk, trying to curry favor, and lit another one for Gu Wenqing. A faint smile played at the corner of Gu Wenqing's mouth. His earlier words were just meant to scare Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi. He hadn't expected them to be so cowardly. They actually took him at his word. But this is for the best. Now that they're so terrified, They'll probably run for their lives the moment they spot Gu Wenqing from afar in the future. The true way to instill fear in someone is never through brute force, but by leaving an indelible, terrifying memory in their mind. This way, they'll never dare to act out in front of Gu Wenqing again. And after tomorrow, Jin Yi and New Tianzi will fear him even more once the news of Gu Wenqing's acquisition of Huifeng Group breaks. The entire real estate industry in Magic City will be shaken to its core. Not to mention these two insignificant, fearful, and cowardly cockroaches. The two men were kneeling on the floor, frantically slapping themselves. Seeing this, everyone at Tax was no longer just shocked, they were horrified. Especially since someone recognized the identities of the two men on their knees. One was Jin Yi, whose family's net worth was 200-300 million, who drove a Lamborghini worth several million, and was usually incredibly arrogant. The other was New Tianzi, also a regular at Tax, whose family's assets also exceeded 100 million, a man known for being cunning and ruthless. These two were nothing short of a scourge on Tax, relying on their wealth and power. Who knows how many women they'd taken advantage of. On top of that, they frequently snatched pretty girls from other people's private booths. Everyone dares not speak out against them after all. Jin Yi and his crew are incredibly wealthy. Now, this once arrogant duo is on their knees, frantically slapping themselves in the face. This is absolutely explosive news. They're the rich second-generation heirs with fortunes in the tens of millions. And now, they're kneeling at a young man's feet, brutally punishing themselves. Those standing close enough could faintly hear them repeatedly pleading, "Young Master Gu, spare our lives." Oh my, this is insane. Even two billionaires' sons are kneeling on the ground begging for mercy? Am I dreaming? Haha, those two don't amount to a damn thing. That young man is someone even young Master Liu wouldn't dare cross. Someone who didn't know what was going on asked, "Just a quick question, who is young Master Liu?" He's the son of a shareholder at Huifeng Group. His family's worth billions. Now you get it, right? That's just how incredible that young man is. Hearing, everyone present felt a tinge of awe toward Gu Wenqing. This was someone even the young master of a family worth tens of billions had to bow his head and apologize to. It just goes to show how formidable this young man's abilities are. Especially some of the girls present. Their eyes couldn't help but be drawn to Section A3, Booth 36. Seated there was a young big shot. Especially under the dim lighting, the way he held his cigarette was truly commanding. If only they could hook up with this young man, wouldn't they be set for life? Facing the complex gazes of countless people, some filled with envy, others with admiration, and so on, Gu Wenqing's expression remained unchanged. The matter has been settled. Jin Yi and New Tianzi paid a heavy price for their arrogant nature, and their actions even dragged down their family's business. Having lost the Huifeng contract, they were on the brink of bankruptcy and closure. Yang Wei, Gu Wenqing called out. "Hey, Wisey's here." Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow. "Do you remember what I said last time? Do I really have to do this myself?" No. I don't want to dirty your hands, Brother Gu. I'll handle it myself." Liu Yangwei's voice trembled with tears. Smack, smack, smack. Liu Yangwei slammed the DJ hard across the face in time with the pulsing beats. Thump, 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 thump. This unexpected incident ultimately dampened the mood of many customers. Gu Wenqing waved his hand, and the manager of Tax scurried over, bowing deeply. Gu Wenqing said, "Go tell the front desk, I'm covering the entire bill for everyone here today." Then he didn't forget to add, "except for those bastards from Jin Yi." Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, the manager's eyes widened in shock and he stammered, Mr. Gu, today is a packed house." The manager was implying that today's total bill was going to be quite hefty. Gu Wenqing smiled slightly and patted the manager on the shoulder. "Let's just consider this our way of apologizing to everyone for today's farce." "Mr. Gu, you're so generous." The manager was completely won over by his new boss. The manager knew that once word got out that Tax's president Gu had picked up the tab for the entire venue. It would absolutely go viral in Shanghai's nightclub scene. Tax's reputation would soar even higher, and in the future, more and more customers would flock here just to experience it, keeping the place packed for quite some time. And the hundreds of millions or even tens of millions that CEO Gu had invested in the early stages would pay off many times over. President Gu really is amazing. What the manager didn't realize was that he was overthinking it. Gu Wenqing simply felt he had disrupted everyone's good time, which is why he picked up the tab for the whole group. Tax's bar tab for the entire night would amount to a few million at most. For Gu Wenqing, whose net worth is already in the hundreds of billions, a few million, let alone tens of millions, is a drop in the bucket. Tens of millions to Gu Wenqing is like a 1 or 10 yuan coin to an ordinary person. It's not even worth mentioning. Besides, Gu Wenqing had just received nearly 100 billion in assets as a system reward, so treating the whole place to drinks was as easy as splashing water. Once order was restored, Tax came alive again, people downing drinks, slow dancing, and waving their arms wildly. The place was absolutely buzzing. Suddenly, the pulsating music faded to a whisper. This caused the revelers to turn their attention to the DJ booth. What's going on? The fight earlier was one thing. The mood was just getting going. Why are they pulling this stunt again? It really ruins the mood and spoils everyone's fun. Many people are frowning, feeling really annoyed. Ahem. Just then the sexy DJ tested the microphone. In her slightly husky voice, she said, "Given the chaos just now, and how it's affected everyone's mood, our tax boss, Mr. Gu, has decided. Mr. Gu of Tax is picking up the tab for everyone here today." After saying that, she cranked the upbeat music up to full volume, grabbed the microphone and shouted 3 times. "Mr. Gu from Tax is picking up the tab for everyone here today. Mr. Gu of Tax is picking up the tab for everyone here today. Mr. Gu of Tax is picking up the tab for everyone here today." Boom. The atmosphere instantly reached a fever pitch. Everyone in the room shouted in unison, "Mr. Gu, you're the man. Mr. Gu, you're so generous. Mr. Gu, you're the best. Mr. Gu, you're so generous." At that moment, everyone's excitement reached its peak. Tax is so damn fun, we're definitely coming back next time. Those who had heard of CEO Gu's fame turned their gaze toward A3, card 36. Is that mysterious young man really Mr. Gu? Was that the President Gu who spent over 1.5 million on drinks in a single night just to throw it all away? And now he's actually become the owner of Tax. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Even Tax, renowned throughout the Magic City, has been acquired by Mr. Gu. His connections and financial resources are truly extraordinary. No wonder even a haughty young master like Liu Yangwei fears Mr. Gu. Young Master Liu is still in Section A3, furiously slapping his own face in booth 036. Just watching him makes their faces sting. The drinking party is over. Although there were a few unexpected twists, the outcome was still a happy one. The troublemakers paid a heavy price. The 3 young fangirls took photos with their idol, and then reluctantly left. Zheng Xiaohong had had a bit too much to drink and was shouting, "Hey, old Gu, I still haven't gotten that girl's WeChat yet." Zhao Tao stood nearby, steadying the wobbly, flashy glasses. Huang Ziqing also managed to add another female marketing rep on WeChat. Her name was Wang Ya. After successfully getting the girl's contact info, Huang Zi's face wore a smug look. The group walked out of Tax. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a hint of coolness. Don't drink and don't drive after drinking. Looks like they won't be driving the Bentley Continental GT after all. Huang Ziqing hailed a cab on his phone, and the group waited by the roadside. "Hey." Huang Ziqing tilted his head back to gesture towards Sumo behind them, then said, "Old Gu, why don't you add that girl on WeChat? She's so pretty it'd be a shame not to." Zhao Tao chuckled and nodded in agreement. A faint smile crossed Gu Wenqing's face as he replied casually, "I don't need to do that at all." Hearing this, Huang Ziqing rolled his eyes and said, "We admit you're outstanding, But not every girl is like Wang Yanran or Campus Queen Chen. They won't come after you on their own. Some good-looking girls are actually pretty reserved. Like Wang Ya, for example. I actually noticed a long time ago that she wanted my WeChat. She was just too shy to ask, so I just went ahead and asked for her contact info myself. Standing nearby, Zhao Tao looked utterly disgusted. Huang Zicheng was just rambling. He just wanted to say that Wang Ya liked him, didn't he? What the hell is he bragging about? Oh my god, where the hell are you spitting? Oh my god, my brand new Nike shoes. Zhao Tao looked down in anguish at his shoes, now covered in vomit and filth, feeling like crying but having no tears left. Oh my god, once Zheng Xiaohong wakes up, he's definitely going to have to pay for a new pair of Nikes. Zhao Tao hastily wiped his shoes with a piece of paper, just as the ride-hailing car pulled up. Zhao Tao helped Zheng Xiaohong into the back seat. Huang Zicheng, clearly disgusted, flung open the passenger door and plopped himself into the seat. He shot a smug glance at Gu Wenqing as if to say, "Old Gu, you'll just have to put up with it and squeeze into the back seat with them." Gu Wenqing slammed the back door shut. He was still standing across the street from Taxx. "Way to go, old Gu. You've been out all night again, haven't you?" Huang Zicheng bellowed from the passenger seat, his voice full of anguish. At that moment, he finally understood what Gu Wenqing had meant earlier. Why even bother adding "we"? Strike while the iron's hot. Holy, old Gu is just too awesome. And to think he was acting all smug just a moment ago after adding Wang Ya on WeChat. When you compare people side by side, I, Huang Zicheng, am still just a tiny bit weaker. In the back row, Zhao Tao looked completely stunned. He grinned and said, "Is old Gu going to get lucky tonight?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the driver, Huang Zicheng, and the others all shared a knowing smile. Men who get it. At the Taxx entrance, those who needed to leave had left, and those who needed to stay had stayed. Under the dim streetlights, Sumo, wearing a grey, form-fitting t-shirt, stood there looking lovely, a gentle breeze ruffling her hair. The shadows cast by the lights only served to highlight her charm even more. Looking at the beautiful woman, Gu Wenqing said casually, "Come on, let's go for a walk. It'll help sober you up." Sumo naturally slipped her arm through Gu Wenqing's, then asked, "Where to?" "The boss is just too handsome, too domineering. I'd love to be his little wife." Eek. Gu Wenqing is simply the bane of Sumo, who's a total sucker for good looks. The moonlight was enchanting. That night, the spider kept trying to spin its web. She instinctively glanced at the boss standing next to her. His features were chiseled, his face picture perfect, a sight that had her, a total beauty junkie, completely hooked. She found herself staring, completely mesmerized. Butz, 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 butz. Just then, her phone started vibrating. It was a call from her roommate. Sumo checked her phone and saw over 20 missed calls, all from her roommate. Sumo pressed the answer button. Mo, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back?" A concerned voice asked from the other end. I was working yesterday. You know I have a part-time marketing job at Taxx," Sumo replied softly. "You're lying. You've never stayed out all night for work before. You must have been with a guy. Momo, you didn't give in to temptation and hook up with a rich guy, did you?" her roommate said in a joking tone. Then her roommate added with a gossipy tone, "Let me tell you, Senior Bailin waited for you downstairs all night long last night. I saw him go back this morning." TSK, unrequited love. Senior Bailin is so pitiful. I feel so bad for him. Although her roommate claimed to feel sorry for Senior Bailin, she was actually gloating inside. "Whose call is that?" Gu Wenqing woke up at that moment and asked. Hearing Gu Wenqing's voice, a girl's shriek came through the phone. A man! Mo, you really were lying to me. I'll never forgive you." Sumo's face flushed red, and she hung up the phone immediately. "It's my roommate's. She's a bit of a wild one. She called because she was worried something might happen to me out here," Sumo replied sweetly. After breakfast, Gu Wenqing drove Sumo to the school gates in his Bentley Continental GT. He watched as Sumo walked into the school. The two had developed a deep bond. Gu Wenqing could now use the skill check affection level. 9 points. Is Sumo's affection for him really that high? Wang Min's affection level for him was 85 before. In comparison, Gu Wenqing couldn't figure out why Sumo's affection for him was so absurdly high. According to the system's affection scale, Zhu 20 affinity is stranger, 20-40 is casual friend, 40-60 close friend, 60-80 crush, 80-90 love of a lifetime, 90-100 love until death do us part. So, Wang Min is her love of a lifetime, and Sumo is unbelievably devoted until death. Gu Wenqing thought about it over and over but couldn't figure it out, so he just stopped thinking about it. After all, Sumo is already his. The higher her affection for him, the better. In the car, Gu Wenqing called the tax finance department and got Sumo's bank account number. He transferred 1 million to her right away. He'd give Sumo a little money to start with. Giving her too much all at once might scare her, and she might even think Gu Wenqing was trying to distance himself from her. He'll spoil his own woman. He also needed to treat Wang Min fairly. Although she wasn't quite as high on his list as Sumo, his feelings for her would surely grow over time. Suddenly having a woman who would be devoted to him until death made Gu Wenqing feel incredibly delighted. He parked the car, hummed a tune, picked up breakfast for the three of them on the way, and walked into the dorm. With no classes in the morning, his 3 sons were still fast asleep. Wake up, the sun's already high in the sky. Gu Wenqing set the breakfast on the table. Huh, old Gu, you brought us breakfast. Oh my god, did you spend the whole night out partying last night? You finally decided to come back today? Zhao Tao, who had just woken up, looked at Gu Wenqing with envy. Huang Ziqing, sporting a pair of panda eyes, grabbed a few steamed buns and said as he ate, "Old Gu, you're one lucky guy. Did you really manage to win her over so easily last night?" Huang Ziqing's face was full of curiosity. Although Gu Wenqing was just a tiny bit better than him, but Huang Ziqing still found it hard to believe he'd managed to win over such a beautiful girl in less than a day. Most likely old Gu was just showing off in front of them. In reality, he must have checked into a hotel room all by himself last night, alone in an empty room. Gu Wenqing glanced at Zheng Xiaohong, who was still fast asleep, a knowing smile playing on his face. Take a guess. Huang Ziqing furrowed his brow, adopting the air of a relationship guru, and said with a deadpan expression, "I bet you didn't get anywhere. You've got to take it slow like I do. And slowly build up mutual attraction. I think that's the most reliable approach." Zhao Tao chuckled. "By the time you've built up enough emotional connection, the girl won't even know whose arms she's in, and you won't even be able to touch her hand." Huang Ziqing. Hearing this, Huang Ziqing furrowed his brow, his expression flustered. "You're damn trying to stab me in the heart." Gu Wenqing stood nearby, smiling as she watched the two relationship newbies hurt each other. Shanghai at a certain university. Sumo limped back to the dorm room. At that moment, QQ was the only one in the dorm room. QQ, the girl who'd just been on the phone with her, looked at Sumo with a puzzled expression. She asked, "What's wrong with you?" Sumo's small eyes darted around. "I strained myself working out at the gym last night." "Oh, come on, you're lying to me again." "Hey, it's true. Yesterday I was doing squats, leg lifts. I worked out for a long time." QQQ, being a seasoned veteran, caught on instantly. "With who? Was he hot? You're not actually dating someone, are you?" QQ's curiosity was like cat's claws, it was driving her wild. As her best friend, she knew Sumo pretty well. She definitely wouldn't be interested in a rich playboy like Sumo, especially since such a looks-obsessed guy. So, the man who spent last night with Sumo must be incredibly handsome. Sumo said sweetly, "Our boss." "Ah." Hearing this, QQ turned pale with shock and couldn't help but gasp. Her eyes widened, her face a picture of disbelief. "Oh?